Chapter 1. Bound to the Supreme Omni-King. In the realm of Dragon Ball Super. What on earth, what is this place? Xue Tian gazed in astonishment at the surreal landscape of peculiar peaks and stones in the desert. Welcome to the world of Dragon Ball Super. I am your ultimate system, and you can operate it with your thoughts. What? Dragon Ball Super? Is that the one that has captivated the globe on Blue Star? A tremor of excitement coursed through Xue Tian's heart. Hadn't he merely stumbled upon a Dragon Ball CD on the road? How had he been transported here? Could it be that the CD was the work of the system? As a youth of the new era, Xue Tian had indulged in many novels, well aware that traversing realms and reincarnation were common tropes. Typically, those chosen would possess a remarkable golden finger. All along, he had believed these tales to be mere fiction, but to his astonishment, they were indeed real, and he had been selected. Ha ha, this seems rather exhilarating. His eyes brightened, and a thought struck him. He promptly inquired, "System, do I perhaps have a novice gift pack or something of the sort?" "Host, you're rather unreserved." "Unreserved my foot. This is the world of Dragon Ball Super. Any random individual here could easily overpower me. Without a novice gift pack, I might not even be able to traverse this desert." "System. Congratulations, host. You have received a super gift pack. Open it." "Congratulations, host. You have acquired Flight Technique, Solar Flare, Wolfang Fist, a random binding roulette, and a battle power of 100 million. Xue Tian stared at the four rewards, utterly speechless. What on earth were these worthless items? The Flight Technique was acceptable, but the Solar Flare and Wolfang Fist were utterly useless. One was easily countered, and the other possessed minimal power. However, upon seeing the battle power of 100 million, Xue Tian felt somewhat reassured. Fortunately, a battle power of 100 million means I can walk unimpeded. Wait, no, this is a Dragon Ball Super world in this context. 100 million is insignificant. Any member of the main cast could easily subdue me with a mere finger. In the context of other Dragon Ball series, a battle power of 100 million would indeed be formidable. But in Dragon Ball Super, it was pathetically inadequate. As widely known, the power scaling in Dragon Ball Super had spiraled out of control, with various physiques, extraordinary martial arts, and bizarre abilities rendering battle power virtually irrelevant. Damn, it appears this novice gift pack is truly for beginners, filled with junk. But what is this random binding roulette? Let's take a look. Suddenly, a colossal roulette materialized within Xue Tian's consciousness, adorned with images of various Dragon Ball characters. Black Goku, Frieza, King Cold, Piccolo, Goku, Vegeta, Whis, Beerus, Brianna, Champa, the Omni-King, the Grand Priest. Then, the roulette began to spin. Wait, why is the roulette spinning? Could it be that it has commenced? System. A friendly reminder. Activating this type of consumable item equates to using it. What the hell? This is ridiculous. I merely wish to see what it was. System. If you wish to view it, you could simply inquire with me. Why open it? Xue Tian grimaced in frustration, nearly in tears. I am grateful to you, my dear system. Could you not have provided this friendly reminder sooner? View the effect of the random binding roulette. Random roulette effect. You may randomly bind with any individual on the wheel. Upon binding, if either party dies, the other will also perish. Completing the task assigned by the roulette will release the binding. The stronger the individual drawn or their abilities, the more arduous the task to be freed. Upon seeing this effect, Xue Tian lamented once more that the system's friendly reminders were too tardy. The notion that the demise of one would lead to the other's death was utterly infuriating. However, the silver lining was that completing the designated task would allow for the binding to be undone. The roulette continued to spin. It approached the image of Zamasu, but did not cease, rolling onward until it reached the images of Black Goku, Son Goku, Vegeta, Bulma, Android 18, and Android 17, the pointers. Rotation gradually slowing. Must I bind with Android 17? If I were to bind with him, it would not be too dire. He is merely a forest ranger now, posing little danger. Just as he prepared himself to bind with Android 17, the pointer surpassed his image and landed in the territory of Krillin. Krillin, known for his remarkable luck in romance within Dragon Ball, married the breathtaking Android 18. Yet, in every battle, his fate was grim, often serving as a catalyst for Son Goku's breakthroughs. Krillin, sacrificing for the greater good, wielding immeasurable power. Goodness, if I were to bind with him, would his fate of sacrifice become my own? Even if Son Goku and the others emerged victorious and could use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Krillin, would I, an outsider to this world, also be resurrected by the Dragon Balls? This remains an enigma. Moreover, who can guarantee that Son Goku and his companions would certainly prevail? In another timeline, Son Goku and Vegeta did indeed meet their end. The task of protecting Earth fell upon the shoulders of future Trunks. Spin, I implore you. Spin with fervor. Xue Tian clenches fists, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The pointer slowed, moving even more sluggishly than a snail. Just as Xue Tian visually confirmed that the pointer had ceased its movement, it halted at the boundary between Krillin and the Omni-King. A message illuminated the roulette. The host is now bound to the Omni-King. Binding complete. In an instant, the roulette spun rapidly, revealing the task to release the binding. Defeat the Grand Priest to undo the binding with the Omni-King. This must be accomplished within 100 years, otherwise the two will merge into one, forever unable to separate, with the Omni-King in control. But to be eternally fused with the Omni-King as the master, my mindset has completely shattered. The Grand Priest ranks among the top 5 supreme beings across the 12 universes. Furthermore, the formidable characters that emerge later are undeniably powerful. Just imagine how terrifying these top 5 must be. Defeating him within 100 years seems like an insurmountable challenge. At this moment, Xue Tian felt a flicker of hope with the binding to the King of All, as this would likely ease the difficulty of the tasks he would draw. Damn it, this wretched random binding wheel shall never be used again. Swish, 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 as he lamented, a radiant spectrum of colors streaked through the space, materializing before him. The brilliance enveloped the surroundings, but was swiftly retracted. Before Xue Tian stood 4 figures. In the center was a child resembling an eraser, clad in a half-purple outfit emblazoned with the words King x King. Flanking him were 2 slender individuals, akin to pencils, their eyes perpetually narrowed, vigilantly guarding the child. The last figure stood with arms crossed, sporting light blue skin, a white pompadour, and purple eyes and lips. A pale blue halo hovered above his head, and a belt marked with the character adorned his waist. King of All. Grand Priest, Chapter 2. I slapped myself to death. King of All, Grand Priest. Xue Tian instantly recognized the child, the King of All, and the white-haired Grand Priest. The former stand at the pinnacle of the universe, while the latter serves as the steward of this apex. Each possesses the power to dictate the existence and annihilation of the cosmos. His mind raced. Could it be that they sought him out because he had just bound himself to the King of All? Before Xue Tian could speak, the King of All, with a childlike voice, inquired, "Why do we share a certain connection?" Previously engaged in a marble game at the King of All's temple, he had been struck by a sudden awareness, conjuring Xue Tian's image in his mind, which left him perplexed, prompting him to bring the Grand Priest to investigate. Naturally, Xue Tian could not disclose his binding. He spread his hands and replied, "I am unclear. I too sense a connection between us. It is as though if I were to perish, you would too." He admitted that uttering those words required immense courage, as he was uncertain if his declaration would provoke the wrath of the King of All's guards. However, he felt that the guards would hesitate even if they dared. The Grand Priest would intervene, for should he face peril, the King of All would likewise be doomed. The death of the King of All could spell the destruction of the 12 universes in an instant. Xue Tian revealed this information not for any other reason, but to bolster his standing within the Dragon Ball Super narrative. In this realm, lacking a background and strength renders survival impossible, with the constant threat of being slain. As anticipated, the guards of the King of All reacted to his words, their eyes flickering with intensity as one raised a finger, poised to strike at Xue Tian. Xue Tian distinctly felt an overwhelming aura of murderous intent and pressure. "Stop," the Grand Priest immediately commanded. The 2 guards halted abruptly, casting a glance at the Grand Priest. The High Priest gently spoke, "It seems you were not mistaken. You share a unique connection with Lord Jin." Long as the guards were about to strike at Xue Tian, the High Priest noticed a peculiar phenomenon. While Xue Tian was engulfed by feelings of oppression and fear, preparing himself for death, the eyes of Lord Junwang revealed a profound terror. Evidently, Lord Junwang experienced the same sensation. This confirmed the assertion that the individual before him indeed possessed a special bond with Lord Junwang. Should one perish, the other would inevitably follow. Could it be that this person appeared to balance the power of Lord Junwang? Much like the relationship between the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction? If the Supreme Kai were to fall, the God of Destruction would meet the same fate. Yet, why had I received no prior information or forewarnings about this? In that moment, he could not fathom the situation and required time to investigate the truth behind it. Moreover, why could my vast divination techniques not unveil his origins or any pertinent details? "May I inquire your name?" "Xue Tian." "Xue Tian, it is a pleasure. Please accompany us back to the temple of Lord Junwang," the High Priest invited with a smile. "Absolutely not." Without a moment's hesitation, Xue Tian outright refused. "Who could guarantee that you would not take me back for examination, or employ some method to forcibly sever our bond?" Xue Tian was acutely aware that binding himself to Lord Jinwang was akin to embarking on an irreversible path. Should the high priest forcibly break this connection, he would surely meet his demise, for they would not allow a potential threat to live. Why not? The high priest maintained his smile, though a glint of menace flickered in his eyes. Clearly, he harbored murderous intent toward Xue Tian, yet dared not act until he grasped the full extent of the situation. Xue Tian casually fabricated a lie. No particular reason, I simply do not wish to go. Xue Tian, if you refuse to comply and something unfortunate occurs, would not Lord Jinwang also be in peril? For the safety of the entire universe, it is best you return with us to the temple of Lord Jinwang, the high priest urged earnestly. As a young man of the new era, well-versed in countless novels, Xue Tian saw through such transparent motives, sneering internally at the fraud of righteousness. High priest, I truly do not wish to go. Are you planning to detain me? If it comes to that, I shall not hold back. Without personal freedom, then let the universe be destroyed. I would rather bring my own life to an end. He raised his hand, poised to strike his forehead. Stop. The high priest was alarmed. Lord Jinwang also reacted, momentarily stirred though his mind was still immature. He could sense that wave of fear. He despised this feeling of vulnerability. He had always been a being of supremacy, capable of obliterating any entity within the 12 universes with but a thought. Yet now, he found himself gripped by fear. It was truly displeasing to in a childlike voice. Lord Jinwang declared, if Xue Tian wishes to remain here, then let him stay. Understood. The high priest responded, resigned. Before fully comprehending Xue Tian's identity and the nature of his peculiar connection with the king, he dared not act rashly. Rather, he felt compelled to protect him fervently. Xue Tian was not genuinely seeking to end his life. He merely wished to assert his stance. Then, I bid you farewell. The king, showing no inclination to linger, signaled to the guards by his side, and the four transformed into a beam of light, vanishing instantaneously back to the king's temple. High priest immediately ascertained the reason behind Xue Tian's unusual connection with me. I am quite displeased. As he spoke, he casually crushed a colorful marble that was suspended in the air, resulting in an explosion on a vibrant planet in a distant universe. Understood, my lord. The high priest replied, bowing slightly. Furthermore, until this connection is severed, he must not perish. Is there any danger on that planet? The high priest swiftly investigated. No, my lord. The human development level on that planet is exceedingly low, nearly at the bottom tier. Although Xue Tian's combat prowess is not remarkable, it suffices against those ordinary humans. Nonetheless, I shall keep a discreet watch over him. In the 7th universe on Earth. After witnessing the departure of the king and his entourage, Xue Tian employed his aerial technique, preparing to soar out of the desert towards West Capital, the renowned city. From Dragon Ball Super, where Bulma and others resided nearby. However, amidst the desolate expanse of the desert, he was utterly oblivious to the direction of West Capital. Boom, boom, boom. In his moment of despair, he heard a series of explosive sounds and felt the surge of energy. Someone is battling. Xue Tian's instincts kicked in, and without hesitation, he ascended. Upon reaching the site of the conflict, he beheld a colossal scorpion, towering 10 meters, assailing a man clad in a brown martial arts uniform, who was accompanied by a pet, resembling a cat. Isn't that Yamcha and Puar? What are they doing here? Chapter 3. Yamcha, are you perhaps an admirer of mine? Boom! The enormous scorpion raised its pincers and struck down fiercely towards Yamcha, who narrowly dodged, retreating to a safe distance, exclaiming, now's the perfect moment. Lifting his right hand, he quickly gathered energy, shouting, super large spirit bomb. Instantly, a gigantic energy sphere materialized atop his hand and, under his command, hurtled toward the scorpion's pincers. Boom! Smoke erupted instantaneously, obscuring Yamcha and Puar's view. Yet Yamcha felt confident that the matter was resolved. Turning to Puar, he grinned triumphantly. Easily handled. With my newly invented super-large spirit bomb, no one can withstand it. In the distance, Xue Tian wore a bemused expression. Could he truly claim such a thing? This so-called super-large spirit bomb was merely a manipulation of energy blasts. In the Dragon Ball Super universe, anyone capable of wielding energy could achieve this with mere hands. Whoosh, 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 Yamcha! Be careful! Puar cried out urgently that a colossal claw descended upon Yamcha's head. Yamcha had long believed that the scorpion was lifeless, thus he possessed no sense of caution. Instinctively, he cried out, no! Whoosh, wolf fawn fist. In an instant, a figure surged forth with astonishing speed, transforming into a solitary wolf. delivering a powerful punch that collided with the scorpion's claw. Creak! The scorpion's claw was instantly sent flying, emitting a pitiful screech as it beheld its severed appendage. Without a moment's hesitation, it burrowed into the desert, fleeing in haste. Yamcha instinctively patted his chest, heart still racing. Once he regained his composure, he turned to gaze upon his savior. What a handsome young man. This was Yamcha's immediate thought. The newcomer was none other than Xue Tian. Although he possessed a battle power of merely 100 million, insufficient to contend with the prominent members of the protagonist group, he was more than capable of dealing with a mere scorpion and assisting Yamcha, a secondary character. Brother, thank you. Yamcha casually walked up and hugged Xue Tian. Xue Tian instinctively took a step back, his face full of embarrassment. This guy is way too familiar. After a moment's thought, he realized that in Dragon Ball Super, there seemed to be no one as familiar as Yamcha. Even Son Goku was a bit weaker than him. Brother, what's your name? Xue Tian. Xue Tian? That's a pretty good name. I'm Yamcha. The technique you just used seems to be my Wolf Fang Fist, right? Yamcha asked with a grin. Although he didn't want to admit it, he only knew the Wolf Fang Fist at the moment, and given the situation just now, if he hadn't used it, he might not have caught up. The Wolf Fang Fist may not have much destructive power, but it does have a certain acceleration effect. Yes. How do you know my Wolf Fang Fist? Yamcha asked, puzzled. Xue Tian didn't know how to explain it for a moment. Just as he was looking for a reason, Yamati, with a face full of narcissism and a playful smile, said, haha, I got it. You admire me, so you've been secretly studying me and imitating my moves, right? That's not the case. Xue Tian said awkwardly. Although everyone respectfully calls UT God, it doesn't mean I'm that obsessed. However, Xue Tian didn't point it out. Haha, you're still shy about it. Yamati laughed. Xue Tian, not wanting to discuss the topic, asked in confusion, how did you end up in the desert? Has Yamcha returned to the desert to become a bandit again? If Xue Tian remembered correctly, it was in the desert that the little son Wukong first met Yamcha, and at that time, Yamcha was afraid of girls. Yamcha explained, I've developed a super strong attack technique called the Ultra Big Energy Ball, so I came to the desert to find an opponent to test it out. Since you admire me so much, would you like me to teach you the technique I've mastered? Hee. Xue Tian had a dark expression on his face. What did I ever admire you? That. There's no need for that. You should keep it as your trump card. Yamcha thought about it and agreed. All right. But if you want to learn, just say the word. I can teach you anytime. Sure. Xue Tian suddenly remembered something important and curiously asked, by the way, what stage are we in now? Although he knew that this was the world of Dragon Ball Super, he didn't know what stage it was. Was it after Beerus had arrived? Or was he still not here? Or had Black Goku already appeared? Or were we at the Moro stage? What stage? What does it mean? I don't understand at all. Yamcha looked completely confused. Xue Tian said straightforwardly, has Beerus appeared? Beerus? Yamcha thought carefully for a few seconds and then looked at Bulma. Do you know him? I don't know. Bulma shook her head. Xue Tian instantly understood and thought to himself, it seems that Beerus hasn't arrived yet. This is still the early stage of Dragon Ball Super. Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in Xue Tian's mind. Beep. Activating random task. Option 1. Choose to learn the super large chi bomb of Yamcha. Reward. 300 million combat power. Option 2. Find Son Wukong and Vegeta. Inform them that soon Beerus will descend to Earth. Reward. Saiyan bloodline. Xue Tian was indeed taken aback. He didn't expect to suddenly activate a task. He thought the system would let him slowly cultivate and improve his combat power, but it seemed he was overthinking it. With these rewards, in 100 years, he might really be able to defeat the High Priest. For a moment, he felt a sense of relief in his heart, and without hesitation, he chose the second task. Although 300 million combat power was impressive, it still paled in comparison to the Saiyan bloodline. As long as he had the Saiyan bloodline, why would he worry about not being able to increase his combat power by 300 million? It was like the difference between a fishing rod and the fish. Yamcha, can you take me to meet Goku? I have something to discuss with him. Oh, you know Goku? Yamcha was quite surprised. Xue Tian nodded. I know him. All right, I'll take you to see him now. Yamati immediately used the sky dance technique to fly. Xue Tian closely followed. The two flew towards Son Wukong's home. Along the way, they chatted quite a bit. After about half an hour, they arrived at Son Wukong's doorstep. Wukong. Yamcha knocked on the door and called out loudly. Who is it? A woman's voice came from inside. The door opened, revealing a woman dressed in light red clothing, wearing a red scarf around her neck. Chi-Chi, this is Wukong's friend. He has something to discuss with Wukong. Yamcha said with an awkward smile. Chi-Chi glanced at Xue Tian and immediately thought he looked handsome. At the same time, She was curious about when her husband had such a friend, which she didn't know about. Wukong and Xue Tian are working in the fields. Over there on the mountain. Who are you? Chapter 4. He can kick you and Vegeta's fusion away with one kick. At that moment, Sun Wukong, dressed in casual clothes, arrived with Sun Xue Tian. When he saw Xue Tian, he was confused, scratching his head as he had never seen this person before. Yamucha immediately smiled and said, Wukong. He says he knows you and has something to discuss with you. Huh? You know me? Sun Wukong said with a puzzled expression, looking closely at Xue Tian, confirming that he did not recognize this person. If he didn't know him, how could he know him? That's right, I know you. Your name is Sun Wukong, also known as Kakarot. You come from planet Vegeta. Your father's name is Bardock, your mother's name is Jine, and you have a brother named Raditz. But he was a bad person and was killed by you. Bad person? What does that mean? Sun Wukong didn't understand, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. Upon hearing this, Yamucha fell to the ground with a thud and, after getting up, explained helplessly it means he's a bad guy. Sun Wukong understood. He got it. What you said is all correct. You really do know me. Of course. I'm here to tell you that a strong enemy is about to arrive. Xue Tian said calmly. Hearing this, Sun Wukong was not afraid. Instead, he became excited, his heart burning like a raging fire as he eagerly asked, Really? Am I going to have a strong enemy coming? Xue Tian had a black line on his face, wondering what kind of mentality this was. Upon hearing that a strong enemy was coming, he showed no fear at all. Instead, he became excited. But then he thought for a moment, isn't Sun Wukong just that kind of person? Yes. Great. Finally, he wouldn't be bored anymore. Farming every day was so boring. Ever since Sun Wukong defeated Kid Buu, he had been farming day in and day out, feeling like he was about to become an expert in agriculture. When Chi-Chi saw Sun Wukong's attitude, she stepped forward and punched him on the head, shouting, You eat dozens of bowls every meal, and instead of farming well, you're just thinking about fighting all day. What are you going to eat? Sun Wukong didn't dare to refute and could only say pitifully, Chi-Chi, I will farm well too. After saying that, he looked at Xue Tian and continued to ask, How strong is this strong enemy of mine? How strong? Xue Tian retorted. He really couldn't say how strong Beerus was, and even if he did, Sun Wukong wouldn't understand, because in their view, the universe they lived in was the only universe. In reality, there were 11 other universes. Besides the gods of destruction and angels in other universes, there were also many powerful beings. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Xue Tian. Seeing that he wasn't answering, he continued to ask, Is he stronger than Majin Buu? Yes. Let me put it this way. You can still handle Majin Buu, but this upcoming strong enemy, even if you transform into Super Saiyan 3, wouldn't be as strong as his pinky finger. Right now, even if you and Vegeta fused, he could kick you both away with one kick. Xue Tian said calmly. There was no exaggeration in his words. When Beerus first appeared, the first to encounter him was the main character group of Dragon Ball Super, namely Son Goku. At that time, Son Goku, being young and fearless, actually wanted to challenge Beerus, but he was taught a lesson with just one move. Later, Son Goku gathered the power of 6 Saiyans and transformed into Super Saiyan God. Although it seemed like he was fighting evenly with Beerus, in reality, Beerus had not used his full power at all. Even after Son Goku learned Ultra Instinct, he was still unable to compete with Beerus. It is not an exaggeration to say that if Beerus took Son Goku in Ultra Instinct mode seriously, he wouldn't last more than a few rounds. Because all along, Beerus had never fought seriously against Son Goku and Vegeta, nor had he transformed. Meanwhile, Son Goku and Vegeta were constantly changing through various forms. Yamcha was shocked. He knew how powerful the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta was. Yet Xue Tian claimed that the fusion was not even as strong as a kick from his person. Xue Tian, are you exaggerating too much? The fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta is the strongest warrior. How could it possibly be weaker than that person's kick? Son Goku also found it hard to believe. Every time they faced an unbeatable enemy, they could always resolve it through fusion. Xue Tian knew that explaining it now would not make them believe him. After all, Beerus's power had surpassed their understanding. However, his task was not to explain how strong Beerus was, but to inform them that Beerus would soon descend to Earth. It's not an exaggeration. You just need to know that Beerus will arrive on Earth soon. If you want to learn more about Beerus's strength, you can ask the old Kaishin. Xue Tian simply let him ask the old Kaishin. To some extent, what the old Kaishin said would be trusted by Sun Wukong and the others. As for himself, he was just a suddenly appeared person with no connection to them. It was already quite good that they didn't doubt his origins. Sun Wukong was not scared, but rather more excited. If it's really that strong, that would be great. I thought my strength had already reached the peak level, but now it seems there is still a lot of room for improvement. There are even higher realms to pursue. Come on, Wukong. The realm of power is endless, and the ultimate end is ability, Xue Tian said with a smile. This left son Wukong confused, and he asked in puzzlement, the ultimate end is ability? Xue Tian temporarily didn't want to tell son Wukong the meaning of this sentence, because once informed, it might dampen the other party's enthusiasm for cultivation. You should still look forward to the formidable enemies that are about to come. I'll go ask old Kai. Son Wukong said, preparing to use instant transmission to head to the Kaishan realm. Xue Tian called out to him, wait, can you take me to see Vegeta first? I need to tell him about this matter too. And Vegeta knows a bit about this Beerus. Son Wukong immediately became interested. Oh, Vegeta knows too? All right, let's go to his house then. It's been a while since I've seen him. You too, put your hands on my back. Dad, I want to go too. Son Wutian immediately said. However, before Son Wukong could say anything, Chi-Chi grabbed Son Wutian. Where do you think you're going? You haven't finished your homework yet. Stay home and do your homework properly. Follow Gohan's example. Don't act like a delinquent all day thinking about fighting. Son Wutian looked innocent. Speaking of Son Gohan, Xue Tian felt a pang of regret. This child's talent and potential were many times greater than that of Son Wukong and Vegeta, but in his youth, he went off track and became a scholar, wasting his great talent. As a result, his later performance was always mediocre. Even after he comprehended the Beast Gohan form, it was still not very ideal. Chapter 5. Terrified Vegeta, West City. Capsule Corporation. Bulma was wearing a bikini, just swimming up from the water, still unsteady on her feet. Suddenly whoosh. Son Wukong used instant transmission, bringing Xue Tian, Yamcha, and Puar in front of Bulma. This, Xue Tian, who had never seen such a scene in his past life, had his nose bleed. Although she was already a mother, her figure and skin were well maintained, giving off an enchanting and radiant presence, with every gesture exuding a feminine allure. Yamcha, although he used to be Bulma's boyfriend, had rarely seen such a scene and was momentarily stunned. As for Son Wukong, what kind of scene hadn't he seen from Bulma? He didn't care about these things. Just as he was about to greet her, Bulma lost her balance and fell into the swimming pool with a splash, sending water flying everywhere. What a beautiful sight. Son Wukong, can you be a little polite? Suddenly appearing without any warning. Yamcha tried to ease the awkwardness. Jokingly said, didn't I just give a warning with a whoosh? Bulma had a face full of black lines. Is this joke funny? Not all. Xue Tian coughed and reminded, let's go sit over there. Son Wukong, not understanding Xue Tian's intention, scratched his head in confusion and asked, why? Aren't you looking for Vegeta? Bulma, knowing Son Wukong's personality, realized that if she didn't tell him, he wouldn't give up easily. She shouted in the training room, got it, Bulma. Son Wukong said to Xue Tian, let's go find Vegeta in the training room. The group quickly flew to the training room. After they left, Bulma finally emerged from the water. To be honest, if it weren't for the sudden appearance of a stranger like Xue Tian, making her a bit embarrassed, she wouldn't have cared so much. But with an ordinary person showing up and even having a nosebleed, it made her shy. As soon as the group arrived at the training room, Vegeta walked out. Upon seeing Son Wukong and the others, he was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and coldly asked, Kakarot, what are you doing here? He also shot a disdainful glance at Yamcha, whom he didn't like, as he knew a bit about Yamcha's past with Bulma. Although he usually acted aloof and indifferent, he actually cared a lot about Bulma. He was even willing to confront Beerus, whom he feared deeply, for her sake, shouting my Bulma. Son Wukong chuckled and said, he's looking for you. Vegeta glanced at Xue Tian and coldly asked, who is he? Son Wukong couldn't remember for a moment and awkwardly scratched the back of his head. What's your name? Xue Tian. Xue Tian? Don't know him, Vegeta replied indifferently and walked away, extremely proud. Xue Tian walked over and said from behind, no wonder you are the proud Prince Vegeta. I wonder if you still remember the man who trampled your father underfoot? Oh no, I should say a cat. A Cornish Rex cat. Vegeta's foot, which he had just stepped out with, suddenly froze in midair, unable to come down for a long time. The expression on his face seemed to be sealed by a piece of adhesive paper, unable to change. In less than 3 seconds, his pupils dilated, filled with extreme terror. The image of his father, King Vegeta, being trampled underfoot kept flashing in his mind. In front of that cat, his father had no ability to resist at all, allowing himself to be trampled, not even daring to breathe. Seeing Vegeta's face freeze, Son Wukong looked on with curiosity, wondering what was happening. Yamcha, however, reacted and realized that the cat Xue Tian mentioned must be really powerful. Perhaps it was indeed, as Xue Tian said, that it could defeat Sun Wukong with just a finger. If that were the case, how strong must this person be? The more Yamcha thought about it, the more he hesitated, and he began to regret asking this question. If he hadn't known, he would have thought too much about it, and he could have rested well. As it stood, he wouldn't be able to rest properly in the days to come. Sun Wukong approached Vegeta's side, looking puzzled, and asked Vegeta, "What's wrong with you? You look terrible." Did Xue Tian really say that this person is very powerful? Xue Tian, is this cat the one you just told me about, Beerus? Xue Tian said seriously. That's right, Sun Wukong. This cat is indeed Beerus. Vegeta, it won't be long before Beerus arrives. Think about how to respond. Just after finishing speaking, a voice of reminder echoed in Xue Tian's mind. Beep. Choice 2 completed. Find Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Inform them that soon, Beerus will descend to Earth. Reward, Saiyan bloodline. Xue Tian was overjoyed when he heard the system's reminder and immediately used it in his consciousness. Fusion of Saiyan bloodline. Ding. Congratulations to the host for fusing with the Saiyan bloodline. Current attributes of the host. Host, Xue Tian. Moves, Wolfang Fist Sky Dance Technique. Special skill, none. Racial bloodline, human, Saiyan. Items, none. Combat power, 100 million. The combat power is the base combat power, not the power after transformation. After Vegeta reacted, he looked at Xue Tian with anxiety. How did you know that Beerus is coming to Earth? Son Goku still didn't quite understand who Beerus was and asked in confusion. Vegeta, who exactly is this Beerus? You look like you're really afraid of him? Regarding his doubts, Vegeta did not inform him, but stared at Xue Tian with fearful eyes. He wasn't afraid of Xue Tian in front of him. He was afraid of that cat, Beerus. You don't need to know that. Just know that Beerus will soon descend on Earth, and with his personality, he is very likely to destroy the Earth. Especially since Son Goku is here, he surely won't be able to resist wanting to challenge him. You understand? Xue Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Upon hearing this, Vegeta shot a fierce glare at Goku. Kakarot. Huh? Vegeta, what's wrong with me? Goku replied innocently. What's wrong? If Beerus really comes to Earth, you absolutely cannot fight him. Vegeta warned. But Goku directly ignored his warning. Why not? Such a strong opponent. I can't help but want to fight him. I really want to test my skills against him. Your strength is nothing before him. Chapter 6. The Ultimate Technique of Freedom. Prelude. Your strength is nothing before him. Vegeta said coldly. Goku was a bit unconvinced. What do you mean, Vegeta? We haven't even fought yet. How can you think I'm not up to the challenge? Kakarot, I warn you again, if Beerus really comes, you absolutely cannot engage him in battle. Do you understand? Vegeta said seriously. His greatest fear was that Goku wouldn't be able to contain his fighting spirit. Once they angered Beerus, their only outcome would be death. And Earth would also face destruction. Xue Tian also didn't want Sun Wukong to fight with Beerus. Although he had a way to ensure that Beerus wouldn't destroy the Earth and could save his own life, he didn't want to take action unless absolutely necessary. He just wanted to quietly complete his tasks, improve his combat power, and defeat the Grand Minister as soon as possible to his binding with the Omni-King. Otherwise, if someone framed the Omni-King, he would also die along with him, which seemed quite unfair. If the Omni-King knew his thoughts, he would probably say, I was worried you'd get killed. Vegeta, seeing that Kakarot still looked indifferent and somewhat aggrieved, caught a glimpse of Xue Tian out of the corner of his eye and said lightly, Kakarot, I can find someone for you to spar with, but you must promise not to engage with Beerus. Huh? Who? Sun Wukong said excitedly, completely ignoring the latter part of the statement. Xue Tian furrowed his brows, faintly sensing that he might be caught in the crossfire. However, at this moment, it wasn't appropriate to speak up, otherwise. Wouldn't that just expose himself in front of Sun Wukong? At that point, he wouldn't need Vegeta to say anything. Sun Wukong would come looking for him to spar. You better guarantee it, Vegeta shouted, clenching his fists. This low-class warrior was even more eager for a fight than he was, which was truly unreasonable. Iprumisa, Iprumisa, Sun Wukong eagerly replied. For some reason, seeing Sun Wukong like this made Vegeta doubt him and feel it was unlikely. But there was no way around it now. Unless they locked the other party up, but with Sun Wukong's personality, would he let them do that? Clearly not. Vegeta, who exactly is he? At this moment, Sun Wukong didn't care about Beerus at all. He only cared about who he could spar with. Vegeta glanced at Xue Tian lightly. He knew Beerus was coming. So his power must be considerable, and his aura was also impressive. Sun Wukong had a sudden realization. Right, why didn't I think of that? Xue Tian, let's spar. Xue Tian felt speechless. He only had a combat power of 100 million. So how could he possibly defeat Sun Wukong? As everyone knows, the combat power in Dragon Ball Super is extremely inflated. When the main characters were about to participate in the Tournament of Power, Master Roshi, Krillin, and others experienced a period of training and saw their power increase countless times. It's worth noting that Master Roshi was barely at Super Saiyan level during the Buu Saga, and even weaker, yet after a short training session, he reached Super Saiyan 2 and even higher levels. The most exaggerated was Android 17, who was only at Super Saiyan level during the Cell Saga, but in Dragon Ball Super, after a brief training period, he surprisingly reached the level of Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, Super Blue. Goku and Vegeta reached this level entirely due to the guidance of Whis. And after years of various battles, yet Android 17 only needed a little training to reach this level, which was truly ridiculous. Thus, everyone understood one thing. In Dragon Ball Super, there is practically no actual combat power. It is mainly about abilities, various martial arts, and special bloodlines. These are what determine strength. Therefore, Xue Tian was certain that his 100 million combat power would absolutely not be able to defeat Sun Wukong in his normal state. According to the worldview of Dragon Ball Super, even if Sun Wukong didn't transform in his normal state, Xue Tian was not his opponent. No need, I'm not your opponent. Xue Tian naturally didn't want to seek out suffering, and if a fight really broke out, Sun Wukong wouldn't hold back at all. He had no tendency for masochism. Sun Wukong immediately advised, "Hey, we haven't even fought yet. How do you know I'm not your match? Let's have a contest. I haven't fought in a long time." Xue Tian's face was filled with dark lines. It's been a long time since I fought. Then why call on me to fight? Are you planning to use me as a punching bag? Beep. Random task activated. Choice 1. Agree to fight Sun Wukong. Reward. Zizai Ji Gong Zhao. Choice 2. Refuse to fight Sun Wukong. Reward. Shining Sword Strike. Seeing the two choices appear in his consciousness, Xue Tian was instantly ecstatic. Zizai Ji Gong. It's actually Zizai Ji Gong. It's a bit of a pity that it's only at the Zhao level. If he were to obtain the real Zizai Ji Gong, he would be invincible as long as he didn't encounter those destruction gods. Xue Tian knew clearly that the Zizai Ji Gong is divided into several stages. The weakest state is Zizai Ji Gong Zhao. Then there's Zizai Ji Gong Strengthening, Zizai Ji Gong Perfection, and finally the true Zizai Ji Gong, also known as emotional freedom, which requires calmness and ruthlessness to unleash its true power. Although it is only at the Zhao level, it is still a divine technique capable of fighting above its level, which should be sufficient to deal with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong continued to persuade, saying, "Let's just have a competition. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I'll only use this little bit of power." As he spoke, he gestured with his index finger and thumb to indicate a tiny amount. Xue Tian was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Those words were indeed infuriating, and he said them with such a serious demeanor. If Xue Tian didn't know his personality, he would probably be so angry he'd spit blood. No wonder Frieza said he hated seeing Son Goku like this. "Fine, since you want to fight, I'll fight with you." "I agree." Ding. Choice 1 completed. Agree to fight Son Goku. Reward. Zizai Ji Gong Zhao. Learn Zizai Ji Gong Zhao. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Zizai Ji Gong Zhao. In that moment, a vast amount of knowledge and fighting movements surged into Xue Tian's mind like a tide, and his body felt much lighter. Is this Zizai Ji Gong? It's indeed very powerful. Although he hadn't demonstrated it yet, Xue Tian could sense the terror of this Zizai Ji Gong. Even just Zhao was already so formidable. How terrifying would the true Zizai Ji Gong be? Awesome. Upon hearing Xue Tian's agreement, Son Goku immediately assumed a fighting stance without any hesitation. Bang! Vegeta shoved him away and coldly snorted. "Vegeta, what are you doing?" Xue Tian was both amused and perplexed. "Sun Wukong, are you going to compete here? Are you planning to demolish Vegeta's villa?" Hee hee. Sun Wukong awkwardly scratched the back of his head as he got up, seemingly realizing it. Chapter 7. Vegeta's Arrogance. Wilderness Desert. Xue Tian, Sun Wukong, Yamcha, and Vegeta's family arrived. Sun Wukong assumed an offensive stance, his eyes fixed on Xue Tian. "I am ready. Are you ready?" Xue Tian took a deep breath, never expecting that his first battle after crossing over would be against Sun Wukong in Dragon Ball Super, the strongest protagonist group. He got into a fighting stance. Here we go. Whoosh. Sun Wukong's figure flashed, like a long rainbow, charging towards Xue Tian, moving at incredible speed, swift as lightning. Xue Tian's vision was a bit blurry, and he couldn't see clearly. Before he could react, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Bang! Ah! Xue Tian let out a scream, foaming at the mouth, and was thrown back, crashing hard onto a small hill. Seeing this, Vegeta had a cold expression, extremely disdainful. I thought he could put up a fight, but it seems he's just a waste. Next to him, Yamcha felt inexplicably awkward upon hearing this, and instinctively glanced at Vegeta, who didn't even bother to look at him, making him return his gaze awkwardly. Trunks, innocent and candid, blurted out, "This uncle is so weak." He got blown away with just one punch from Uncle Goku. Seeing this situation, son Wukong also felt embarrassed and couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. Flying over to Xue Tian's side. "Are you okay? I only use a little bit of power. I don't know why I turn out like this." Xue Tian couldn't help but clench his fists. Even though he knew that son Wukong's personality was like this, he felt a bit angry at the moment. Most importantly, Vegeta's words were truly insulting. "If I don't show my abilities today, I would really be embarrassing all the crossers." "No problem, bring it on." He tightened his fists, thinking about all the things that made him angry. He had Saiyan blood and knew the secret to transforming, so there was no reason not to use it. "Oh!" he shouted loudly. "Soudain, Xue Tian aura surgi dramatiquement." The originally disdainful Vegeta's eyes flashed with surprise. What is he trying to do? Why does it feel a bit like a Saiyan's aura? It wasn't just him who felt it. Son Wukong also noticed this. Ah, whoosh. In an instant, a golden-haired Xue Tian appeared, surrounded by a golden flame of energy, looking incredibly cool. Son Wukong and the others stared wide-eyed, full of shock, unable to believe it. "Huh, you're also a Saiyan?" Xue Tian didn't know how to explain, so he made a vague response, sort of. Upon hearing this, Vegeta coldly shouted, "A Saiyan is a Saiyan, and if not, then not." "What do you mean by sort of? You're really embarrassing the Saiyans." Xue Tian glanced at Vegeta with indifference. "You seem to have some opinions." Seeing that the other party was displeased with him, Vegeta flew over using the instant transmission technique. Still wearing a cold expression, "I'm the prince of the Saiyans. What you just said, can I interpret it as disdain for Saiyan bloodlines?" "I didn't mean to disdain Saiyan bloodlines. I was just stating the facts," Xue Tian replied, and he was indeed speaking the truth, as he didn't even know whether he counted as a Saiyan, since his bloodline was directly assigned by the system. Unlike Vegeta and Goku, who were natural-born Saiyans. If one had to say what Xue Tian's bloodline was, it would be meaningless to say that he was human. Vegeta said blandly, "Don't think that just because you've transformed into a Super Saiyan, you can compete with me. In my eyes, you're still a waste. The Super Saiyan form you are currently in is merely the weakest stage." Xue Tian's temper suddenly flared up. If he didn't teach this Vegeta a lesson, he would really think of himself as his subject. Even if the Omni-King and the Grand Priest, figures at the pinnacle, came, they would have to speak nicely to him. Otherwise, he could just slap them to death. Moreover, you're just Vegeta. Vegeta, do you think this is Planet Vegeta? Do you still consider yourself a prince above all others? Let me remind you, Planet Vegeta is gone, and even if you are a prince, you're just a fallen prince. You. Vegeta was struck at his weak point. Huh. With a loud roar, he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta's fighting style is different from Goku's. Goku likes to fight slowly and enjoy the battle, so in any of his fights, he won't use all his strength at the beginning. However, Vegeta prefers to quickly defeat his opponent and enjoy the thrill of a one-hit kill. So he's completely the opposite of Goku, using all his strength right from the start. Seeing that Vegeta was angry, Goku immediately reminded him, "Vegeta, why are you still angry?" Yamcha also advised, "Yeah, we're all friends. There's no need to hurt feelings over a sparring match. Let us be cordial." But before he could finish, Vegeta shot him a fierce glare, filled with killing intent, which made Yamcha shut his mouth. Although he had just developed a super large energy ball, he still knew his place in front of Vegeta. Vegeta stepped towards Xue Tian, clenched his fists, and said coldly, "I'm going to beat you to a pulp. I'll make you clearly understand whether I am a fallen prince or not." "Vegeta, Xue Tian is sparring with me." Goku immediately stepped forward. Vegeta said nothing, pushed Goku aside, and without any hesitation, launched a punch at Xue Tian. Xue Tian in Super Saiyan 1 form is simply no match for Vegeta in Super Saiyan 2 form. Not to mention the second level. Even if Vegeta doesn't transform, he might not be an opponent. However, Xue Tian showed no hesitation and immediately crossed his arms in front of him. Bang! Vegeta's punch struck the intersection of Xue Tian's arms, sending him flying hundreds of meters away, and his body crashed heavily against a hill. The hill collapsed, burying Xue Tian beneath it, with dust swirling and rising into the air. Bulma scolded, "Vegeta, you went too far? He came to warn you about an impending enemy, and you treat him like this. Yeah, Vegeta, you were too rough." Goku also reprimanded, as he had already gauged Xue Tian's combat power and knew he was no match for them. "Oomph. I said I would beat him to a pulp. So he knows the consequences of insulting the Saiyan Prince," Vegeta said arrogantly. "He really can't take a hit. Even transformed into a Super Saiyan, he's still no match." Whoosh! In an instant, a silver light shone through the broken stones of the hill. Chapter 8. Defeating Vegeta, a silver light shone through the broken stones of the hill. The dust gradually dispersed, revealing a young man with silver hair, enveloped in a silver aura, stepping out. His handsome face bore a charming, yet somewhat cynical smile that captivated onlookers. Even Bulma couldn't help but murmur, "So handsome. This is Xue Tian?" The person emerging from the smoke, wrapped in silver light, was none other than Xue Tian, who ultimately chose to unleash the Zizai Ji Gongzhou. Originally, he intended to accumulate some combat experience in Super Saiyan form, but now it seemed unnecessary and he had no time for it. Without giving Vegeta a lesson, the latter wouldn't understand the concept of there's always someone better. Vegeta frowned, surprised that Xue Tian could change into another form, which caught him off guard. Goku, on the other hand, was visibly excited. "Xue Tian actually has another form. That's great." But then he added with confusion, "However, Xue Tian's energy feels a bit strange, almost like it's there, but not there." It wasn't just Goku who sensed this. Vegeta noticed it as well. Previously, they could clearly feel Xue Tian's energy, but now it was intermittent. The only one who understood why was Xue Tian himself. And that was because of the Zizai Ji Gongzhou. This technique belonged to the gods, and since he wasn't a god, using it resulted in his energy being intermittent and elusive. If he were a god, using Zizai Ji Gong would yield a state of no energy at all. Of course, if he were a god, even without using Zizai Ji Gong, he wouldn't be detectable. This is what it means to be a god. Vegeta coldly snorted, "Pretending to be a god. Watch me blow you away." Whoosh! In a flash, he rushed at Xue Tian at maximum speed, throwing a punch that whistled through the air. Xue Tian smiled slightly at this. Vegeta, seeing his smile, became inexplicably angrier. "Watch me finish you with one punch." Whoosh! The punch was about to land. Empty hit. Vegeta's heart jolted in surprise. What happened? How could he avoid the punch that was clearly about to hit him? Goku and the others were equally shocked. Vegeta's punch had clearly struck Xue Tian, yet in that instant, it was evaded. Was it instant transmission? No, it didn't seem like that. Vegeta quickly reacted and threw several punches in succession. Bang! 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 Each punch was the same as the first. Just as it was about to hit Xue Tian, it was evaded, as if he were a slippery eel, slipping right past. Vegeta grew increasingly furious, throwing another series of punches. But none had any effect. He couldn't even touch Xue Tian. Whoosh! He quickly distanced himself from Xue Tian, aimed his hands, and shouted, "Ha! Bang! Bang! Bang!" In an instant, hundreds of energy blasts were launched at Xue Tian, and he couldn't believe he couldn't hit him. However, everything exceeded his expectations. Xue Tian walked step by step toward the hundreds of energy blasts, which passed him by as if they had eyes, deliberately avoiding him. As if Vegeta hadn't aimed at him at all, Goku was stunned and couldn't help but exclaim, "So impressive." Vegeta soared into the sky, arms wide open, rapidly gathering energy. Xue Tian saw his movement and sneered disdainfully. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong shouted, "Vegeta, no!" At that moment, Vegeta was already furious to the extreme and completely ignored Sun Wukong's words, continuing to gather energy. He roared, "Final flash!" Boom, boom, boom. A powerful beam of energy shot towards Xue Tian. Vegeta looked at the direction of the final flash with a smug smile, thinking, "How will you dodge under my final flash? If you die, don't blame me. Just blame your lack of insight." Just as he was confidently certain that this attack would defeat Xue Tian, a magnetic voice reached his ears. "Vegeta, your final flash seems to be just that. Your aim is too poor." Vegeta was startled and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Xue Tian standing right beside him. Sun Wukong looked on in astonishment. Impressive. He avoided it. He had clearly seen Xue Tian get hit earlier, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Vegeta was shocked. "Xue Tian, you've already had your turn, so it's my turn now." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's mouth twitched a few times. What kind of talk is this? It's really annoying. Bang! Before he could react, Xue Tian's heavy punch had already hit his abdomen, causing Vegeta to double over, clutching his stomach, and his Super Saiyan 2 form was instantly reverted back to normal. He spat out a mouthful of foam, but Xue Tian had no intention of stopping there. Grabbing his arm, he delivered another punch. Crack! A scream that sounded like a dying pig echoed for hundreds of miles. Before he could react at all, Xue Tian turned around and grabbed his other arm, delivering another punch. Another scream reached everyone's ears. Trunks watched with a pained heart and couldn't help but shout, "Dad!" Xue Tian grabbed his foot and threw him into the air. In a flash, he appeared in midair, flashing a charming smile. With a casual wave of his hand, he summoned a majestic force and said lightly, "Your ignorance is not the capital for your arrogance. Today, I'll give you a little punishment." Bang! A kick landed on Vegeta. Whoosh! Vegeta plummeted to the ground like a meteor at breakneck speed. With a thunderous crash, he slammed into the ground, creating a deep pit several dozen meters wide. Vegeta's battle suit was in tatters as he lay gasping for breath in the pit. "Dad!" Trunks rushed over immediately. Bulma, unable to perform the flight technique, could only stand at the edge of the pit, anxiously watching. Xue Tian deactivated the state of Ultra Instinct and slowly descended. Sun Wukong's face was full of excitement. "Xue Tian, it's my turn now." Xue Tian's stamina can no longer support him to activate the ultimate freedom technique again, mainly because his basic combat power is too low, and naturally, his stamina isn't very strong either. Being able to hold on until defeating Vegeta is already quite impressive. "Sorry, I'm not in the mood to fight anymore." Sun Wukong also knows that what was supposed to be a friendly sparring session almost turned into a real battle, which is indeed a bit of a mood killer. Scratching his head, he asked, "So, when will we compete?" Beep. Random task activated. Chapter 9. Obtain the final flash beep. Random task activated. Option 1. Agree to compete with Sun Wukong in 3 days. Reward: 500 million basic combat power. Option 2. Refuse to compete with Sun Wukong and state that he is not your opponent. Reward: final flash. Xue Tian did not expect that at this moment. He would activate the system selection. He hesitated for a moment regarding the choice between battle power and final flash, unsure of what would be better, given his current situation. He had no techniques at his disposal except for the Wolf Fang Fist. If he needed to counter something, he definitely required a powerful move. However, his battle power was also very low. If he could enhance his battle power, after using the Zizai Ji Gong, he would become even more formidable. But if he activated Final Flash while in the Zizai Ji Gong state, its attack strength would also be considerable. It was truly difficult to decide. The main issue was that he was lacking in everything. Since that was the case, he would choose the most effortless solution. If he chose option 1, he would have to wait 3 days to receive the reward. If he chose option 2, he could receive the choice immediately, so he decided to go with option 2. Who knows if he could activate other options in these 3 days. For now, there's no need for a contest. You're not my opponent. If you really want to defeat me, then go and train properly for a while. With your current strength, it's not enough, even if you transform into Super Saiyan 3. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Sun Wukong was the strongest among them, yet he was being told he wasn't an opponent, even in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Sun Wukong did not doubt Xue Tian's words, as the opponent's performance just now was indeed very strong. Even he felt he had less than half a chance against Xue Tian. The main point was that during the recent battle between Vegeta and Xue Tian, he discovered something important. Xue Tian seemed to automatically evade. Every time Vegeta's punch was about to hit Xue Tian, he would automatically dodge, making it impossible to land a hit. If he couldn't hit Xue Tian, how could he fight? While everyone was in shock, a reminder sounded in Xue Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 2, refusing to compete with Sun Wukong and stating that you are not my opponent. Reward received: Final Flash. Learn Final Flash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering Final Flash. In an instant, Xue Tian felt that he had acquired a lot of new techniques related to Final Flash in his consciousness. Not bad, not bad. Final Flash is quite good. If released in the Zizai Ji Gong state, its power would be several times stronger. He wondered what Vegeta's expression would be the next time he used Final Flash. After taking a Senzu Bean, Vegeta's injuries and stamina gradually recovered. He stood up and looked at Xue Tian, his expression slightly changing, but he still asked coldly, "What was that transformation state you just used? It doesn't seem like a Saiyan form." Naturally, it's not a Saiyan form. This is a technique called Zizai Ji Gong. Zizai Ji Gong? Vegeta asked, puzzled. Sun Wukong also murmured. Both were confused, as they had never heard of it. However, based on their observations, This transformation state was indeed very powerful. Xue Tian's base battle power was so low, yet after transforming into the Zai Ji Gong state, he was able to easily overpower Vegeta. The boost was simply terrifying. Xue Tian no longer stayed. Everyone, I will take my leave now. See you again if fate allows. Since he had come to the world of Dragon Ball Super, he definitely wouldn't be able to return anytime soon. With that in mind, he decided to find a place to settle down. He used the instant transmission technique to fly towards West City. Seeing him leave, Yamcha also said, "Goku, Vegeta, I'm leaving too." He quickly took off with Poir. Son Goku looked at Vegeta and asked with a smile, "Vegeta, how do you feel?" Vegeta coldly snorted, thinking Goku was mocking him. It won't be long before I crack his Ultra Instinct. Clenching his fists, he confidently thought, as long as he could break through Ultra Instinct. With his base combat power, what would it matter in front of him? Time to go home and train. After thinking about this, he no longer hesitated and quickly flew back home. Son Goku was completely confused. What happened to this Vegeta? Did he offend him with his words? However, he didn't mind, as he thought it was typical of Vegeta to act that way and ignore people. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers and said, "Right?" Xue Tian mentioned that if I wanted to find out about Beerus, I could go look for Old Kai. He immediately sensed Old Kai's energy and waved goodbye to Bulma and the others. Whoosh! Bulma watched as everyone left one after another, leaving only herself and her son Trunks. With a twitching expression, looking in the direction Vegeta had flown off to, and said, "Vegeta, seriously, he leaves without taking me. Doesn't he worry that I won't be able to get back?" Xue Tian arrived in the western capital, standing in mid-air, pondering where to find a place to stay. He had no money. At that moment, he noticed a martial arts competition being held not far below. The host was the same well-dressed presenter who had always hosted the martial arts events, someone who seemed invincible no matter how fierce the battles were, like an unkillable cockroach. However, he no longer had the vigor of his younger years and looked quite aged now. At this moment, the martial arts competition was nearing its end, with the winner being Satan. The audience was cheering Satan, Satan, with great enthusiasm, their emotions running high, and many were on the verge of fainting from excitement. In the Dragon Ball world, the most popular figure is Satan. Although Goku, Vegeta, and others often save the Earth, almost no one recognizes them. But Satan is different. He is a national idol. It could be said that Goku's ability to defeat Kid Buu was largely due to Satan's contributions. At that time, in order to gather the Spirit Bomb, Goku called out to everyone around the world, but no one knew who he was and thus did not contribute any energy. In the end, it was Satan's few words that inspired everyone to raise their hands and donate their Spirit Bomb energy, ultimately gathering the strongest Spirit Bomb and completely obliterating Kid Buu. When Xue Tian first watched Dragon Ball, he wondered why there was a character like Satan, whose fighting ability was lacking and seemed to serve almost no purpose other than for comic relief. However, based on Satan's subsequent behavior, he understood that aside from being funny, Satan also helped to enhance Son Goku's popularity. He was like a Spirit Bomb assistant. With him around, collecting Spirit Bomb energy on Earth became an easy task, as everyone was willing to believe in him, thinking he was the true super expert, the strongest in the universe. Look, what is that? Chapter 10, Satan's Crazy Fans. Look, what is that? At that moment, a spaceship appeared in the sky above West City, and the swirling wind immediately drew everyone's attention. Satan also turned his gaze, filled with confusion, wondering what was happening. Just then, the spaceship opened its hatch, and a beam of white light descended, accompanied by two figures. These two individuals had blue skin, bull heads, and towering physiques, which shocked everyone present. Satan was particularly startled, especially seeing how muscular they were, equivalent to 3 or 4 Satans. The two figures stared directly at Satan, causing him to feel a chill. Their intentions didn't seem friendly. The blue, bull-headed figure on the left spoke. "Are you the super strong fighter who defeated Majin Buu?" Seeing their unfriendly demeanor, Satan hesitated to admit it. But with so many people around, if he denied it, wouldn't that expose him? Would he still be the respected Mr. Satan afterward? After thinking this through, he could only brace himself and admit, "Yes, I am Mr. Satan. What is the matter?" "Hello, we are from planet Bardar. My name is Bardoff, and this is Barduo. We know the super strong fighter who defeated Majin Buu is on Earth, so we specifically came to challenge you," Bardoff declared, immediately assuming a combat stance, radiating a strong aura that made it clear he was not to be trifled with. Satan looked at their muscular builds and became anxious. Their fighting power was on an entirely different level, and he knew he couldn't win. He scanned the surroundings, hoping to see Goku, Vegeta, Goten, or Gohan nearby. However, he saw none of them, only the crowd shouting, "Satan! Satan!" Satan felt incredibly awkward, sweating profusely, his toes practically curling in panic. Noticing Satan looking around anxiously, Bardoff asked, "Mr. Satan, what's wrong? Are you afraid to compete?" Hearing this, Satan immediately jumped up and nervously said, "How could that be? I'm just warming up. I always need this kind of warm-up before a fight." "How strange. No wonder you defeated Majin Buu," Bardoff muttered, without a hint of doubt, as he knew the strength of Majin Buu. So someone who could defeat him must be strong. It was normal for a strong person to have some quirks. Xue Tian, watching from midair, couldn't help but smile, thinking, "Satan, you really are funny." However, whether you can stay in a big villa today depends on how well you perform. It's likely to happen. Xue Tian did not go down to help Satan, as the timing was not right. Satan looked around for a while, but still did not see the person he needed, which made him even more anxious. The host asked, "Mr. Satan, are you ready?" Satan did not answer, but started doing warm-up exercises. The host awkwardly said, "It seems our Mr. Satan is not ready yet." Time was passing second by second. Vader was getting a bit impatient. "Come on, let us settle this." Satan still did not respond, and in the audience, someone began to question, "What's wrong with Mr. Satan? He usually doesn't take this long for warm-ups. Is he afraid?" Upon hearing this, Satan's eyebrows nearly jumped up, his face filled with embarrassment, as he continued to fidget with his body, muttering to himself, "What to do? What to do? Do I really have to fight? If I lose, my lifelong reputation will be gone. What about my imposing image?" He was at a loss and couldn't think of a solution for a long time. He wanted to call for help, but asking for help in front of so many people would expose him, right? "Master." Just then, a voice came from the sky, and a handsome young man flew down quickly. The newcomer was Xue Tian. Satan looked at him with a puzzled expression, wondering who he was, as he did not recognize him. And who was this master he was calling? Before he could think too much, Xue Tian was already in front of him. "Master. I'm back." "Master?" Satan was completely bewildered. Xue Tian leaned in closer and whispered in his ear, "If you don't want to be exposed, then give me 1 billion, and I'll help you defeat this alien and preserve your lifelong reputation." "Huh? 1 billion?" Satan instantly realized that this person was here to help him out of trouble, but just needed 1 billion. "Mr. Satan, make your decision quickly, or I might have to say I've mistaken the wrong person," Xue Tian said with a smile. In reality, 1 billion wasn't much for Satan, because here, 1 billion was equivalent to about 50 million in the real world. Given Satan's worth, this amount was just a drop in the bucket. He could easily make it back by hosting a couple more martial arts tournaments. Although Satan felt a pinch at first, he knew his current situation. If he didn't pay, he would be exposed. 1 billion to preserve his lifelong reputation was worth it. "All right, good disciple, you finally made it. Everyone, this is my disciple whom I've trained for 3 years, and he has just returned from his cultivation," Satan said happily, patting Xue Tian on the shoulder. It can be said that Satan was quite the actor, really putting on a show, and everyone believed him completely, without a doubt. "Yes, master, I have arrived," Xue Tian replied. Xue Tian turned to look at Beerus and said, "You want to challenge my master? You're not quite qualified, unless you defeat me first." Beerus was instantly enraged, his face contorted, his nose and mouth almost curling together, and he shouted angrily, "Arrogant. You're just Mr. Satan's apprentice, yet you're so arrogant. And I want to see what skills you have. Gome, let's settle this." He roared at Xue Tian. Whoosh whoosh. Xue Tian's figure flashed, like a cannonball charging forward. And in a burst of sparks, a beam of light struck Bardev's abdomen. Ah! A horrifying sound echoed around. Bardev fell to the ground with a thud, foaming at the mouth. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded, their mouths agape enough to fit a duck egg, including Satan, who never expected Xue Tian's combat power to be so strong. Half a minute later, the host announced, "Satan's disciple wins." The crowd shouted in unison, "Satan! Satan!" Xue Tian was quite speechless. These fans were just too crazy. Upon hearing the cheers from the crowd, Satan immediately raised his hands high, proudly spinning on the stage. Chapter 11. Knowing it's the god of destruction, aren't you afraid? The incident with the 2 aliens was just a minor episode, but it greatly helped Xue Tian. At least for a long time, he wouldn't have to worry about money. At Satan's home, "This is your $1 billion check." Satan presented the check with both hands. Although he was a bit reluctant, he still handed it over. "Thank you. If there's anything like this in the future, I can help too," Xue Tian said with a smile. Satan's mouth twitched a few times. At that moment, the chubby, small-eyed Buu walked out of the room. "Satan, I want to eat pudding." "Okay, Mr. Buu, I will have someone bring it to you right away." Xue Tian glanced at Majin Buu, who was quite chubby and really cute. However, this guy was too much of a slacker. Ever since he joined Satan, he had been eating all day long and didn't think about training at all. It seemed like he had never heard of Majin Buu training either. Majin Buu looked at Xue Tian with no interest at all, sat on the ground, and continued munching on other snacks. Xue Tian smiled and used the sky dance technique to leave Satan's house. Then he took 1 billion and spent 500 million to buy a villa. He still had 500 million left. Looking at the large villa in front of him, Xue Tian said with satisfaction, "Not bad at all. I can't even afford a 3-bedroom apartment in reality, but here I actually bought a villa with 500 million left. I could probably use it for a lifetime." He changed into a swimsuit and jumped into the swimming pool to swim. Beep. Random selection activated. Choice 1. Deceive the old Kai into thinking he is a powerful being, unafraid of Beerus. Reward. Divine energy. Choice 2. Tell the old Kai that he just heard about Beerus's impending arrival. Reward. Majin Buu's bloodline. Oh, I can activate a selection just by swimming. What a surprise. Divine energy? If I remember correctly, this divine energy is one of the essentials for becoming a god. Majin Buu's bloodline is also quite good, with cell regeneration, absorption, and so on. But if I possess divine energy, I might have the chance to become a god. Compared to the bloodline of Majin Buu, I prefer the divine. This Dragon Ball Super world is a stage for powerful beings like angels and gods of destruction, where Sun Wukong and Vegeta aspire to be like them and head towards divinity, not to align themselves with beings like Majin Buu. In simple terms, if it weren't for the Dragon Ball Super world, then Majin Buu's bloodline would indeed be quite good, but in the context of Dragon Ball Super, it pales in comparison to the gods. I choose option 1. Xue Tian immediately made a choice. Whoosh! As soon as he made his choice, a streak of light descended, and he saw the old Kai, East Kai, and Sun Wukong appearing by the swimming pool, watching Xue Tian, who was swimming. Xue Tian knew they might come, so he was not surprised by their sudden appearance. The system activated a choice, which meant that what happened next could be related to that choice. This was a conclusion Xue Tian reached after completing several tasks, so he viewed the tasks issued by the system as a kind of reminder. The old Supreme, Kai, was watching Xue Tian swim intently, which startled Xue Tian. The old Supreme Kai's lecherousness, like that of Master Roshi, was well known in Dragon Ball Super. Sun Wukong then chuckled and said, "Xue Tian, the old Supreme Kai has something he needs to ask you." Xue Tian did not answer, but instead rushed out quickly, putting on his clothes in a very flustered manner. Seeing his panicked appearance, Sun Wukong asked in confusion, "We're all guys here. What's there to be nervous about?" Xue Tian's mouth twitched a few times. It was precisely because he was a man that he felt nervous under the old king of the East gaze. If it were a woman, he wouldn't feel nervous at all. Of course, Xue Tian didn't want to explain too much about this. He calmly asked, "East King of the Gods, why have you come to see me?" In fact, Xue Tian already had a rough idea of what they were here for, but he didn't want to say it outright because he still needed to deceive the old king of the gods. This old man was well informed, and if Xue Tian didn't put in some effort, it was very likely he wouldn't convince him. The East King of the Gods, XNMO, was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Xue Tian to recognize him. He politely replied, "It's not me. It's my ancestor who needs to ask you something." The old King of the Gods looked at Xue Tian with a smile. Xue Tian reminded, "If you have something to ask, just go ahead. There's no need to act so cheap. It's making me anxious." Upon hearing Xue Tian's words and seeing his ancestor's behavior, the East Kaishin felt that it was indeed quite cheap, which made him feel very embarrassed. "Xue Tian, my ancestor is like this. Please forgive me." Xue Tian naturally knew that the old Kaishin had this kind of personality and didn't pay too much attention to it. He replied, "I know." At that moment, the old Kaishin asked, "How do you know that Beerus is going to descend on Earth?" Xue Tian smiled mysteriously. "I naturally have my own methods." "What methods? Do you know Beerus?" The old Kaishin asked curiously, especially seeing Xue Tian's mysterious expression, which made him even more curious. In this 7th universe, not many people know Beerus, and even fewer know that he will soon descend to Earth. One could say there is no one, even the angel Whis, who is beside Beerus. Wouldn't he know unless Beerus informed him in advance? Otherwise, with Beerus's character, he acts on a whim, and no one knows his itinerary. One could say that I know him, or one could say I don't. Xue Tian continued to play coy. The old Kaishin asked in confusion, "So, you consider yourself acquainted with Beerus? Then you must know his methods and his identity, right?" "Knowing, isn't he a god of destruction?" Xue Tian said extremely calmly, as if he were a still pond, without any ripples. However, his tone shocked the old Kaishin to the extreme. Since you know he is a god of destruction, are you not afraid? Before Xue Tian could answer, Sun Wukong and the East Kaishin asked curiously from the side, "Who exactly is this Beerus? Why does the ancestor look so serious and scared when hearing his name?" The old Kaishin's face twisted a few times. "I was sealed by him for 75 million years. If it weren't for the divine sword being broken, I might still be trapped until now." Thinking of this made him furious, and he vented all his anger on the East Kaishin, punching him on the head. The latter looked aggrieved. "Ancestor, what did I do? You ignorant Kaishin. Do you know who Beerus is? What kind of existence is he?" The East Kaishin shook his head earnestly. This made the old Kaishin unable to help but raise his hand again, but the East Kaishin had already retreated a step ahead. "Usually, I tell you to read more divine history, but you insist on reading trashy publications." Upon hearing this, the East Kaishin pouted and replied quietly, "Clearly it's you." Chapter 12 Sun Wukong. You said a lot, but I didn't hear any of it. The old Kaishin shot a glance at the East Kaishin, and the latter immediately dared not speak. The old Kaishin slowly said, "The Beerus you speak of is the god of destruction of the seventh universe. Gods of destruction belong to a special type of god. In a universe, there are creation gods like the Kaishin, and correspondingly, there are gods of destruction, known as gods of destruction. Gods of destruction are born to destroy, and their combat power is extremely terrifying. In some respects, a god of destruction represents the pinnacle of combat power in this universe. Of course, there are some universes where extremely strong races or individuals appear, and they can be stronger than a god of destruction, but this is extremely rare. In terms of pure combat power, they may exceed a god of destruction. But if a god of destruction uses divine skills, it is impossible to surpass them." As he spoke, he glanced at Sun Wukong as a reminder. "So, Wukong, if the god of destruction Beerus really descends to Earth, then you must not provoke him. Otherwise, the Earth will be destroyed by him, and even you might be destroyed." Sun Wukong eagerly said, "I can defeat him." The old Kaishin's mouth twitched a few times, and he punched Sun Wukong on the head, reprimanding him. "Defeat? How can you defeat him? Can you withstand his destruction?" "Destruction? What is destruction?" Sun Wukong asked with a puzzled expression. "The divine skill of a god of destruction can destroy almost everything in the world, from a speck of dust to a planet, even the universe. So, can you withstand such destruction?" The old Kaishin said disdainfully. "Wanting to defeat a god of destruction? Why not say you could defeat the Omni-King? Truly delusional." Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head and asked in confusion, "Then what should we do?" "What to do? Just make him happy. This Beerus really loves food. So as long as you present him with delicious food and make him happy, he won't do anything. If you make him angry, the Earth will be destroyed. And not just you, but also Chi-Chi, Gohan, and Goten could be destroyed." The old Kaishin, having worked with Beerus for many years, naturally knew his preferences and weaknesses. Sun Wukong nodded, somewhat understanding. "All right." Xue Tian looked at Sun Wukong's unwilling eyes and couldn't help but smile. This guy would definitely not give up the opportunity to compete with Beerus, just like he wouldn't let go of a chance to compete with himself. Since he wasn't hot-tempered and understood Wukong's personality, he didn't pay much attention to him. But if it were Beerus, it would be a different story. The old Kaishin also knew Sun Wukong's character and looked helpless, but he had no good way to deal with it. He couldn't just lock Wukong up. The key issue was that there was no way to do that, so he could only seal him. Suddenly, Sun Wukong curiously asked, "By the way, old Kaishin, what did you mean by the seventh universe? Why is there a seventh universe?" The old Kaishin did not hide anything and explained. "The seventh universe is the universe we are currently in. There are 12 universes in total, numbered from the first to the 12th. The first universe corresponds to the 12th universe. The second universe corresponds to the 11th universe. The sixth universe corresponds to the 7th universe, which adds up to 13. This corresponding relationship can also be referred to as twin universes, and the 6th universe and the 7th universe are twin universes. If there are scions in the 7th universe, then there will also be scions in the 6th universe. Do you understand?" Sun Wukong scratched his head and said seriously, "Even though you said a lot, I still didn't understand." Bang! The old Kaishin and East Kaishin fell to the ground. How could he not understand after such a clear explanation? What a waste of words. Forget it, Wukong. Just know that there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond people. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly and clenched his fists. It seems there are many powerful beings beyond the universe. I really want to see them and fight with them. The old Kaishin was speechless. Wukong, you'd better not cause trouble. With your personality, it's easy to attract big problems. If you can avoid trouble, just do so. It's enough for you to become the strongest in the 7th universe. Xue Tian stood aside and smiled. Old Kai, if I tell you that soon. The Omni-King will hold a power conference for the entire universe because of Sun Wukong, and if he fails, he will be destroyed. What kind of expression would you have? It would probably be quite interesting, right? He thought this but didn't say it out loud, knowing that some things are better left unsaid. The old Kai reminded Sun Wukong and then turned his gaze to Xue Tian. Since you know that Beerus is coming to Earth and you aren't afraid of him, then you should be able to defeat him, right? Xue Tian did not answer, but instead asked, "What do you want to do?" Hearing this, Sun Wukong's interest was piqued once again. He had been unwilling to accept, not having successfully competed with Xue Tian before, feeling uncomfortable all over, and was thinking about when to challenge Xue Tian again. Now it seemed he had found an opportunity. If Beerus really intends to destroy the Earth, then I hope you can stand up to protect it, the old Kai said. In his view, since Xue Tian was not afraid of Beerus and showed no intention of running away, he clearly was not afraid of Beerus, and perhaps he could save the Earth. If something unexpected were to happen, it might be that Xue Tian was the one who could save the Earth. Aren't gods not allowed to interfere with each other's work? If he wants to destroy the Earth, then that's his job. Asking me to save the Earth is equivalent to indirectly interfering, isn't it? Xue Tian said playfully. Sun Wukong was left bewildered. Destroying the Earth is a job? What kind of job is that? Xue Tian did not explain because in Dragon Ball Super, Goku's IQ is simply not online. Among all the Dragon Ball series, the one with a high IQ is GT, which is incredibly smart and can be said to be both brave and resourceful. In the Dragon Ball Super series, he is just a natural fool and a battle maniac. The old Kaioshin suddenly paused, surprised that Xue Tian knew these rules, and asked in astonishment, "Who exactly are you? How do you know all this so clearly?" "I am who I am, Xue Tian. The reason I know this so easily, I can only say, is that I am a certain powerful being that you do not know. I know the past and future of all things in the world. What you said is not wrong. I indeed do not fear Beerus. I really do not fear Beerus. On the contrary, when he sees me, I can make him turn into a docile little kitten. Just kidding, I am bound to the Omni-King. If anything happens to me because of Beerus, the Omni-King would surely skin Beerus alive." Chapter 13. Sealed for 75 million years and still not afraid? Upon hearing this, the old Kaioshin fell silent, carefully observing Xue Tian and assessing his expression. He noticed that Xue Tian's combat power was not particularly strong, at least not stronger than Goku's. Yet he dared to say such arrogant words. Did he have some backing? Beerus has a fiery temper, but he is an incredibly powerful god of destruction. To dare say that he could make Beerus into a docile little kitten is too outrageous. What exaggeration! However, looking at him, he did not seem to have any intention of lying. Moreover, if he were lying, why would he know the rules of the gods? Why would he know that Beerus would soon descend? All right, then I will test him a bit. Since you are so impressive, tell me, what is Beerus doing right now? And why is Beerus descending to Earth? Xue Tian knew that to trick him, he needed to reveal some information. Otherwise, the old man would never believe him. If he didn't believe, there would be no way to complete the task given by the system. He said slowly and calmly. At this moment, Beerus was sleeping, and the reason he had come to Earth was that he dreamed of the Super Saiyan God, dreaming that the Super Saiyan God could defeat him. Currently, the only Saiyans left in the 7th universe were Goku and Vegeta, so he naturally had to come to Earth. The old Kai swallowed hard. He wasn't sure if Beerus had come to Earth because of the Super Saiyan God, but he did know that Beerus was indeed sleeping right now. Seeing the other person's organized demeanor, he had no choice but to believe it. It seemed that the other party was indeed some kind of powerful existence. Even he himself did not know. Could it be because he had been sealed for 75 million years, and during this period, powerful beings had emerged? Ding! Choice completed. Trick the old Kai into believing that you were some powerful being, unafraid of Beerus. Reward. Godly key 1. Oh, the old man believed it. Not bad. The old Kai continued. You are not wrong. Beerus is indeed still sleeping. You are also right that the work between gods cannot interfere with each other. However, for a period of time in the future, I will create Earth, which means that Beerus cannot interfere with my work and cannot destroy the Earth. Therefore, I request you to protect the Earth, and it is not I who is interfering with his work, but he who is interfering with mine. Xue Tian chuckled. Old Kaioshin, it seems that even after being sealed for 75 million years, you still aren't afraid of Beerus. Old Kaioshin trembled uncontrollably in his heart, looking at Xue Tian in disbelief, astonished. You know about this? I said before, I know, everything that has happened in the world and everything that will happen. The East Kaishin and Sun Wukong were extremely surprised and couldn't help but ask, huh? Ancestor, the reason you were sealed is because of that god of destruction, Beerus? Seeing that he could no longer hide the truth, old Kaishin decided to be honest, and at that moment, he completely believed in Xue Tian. Realizing that the other party was indeed some powerful being, perhaps related to the Kaishin of time, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for him to know both past and future events. He thought he would ask the Kaishin of time another day to see if he could uncover this person's identity. That's right. It was because of the god of destruction, Beerus. 75 million years ago, shortly after I became a Kaishin, I had a verbal dispute with Beerus during my work, which led to unpleasantness. He sealed me within the divine sword, and later, when the sword broke, I was finally released. I see. The East Kaishin finally understood. Sun Wukong also grasped the situation. That Beerus is so despicable to seal you for so long. Old Kaishin sighed bitterly. What can I do? The fighting power of a Kaishin and a god of destruction are simply not on the same level. If he truly got angry, he could destroy me with just a flick of his finger. However, the Kaishin and the god of destruction are a community. If one dies, the other will also die. So the god of destruction doesn't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been sealed but killed. As for whether I'm afraid of him, I am indeed afraid. Afraid that he will seal me again, but for the sake of Earth, I have to take the risk. Since you know about Beerus sealing me, then you should also know about my relationship with him. Xue Tian understood what he meant, which was that the two of them were a community. The old Kaishin asked in confusion, is this your way of being fearless? If this is Xue Tian's method of saving his life, then I would also be sacrificing myself. Although I'm already quite old, I don't want to die. I've lived for so long, but 75 million years of it have been spent sealed away. And I haven't really enjoyed a good life at all. I still have a lot of knowledge to learn, and I haven't even gone through several books of study. It can't be like that. Don't worry, I won't do those things, Xue Tian assured. He thought to himself, I would only hurt myself. There's no need to make it so complicated. Upon hearing this, the old Kai relaxed heavily. That's good. The East Kai was curious and asked, Ancestor, what is it? Why do you look so worried? Don't pry into the old man's affairs. Saying this, he swung a big slap, hitting the East Kai so hard that he became dizzy and didn't dare to speak further. The old Kai no longer paid attention to the East Kai. Xue Tian, can you promise me? What benefits? Xue Tian asked Ly. He was not a saint, and this earth was not the earth of his world. Whether it was destroyed or not had nothing to do with him. So why should he exhaust himself dealing with Beerus for some strangers? The old Kai thought for a moment, took out a stone from his bosom. This stone was square-shaped, similar to a Rubik's Cube, and emitted a blue glow. This is a divine origin stone, which contains infinite power. With your ability, you should be able to absorb it. If you absorb it, your strength will make a tremendous leap forward. Xue Tian looked at this divine original stone and felt a bit familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Wait a minute, isn't the cosmic seed in Hertz's hand just like this? It's square, similar to a Rubik's Cube, except that the cosmic seed is colorful while this divine original stone is only blue. Beep, activating the system to randomly select. Option 1. Refuse the old Kai's request to protect Earth. Reward. Instant transmission Kamehameha wave. Option 2. Agree to the old Kai's request to protect Earth. Reward. Judgment blade. Instant transmission Kamehameha wave? That's pretty good, but the Judgment blade is also very strong. If I remember correctly, this is the signature move of the fused Zamasu. Standing in midair and descending countless judgment rains. Not only powerful, but also incredibly cool. Chapter 14. Fusing divine energy, advancing to God. If I choose option 1, I will only obtain the instant transmission Kamehameha wave, but if I choose option 2, I can get 2 rewards. And this divine original stone is also something to look forward to. I choose option 2, calmly accepting the old Kai's divine original stone. Sure, I agree. I will protect this earth. As for the future, I'll see how I feel. Beep, completed selection 2. Agreed to the old Kai's request to protect Earth. Obtained reward, Judgment Blade. Learning Judgment Blade. Beep, congratulations to the host for acquiring the Judgment Blade. The old Kai nodded. Good, I hope you can keep your word. What I promised, I can naturally accomplish. Xue Tian said confidently. No matter how powerful Beerus is, does he dare to challenge the Omni-King? If he really provokes me, when I call the Omni-King, he would have to salute at a 90-degree angle, not even daring to breathe. The old Kai didn't want to disturb Xue Tian any longer. Since you've agreed, then we'll take our leave. The East Kai smiled slightly at Xue Tian, activated the divine technique, and in an instant flew back to the Kaioshin realm. Sun Wukong looked at Xue Tian, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Xue Tian, can we compete now? Since you're not afraid of Beerus, does that mean your strength surpasses his? Let me see just how strong this Beerus really is. Xue Tian waved his finger. No, you misunderstand. Just because I'm not afraid of Beerus doesn't mean my strength surpasses his. Nor does it mean I can defeat him. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately became confused and asked, didn't you promise the old Kaioshin that you would protect Earth? If you can't beat Beerus, how will you protect Earth? Wukong, well, that's a secret, Xue Tian said with a mysterious smile. He knew that even if he told Sun Wukong, he might not understand, but Wukong could tell others, and this guy is a bit naive. He would basically spill any secret given to him. It's best to keep things from him to avoid trouble. Sun Wukong looked completely baffled. What? Fine, you go back. I need a rest. We can talk about fighting in a few days. Without system rewards, I don't have time to fight with you. You guys are a combative Saiyan race, but I'm not like that. Even with Saiyan blood, I'm not that aggressive. Isn't it better to enjoy life? Thinking of enjoying life, Xue Tian pondered whether he should invite some beauties over for a party in the big villa he bought. He had experienced such enjoyment in his previous world. Sun Wukong still didn't give up and kept pestering Xue Tian. Just a few minutes, okay? We'll keep it light. Xue Tian knew that Sun Wukong's personality would make him cling to the idea of a competition unless something else caught his attention or he was given challenge. Wukong, do you really want to compete with me? Of course I do. Sun Wukong replied immediately without a second thought. Then how about this? You go defeat Vegeta. If you can beat him, then come find me for a competition. After all, Vegeta is my defeated subordinate. If you can't even defeat Vegeta, then wouldn't that be a waste of my time? Xue Tian said calmly. In reality, he knew that Vegeta couldn't defeat Sun Wukong. But he wouldn't be too far off either, just a little bit weaker than Sun Wukong. If the two really fought, it would probably take 10 days or half a month to determine a winner. And it was precisely because of this. Xue Tian's request was just a way to buy time. Sun Wukong also knew that his strength was not much different from Vegeta's. And if they were to fight, it would go on indefinitely, huh? Fight Vegeta? That would require. However, before he could finish, Xue Tian immediately interrupted him. What's wrong? Are you afraid because you're not his opponent? If that's the case, do you think there's any need for us to fight? Sun Wukong quickly explained, it's not like that. Mainly, if the two of us fight, we won't be able to determine a winner in a short time. Not able to determine a winner in a short time? Perhaps that means you're not his opponent, Wukong. You should go back and train hard. Or come find me when you can defeat Vegeta. I can fight you anytime. If you can't win, then don't even mention a match with me. Go back. Xue Tian jumped into the swimming pool all of a sudden, fighting and all. Isn't that tiring? Isn't it better to just swim? Seeing Xue Tian's state, Sun Wukong looked helpless, but he still made a decision. All right, I'm going to find Vegeta now. Whoosh. He instantly teleported away. After he left, Xue Tian swam for a while and then flew out of the pool, sitting cross-legged on a chair. He checked the divine energy in his system backpack. Divine energy, a necessity for becoming a god, a key condition for ascension to divinity. Xue Tian knows that in Dragon Ball Super, anyone without divine energy, no matter how high their fighting ability is, cannot become a god. Only by obtaining divine energy can one become a god and learn divine techniques. This does not apply to Xue Tian, who is directly arranged by the system. Sun Wukong and Vegeta can master divine techniques, such as Ultra Instinct and Self-Mastery Ultra Instinct, because they can transform into Super Saiyan God. Without this premise, no matter how much Whis guides them, they would not be able to learn it. Xue Tian secretly thought to himself, if he were to merge with divine energy, would he be even stronger when activating the ultimate freedom skill? With his foundational combat power, merging with divine energy could definitely make him a god. In fact, the combat power of gods isn't that strong. They're like the Kaioshin, for instance, who simply possess some special abilities that other races cannot master. According to Xue Tian's estimation, as long as one has a foundational combat power of 50 million, or even just 10 million, merging with divine energy could potentially lead to becoming a god. He wasn't sure if it was exactly like that. Not thinking too much about it anymore, he focused his mind. Use divine energy. Beep. Host has merged with divine energy. In that instant, waves of energy surged into Xue Tian's consciousness like a tide. Xue Tian couldn't help but close his eyes. He saw a whirlwind rising around him, and the sky suddenly darkened. The swirling air continued to expand, gradually forming a cylindrical shape that enveloped Xue Tian step by step. At that moment, a series of wonderful music resonated between heaven and earth. The music was enchanting, crisp, and contained a sense of solemnity. This was the sound of becoming a god, a blessing from the universe. The Gospel of the Gods. Chapter 15. What form is this? Seventh universe. King Kai's realm. The old King Kai and the East King Kai were filled with confusion as they heard this divine gospel. They wondered how it could suddenly appear. With a wave of his hand, a crystal ball immediately displayed the scene of Xue Tian merging with the divine energy. At that moment, Xue Tian was shrouded in powerful energy, which had formed into a cylindrical shape, with Xue Tian at its center, his body continuously spiraling and rotating. He emitted beams of red light, and, as the light shone, the surroundings changed dramatically. The originally hot summer transformed into a vibrant spring. In less than a minute, it changed back to a scorching summer with a blazing sun overhead, followed by a slightly cool autumn, where a gentle breeze blew, carrying with it dry leaves. Finally, large snowflakes fell, signaling the arrival of winter. The four seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, had all transformed within this brief 4-minute span. However, Xue Tian's path to becoming a god was still not over. Everything was still in progress, and his momentum was growing ever stronger. The situation occurring here was not only seen by the old King Kai and the East King Kai far away in King Kai's realm, but also by the kings of the King Kai realm and Yama in hell. Everyone on Earth witnessed it as well. Vegeta and Son Goku, who were about to spar. Tianjin Han and Kaiatsu, who were training in the mountains. Master Roshi, who was reading a beauty magazine. Krillin, who was about to get cozy with Android 18. Yamcha, Piccolo. At first, when everyone saw the sky darkening, they thought someone had used the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron. However, as the sky changed and Xue Tian's aura was released, they realized it was not a matter of someone using the Dragon Balls, but rather someone was doing something extraordinary. Everyone flew towards the villa where Xue Tian was located. They landed in the villa, watching Xue Tian sitting cross-legged in midair. Son Goku asked curiously Vegeta, "What is Xue Tian doing?" Vegeta looked at Xue Tian with displeasure, feeling it was absurd that someone he looked down upon could easily defeat him. He did not respond to Son Goku's question. Piccolo, on the other hand, asked curiously, "Do you know him?" Krillin, Android 18, Tianjin Han, and the others looked at Son Goku. Son Goku scratched the back of his head and smiled as he explained, "He is Xue Tian, brought to us by Yamcha. He is a master." "Brought by Yamcha? A master?" Without considering Vegeta's feelings, Son Goku continued, "Yes. He easily defeated Vegeta." Vegeta's mouth twitched a few times, glaring fiercely as he shouted, "Kakarot." Krillin and the others widened their eyes in shock. This person actually defeated Vegeta with ease. It was unbelievable. They had no doubt about Son Goku's words, as they knew he would never lie. Son Goku paid no attention to Vegeta's anger, which only made Vegeta angrier. He secretly vowed to defeat Xue Tian. He was clearly the prince of the Saiyans, with the strongest talent. Not only was Kakarot, a lower-class warrior, equal to him, but now an unknown Saiyan appeared, denying his Saiyan lineage, and could easily defeat him. This was a trampling on his dignity. Piccolo's face was serious, his green complexion deepening as he carefully observed Xue Tian. Was this person a friend or an enemy? If he were an enemy, it would be troublesome. If he could easily defeat Vegeta, it meant his power surpassed Goku's. Although Goku was slightly stronger than Vegeta, it was only by a little, not enough to easily defeat Vegeta. Moreover, he sensed a strong divine aura from Xue Tian. Could it be that he was a god? Although Piccolo was not a god, he had once fused with Earth's guardian, which allowed him to contain some of the guardian's power. Thus, he could sense divine energy to some extent, especially now that Xue Tian was merging with divine energy. The divine aura was not concealed at all, radiating outward, making it even clearer for Piccolo to feel. Meanwhile, in the God of Destruction's realm, a tall man holding a staff observed the magic ball atop the staff. He had long white curly hair, blue skin, purple pupils and lips, and a large light blue halo around his neck. Inside the magic ball, a scene appeared showing Xue Tian merging with divine energy. This man, holding the staff, was named Whis, the servant and caretaker of the God of Destruction, Beerus. In reality, he was also Beerus's master, primarily responsible for supervising Beerus's work, training him, and managing his daily life. He smiled gracefully and said, "How interesting. Who is this person? How can he comprehend becoming a god without divine guidance? My father specifically asked me to pay attention to him and ensure he doesn't come to any harm." Just before, his father, the Grand Minister, had summoned him, instructing him to protect Xue Tian at all costs, ensuring he faced no life-threatening danger. Otherwise, he would lose his position as an angel and be sealed away permanently. This left Whis greatly astonished. How could such an ordinary person attract such importance from his father? Since he could remember, he had never seen his father so serious. As if something terrible would happen if he did not protect Xue Tian. Whis had asked his father why it was necessary to protect Xue Tian, but his father simply replied, "It's not something you should ask." This made him refrain from saying more and focus on his duties. 7th Universe. Earth. Xue Tian's path to becoming a god has reached a critical moment, and the cylindrical cyclone enveloping him is gradually dissipating. In an instant, a red pillar of light descends from the sky, causing the cyclone to spread outwards, stirring up terrifying waves of energy. The sky grows darker. Fierce winds lift massive waves and violently hurl them against the cliffs, shattering them into dust and foam. It feels as if the apocalypse is upon them. Piccolo, Krillin, and others hurriedly shield their eyes. Sun Wukong can't help but exclaim, "So strong." Vegeta is momentarily shaken, although he doesn't verbally acknowledge the strength. He admits in his heart that it is indeed powerful. Just relying on this wave of energy makes it impossible for him to catch up with his current strength. He cannot produce such energy waves. Whoosh, whoosh. Strange sounds continuously ring out, and the sky gradually returns to normal. The cyclone around Xue Tian visibly decreases, but the red light surrounding him never diminishes, completely enveloping him. Half a minute later, the cylindrical cyclone dissipates, and when everyone sees Xue Tian clearly, they're all utterly shocked. Vegeta is even at a loss for words. Vegeta, what is this form? Chapter 16, Super Saiyan God. Vegeta, what is this form? They see Xue Tian surrounded by strands of red energy, with tiny red lightning flickering intermittently. His hair has turned red, and not only that, he looks significantly more handsome, with incredibly smooth skin. Vegeta glances at Sun Wukong, but doesn't he respond? "You don't know? How would I know?" Meanwhile, Piccolo senses a thick divine aura from Xue Tian, and in that moment, he becomes extremely serious. This is becoming a god. Is he friend or foe? This form must indeed be a divine form. Seeing that Vegeta isn't answering him, Sun Wukong decides to ask Xue Tian directly, "What form is this? It looks amazing." "This is the Super Saiyan God." Xue Tian does not hide it, as Sun Wukong will soon be able to achieve this form as well. "What? Super Saiyan God? I've never heard of it. It sounds like a god." Sun Wukong asks in confusion, scratching the back of his head. Vegeta, however, feels a mix of emotions. The Super Saiyan God represents the god of the Saiyans, and as the prince of planet Vegeta, possessing the purest bloodline, why can't he transform into this form? Although Sun Wukong doesn't understand what the Super Saiyan God form is, he is very eager to know how strong its combat power is. Is it really powerful? Judging by the aura alone, it definitely exceeds his own strength, but he still wants to try it out for himself. "Can you fight me in this form?" Sun Wukong asks with great anticipation. Xue Tian hesitated for a moment, realizing that it was impossible to avoid a fight with Sun Wukong. All right, since he had now transformed into a Super Saiyan God, he would test out this Super Saiyan God form to see if he could easily defeat Sun Wukong. "Since you want to compete with me so much, then bring it on." With that said, Xue Tian flew at high speed towards the desert area. Sun Wukong hurriedly chased after him, along with Vegeta and the others, who were also eager to see just how powerful Xue Tian's Super Saiyan God form really was. The group arrived in the desert area. Sun Wukong took an attacking stance and confidently said, "I'm ready, bring it on." Xue Tian saw that he hadn't transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and reminded him, "Transform into Super Saiyan 3. Do you really think you can win against me in your normal state?" Sun Wukong chuckled. All right. He originally wanted to transform step by step and enjoy the battle process. But hearing Xue Tian's words, he knew it was time to transform. Huh! With a loud shout, a powerful stream of energy erupted around him, and golden light surged forth, enveloping him. His originally short hair transformed into long hair that reached his waist, looking incredibly cool. Sun Wukong confidently said, "This is Super Saiyan 3. I will do my best to defeat you." Xue Tian's lips curled into a smile. "Then you better work hard." Whoosh! His figure flashed and instantly disappeared from the spot, moving at incredible speed. By the time the crowd saw him again, he had already appeared in front of Sun Wukong. Bang! A solid punch struck Sun Wukong's chest, sending him flying hundreds of meters away, crashing into the mountain in the desert, causing it to collapse with a loud noise. Krillin and the others were instantly stunned by Xue Tian's terrifying combat power, especially Piccolo, whose face turned pale with fear. He couldn't believe that Xue Tian had knocked Sun Wukong away with just one punch, and his speed was too fast, like a shooting rainbow. Looking at the billowing smoke, Xue Tian knew that Sun Wukong must be fine. In Dragon Ball, it's usually smoke without injury, and with such thick smoke now, he must be okay. Sure enough, Sun Wukong, enveloped in golden energy, burst out, throwing a punch at Xue Tian. Whoosh! However, Xue Tian easily dodged both of his punches. Huh, your speed is too slow. Go train properly and come back to spar with me. Why don't you ever listen? Bang! After saying that, he punched Sun Wukong in the abdomen, and Sun Wukong had no ability to resist, getting hit solidly. He quickly followed up with a spinning kick, and Sun Wukong crashed down hard on the ground, creating a pit several dozen meters deep. Krillin couldn't help but say, Wukong is no match for Xue Tian at all. Vegeta snorted lightly. Kakarot, this is what happens when you spar with Xue Tian. Do you think you could do any better? However, in Vegeta's heart, there was another voice, hoping that Kakarot could defeat Xue Tian, but also not wanting Kakarot to win. If Kakarot defeated Xue Tian, wouldn't that mean he was stronger than him? But if he couldn't win against Xue Tian, Vegeta felt that his pride was being crushed, which made him very unhappy. Nevertheless, this thought quickly passed, and he made a decision, clenching his fists. Xue Tian will be defeated by me. Piccolo, with a green face, said, yes, the gap between the two is too great. Xue Tian stood in midair, watching Sun Wukong in the deep pit, knowing that everything was not over yet. Sun Wukong's ability to withstand attacks was stronger than Vegeta's. It was impossible to subdue him with just 2 moves, and he himself had not used his full strength. He hadn't actually injured him. Sun Wukong stood up, his body covered in wounds, but he showed no signs of feeling pain. Instead, he looked at Xue Tian with excitement on his face and said, you're really strong. But I haven't lost yet. His fighting spirit ignited fiercely. He clenched his fists and shouted, ah. With that roar, the air within 100 miles compressed. Strong winds howled, dark clouds descended, thunder and lightning erupted, and whirlwinds rose up, spreading outward from Sun Wukong's center. A golden light suddenly emerged, enveloping Sun Wukong in an even denser golden glow. This golden light crackled with lightning, and some stones lifted off the ground, turning to dust after being struck by the lightning. Sun Wukong looked imposing as he gazed at Xue Tian in midair and reminded him, this is the full power form of Super Saiyan 3. He didn't need to say more. Xue Tian also knew. Whoosh! In an instant, he teleported behind Xue Tian and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! Xue Tian casually raised his hand to block his punch. Bang! Ugh! At this moment, Sun Wukong's other punch had already hit Xue Tian's abdomen. He got hit. Piccolo and Krillin and the others said excitedly. Xue Tian was also surprised. This Sun Wukong was indeed a combat genius, knowing how to confuse himself with a punch and feign an attack. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 17, Confrontation with the Sun Family. Sun Wukong launched a series of attacks, his fists relentlessly smashing towards Xue Tian, incredibly fierce, but they were all blocked by Xue Tian, causing no real damage. Bang! A kick landed on Xue Tian's arm, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Then, Sun Wukong's hands circled to his waist, merging into a flowerbud shape, with his palms gathering into an energy sphere. Kamehameha! Boom, boom, boom! After Xue Tian stabilized his body, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, the essence of the Dragon Ball. Interesting, let's give it a try. He spread his hands and quickly gathered energy. Upon seeing this scene, Piccolo and the others were instantly shocked. He? Could it be Vegeta's final flash? Vegeta was also extremely astonished, noticing that the momentum and movements were indistinguishable from his own final flash. Indeed, it was the final flash. Boom, boom, boom. 2 streams of energy collided heavily together as the two entered a state of mutual confrontation. Xue Tian suddenly thought of a saying from Dragon Ball, never engage in a clash with the Sun family. Right now, he was not only facing the Sun family, but also Sun Wukong. He wondered what the outcome would be. Sun Wukong let out a roar and unleashed his energy with all his might. Xue Tian did not feel too much pressure, but he also did not want to waste his energy. He let a loud shout, A terrifying wave of energy surged out. The Kamehameha was consumed at a visible speed. Sun Wukong was still resisting with all his might, but it was all in vain. In less than half a minute, Sun Wukong was blasted away, his body crashing through several mountain peaks. Boom, boom, boom. Xue Tian's figure flashed and appeared beside Sun Wukong, his Super Saiyan God state, in his hand. That's enough. Sun Wukong looked disheveled, his clothes tattered, and he grasped Xue Tian's hand, saying, "Thank you. You're really amazing." Xue Tian smiled and said, "Not bad." The two flew back to where Vegeta and the others were. Krillin quickly took out a Senzu bean and gave it to Goku. "How did you achieve your Super Saiyan God form? I want to transform into a Super Saiyan God too," Goku asked eagerly. He knew that the main reason he lost was that his form was not as strong as Xue Tian's. If he could also transform into a Super Saiyan God, he probably wouldn't have lost so quickly and might even be able to fight Xue Tian on equal terms. This question was not only anticipated by Goku. Vegeta and Piccolo were also very curious. None of them wanted to miss the chance to transform into a Super Saiyan God. But Piccolo and the others also understood that since it was called Super Saiyan God, it must be that only Saiyans could achieve it. They all looked on with anticipation. Xue Tian hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to tell son Wukong. He then turned his gaze to son Gohan beside him. "Gohan, is Videl pregnant?" If Videl wasn't pregnant, then they couldn't gather 6 Saiyans with a righteous heart, and without that, there would be no way to transform into Super Saiyan God. As for whether he had a righteous heart or not, he didn't know and didn't want to test it, so it was better to ask Videl. Huh? Son Gohan looked confused. He didn't understand why Xue Tian suddenly asked him this. Everyone else was also puzzled. What did this have to do with transforming into Super Saiyan God? Son Gohan shook his head. "I don't know." Son Wukong scratched his head and asked the question that everyone wanted to know. What does Videl being pregnant have to do with becoming Super Saiyan God? He was extremely confused. It does. If you want to transform into Super Saiyan God, then your daughter-in-law needs to be pregnant. So Gohan, you need to work hard, Xue Tian said with a mysterious smile. Why? Why is that? Son Wukong pressed on, as he really didn't understand the connection between Videl's pregnancy and becoming Super Saiyan God. The others also couldn't figure it out. There shouldn't be any relation between the two. Xue Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "Do you still want to become a Super Saiyan God?" "Of course." Son Wukong nodded repeatedly without thinking, like a chick pecking at grains. Since he wanted to, there was no need to ask so much. "If you didn't want to, I could tell you right now," Xue Tian said indifferently. Although Son Wukong's emotional intelligence was low, he could tell that Xue Tian was a bit angry at that moment, so he didn't continue to ask. Instead, he cheerfully said to his son Gohan, "Gohan, hurry back and get Biddy pregnant." Son Gohan was left speechless for a moment, not knowing how to respond, and could only complain a little. Xue Tian was also preparing to go back and study the effects of the Divine Origin Stone. "Everyone, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." At that moment, Bulma said, "Wait, I have an important announcement." "Oh." Everyone looked at Bulma. Goku, with a clueless expression, chimed in, "Bulma, what's wrong? Are you pregnant?" Kakarot. Vegeta's face instantly turned red with anger, wishing he could kill Goku. Bulma was also very angry and clenched her fists, shouting, "What nonsense! I want to say that 1 week from now, I'm throwing a birthday party." "A birthday party? Bulma, how old are you?" Goku asked directly. Bulma huffed and waved her finger, saying, "Humph, don't you know it's inappropriate to ask a woman her age?" Goku, oblivious to such matters, could only laugh awkwardly. Meanwhile, Xue Tian was shocked. Bulma's birthday was in a week? Didn't that mean Beerus would be coming to Earth in a week? Xue Tian clearly remembers that Beerus descended to Earth on Bulma's birthday party. Android 18 flipped her hair and asked, "Bulma, if you're holding a birthday party, there must be a big prize giveaway, right?" Xue Tian then noticed that number 18 had also arrived. He instinctively looked over and saw a woman of extraordinary beauty, graceful and radiant, with a charm that exuded femininity in every gesture. Number 18 was truly stunning, even more captivating than Bulma. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but glance at Krillin, who was bald, short, and lacked a nose. Krillin had really hit the jackpot to be noticed by number 18. It was simply unbelievable. Well, after all, she had become a wife, so no matter how beautiful she was, it didn't matter much. What other beauties were there in Dragon Ball Super? Should he also find a girlfriend? After contemplating for a moment, he decided to put such matters aside for now and focus on improving his strength. Without strength, everything else was meaningless. "Xue Tian, you must come then." Chapter 18. "I'm pregnant, Xue Tian, you must come then," Bulma said to Xue Tian. This surprised him a bit. He didn't expect Bulma to specifically tell him this. However, he didn't believe that Bulma was captivated by his handsomeness. If Bulma hadn't been married, he might have thought so, but after her marriage, that possibility was almost non-existent. Although Bulma could be fierce and unreasonable at times, she was steadfast in her treatment of her husband, Vegeta, and her family. Xue Tian said, "Sure, thank you." The reason Bulma took the initiative to invite Xue Tian was not because he was handsome but because she felt that Xue Tian was very strong, and building a good relationship with someone like him was definitely a smart move. Everyone, I'm leaving first. Hoo-hoo. He used his flying technique and headed towards his villa. After he left, everyone else also started to leave. After returning to the villa, Xue Tian sat cross-legged, took out the divine essence stone given to him by the old Kai, and placed it in the palm of his hand, carefully observing it. What is the use of this thing? Having watched so many episodes of Dragon Ball, and countless times of Dragon Ball Super, he had never heard of a divine essence stone before. This was the first time. He released his energy to sense it, but there was no change. This thing didn't seem special at all. Could he have been tricked by the old Kai? That shouldn't be the case. If he tricked me, I could completely abandon the conditions I agreed to. Wouldn't that be a waste? System, tell me, what is the use of this divine essence stone? System, can't say. You have to explore it yourself. Can't say. I think you really don't know. I see your so-called ultimate system. It should just be called the I don't know system. Xue Tian estimated provocatively. The system instantly felt anxious. Nonsense. I know everything about astronomy and geography. There is nothing I don't know in the Dragon Ball world, let alone a divine essence stone. Is that so? Since you know how to use this divine essence stone, then explain to me how to use it. If you can't say anything, then you are the I don't know system, not the ultimate system. Xue Tian continued to provoke, putting on a look of you really don't know, aiming to annoy the system as much as possible. The system, feeling anxious, said, this divine essence stone needs to be comprehended with divine energy, and then you can grasp the mysteries within. As for whether you can comprehend the mysteries. Halfway through, the system stopped, realizing that it had been tricked by Xue Tian, and immediately said, Host, you are really bad. You actually tricked me. How did I trick you? I just didn't quite believe you. But now that you've said it, I'll believe you. I'll try it out to see if what you said is true. After speaking, he immediately blocked the system and stopped responding to it, leaving the system at a loss for words. Under normal circumstances, Xue Tian did not possess a divine aura. So he directly transformed into a Super Saiyan God and used the divine aura to comprehend the divine origin stone. As expected, just as the system had said, after the divine origin stone absorbed the divine aura, it began to shine brightly, and then lines of text appeared. Divine origin stone, a divine stone that contains endless power, as well as an extremely domineering divine technique called divine seal, which can seal all things in the world. Xue Tian was browsing the text that emerged from the divine origin stone, memorizing it in his mind. The more he looked, the more fascinated he became, and around him, wisps of divine aura began to manifest. The divine energy within his body was increasing, and his strength was continuously growing. The next day, Xue Tian opened his eyes and looked at the divine original stone in his hand, shocked. No wonder it's a divine item. The energy contained within is indeed immense. After absorbing it for just one night, I feel my combat power has increased significantly. I previously had a combat power of 100 million. How much do I have now? Check status. Host, Xue Tian. Technique, Wolf en Feast, Skydance Technique, Final Flash. Special skills, Free Extreme Skill Ja, Super Saiyan God, Divine Seal. Super Saiyan, Level 1. Race Bloodline, Human, Saiyan. Items, none. Combat Power, 500 million. Combat Power is the base combat power, not the transformed combat power. It's truly surprising. Just one night's absorption has increased my ordinary combat power by 400 million, and I haven't fully absorbed the divine energy in this divine original stone yet. No wonder Master Rashi, Android 17, and others became exceptionally powerful just from casual training. The power-up in Dragon Ball Super is really fast. I have to say, this divine seal is really useful, but unfortunately, I still need to practice. After Xue Tian finished speaking, he quickly made a strange hand gesture towards a stone table in the villa. A surge of red energy burst forth, forming the shape of a lock, instantly locking the stone in place. The stone table was immediately secured. Then, Xue Tian clenched his fist tightly, and with a loud bang, the stone table suddenly exploded, turning into powder and vanishing into thin air. This divine seal is really impressive. Whoosh! Sun Wukong used instant transmission and suddenly appeared in front of Xue Tian. Xue Tian didn't quite understand why this guy was back again. Was he planning to fight? Wukong, do you need something? Sun Wukong eagerly replied. I've already sent Sun Gohan and Biddy to get checked out. We'll soon know if Biddy is pregnant. Ever since Sun Wukong learned yesterday that transforming into Super Saiyan God was related to Biddy's pregnancy, he had been restless, waiting at his son's Sun Gohan's house, hoping they would hurry to get checked. However, Biddy was quite busy with work yesterday and didn't have time for the checkup. After some persuasion from Sun Wukong, they finally confirmed that they would go for the checkup early this morning. So, as soon as they went to the hospital, he couldn't wait to come to Xue Tian. Xue Tian, with a head full of black lines, this is too outrageous, but thinking about Sun Wukong's personality. He is just a martial arts fanatic who would do anything as long as he can improve. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. Let us wait for the results. However, Xue Tian felt that she should be pregnant. After all, a week later is Bulma's birthday. If it weren't for his reminder, then at Bulma's birthday party a week later, Biddy would announce this matter. There is a week's difference between the two events, so she must be pregnant now. At this moment, a shout came from the air. Sun Gohan and Biddy flew over. After they landed in front of Sun Wukong, before they could speak, Sun Wukong anxiously asked, "How is it, Gohan? Is she pregnant?" Biddy's cheeks were flushed, and she looked down at her toes, seeming a bit shy. Sun Gohan nodded happily. "Yeah, she's pregnant. That's great." Chapter 19. If you don't agree, I'll do it for you. That's great. Sun Wukong almost jumped up. His daughter-in-law Biddy was finally pregnant, and he would finally get to know how to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Xue Tian had already anticipated that at this time. Beerus must be pregnant. Sun Wukong, worried that Xue Tian wouldn't believe him, handed over the report in his hand. "Mr. Xue, this is the pregnancy test report. Beerus is indeed pregnant." Xue Tian did not receive the report but nodded and said, "I already know." Sun Wukong anxiously asked, "So how can I transform into a Super Saiyan God?" Eagerly waiting, he activated the task selection. Option 1. Tell Sun Wukong how to transform into a Super Saiyan God and help him succeed. Reward: Resurrection of the God. Option 2. Refuse to help Sun Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan God and tell him that someone will teach him later. Reward: Dark Seal. Resurrection of the God? Dark Seal? Wow, this time the rewards are really good. What is this Resurrection of the God? And what is the Dark Seal? Interpreting from the names, it should be about resurrection and sealing, right? I have already mastered the God Seal, so the Dark Seal shouldn't be much different, right? If that's the case, choosing Resurrection of the God would be better. Besides, I promised Sun Wukong earlier that I would tell him as soon as Billy D got pregnant. I can't go back on my word. I choose option 1. Okay, I will tell you how to transform into a Super Saiyan God. You need to find 6 Saiyans with a righteous heart, and if 5 of them pass their righteous hearts to 1 Saiyan, that Saiyan can become a Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong roughly understood the meaning and immediately started counting on his fingers. Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and you, Xue Tian. No, I don't count. Xue Tian immediately refused. Sun Wukong was suddenly in a dilemma. If you don't count, then there are only 4 people. We can't find 6. Gohan, seeing his father's clueless expression, couldn't help but say, "Dad, there's also you." Sun Wukong awkwardly scratched his head. I forgot I should count 2, but that's still only 5 people. 1 more is needed. At this moment, Billy D touched her belly and shyly said, "I should count 2. With that said, Gohan immediately understood. No wonder Xue Tian asked Billy D if she was pregnant. It must be because she counts 2. She is carrying his child, and that child would have a heart. And a fetus definitely has a righteous heart. At the beginning of a person's life, they must have a righteous heart. Yes, Billy D counts 2. This must be the intention behind Xue Tian's question about Billy D's pregnancy. However, Sun Wukong still didn't quite understand, but he didn't want to understand either. As long as he could transform into a Super Saiyan God, I'm going to find Vegeta, Trunks, and Goten right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he used instant transmission to find Vegeta and the others. In less than 3 minutes, Vegeta, Son Goten, and Trunks were brought by Sun Wukong. He then excitedly looked at Xue Tian. "It's done. They're all here." Vegeta, however, asked unhappily, "Kakarot, what are you doing?" He had asked Sun Wukong what he was doing before, but Sun Wukong didn't say anything and hurriedly brought Trunks and himself here, which made him very displeased. Sun Wukong explained, "We're transforming into Super Saiyan Gods." Xue Tian said that as long as there are 6 Saiyans, we can transform into Super Saiyan Gods. Vegeta was completely confused. What is this? What 6 Saiyans can transform into a Super Saiyan God? As a prince of the Saiyans, how come he had never heard of such a ridiculous thing? Did Xue Tian tell Kakarot this? But when Xue Tian transformed, he didn't have 6 Saiyans with him. It was just him alone. Xue Tian explained. As long as there are 6 Saiyans with hearts of justice, 5 of them can transfer their hearts of justice into one person's body, helping that Saiyan become a Super Saiyan God. In simple terms, as long as you 5 Saiyans transfer your hearts of justice into Son Goku's body, he can become a Super Saiyan God. With this explanation, Vegeta immediately understood. He crossed his arms and said dissatisfiedly, "Humph, why should it be helping you become a Super Saiyan God and not me?" Son Goku felt a bit wronged and comforted Vegeta. "Don't be so petty. After I succeed, we'll switch, and we can help you transform into a Super Saiyan God too. That way, both of us could transform." Vegeta still crossed his arms, unmoved. "Humph, why should you transform first?" "Let me transform first." Xue Tian knew Vegeta's personality. If he didn't provoke him once, he would definitely stick to his guns and go head-to-head with Goku. Vegeta didn't want Goku to transform before him, because in a way, it would show that he was inferior to Goku. However, he had to complete the task, and the sooner the better, so the only way to provoke Vegeta was to do it himself. This could also be seen as helping Goku transform into a Super Saiyan God. "Goku, since Vegeta is unwilling to help you, let me take his place." "Really? That's great," Goku exclaimed joyfully, completely ignoring the killing intent in Vegeta's gaze. Vegeta glanced over and said lightly, "Even with you, there are only 5 Saiyans, right?" He thought that Bra didn't count. Goku started counting Trunks. "Xue Tian, Bra. That's 6 people, and Xue Tian is just replacing you." Vegeta frowned and looked at Bra. "Does she count as a Saiyan?" "Of course. Bra is pregnant, and there's a Saiyan baby inside her, so she definitely counts," Goku explained. Vegeta twitched the corners of his mouth and suddenly understood. It turned out that Xue Tian's initial inquiry about whether Bra was pregnant was for this reason. It seems that Xue Tian initially didn't count himself. It was only after he was rejected that he stepped in. When Xue Tian saw Vegeta's face twisted in displeasure, he said again, "Vegeta, if you help Goku transform successfully, then you'll be next. If you don't help him and I take your place, they might not help you either. So, do you want to transform into a Super Saiyan God, or would you rather have a power level lower than Goku's?" Chapter 20. You are not yet a true Super Saiyan God. Fine. I'll do it. Vegeta huffed in annoyance. Although he was very unwilling, he wanted to transform into a Super Saiyan God even more, and he wanted to surpass Kakarot by a lot. If Kakarot could become a Super Saiyan God and he could not, then his power level would definitely not be comparable to Kakarot's. He had already witnessed the power of the Super Saiyan God. It surpassed the first, second, and third levels of Super Saiyan by so much that they were not even on the same level. Xue Tian smiled slightly. He knew that Vegeta needed a little stimulation. Without that, he wouldn't agree. Use 6 old hands, and then use your hearts to sense, transferring your righteous hearts into the Son Goku's body. The 6 didn't waste any time and held hands, sensing each other. But after a full 3 minutes, there was no change at all. Son Goku couldn't help but speak up. "Vegeta, do you still not have a righteous heart?" Vegeta, who once wanted to destroy the Earth and kill Son Goku and others, immediately came under suspicion when there was no reaction. Vegeta shouted angrily, "Shut up." He knew that his past wasn't great, but that was all in the past. The current him had people to protect and a happy family, and he would never do such things again. Xue Tian guided from the side. "Vegeta has no problems. What you're talking about is already in the past. It's just that your sensing method has issues. You need to immerse yourselves completely in the sensing process. You must feel what each other is thinking at this moment to concentrate the energy of your righteous hearts on his son Goku, enabling him to become a Super Saiyan God. Close your eyes, relax, eliminate distractions, and reach a state of emptiness." The 6 of them followed Xue Tian's instructions, closed their eyes, and cleared their minds. In less than 30 seconds, they entered a state of emptiness, and in an instant, they were enveloped by strands of golden Super Saiyan light. The momentum kept rising. Seeing this scene, Xue Tian knew in his heart that they had succeeded, but this was not the main event. The main event was yet to come. In less than 3 minutes, everyone's momentum reached a peak state, with red light shimmering from their hearts, transmitted through the hands they held to Son Goku's body. As the righteous hearts grew stronger, a fierce wind arose, and suddenly, the sky darkened, with flying sand and stones, as if the heavens were about to collapse. At that moment, a circular pillar of energy enveloped Son Goku, just like when Xue Tian transformed, changing through the seasons continuously. The universe gospel. When the process of becoming a god was completed, Vegeta and the others felt their strength waning and instinctively let go of their hands. Son Goku, however, was surrounded by a red aura. His hair turned red, and his skin became fair, making him look as if he had become 10 years younger. Super Saiyan God. Son Goku clenched his fists and said excitedly, "Is this the power of a Super Saiyan God? It's truly incredible." He felt an unprecedented strength coursing through his entire being. This power was stronger than anything he had ever felt, even when he absorbed energy from the earth and gathered spirit bombs to fight Beerus. In his heart, he was sure that if he fought Kid Beerus in this form, he could effortlessly defeat him without needing a spirit bomb. Even a simple Kamehameha would easily take him down. Vegeta, seeing Son Goku's excited expression, felt extremely annoyed. Why wasn't it him? What would it have been like if he had transformed into a Super Saiyan God first? Kakarot, you're too pleased with yourself. Hurry up and let me transform into a Super Saiyan God. Vegeta, don't be so impatient, Son Goku said, turning his gaze to Xue Tian, and added Xue Tian. Let us have a match. Xue Tian had a face full of black lines. He had just transformed into a Super Saiyan God and was already being challenged to a fight. However, he wasn't in the mood to battle. You guys are eager for a fight, but I'm not. I have a system. Completing a few tasks to level up is as easy as drinking water, right? Why exert effort in combat? Do I need to rely on the Saiyan bloodline traits to enhance myself? Not at all. Such bloody and sweaty matters should be left to Son Wukong and Vegeta. You're not my opponent yet. You should train for a while. Moreover, even though you've transformed into a Super Saiyan God, you still can't unleash the true power of a Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing that he couldn't unleash his true power, Son Wukong, looking confused, asked why. Xue Tian explained. The reason you can achieve Super Saiyan God is mainly because of the righteous hearts of those 5 people in your own righteous heart. But you still lack the divine energy. Huh? Divine energy? What is that? Son Wukong completely did not understand and was hearing about it for the first time. Divine energy is one of the essential conditions for becoming a god. Only when you truly possess divine energy within your body can you become a true god and achieve the real Super Saiyan God. Although you're currently in the form of a Super Saiyan God, you do not have your own divine energy in your body. It would be more accurate to say that your current state is a pseudo-Super Saiyan God rather than a true Super Saiyan God. Xue Tian was chattering away about a lot of things. Son Wukong kept scratching the back of his head, not understanding a word, and shook his head saying, I don't get it. It's too complicated. I feel like I can't understand anything. Vegeta shot a disdainful glance at Son Wukong and said, Kakarot, this is why you are not a true Super Saiyan God. You lack the divine aura. If you can't even understand this, I don't know how you've managed to train to this level. Son Wukong smiled awkwardly and didn't pay much attention to Vegeta's words. What do I need to do to become a true Super Saiyan God? Xue Tian smiled lightly and said, it's simple. Someone needs to train you to achieve the aura of a deity. Who? You? Xue Tian, you train me. Son Wukong said excitedly. Xue Tian waved his hand and directly refused. No, you misunderstood, Wukong. I can't train you guys, but you and Vegeta can rest assured. It won't be long before the person who can train both of you will appear. Huh? Who? Son Wukong asked excitedly, and Vegeta also looked curious. He initially thought it was Xue Tian, but it turned out to be someone else. Beep. Selection 1 completed. Chapter 21. The secrets cannot be revealed. Beep. Selection 1 completed. Tell Son Wukong how to transform into a Super Saiyan God and assist him in successfully transforming. Reward obtained. Beep. Selection 1 completed. Tell Son Wukong how to transform into a Super Saiyan God and assist him in successfully transforming. Reward obtained. Resurrection of the Gods. Finally, I was wondering why no reward was given. It turns out it was delayed. System, can you be more efficient next time and give the rewards on time? Learning Resurrection of the Gods. Beep. Congratulations to the host for learning Resurrection of the Gods. Seeing Xue Tian remain silent, Vegeta and Son Wukong couldn't wait any longer and eagerly asked, Xue Tian, you said someone can train us. Who exactly is it? Xue Tian realized that these two were still waiting for his words. He smiled mysteriously and said, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. The others were completely confused, and seeing their bewildered expressions, Xue Tian lightly tapped his forehead. This was probably something only people from the real world could understand. Those from a Dragon Ball Super world definitely wouldn't get it. To put it simply, he couldn't say anything now. What was meant to come would come in due time, and no matter how much you hope for it when it wasn't meant to be, it wouldn't arrive. Just focus on your training. Even if you can't unleash the true power of the Super Saiyan God yet, if you train to a certain level, you won't be too far off. When the time comes, as long as you cultivate the divine energy, your mastery of the Super Saiyan God form will become more proficient. Seeing that Xue Tian had said this, Son Wukong and Vegeta no longer pressed the issue, as it was pointless to do so. Vegeta looked at Son Wukong and said, Kakarot, it's time for me to transform. Quickly give me the power of justice, so I can become a Super Saiyan God. So soon? I haven't even had a good experience of the power of the Super Saiyan God yet. Sun Wukong reluctantly replied. It was such a painful thing to transform without getting a fight, and most importantly, there was no target to fight against. Vegeta scolded, stop talking nonsense. All right, hoo-hoo. Sun Wukong released his Super Saiyan God state and then extended his hand. Come on, we'll give you the power of justice. Beerus and the others said with weary expressions. I can't do it anymore. I'm completely exhausted. I have no energy left. Trunks looked at Vegeta with a pitiful expression and said, Dad, I can't do it anymore either. I feel so tired. Son Gohan suggested, Uncle Vegeta, why don't we let everyone take a break? There's no rush. After all, there are no enemies. Vegeta's mouth twitched a few times, feeling like he was at a disadvantage. It was true that there were no enemies, but he still hadn't felt the power of the Super Saiyan God. If he had felt it, then next time he wouldn't need the power of justice to transform. He was quite confident about that. However, seeing Trunks' pitiful expression and Beerus' weakness, he could only give up and scold Trunks. What a hassle. Using the instant transmission technique, he flew away without wanting to look at them again. After he left, Sun Wukong did not hurry to leave, but instead asked Xue Tian, if I want to transform into a Super Saiyan God next time, do I still need to rely on their power of justice? This question, you should ask yourself. Sun Wukong was genuinely taken aback, not quite understanding the meaning. Ask myself? He scratched the back of his head, feeling embarrassed, and asked, what does that even mean? I feel like I don't understand. What you're saying is really profound. In fact, Xue Tian also couldn't explain clearly. Based on his understanding of the manga, after Sun Wukong received the power of justice and trained with Whis for a while, he would be able to transform into a Super Saiyan God. So, in Xue Tian's view, whether one could transform into a Super Saiyan God mainly depended on training. And the primary reason for training was oneself. Of course, if someone leads the way, that would be great. Now, Xue Tian had somewhat led them in, but whether they could master it depended on their own insights. He didn't know how to teach a disciple, and didn't have the mood to do so. It was too exhausting, especially teaching a disciple like Sun Wukong, who would get entangled in battles. That wasn't the life he wanted. He just wanted to complete tasks, improve his combat power, and then defeat the Grand Minister to break his bond with the Omni-King. There was nothing profound about it. All they needed to understand was to train hard and gain insights. Although their emotional intelligence might not be great, they were quite good at understanding cultivation. If this was said to Vegeta or others, it would definitely provoke their displeasure, but with Sun Wukong, it had to be said this way, or he wouldn't understand at all. Moreover, saying it this way was more acceptable to him. As expected, Sun Wukong nodded seriously and said, I see. Then I'll go find the old Kai to train right away. Go ahead. Sun Wukong wasn't a vague person. He used instant transmission to head to the Kaishin realm. After Sun Wukong left, everyone also gradually departed. In the entire villa, only Xue Tian remained. Xue Tian also enjoyed some leisure time, sitting alone in a lounge chair, happily sipping tea. He didn't have to work hard to cultivate. Completing tasks was enough to improve his combat power, which was quite nice. This system suited him well, haha. It would be even better if 1 or 2 tasks came up right now. He was quite willing to do tasks, but if it involved teaching a disciple, then forget it, unless the rewards were good enough. Ding, choice 1. Defeat the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, reward. 10 consecutive draw treasure chest 1. Ding. Choice 2. Use the resurrection of the gods to revive a being with combat power exceeding 100 million. Reward. 10 consecutive draw treasure chest 1. Xue Tian suddenly sat up. Oh, the task was really activated. Is this system so powerful now? And the reward is a 10 consecutive draws. Not bad. Not bad. If I could draw something destructive, wouldn't that mean I'm directly on the path to the peak? But then again, what should I choose for these 2 tasks? Both rewards are the same. It's just about which task is easier to complete. Defeating Vegeta? Although Sun Wukong and Vegeta are only at Super Saiyan level 3, if they really fused, their combat power would definitely increase several times. It's not easy to fight Vegeta in the form of Super Saiyan God. There's a chance I might not win. And if that's the case, wouldn't I fail the task? After all, my base combat power is only 500 million. If I could use Ultra Instinct, maybe I could fight. But to complete the first task, I'd have to convince them to fuse and then defeat them, which is really troublesome. It seems like option 2 is much easier to complete. Chapter 22, Reviving King Frieza. Option 2 only requires using the Goddess Revival to resurrect a being with a combat power of over 100 million. But who should I revive? Who meets this condition? Xue Tian was thinking carefully, and it seemed that no one with a battle power of 1 billion had died. Should he kill Vegeta and then revive him? If Vegeta knew about Xue Tian's thoughts, he would definitely not be able to help but say, "Listen to me, thank you." Huh? At this moment, Xue Tian felt a spaceship appear above the Earth. A spaceship? What could be going on? Above the Earth, a massive spaceship hovered. A short and stout man with blue skin, wearing a battle suit, sat in the command room and said proudly, "Hee hee, we finally made it to Earth. As long as we collect the 7 Dragon Balls, we can resurrect Lord Frieza. At that time, Lord Frieza will lead us to rule the universe. Ha ha." This blue-skinned short man was named Sorb, a subordinate of Frieza and a remnant. To his left and right stood a red-skinned, bull-headed man named Sasami and a gaunt figure named Tagma. Both were also Frieza's subordinates and possessed considerable combat power, especially Tagma, who could be called the strongest warrior in Frieza's army at that time. Sorb looked at the two of them and said approvingly, "If Lord Frieza is resurrected this time, I will commend you both in front of him. I will give you a few planets, and you will enjoy wealth and honor for life." "Hee hee. Thank you, Sorb," the two said gratefully. Sorb looked at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand and excitedly said, "According to the Dragon Ball radar, the 7 Dragon Balls have gathered together. It's like heaven is helping us." However, what they didn't know was that the location of these 7 Dragon Balls was in Bulma's home. Because Bulma's birthday party was about to be held, she had prepared a grand prize for the lottery at the party, and whoever won the final reward would receive the Dragon Balls. "So it really is Frieza's army," a voice suddenly echoed in the air. Sorb and the others were taken aback and looked around, asking, "Who is it?" A handsome young man stepped in through the door. The newcomer was Xue Tian. Sorb and the others did not recognize him and frowned as they questioned, "Who are you to dare to intrude on our spaceship?" "Who I am is not important. What matters is that I can help you achieve your goal without needing the Dragon Balls," Xue Tian said calmly. He needed to resurrect a being with a combat power of over 100 million, and resurrecting Frieza was just perfect. Upon hearing this, Sorb smiled and relaxed. "Oh, so you admire the reputation of our Frieza army and want to join us? Huh? Not bad, not. Ha ha ha." Xue Tian suddenly laughed. This left Sorb and his companions confused, not understanding why he suddenly laughed, and they asked in bewilderment, "What's so funny?" "I laugh because you think your little mud pit can hold me? Isn't that ridiculous?" Xue Tian said bluntly. He had a system and didn't need to develop within Frieza's army. It was unnecessary, especially since he was now bound to the Omni-King. Anyone who could harm him wouldn't dare to do so. At worst, they would all perish together. Sorb's face twisted with anger as he shouted, "You actually look down on the Frieza army. This is a profound insult to our Lord Frieza. Sasami, take him down." "Yes." The red-skinned, bull-headed man charged at Xue Tian without saying much. Whoosh! Just as he charged up, Xue Tian's figure had already disappeared. "I'm right here." Xue Tian appeared midair, grabbed his horns, and executed a shoulder throw, slamming him hard onto the ground. Sasami tried to get up, but Xue Tian stepped on him, coldly saying, "If you don't want to die, you'd better not act rashly, or I will make you die in a very ugly way." Sorb and the others immediately realized that this person's combat power far surpassed theirs, so they used their combat power detector to check. The number skyrocketed to over 100 million. Bang! The detector exploded and burned out instantly. This scene shocked the three of them. It was terrifying. The strength of Sasami and Tagma was not much different from that of the previous Zabu, and with such strength, how could they fight against Xue Tian, who had a base combat power of 500 million? Seeing them stunned, Xue Tian kicked Sasami, sending him flying, and then walked towards Sorb. Sorb trembled in fear, wondering when Earth had such a terrifying character. He had never heard of it before. Wasn't the strongest supposed to be Sun Wukong? Xue Tian threw him off the command seat and sat down without any hesitation. "I just said that I'm here to help you achieve your goals. Otherwise, with your strength, do you really think you can resurrect Frieza? Those 7 Dragon Balls are at Vegeta's home." Upon hearing Vegeta's name, Sorbi trembled. He had once worked with Vegeta and knew the other party's methods. He was also a ruthless character. Before King Frieza was resurrected, it was best to avoid provoking him as much as possible. If those 7 Dragon Balls were really in his house, it would be difficult to retrieve them. "I will help you resurrect your King Frieza now." Although Sorbi didn't know Xue Tian's purpose for doing this, as long as they could resurrect King Frieza, that was enough. Once the king appeared, any objectives would be cut down. Xue Tian stretched out his hands, and a surge of green light emerged, quickly forming several strange gestures. The green light intensified and thickened, enveloping the entire command room in just a few seconds. Whoosh! The resurrection of the divine begins. Live, boom, boom, boom. The entire space began to shake, and Solbei couldn't help but ask, "What is happening?" Whoosh! As he spoke, a beam of green light emerged, forming a column of light, within which a figure appeared. At first glance, this figure looked almost identical to their king. Solbei felt a surge of hope. Could it really be the king? When the green light column disappeared, a fully alive Frisia appeared before everyone. Frisia looked around in astonishment. He had just been wrapped in a cocoon in heaven, listening to those annoying little fairies sing, but suddenly his soul was pulled away, and he found himself here. This was truly astonishing. Chapter 23. Do you want to be permanently sealed or free? Upon seeing Frisia, Solbei and the others immediately spoke respectfully, "Frisia, your majesty, you have finally been resurrected." Frisia recognized Solbei at a glance and coldly walked over, his footsteps making a clattering sound. "Solbei, why did it take so long to resurrect me?" Hearing Frisia's question, Solbei looked panicked and didn't dare to hesitate, quickly replying, "Frisia, it's because we have been reorganizing the Frisia force. You know, ever since you were killed, the Frisia force suffered a severe blow. I originally wanted to go directly to find the Dragon Balls, but they are at Vegeta's home, and I am not his match, so that is why it took so long." Upon hearing Vegeta's name, Frisia's expression darkened, and he angrily exclaimed, "That traitor Vegeta actually teamed up with Son Goku against me. How despicable. I will tear them to shreds." Subsequently, Frisia turned his gaze to Xue Tian and asked indifferently, "Who is this person? It seems like you were the one who resurrected me." Based on what Solbei had just said about the Dragon Balls being at Vegeta's home, it was clear that they weren't trying to steal the Dragon Balls for Vegeta. When he appeared, he saw Xue Tian releasing green light with both hands, and with his intelligence, he immediately realized that it was Xue Tian who had resurrected him. What surprised him was that, aside from the dragon, there was actually someone in this world who could resurrect others. This was truly astonishing, but then he thought, wasn't the dragon also created by Namekians? If a created being could resurrect people, then it seemed only logical that someone else could also resurrect people. Xue Tian said, "Who I am is not important. Since you have been resurrected, I will take my leave." As he spoke, he prepared to leave. Frisia was taken aback for a moment and asked in confusion, "Oh, aren't you one of Frisia's army?" Before Xue Tian could respond, Sorb recalled Xue Tian's imposing demeanor earlier and immediately reported, "Lord Frisia, this person said that our Frisia army is just a quagmire, unable to accommodate him." Upon hearing this, Frisia's anger flared up, and he looked at Xue Tian with a sinister smile. "Don't think that just because you were resurrected, you can insult Frisia's army. Is there something wrong with what I said? The Frisia army is nothing but a pile of mud. With such a quagmire, do you think you can accommodate me?" Xue Tian said nonchalantly, showing no regard for Frisia. Frisia slightly furrowed his brows, raised his hand, and a beam of light shot toward Xue Tian. Whoosh! But Xue Tian easily dodged it. "Oh, this is quite unexpected. You dodged," Frisia said with great interest. Xue Tian looked at Frisia coldly and said, "You better think carefully about your actions. I can revive you, and I can also send you back. Or do you not want to be revived and would rather listen to those little fairies sing?" Mentioning the little fairies instantly drove Frisia into a rage. He stared intensely at Xue Tian and shouted, "You will die." Pointing his finger at Xue Tian, he concentrated a death beam. Whoosh! Boom! 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 In that moment, Xue Tian's figure suddenly disappeared, and the death beam did not hit him. Instead, it created a circular hole in the spaceship. "Huh? Where is he?" Frisia was momentarily stunned. Bang! Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as Xue Tian had somehow appeared right in front of him, delivering a solid punch to his gut, causing him to spit out foam. "I told you to think carefully about your actions. I can revive you, or I can send you back." Frisia had only experienced such humiliation before Son Goku, and because of that, he hated Goku to the core, wishing to tear him apart piece by piece. Now Xue Tian made him endure the same humiliation, nearly identical to Goku's. How could he not be enraged? He roared, "I will kill you." Instantly transforming into his final form, his battle power skyrocketed as he launched a punch towards Xue Tian. Xue Tian raised his hand and made a strange gesture. A burst of red power overflowed and formed the shape of a lock, quickly locking onto Frisia. Displeased. It directly locked Frisia in place. Frisia immediately found himself unable to move. "What are you doing?" Xue Tian said. "Frisia, since you don't cherish the opportunity one gave you, then you'll be sealed forever." Frisia shouted angrily, quickly gathering his energy, trying to break free from this divine seal with his own power. However, he realized he was mistaken. No matter how hard he tried or how much energy he gathered, he could not break free from this divine seal. The power of the seal was far greater than his own, and it was not that easy to escape. Sorb was in a state of panic. Frisia had just come out, and now he was about to be permanently sealed again? If that were the case, how could they dominate the universe? As an advisor of the Frisia force, he needed to do something to save King Frisia. He immediately begged, "Dear sir, King Frisia doesn't mean what you think. He was just feeling a bit anxious after being in heaven for so long. Please give him another chance." Xue Tian looked at Frisia with a gaze and questioned, "Do you want to be permanently sealed in this lock, or do you want freedom?" The proud Frisia had never been treated this way before. He wanted to say that he would rather be permanently sealed than bow his head, but having just come from heaven and being sealed again. What kind of situation was this? Moreover, what was the difference between being sealed in this lock and being in heaven? He no longer wanted to feel that way. If he were really sealed here, how would the members of the Frisia force view him? Would they annoy him every day like little sprites? Thinking of this made him feel disgusted and annoyed. In the end, he still lowered his noble head. "All right, I want freedom." Xue Tian casually waved his hand, and the shackles on Frisia's body instantly vanished. Although Frisia, now freed, hated Xue Tian, he did not act impulsively because he knew he was no match for Xue Tian. He wasn't discouraged by this either. After staying in heaven for so long, these people must have made progress. However, what surprised him the most was that he had never seen Xue Tian before. Where did this person come from? Who are you? Since you're unwilling to join my Frisia force, why did you resurrect me? What is your purpose? Chapter 24. The rewards from the 10 consecutive draws. Xue Tian, I'm in a good mood. Without saying more, he directly flew out of the spaceship. Seeing him leave like that, Sorbet immediately asked, "Lord Frisia, this person is too mysterious. I think it's better not to provoke him." Frisia shot a glare at Sorbet, who immediately shrank his remaining few centimeters of neck, his face full of fear. "Sorbet, do you know?" Sorbet hurriedly replied, "Please speak, Lord Frisia. From the moment I was born until now, I have never trained, always relying on battle to enhance my power. If I undergo training, I can create infinite possibilities. By then, I can not only kill Son Goku and Vegeta, but also this mysterious person. Everyone, wait for my arrival." "Oh ho ho," Frisia said with a proud expression. It was as if he could already see the results of his training and envision Xue Tian bowing at his feet. After Xue Tian returned to the villa, the system's reminder sound came through. "Beep, congratulations to the host for completing option 2. Use the goddess resurrection to revive a being with combat power exceeding 100 million, and receive the reward, 10 consecutive draw treasure box 1. The 10 consecutive draw treasure box is too enticing. Having completed numerous tasks of all sizes, this is the first time I've obtained this treasure box. I hope you get some good items." Taking a deep breath, I inhale some good luck. "Give me good stuff." Open the 10 consecutive draw treasure box. Beep, the 10 consecutive draw treasure box opened successfully, obtaining 3 heavenly beans, 1 instant transmission, 3 thank you gifts, 1 void bloodline, and 2 self-extremity techniques of the first level. Wow, they're indeed good items. Instant transmission and self-extremity techniques of the first level. But it's a bit unfortunate that I got 2 of the self-extremity techniques. Having duplicates is a pity. Heavenly beans, thank you gifts. What is this void bloodline? I don't think I've heard of such a bloodline, but there are so many bloodlines in Dragon Ball, I can't know them all. Whatever, I'll fuse it first. It should be good. Learning instant transmission. Beep, congratulations to the host for learning instant transmission. Learning self-extremity techniques of the first level. Beep, congratulations to the host for learning self-extremity techniques of the first level. Fusing void bloodline. Beep, congratulations to the host for fusing void bloodline. Waves of memories, energy, and instincts surged into Xue Tian's mind like a tide, and after the void bloodline fused with his body, he felt that both his body and internal functions were beginning to evolve. After successfully fusing the void bloodline, he found that his entire consciousness had changed, as if his thoughts had leaped beyond the 12 universes. That feeling was quite marvelous. In less than a minute, he realized he had gained a new understanding. Suddenly, he awakened to a realization. This void bloodline is truly extraordinary. It existed before the universe appeared, during the time when the universe had not yet formed, which was the void world, where everything was vague and nothing existed. At that moment, the center of the void world gathered the power of the void, collecting all its essence, energy, and chi, creating a special being who possessed the void bloodline. This person, with their own strength, created countless existences, establishing order that included various races, such as the angel race, the Omni-King race, the gods of destruction, and the Kaioshin. Subsequently, these races developed and created the universe. After the influx of this information into Xue Tian's memory, he exclaimed in surprise, "The void bloodline is actually this powerful. It seems that this bloodline is the strongest in the Dragon Ball Super world." He nodded in agreement. But what effects does this bloodline have? Scions can transform. The Zeno race inherently brings destruction, and the Kaioshin possess the power of creation. So what special effects does the void bloodline have? He was very clear in his mind that such a powerful bloodline must have some special effects. It was just that he had not yet discovered them. At that moment, he felt a surge in his abdomen, and then his body began to change internally. He immediately looked within himself and clearly sensed that his human bloodline was swiftly absorbed by the void bloodline. However, it didn't stop there. The Scion bloodline was also absorbed in an instant. In the area of Xue Tian's abdomen, a small, hazy world appeared, resembling a piece of the universe, but not quite. As this little world was colorful and occasionally emitted dazzling light, a sight that did not exist in the universe. Could it be? Is this the void world? It is highly likely. Xue Tian was becoming more and more certain as he spoke. The memories and knowledge he had received indicated that the void world was like this. There was nothing, just a hazy expanse filled with various lights. Moreover, the manifestation of such a scene was due to his fusion with the void bloodline. It was undoubtedly true. It seemed that the first effect of the void bloodline was to devour other bloodlines and then enhance its own power. Upon reflection, the Scion bloodline, the angel bloodline, the human bloodline, all originated from those who possessed the void bloodline. Now, by devouring these bloodlines, one would surely become stronger. Strictly speaking, the void bloodline had created these bloodlines, which meant its power had been dispersed. If that was the case, then reclaiming its own power would make it even stronger. Xue Tian was quite satisfied with this, as he clearly felt his own strength. As for whether his combat power had increased, he wasn't sure. Checking the host status. Host, Xue Tian. Skills, Wolfong Wind Fist Sky Dance Technique. Special techniques, Free Extreme Skill, Instant Teleportation, Self Extreme Skill Level 1. Racial Bloodline Void. Items, Immortal Beings. Combat Power, 500 million. This combat power is the base combat power, not the transformed combat power. Wow, the combat power is only 500 million, but I can clearly feel that my strength has increased significantly. What's going on? Is it just my illusion? What is the second effect of this void bloodline? Could it be that it devours other bloodlines? Then increases my own strength? Isn't that a bit absurd? System, can you tell me what the second effect of the void bloodline is? What is its purpose? The system's mechanical voice sounded. Please feel and explore it yourself. I have no authority to disclose. No authority to disclose? I see you don't know anything, right? I think you, system, don't know anything at all. You just like that. The system immediately became anxious. Humph, there is nothing the system doesn't know, this void bloodline. Chapter 25, you old six humph. There is nothing the system doesn't know, this void bloodline. Host, you really are an old six, still trying to provoke me with reverse psychology? I will directly block you now, and only when you stop talking will I lift the block on you. Xue Tian immediately said, System, you can't be so heartless. I'm your host. The system was silent, clearly having blocked Xue Tian. Damn, it seems I've really been blocked. That's just too ridiculous. Xue Tian cursed. He couldn't be bothered anymore. He believed it wouldn't take long to figure out most of the effects of this void bloodline, not for any other reason, but because he was knowledgeable about various matters in the Dragon Ball world. He stretched lazily and comfortably fell asleep on a lounge chair. The next day, Xue Tian woke up naturally, and when he opened his eyes, it was already 11 o'clock. He had slept very comfortably this time, unlike in the real world where he was woken up every day by that damn alarm clock, then followed a monotonous routine of going to work, coming home, having dinner, and living the same life over and over again, all just to have a bite to eat and survive in that world. It seemed that living here wasn't so bad. At least he didn't have to worry about being late for work and getting fined, or about not being able to pay next month's bills. Just as he got up, he saw Vegeta standing a short distance away with his arms crossed. When did he arrive? Xue Tian really didn't notice Vegeta's arrival because he was sleeping so soundly, as if he had dropped all his burdens, not worried about what would happen tomorrow. However, Xue Tian also understood that in this Dragon Ball Super world where one could easily kill, this was a very bad habit. Although he had mastered the Ultra Instinct, allowing his body to dodge without conscious thought, he had only grasped the concept and still needed to change forms to dodge autonomously. He had not yet mastered the true Ultra Instinct that reacts on its own in a normal state. Vegeta said, "It's 8 o'clock. Oh, So you've been standing here for 3 hours? That's not like you, Vegeta, Xue Tian said with a smile. Then he jumped directly into the swimming pool to wash his face and swim a bit. For what he knew about Vegeta, it was almost impossible for him to wait quietly for someone, especially when that person was sleeping. Unless, of course, he needed something and it was something he desired. Vegeta didn't beat around the bush and stated his purpose. I want to learn the form or techniques that surpass Super Saiyan God. Xue Tian instantly understood. So that's how it is. No wonder this guy was willing to wait here for 3 hours. After Vegeta went back yesterday, he felt unwilling. Why should Kakarot be the first to transform into a Super Saiyan God? Isn't it just because he wanted to find Xue Tian first? If he had gone earlier too, then he would have transformed into a Super Saiyan God instead of Kakarot. So he thought about looking for Xue Tian, but for a moment, he couldn't bring himself to do it, feeling that it was too humiliating and not fitting for his identity as a Saiyan Prince. However, when the image of Kakarot transforming into a Super Saiyan God flashed through his mind, he couldn't help but feel unwilling and decided that he must be stronger than Kakarot, to surpass Kakarot. In the end, his desire for power and the urge to surpass Kakarot overcame his proud vanity. Sorry, I don't have it here, Xue Tian said while swimming. He didn't have the time to teach others. Isn't swimming and then going out to look at beautiful women more enjoyable? Facing these few big guys every day, sweating profusely, does he really want to take the initiative? Vegeta confidently replied, You have it. You definitely have it. After Xue Tian completed 2 laps, he slowly asked, How are you so sure that I have it? The form you transformed into before. Isn't it just the free and easy extreme skill? I believe that the free and easy extreme skill is stronger than Super Saiyan God, and I can learn that. Vegeta said seriously. At this moment, Xue Tian came out of the swimming pool and said nonchalantly, You can forget about mastering the Ultra Instinct technique. You don't want to? Vegeta asked in confusion. It's not a matter of wanting or not wanting. It's that you simply can't learn it. The Ultra Instinct technique emphasizes achieving a state of freedom and relaxation. This technique is only suitable for someone like Son Goku. You will never be able to learn it. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock, filled with angry sparks. He clenched his fists and shouted angrily, No, that's impossible. Why can only Kakarot learn it and not me? I'm the Prince of the Saiyans, and Kakarot is just a low-class warrior. I'm definitely stronger than him. Xue Tian calmly explained, fully expecting his anger. This isn't about strength. It's about personality and your own path. With your current personality, you are not suitable to learn the Ultra Instinct technique. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's face showed clear denial. But deep down, he was already convinced. He roared with extreme unwillingness. If Kakarot learns your Ultra Instinct technique, doesn't that mean I can't surpass him? He vividly remembered the power of the Ultra Instinct and knew he couldn't hit it. In front of it, he would only be on the receiving end of a beating. If Kakarot truly learned it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xue Tian knew his thoughts and reminded him, No, Sun Wukong can indeed learn the ultimate freedom technique. But that doesn't mean you are weaker than him. Although you cannot learn the ultimate freedom technique, you can learn other martial arts. Vegeta's eyes lit up, and he excitedly asked, What martial arts? The self-extreme technique. Xue Tian casually lay back on a lounge chair and said while gently swaying. Vegeta was confused. He had never heard of the self-extreme technique, but when he heard the name, he felt it was too similar to the ultimate freedom technique. Self-extreme technique? What is that? Why does it feel so similar to the ultimate freedom technique? Xue Tian slightly turned to the side and said, Why does my shoulder feel so sore and swollen? Did I sprain it while fighting with you guys? Vegeta's mouth twitched a few times, his face full of embarrassment. Sprain it? How is that possible? We were the ones taking the hits the whole time. How could you sprain anything? If it weren't for the sins of beans, you would have been done for. I know what you're thinking. Although I really don't want to do this, I have no choice but to endure it to become stronger. He came to Xue Tian's side and began to massage his shoulder. Are you giving me a shoulder massage? Or are you planning to dislocate my arm? Vegeta's face turned red with anger and embarrassment, but he held it in. For the sake of getting stronger, he endured it, his face contorting like a twisted flower as he carefully massaged Xue Tian's shoulder. This time, he applied very little pressure, as if he were gently touching water. With that kind of pressure, you couldn't even crush a mosquito. Be a little more serious. If you want a massage, then do it properly. If you don't want to, just leave. I need a rest. Chapter 26. A peculiar choice. Vegeta's chest rose and fell with anger, his face reddening. If it weren't for becoming stronger, the proud Saiyan Prince, wouldn't be doing this boring thing. Although he thought that way, his hands were quite honest and increased the pressure a bit. Good. That's the right amount of pressure. Keep it up, Xue Tian praised. Vegeta continued to massage and, unable to hold back his curiosity, asked, please, could you tell me what the difference is between the self-extreme technique and the free extreme technique? You said I could learn the self-extreme technique. What is the reason for that? Xue Tian explained. Although the self-extreme intense skill and the free extreme intense skill sound similar, in reality, they are contradictory and can even be said to be opposites. Opposites? Vegeta was confused. The free extreme intense skill emphasizes freedom and requires a calm mindset. Once mastered, it allows for reactions without conscious thought, where the body responds on its own. Last time when we fought, you should have felt something. You were clearly about to hit me, but your body avoided it. This was mainly because your body reacted on its own. Do you still think you are suitable for the free extreme intense skill? Can you achieve a calm mindset? Vegeta shook his head. If that were the case, he truly couldn't do it, as his temperament was more aggressive and proud, making it impossible for him to calm down and respond to a situation. Xue Tian swallowed, feeling a bit thirsty. Vegeta noticed this immediately and picked up the lemonade beside him, handing it over. Not bad, quite considerate. He continued to explain. The self-extreme technique emphasizes centering on oneself. Doing as one wishes, unbound by anything, letting go to do what you want without any oppression or thoughts. Once you learn the self-extreme technique, you can achieve destruction and also enhance your combat power. Of course, this destruction is staged. The more proficient you become in the self-extreme technique and the higher your level, the more you can destroy, and the greater the scope will be. This stage is like the Super Saiyan levels. First, second, third. The higher the stage, the stronger it becomes. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was extremely excited, raised his fist, and said, this self-extreme technique is simply tailor-made for me. Haha. Xue Tian couldn't help but smile. You are merely meeting the cultivation conditions for the Ultra Instinct technique. As for the notion of customization, you're overthinking it. If we really talk about customization, then we can only say that this technique is tailored for the God of Destruction. Vegeta had also heard about some of Beerus's deeds and knew that this person would destroy things when he was in a bad mood. Without any consideration, he would destroy whatever he wanted without a second thought, which was simply terrifying. People like him are indeed perfect for Ultra Instinct, just as Xue Tian said. It's made for them. Not thinking too much about it, he just needed to learn Ultra Instinct, and when the time came, he would defeat Beerus and others just the same. Please, teach me Ultra Instinct. For Vegeta, who never says please, saying it twice today felt really awkward. He usually spoke in a commanding tone. This was truly unprecedented. If Sun Wukong were present at that moment, he would definitely say, Vegeta, why are you suddenly so polite? Xue Tian thought to himself that he still had a self-extreme skill in his system backpack, and wondered if he could directly transfer it into Vegeta's body for him to learn. If that were possible, he could recruit a few female disciples in the future, and it would be nice to have them give him massages. Having someone like Vegeta, who has calluses on his hands, give him a massage was really uncomfortable. If he asked the system about this, it would definitely say it was still exploring. Given your sincerity and the fact that you are so on the right path, I can teach you the self-extreme skill, but whether or not you can comprehend it depends on you. All right, Vegeta said excitedly. Xue Tian quickly made a strange gesture, pressing one hand on Vegeta's forehead while saying to the system, use self-extreme skill level 1 on Vegeta. Beep, self-extreme skill level 1, used successfully. Vegeta has learned self-extreme skill level 1. Initial proficiency is 0. Xue Tian was completely baffled. An initial proficiency of 0? What does that mean? It wasn't like this when he learned by himself. System, can you explain this issue? Of course, I can explain. If the host is learning, the skill proficiency automatically reaches the maximum level. If it's teaching others, they need to practice on their own. They have only grasped some basics. I see. This also proves that my previous assumption was not wrong. The items and techniques in the system's backpack can still be used by others, which is quite good. Xue Tian retracted his hand and said calmly, that's enough. Vegeta felt a surge of knowledge flooding into his mind, all about the self-extreme skill. It's so powerful. Is this the self-extreme skill? It surpasses my previous understanding. I need to train hard when I get back. Vegeta clenched his fists. I will learn it as soon as possible. Saying this, he immediately flew back home. After Vegeta left, Xue Tian stretched and thought, it's time to explore this Dragon Ball superworld. He soared into the sky, flying to the busiest street in West City, found a place to land, and began to wander. This city has technology far more advanced than the real world. Everything else is almost the same. But then he thought, this city was drawn based on the real world, so it's normal for it to be quite similar. Beep, activate task selection. Choice 1. Taken a female disciple. With a beauty requirement of over 85, reward, cosmic instant shuttle. Choice 2. Taken a male disciple with a beauty requirement of under 40, reward, male advancement item 1. These two choices appeared in his mind, and Xue Tian fell silent for a full 15 seconds. Male advancement item? What the hell is that? Why am I even curious about it? Slap. He slapped his own face, dispelling his thought. I decisively choose option 1. What? Option 2. The system teased. System, do you want to get fired? I said option 1. The system immediately replied obediently. Just joking with you. Screw your jokes. Serve me well, and stop with these illusions. If you really make me choose option 2, I decry to death. I don't want to waste time with you. I need to see if there are any good female disciples. I need to complete the task quickly. The system coldly remarked, show off. Keep pretending. Chapter 27. This handsome young man looks like a scammer. Help! There's a robbery. A clear voice suddenly rang out. A blue-haired girl with a bow shouted, her figure slender, wearing a golden t-shirt and super short shorts that showcased her long, fair legs. Her face was filled with panic as her bag was snatched by two robust men on flying bikes who sped away. Her delicate demeanor gave off a feeling of a gentle and refined girl. The two robbers laughed as they saw the blue-haired girl chasing after them. Huh? You think you can catch up with us? Dream on. Ha ha. They chased to the entrance of a restaurant, where a strong, pungent smell hit the air. Achoo! The blue-haired girl sneezed, and in an instant, her hair turned golden. Her expression lost its previous panic, replaced by brutality and coldness, transforming from a delicate girl to a dominant woman. She then pulled out a capsule from her pocket. With a snap, a rocket launcher appeared in her hands, quickly resting on her shoulder, aimed at the two robbers. The robbers and the people around were in a state of panic. What happened to that gentle and panicked girl? How did she suddenly turn into such a fierce woman? Her aura completely different. If it weren't for her unchanged appearance, everyone would think she wasn't the same weak girl from before. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger on the rocket launcher. Boom! A blast obliterated the two robbers into countless pieces. People around were instantly alarmed. The golden-haired girl snorted disdainfully. You sought to rob me. You really asked for death. Wails of sirens echoed as the golden-haired girl saw this scene and immediately used a universal capsule to transform into a car, speeding away. Cars began to chase after her, including Krillin, but upon seeing the girl's appearance, he felt overwhelmed, recognizing her as Launch. Before her sneeze, she was a gentle, beautiful, and kind woman, but once she sneezed, she became a violent woman. The turtle hermit had once tried to help her with this issue, but it was impossible to cure, which left everyone in a headache. Xue Tian naturally recognized Lan Shi and immediately used the sky dance technique to fly quickly. Klin, who was driving, was slightly taken aback upon seeing Xue Tian. Why was he chasing after Lan Shi? Did Lan Shi just do something to him? If that's the case, then Lan Shi was a threat. Lan Shi didn't know martial arts and relied entirely on her weapons, but those weapons posed no threat to Xue Tian at all. With these thoughts, he found a place to stop the car and used the sky dance technique to catch up. After a while, Lan Shi ran to the outskirts. Xue Tian waved his hand, and a chi projectile hit the ground to cover Lan Chi's escape. He then quickly caught up with her. The blonde Lan Chi looked at Xue Tian, thinking he was there to capture her, and raised the rocket launcher in her hand to fire. Boom! A plume of smoke erupted. Lan Chi smiled with satisfaction and blew lightly. However, when the smoke cleared, Xue Tian stood there like a mountain, his clothes not damaged in the slightest. Lan Chi was horrified. Didn't the rocket launcher hit him? But she clearly saw him get hit. How could this be? Could it be that he had super high combat power, like Sun Wukong and others? That the projectile couldn't harm him? Just as she raised the rocket launcher to prepare for a second shot, her hair instantly turned blue, and she donned a red bow, transforming into the appearance of a delicate girl next door. Looking at the rocket launcher she was carrying, she was momentarily stunned, then realized it must have been the result of her sneezing just now. She hurriedly threw the rocket launcher to the ground and said to Xue Tian apologetically, Sorry, I didn't mean to harm you. Xue Tian walked over and smiled. It's okay, I also don't have. Wait, a serious voice came from behind, and Bald Klin flew over quickly using his air dance technique. He saw Xue Tian approaching Lan Chi and thought the other party was going to harm her. He knew Xue Tian's combat power. If he wanted to kill Lan Chi, she wouldn't have any chance to escape. He just hoped he could persuade Xue Tian. Klin landed in front of Xue Tian and said seriously, Hello, Mr. Xue Tian. This is my friend Lan Chi, who is a bit strange. If she has acted inappropriately towards you just now, please forgive her and don't kill her, because she can't control herself. Xue Tian said. Who told you I want to kill her? I need to complete task 1 now, but taking a disciple with Lan Qi's looks, she must be at least a 90 out of 100. As long as I take her as my disciple, I can definitely complete the task. Moreover, I quite like this girl Lan Qi. When I first encountered her character while watching Dragon Ball, I thought to myself, if someone marries this woman, it's like marrying two. In her blue-haired state, she is gentle and delicate, like a sweet girl, and in her blonde-haired state, she has a strong, cool demeanor. I originally thought Lan Qi would end up with Tianjin Fan because she liked him and even confessed her feelings. But this guy, Tianjin Fan, is solely focused on his training and has never considered dating, leaving Lan Qi hanging. As a result, Lan Qi has appeared less and less. If it weren't for her stunning beauty and her dual personality trait, many readers might have forgotten about her. Krillin instinctively said, "Didn't you just walk towards her?" I walked towards her? Does that mean I want to kill her? What kind of logic is that? And if I wanted to kill her, do I need to get close to her to do it? Xue Tian asked in silence. Upon hearing this, Klin realized he had misunderstood. Awkwardly rubbing his bald head and apologizing. Sorry, I just misunderstood. I thought you were going to hurt Lan Qi. She actually has no choice. I know she is very gentle with blue hair, but very violent, impulsive, and prone to kill with blonde hair. Xue Tian casually said. However, his nonchalance surprised Klin. You know, this secret of hers is only known to those of us who are familiar with her. You just met her, and you already know. Xue Tian didn't explain, and looked at Lan Qi, seriously asking, Lan Qi, I see your talent is quite good, with a spiritual light bursting from your crown. You're truly a martial arts genius that's rare in 1,000 years. As long as you become my disciple, I will definitely teach you to become a universe-level powerhouse. What do you say, are you willing? Chapter 28. Successfully took in a female disciple, Lan Qi was momentarily confused, completely at a loss for words. Not knowing how to respond. Why did he suddenly want to take her as a disciple? If she was really a martial arts genius, why didn't Master Roshi say anything? Krillin immediately said, Lan Qi, if you want to cultivate, you can become his disciple. He's very strong. Goku and Vegeta are not his opponents. Lan Qi looked at Xue Tian in surprise. But no matter how she looked at him, she felt that this handsome Xue Tian gave off a strange feeling, as if he were a fraud. How could Goku and Vegeta not be his opponents? But she also knew that Krillin wouldn't lie to her. Lan Qi, what do you think? Become my disciple. As long as you do, I will teach you all kinds of amazing skills. You won't have to envy others' impressive appearances. You can achieve that yourself. Xue Tian continued to tempt her. He knew that the reason Lan Qi liked Tianjin Fan back then was mainly because she was captivated by the imposing Tianjin Fan at a martial arts conference. In a sense, it could also be said that deep down in Lan Qi's heart, she liked cultivating, but for some reason, she had given it up. When Lan Qi heard him say this, she was indeed moved and asked, Is cultivation hard? If you become my disciple, it won't be hard at all. You won't need to train every day like Sun Wukong and Vegeta. You could do whatever you want. Xue Tian replied with a smile. At the same time, he thought to himself, does her lack of cultivation mean she is unwilling to accept the hardships of training? However, if she really became his disciple, the training wouldn't need to be too difficult. When the time comes, the rewards from the system would be suitable for her anyway. Never mind, let's complete the task first. With the system in place, it wouldn't be hard at all to cultivate her into a cosmic-level powerhouse. Upon hearing that cultivation wouldn't be hard, Lan Qi no longer hesitated and nodded in agreement. Okay, I am willing to take you as my master. All right, then call me master to hear it. Master. Xue Tian happily responded. That call of master truly touched his heart. Ding, task completed. Recruit a female disciple with a beauty score of 85 or above. Omni-King.Upon. Xue Tian did not hesitate at all and immediately began to learn the Cosmic Instant Shuttle. Learning Cosmic Instant Shuttle. Ding. Congratulations to the host for mastering the Cosmic Instant Shuttle. Since Lan Qi and Klin were still present, he didn't want to try out the Cosmic Instant Shuttle just yet. With a smile, he said, Since you have already taken me as your master, then come home with me. I will teach you some skills. Lan Qi didn't rush to agree, but said, I've always lived on Turtle Island. I need to say goodbye to Master Roshi. That's understandable. Xue Tian smiled. He then looked at Klin. Do you want to go see Master Roshi? Klin thought for a moment and decided it would be good to visit Master Roshi. After all, they had already snuck out, so if they got scolded when they returned, so be it. I'll go too, let's go. I'll take you flying. He felt that Xue Tian was not sure where to go. Xue Tian said, Put your hand on me. Previously, when he was with the god of Super Saiyans, Master Roshi had visited his villa, so he was familiar with Master Roshi's aura. Can you also instantaneously move? Krillin asked in surprise. Xue Tian smiled and said, Is it really that difficult? Krillin awkwardly smiled back, thinking about Xue Tian's combat power, and secretly felt that it might not be difficult for Xue Tian. But it was indeed very hard for him and the others. Among their group, only Wukong could do it. Even Vegeta couldn't learn it. Whoosh! The three of them instantly arrived at Kame House. Master Roshi was lying on a chair, engrossed in an adult magazine, completely unaware of their arrival, occasionally letting out a lewd chuckle, which was quite inappropriate. Krillin felt a bit embarrassed to see his mentor acting so lewdly. Xue Tian looked indifferent, because he knew very well what kind of person Master Roshi was. Master Roshi. Hearing someone call his name, Master Roshi finally reacted. Huh? He looked up and saw Lan Chi, Krillin, and Xue Tian. With 2 streams of nosebleed, he asked in surprise, What brings you here? Xue Tian explained. Lan Chi has already become my disciple. I'm taking her to where I live now to say goodbye to you. Huh? The turtle hermit was suddenly taken aback. Lan Chi has already become Xue Tian's disciple, and she's leaving here? Although he felt a bit reluctant, considering that Xue Tian's strength was indeed very impressive, and he could transform into a Super Saiyan God. Neither Vegeta nor Goku were his opponents. Having someone like him as a master for Lan Chi was certainly a good choice. At least it was better than staying here. It is her honor to become your disciple. He put away his adult magazine, slowly stood up, and said earnestly, Lan Chi, you need to train hard by Xue Tian's side. With her help, your strength will definitely increase. The turtle hermit had many more words to say, but after feeling them on the tip of his tongue, he found himself unable to express them, feeling a sense of inexpressible emotions. Thinking that Lan Chi wasn't going anywhere far, just to Xue Tian's place, he realized that if he missed her, he could visit her anytime. Go ahead, Lan Chi, the turtle hermit said, walking alone into the house. Krillin was momentarily at a loss for what to do and awkwardly explained, Xue Tian, that's just how he is. And Lan Chi has always stayed in the turtle school. Now that she is leaving, it's only natural for him to feel a bit reluctant. Xue Tian naturally didn't think too much. I understand. Do you still want to chat with Master Roshi? If not, we'll be leaving. Klin thought for a moment. At this moment, Master Roshi needed to be alone, and it wouldn't be good to disturb him. After considering this, he said, No more chatting. Let's head back to West City. Lan Chi spoke up. Master Roshi, we're leaving. As she said this, she placed her hand on Xue Tian's shoulder. In an instant, they disappeared. After they left, Master Roshi walked out of the room, letting out a deep sigh. They are gone. Now this turtle island is left with just me and the old turtle. But perhaps this is your true home. Xue Tian's villa. Back at the villa, Klin said, I still have to go to work, so I'll leave first. All right, you can go. After he left, only Lan Chi and Xue Tian remained in the villa. For a moment, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Xue Tian didn't know what to say, and the delicate Lan Chi didn't know how to express herself either. Xue Tian thought to himself that as a master, he should do something. He coughed twice to clear his throat and said, Why don't you get familiar with the environment in the villa first, and then choose a room you like? Lan Ki Ziplit Ken Li, okay. She also felt awkward at this moment, not for any other reason, but because she had just met Xue Tian and became his disciple without knowing anything about him. Chapter 29. How did the combat power increase? Watching her enter the villa, Xue Tian suddenly felt something was off. He had taken her as his disciple, but it seemed he had nothing to teach her. He couldn't help but slap his forehead, realizing that if he had known, he shouldn't have taught self-mastery to Vegeta. It would have been better to keep it for his disciple. However, with Lan Chi's personality, would she be able to master self-mastery? If she was in her blue-haired, gentle state, it was definitely not possible. In her blonde state, though, it would be fine. Her blonde state was inherently wild, self-centered, and free-spirited, making it very suitable for cultivating self-mastery. Meanwhile, her blue-haired gentle state was more suited for free mastery. Suddenly, Xue Tian's eyes lit up. In that case, Lan Chi really is the best candidate for cultivating free mastery and self-mastery. Unintentionally, he had taken on a great disciple. She was not only beautiful, but also talented. It was just a bit of a pity that he had given self-mastery to Vegeta. He should have kept it for Lan Chi. But with the system, he would eventually have it. He checked his status. Host, Xue Tian. Skills, Wolfong Fist, Void Dance, Final Flash. Special techniques, Free Mastery, Self-Mastery Level 1. Cosmic-Instinct-Should. Race Bloodline, Void Bloodline. Has absorbed human bloodline, Scion bloodline. Items, Senza Beans. Combat Power, 900 million. The combat power is the base combat power, not the transformed combat power. Xue Tian was slightly taken aback and said in surprise, strange. How did my combat power reach 900 million? I thought it was 500 million. Could it be because I fused with the void bloodline? But when I fused yesterday, I didn't feel any increase in my combat power. Could it be that this void bloodline can continuously enhance combat power? Or perhaps just engaging in a casual fight could increase it? After thinking about this, Xue Tian wanted to ask the system, but then remembered that this old six wouldn't say anything useful, and the most he would say is to let him explore. He couldn't be bothered to waste time with him. Using instant transmission, he appeared in the Supreme Kai realm. The old Supreme Kai was lying on the grass, leisurely reading a magazine featuring beautiful women, while the Eastern Supreme Kai stood guard beside him, with his servant Jebet behind him. When the Eastern Supreme Kai saw Xue Tian suddenly appear, he was filled with curiosity, not quite understanding why he had appeared so suddenly. But he still approached and asked in confusion, Mr. Xue Tian, your sudden arrival, is there something important? Xue Tian smiled slightly and said, it's nothing important. Just here to unleash a few moves. Huh? The East Kaishin was momentarily confused, not quite understanding what that meant. However, before he could react, Xue Tian spread his hands toward the other side and shouted, Final flash. Boom! Half of the Kaishin realm was directly obliterated. The old Kaishin, who was reading a beauty magazine, was stunned by the deafening explosion, while the East Kaishin was even more shocked and bewildered, unable to comprehend why Xue Tian suddenly blew up their Kaishin realm. Is there a problem with this? Xue Tian, what are you doing? The old Kaishin jumped up and asked. Xue Tianping calmly explained, it's nothing. After saying this, he instantly teleported back to his villa. The old Kai and East Kai looked at each other in confusion, wondering what this meant. Suddenly appearing and doing this, what kind of trick is this? East Kai, next time Xue Tian plans to disrupt the Kaishin realm, you should defeat him. Huh? East Kai felt both awkward and troubled. With his own strength, could he really win against him? Wouldn't rushing in just mean getting beaten up? It's not like he would want to put his juniors in such a predicament. Whoosh! At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly appeared in the Kaishin realm. Seeing that only half of the Kaishin realm was left, he was puzzled and asked, East Kai, what happened? Why is your Kaishin realm only half remaining? Hearing this, East Kai awkwardly replied, just now, Xue Tian suddenly appeared here and unleashed the final flash for some reason. Oh, is that so? East Kai, I'm here to train with you, Sun Wukong said with a smile, not pursuing the reason why Xue Tian released the final flash here, as he thought it might be similar to his own training. East Kai, looking very embarrassed, said, Sun Wukong, you should go somewhere else. Our Kaishin realm is only half remaining. If you keep causing trouble, the other half might disappear too. Come back when we've repaired it. How long will that take? Beerus is coming to Earth in just a few days, and I need to master Super Saiyan God to fight him. As soon as he said this, it immediately displeased the old Kai, who jumped up and scolded. What are you saying? You want to fight Beerus? Sun Wukong, confused, replied, what's wrong? What's the matter? Didn't you promise me you wouldn't fight Beerus? Why are you saying this now? The old Kai pressed his head down. Sun Wukong repeatedly bowed his head and scratched the back of his head, asking in bewilderment, huh? Did I? Thud. The old Kai fell to the ground with a plop, limbs twitching. What kind of memory is this? Do Saiyans only have strong memories when it comes to fighting? Do they not have memory otherwise? Meanwhile, Xue Tian returned to the villa and, without hesitation, immediately checked his status. Host status. Host, Xue Tian. Skills, Wolfang Fist, Sky Dance Technique, Final Flash. Special skills, Zizai Ji Gong Zhao, Self Ji Gong Level 1, Seal of the God, Resurrection of the God, Cosmic Instant Shuttle. Racial lineage, Void Bloodline, has absorbed human bloodline, Scion Bloodline. Items, Senza Beans. Battle Power, 900 million. Battle Power is the base battle power, not the battle power after transformation. Why is this battle power still 900 million? Wait, even if this Void Bloodline is powerful, it shouldn't increase battle power by 1 billion just because I released a skill. Check the value behind 900 million, 928 for million. After Xue Tian obtained this data, he launched a chi blast into the sky, sending it beyond the Earth, where it exploded. Boom! What happened? Did the Earthlings discover us? In the command room of a spaceship, a blue-skinned, chubby man wearing an ivory necklace exclaimed in surprise. Xue Tian was unaware that his ki blast had inadvertently hit a spaceship. He carefully observed his combat power, which had risen from 9,284 to 9,288. Chapter 30. Breathing can also increase combat power. Seeing the change in his combat power value, Xue Tian was overjoyed. What a powerful void bloodline. He had merely released a random ki blast, and his combat power had increased from 9,284 billion to 9,288 billion, an increase of a full 400,000 in combat strength. If this were a real battle, wouldn't he be able to casually boost it by several billion, or even over 10 billion? But since merging with the Void bloodline, he hadn't really fought at all. He had only released a few ki blasts to help Lan Chi fend off pursuers. And that was it. According to the current experiment, it shouldn't lead to a 400 million increase in combat power, just because of those few ki blasts. So what was the reason for this? Checking the combat power value, 9,289. Huh, how did it increase by another 100,000? He hadn't done anything at all. Could it be that breathing also increases combat power? As long as he was alive, he could increase his combat power? Damn, it couldn't be that amazing, could it? After thinking about this, Xue Tian decided to conduct an experiment. How to experiment? It was simple, just wait for time to pass. 1 minute later, Xue Tian immediately expressed in his mind. Check combat power, 930 million. Wow, in just 1 minute, my combat power increased by 2 million. This Void bloodline is too impressive. Just by breathing, my combat power can increase. If I were to move around a bit, or actually engage in a real fight, wouldn't the increase in combat power be even greater? If I'm not mistaken, the 400 million combat power should be mostly due to devouring Saiyan and other bloodlines, with the rest coming from breathing. After thinking about this, Xue Tian felt a bit excited. Truly, the Void bloodline is amazing, existing in the Void world. A bloodline from before the universe. It's really incredible. I don't know why, but I'm a bit eager to see what other effects this Void bloodline has. Knowing just these two effects already makes it so powerful. I wonder if the other effects are even better. Above Earth's space, a frog alien in white armored clothing approached to report. Lord Oyer, the spaceship's engine has been bombed. We need to land for repairs quickly. Please give instructions. Oyer angrily shouted. These people on Earth are really a bunch of annoying folks. Actually bombing our spaceship, it's simply detestable. Lord Elec asked me to observe them. But it seems there's no need to observe anymore. Just kill the people on board and sell the planet for a fortune. Oyer is one of Elec's subordinates, known for his brutal and crude personality. This time, he received Elec's orders to go to Earth and observe the situation, then report back. They planned to turn Earth into their colony and then sell it. Elec founded the Zeta group, which has always cooperated with Frisia, helping him with various tasks. However, Elec has always been ambitious and wants to replace Frisia as the ruler of the universe. Their Zeta group is not weak either. One of his subordinates, Jaz, is even praised by him as the most likely to surpass Frisia. Hearing Oyer's words, a subordinate immediately reminded him. Lord Elec warned us that this time is just for observation. We must not act rashly. After all, the former universe ruler Frisia suffered setbacks here multiple times and ultimately died here. We should be careful. Oyer shook his excess fat, disdainfully saying, Frisia? That was just in the past. Now the universe is ruled by our Lord Elec. It's our Zeta group that counts. His setbacks here only show his incompetence. It doesn't represent anything. Descend Earth. I want to find out who released that energy blast. I Haven even made a move on Earth, and they already attacked us. It's utterly detestable. The subordinate knew Oyer's temper, and if he continued talking, he might get a severe reprimand. Since that's the case, it's better to land. Besides, Oyer is right. Frisia is just a thing of the past. After so long, Oyer and the other lords' powers have already increased by several stages, incomparable to Frisia's era. Dealing with these people on Earth will be a piece of cake. This beautiful blue planet is about to be occupied by us, huh? Yes. Immediately head to the control center and command the landing. In Xue Tian's villa, after Oyer's spaceship passed through the atmosphere, he clearly felt that a spacecraft had landed on Earth, wondering what was going on. Could it be Frisia's ship? No. Frisia just left. It can't be him. Forget it. It doesn't matter who it is. It has nothing to do with me. Without a mission to choose, I can't be bothered to move. He lay back in his chair, comfortably swaying. At that moment, Lan Chi came out and looked at Xue Tian lying in the chair. Master, I've chosen my room. Can I stay in the one on the left? Of course you can. Don't mention the one on the left. Even if you want to stay in mine, that's fine, Xue Tian said casually. Lan Chi's cheeks inevitably flushed with a hint of redness, clearly having misunderstood something. Xue Tian was also worried that she might misunderstand and affect her perception of him. So he immediately said, Lan Chi, I didn't mean anything else. I just said that you can choose any room you like, even if it's my room. I can give it to you. Master, I understand, but how could Lan Chi want your room? Lan Chi said gently. All right, Lan Chi, Do whatever you want. There's no need to hold back. Xue Tian replied. At that moment, Lan Qi curiously asked, Master, when will you teach me how to cultivate? Xue Tian was suddenly dumbfounded. When to teach? Any time is fine, but what you want is something that isn't tiring. What isn't tiring? The void bloodline? His own void bloodline is indeed not tiring. Even breathing can increase combat power. But how easy is it to obtain that? Moreover, there is nothing suitable for you in his system backpack. No, he needs to think of a way quickly to give you a practice method that suits you. If he had known, he wouldn't have given the self-extremity to Vegeta. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he became. Xue Tian coughed twice. Cough, cough. Regarding your cultivation, I am currently organizing a set of boom, boom, boom. Thunder. Before he could finish speaking, a deafening explosion sounded, and a tremendous force burst forth from the direction of the grassland. Lan Qi's attention was immediately drawn there. Master, what happened? Chapter 31. I am his disciple, Master. What happened? Lan Qi asked in confusion. Well, I'm not quite sure either. Xue Tian said calmly. In fact, he had a rough guess that it might be an alien invasion of Earth, and this explosion was likely caused by the aliens. After all, he had sensed the arrival of a spaceship earlier, clearly indicating that aliens had come. However, he didn't want to get involved in other people's affairs and didn't feel like it unless the system activated a mission. Then he would be interested. Based on his calculations, with something like this happening, the system would definitely activate a mission. So even though he wanted to see what was happening, he chose to wait for the system to activate the mission. Ding! Activating system mission. It came. Xue Tian was overjoyed. Just as he had guessed, the system really activated a mission. Option 1. Show off your combat power in front of your disciple to prove your strength. Reward. Lan Qi Gift Pack 1. Option 2. Mind your own business and continue sleeping in the villa. Roi, Turtle Breathing Technique. Lan Qi Gift Pack. Turtle Breathing Technique. The Lan Qi Gift Pack should be something suitable for Lan Qi to use, which is exactly what I lack. As for the turtle breathing technique, I've never even heard of it, and just from the name, it sounds quite ordinary. Perhaps it's a type of breath-holding technique. If it really is a breath-holding technique, it would be of no use to me. I decisively choose option 1. Looking at Lan Qi, I said, let's go. Master will take you to see what happened. Without waiting for Lan Qi to react, I grabbed her hand and flew towards the direction of the explosion. After a while, the two arrived at the explosion site, which was a grassland where a spaceship was parked. Surrounding the spaceship were hundreds of people, all aliens dressed in white battle armor. At the front of them stood a tall, extremely fat blue-skinned man. This fat man was Oyer. Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan, and the others have also arrived. Lan Qi was quite surprised to see Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan, and Vegeta, but then she thought about it. They surely would show up every time something like this happened. When Lan Qi saw Tianjin Fan, her eyes flickered a few times. This man she once liked had not been seen for many years. Tianjin Fan also saw Lan Qi, but his expression showed no change, completely indifferent. He was focused on cultivation and had never considered women. Seeing that he didn't acknowledge her gaze at all, Lan Qi's eyes drooped sadly, feeling quite disappointed. Xue Tian also noticed her expression and smiled lightly. What's wrong? Are you still a bit reluctant about Tianjin Fan? Lan Qi was indeed taken aback, not expecting her master to know about her feelings for Tianjin Fan. Although she felt a little shy, she still self-deprecatingly said, I used to really like him, but he doesn't like me. In his eyes, there's only cultivation. As time passed, my feelings for him have faded a lot, and now they are gone. It's just that seeing him again suddenly brings a sense of unfamiliarity. Xue Tian nodded slightly, understanding this feeling. In reality, it wasn't admiration for Tianjin Fan. It was more of a kind of worship. It could be said that a momentary action or gesture from Tianjin Fan captured Lan Qi's attention, making her feel a sense of admiration for him, which she believed to be love. But it was not so. For a woman, marrying someone she admires would indeed be a wonderful thing. Unfortunately, the feelings may not be mutual. Perhaps it won't be long before you no longer have feelings for him. I no longer have feelings for him. You still have some feelings for him, to some extent. Xue Tian stated affirmatively. Lan Qi carefully sensed that she did still have a bit of feeling for Tianjin Fan, but she could guarantee that if Tianjin Fan were to express his love for her at that moment, she would never agree. After all, so many years had passed, and although she had a delicate and gentle nature, she also had her own unique character when it came to love. At the same time, she was a bit curious as to why her master said she wouldn't have feelings for him in a short time. Master, you just said that I wouldn't have feelings for him in a short time. What is the reason for that? Then the master asked you. Was it because you saw his heroic and valiant fighting style at a martial arts competition that you had feelings for him initially? Lan Qi was surprised again. How did the master know about this? She felt like a little girl whose thoughts had been completely seen through in front of her master. Master, how did you know? Don't forget what you call me, Xue Tian said with a mysterious smile. Lan Shi instantly realized, yes, she called him master. If he didn't have some skills, how could he become her master? But no matter what, the master really had some ability to know this matter. Could it be that he had the ability to foresee the future? Master, do you have the ability to predict the future? Xue Tian smiled mysteriously. You could say that. So strong, master, since you have the ability to predict the future. Lan Shi looked at him with some admiration, and at the same time, she no longer doubted what her master had said earlier. Perhaps she really wouldn't need much time to completely forget about Tianjin Fan. Sun Wukong and the others noticed Lan Shi and Xue Tian and immediately greeted them. Hey Xue Tian, Lan Shi, long time no see. How come you are here too? And you came with Xue Tian. Vegeta was also curious. Lan Shi's presence among them was very low, and she had hardly participated in many things. So her arrival was indeed surprising. Lan Shi replied gently, Wukong, long time no see. Xue Tian is my master. We just heard the explosion and came over. Except for Krillin, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others exclaimed in shock. What? Xue Tian is your master? What's going on? Is there a problem? Lan Shi asked in confusion, thinking that there might be something special about Xue Tian. Sun Wukong scratched his head enviously. It's not a problem, it's just that Xue Tian is really powerful. Becoming his disciple will definitely feel amazing in the future. He even taught me how to transform into Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God? What is that? Lan Shi asked, not understanding. Sun Wukong didn't know how to explain it either, and said ambiguously, it's just a new form of Saiyan. I guess it's called a god. I'm not really sure. Haha. Alright, I want to know who among you broke my spaceship. Chapter 32. How do you know everything? I want to know who among you broke our spaceship. Oyer saw that Sun Wukong and the others were chatting and didn't take him seriously. His temper immediately flared up. No matter where he was, Oyer was never treated as a trivial matter. How could a small earthling ignore him like this? Did they really think that defeating Frieza meant they could disregard everything? Sun Wukong, confused, said, Broke your spaceship? We didn't break your spaceship. Oyer angrily replied, Just now we were flying in space, and suddenly a ki blast hit us and broke our spaceship. Besides, you feel like Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and number 17, who else on Earth could do this? Yet you still won't admit it. Sun Wukong was surprised and said, Huh? You know us. Since we're all friends. If your spaceship is broken, you can ask Bulma to help you fix it. She's really amazing. Hearing this, Xue Tian was also a bit surprised. He had just casually released a ki blast into the universe, and it actually hit Oyer's spaceship. This guy was really unlucky. But what was he doing in the sky above Earth? Wait, he knew the names of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others. Could it be that he had already investigated Sun Wukong and Vegeta? Was he observing Earth and everything on it? Considering that Oyer was a subordinate of Elec, who was the leader of the Sita group, primarily engaged in destroying and selling planets, and collaborating with Frieza, killer organizations, and bounty hunters. The appearance of such a person in Earth's sky was definitely not a good thing. They must have had their eyes on Earth for a long time. The reason they hadn't attacked yet might be that they knew Frieza had died here, and that Sun Wukong and Vegeta were not to be trifled with. So they had been delaying their actions. Oyer disdainfully said, Who asked your people to repair it? Our technology surpasses yours by countless times. Originally, I wanted to observe you for a while before invading Earth, but now it seems that since we have such a fate, I will take Earth right now. I'll give it to Lord Elec as a birthday gift. Ha! Although Sun Wukong might not be very intelligent, he immediately reacted upon hearing about the invasion of Earth. This Oyer was definitely not a good person. So you're not a good person. Oyer spread his hands and laughed. Ha ha ha. I never said I was a good person. Get ready to die. I really want to see how powerful the Earthlings are that could make Frieza fall here. Sun Wukong and the others looked at Oyer in astonishment. You actually know Frieza? Before Oyer could answer, Xue Tian took over the conversation and said, He is a member of the Sita group. Huh? Sita group? Sun Wukong and the others were completely confused. Vegeta was surprised for a moment. Sita group. Huh? Vegeta, you know about the Sita group too? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Vegeta explained, I've heard of it, but it seems the Sita group has a good reputation. They mainly help some planets recover. Moreover, their strength is not weaker than that of Frieza's army. I'm not sure about the specifics. Sun Wukong, being somewhat naive, said, Is it something you heard when you were with Frieza? But if they were helping other planets recover, then they should be good people. Why would they want to invade us? Vegeta's mouth twitched. The thing he hated the most was Kakarot bringing up his past. He scolded, Kakarot, can you shut up? How would I know the answers to your questions? All I know is that he doesn't look like a good person. Hee hee. Sun Wukong scratched his head in embarrassment. Oyer was not surprised that Vegeta knew about the Zeta group, but he was very surprised that Xue Tian knew about it. Because in his impression, there was no such person on Earth. Who are you? How do you know about our Zeta group? Xue Tian's lips curled up slightly in a smile, giving off a mysterious vibe. I not only know about your Zeta group, but I also know that the leader of your Zeta group is I-Leak, with subordinates like Jiaz, Maki, and Oyer. On the surface, your Zeta group engages in legitimate businesses such as planetary revitalization and accepting bounties, but secretly, you partner with the cosmic tyrant Frieza to engage in shady dealings for enormous profits. Oyer stared at Xue Tian in shock. You actually know all this. Upon hearing this, everyone realized what the Zeta group was really about. Sun Wukong couldn't help but exclaim, "That's too wicked, even worse than Frieza." In response to Sun Wukong's comment, Xue Tian agreed. Although Frieza is very evil, he is openly bad, whereas the Zeta group operates in the shadows. Simply put, one is a villain, and the other is a petty hypocrite. A villain like that can be avoided, but a hypocrite can disguise themselves well and strike you when you're at your weakest, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Oyer chuckled proudly, showing no anger being called bad, but instead feeling quite proud. Thank you for the compliments. We are indeed very bad. Now, I will turn this place into our subordinate planet and sell it to those cosmic merchants. Sun Wukong took a step forward, ready to take action against Oyer. Wait. Xue Tian used teleportation and appeared in front of Sun Wukong, blocking him and saying, "I'll deal with this person." Sun Wukong didn't understand. Vegeta also found it puzzling. According to their thoughts, Xue Tian was not someone who enjoyed fighting. He was a very laid-back person. Why was he suddenly expressing a desire to take action? Seeing their confusion, Xue Tian smiled faintly. If it weren't for the system's task, he wouldn't want to take action either. Who wants to work up a sweat? Oyer, noticing that Xue Tian took the initiative to confront him, questioned, "Who exactly are you? Why do you know so much about our Zeta group's affairs? Or is it that among the planets we've destroyed, one of them is your home? Is that why you look at me with such hostility?" This statement instantly piqued everyone's curiosity, as it wasn't impossible. After all, Xue Tian was someone who didn't enjoy fighting, and now he was voluntarily expressing a desire to fight, which made them think that he harbored animosity towards Oyer. Xue Tian said lightly, "Your imagination is quite rich." Chapter 33. Frieza has been resurrected. Your imagination is quite rich, Xue Tian said. Oyer asked in confusion, "Did I say something wrong?" Xue Tian frowned, the corners of his mouth slightly drooping, and said disdainfully, "A small company like the Zeta group thinks it can destroy my hometown? One absurd thought. Since you're so curious, let me tell you that the reason I know about the Zeta group is not because I harbor any hatred towards you, but because I'm aware of past and future events. So, do you really think I wouldn't know about a small company like the Zeta group? I'm only dealing with you right now because I dislike people like you." Oyer was incredibly angry. It turned out to be like this. It seemed that this person before him didn't take the Zeta group seriously at all. You actually look down on our Zeta group." Xue Tian shrugged his shoulders and said, "Isn't this a normal thing? In front of Frieza, you all cowered in fear. After Frieza died, you still haven't achieved your goal of dominating the universe. Is this kind of Zeta group really worthy of my respect?" His words seemed to have stepped on Oyer's tail, who angrily shouted, "You're simply looking for death." With a roar, his massive body charged at Xue Tian like a super tank, displaying power and speed comparable to that of a Super Saiyan in its first transformation. Xue Tian, to be cautious, instantly activated the ultimate freedom technique Xi, enveloping his entire body in a silver flame, his hair turning silver white. With a slight flash, he dodged Oyer's attack. He kicked out, bang, boom. Oyer fell like a giant mountain, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a massive, deep pit. Oyer lay inside, feeling something surge up his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, staring in shock at Xue Tian in midair. How can this person be so powerful? A casual kick sent him flying? How did he do that? How did he just dodge? Vegeta, Goku, and the others, having witnessed Xue Tian's strength, were not surprised that he could kick Oyer away. However, Lan Shi had never seen it before, seeing Xue Tian in the state of ultimate freedom technique, enveloped in silver flames. Then kicking the alien invader away was simply too cool. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, looking at Xue Tian. Master is so cool. At this moment, Xue Tian looked down from above, exuding an aura of supremacy, as if everyone before him could only bow their heads in humility. Oyer, during the time of Frieza's death, You could not dominate the universe, and now, you're even less capable of doing so. Hearing this, the onlookers were a bit confused. Krillin couldn't help but ask Piccolo beside him, what does he mean by that? What does he mean by during Frieza's death? Piccolo seemed to think of something, but felt it was unlikely. Has anyone used the Dragon Balls recently? Krillin thought for a few seconds and shook his head. No, if someone had used the Dragon Balls, we would have sensed it. Piccolo nodded in agreement, stating that with the way the dragon appeared, it would be hard not to notice. And recently there had been no signs of darkness in the sky, except when Xue Tian and Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Gods, but that was due to their transformation, not related to the Dragon Balls. Awire, lying on the ground, did not understand what this meant and was confused but still firmly said, "Humph. The universe will eventually belong to our Sita group." Xue Tian saw his confidence and felt it necessary to tell him about Frieza's resurrection. After all, such a cruel matter could not be kept from Awire. "Oh, is that so? It seems you didn't misunderstand me. To put it bluntly, Frieza has been resurrected." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was taken aback, looking at each other in shock. Krillin was so scared that he was nearly bald. He still couldn't forget the image of Frieza throwing him into the air and blasting him to dust. Meanwhile, Piccolo turned pale, as Frieza left a psychological shadow on him too. He admitted that while many powerful beings existed after Frieza, such as Cell and Bu, the one who left a lasting fear in his heart was Frieza. Frieza was simply too difficult to deal with, and was the first truly formidable villain he had encountered, leaving a deep impression on him. What? Frieza has been resurrected? Why haven't we heard anything about this? How did Frieza come back to life? Sun Wukong asked in astonishment. That's right, Frieza has been resurrected, Xue Tian affirmed. Vegeta was surprised for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and calmly said, so what if he has been resurrected? If he dares to come, I can easily kill him. This time, I'll send him back to hell. With Vegeta's current strength, he could indeed easily defeat the newly resurrected Frieza, especially since he had learned a bit of the basics of Ultra Instinct, making it even less of a challenge to take down Frieza. His lack of fear didn't mean Awire wasn't afraid. He exclaimed in panic, "You're lying. If Frieza has been resurrected, how can we not know?" He heard from his boss that Frieza and his kind, the Ice Demon race, have never undergone training. If they were trained, their combat power would increase rapidly, which is precisely why they have combat power surpassing Frieza and wouldn't dare to confront him lightly. You've already believed it, so why argue? Xue Tian said with a faint smile. The reason he revealed Frieza's resurrection was merely to instill despair in Awire. From the look in his eyes, he could see that Awire was indeed in despair. Since that was the case, his goal had been achieved. Awire was indeed desperate, but he stood up with great effort and shouted, so what if Frieza has been resurrected? The universe will ultimately belong to our Zeta group. Enough. Whether it becomes yours or not, I have no interest in knowing. All I know is that you are about to die. Xue Tian instantly switched to the first level of self-extreme skill. The silver-white aura that had enveloped him and his silver-white hair transformed into a light purple color in an instant. And he exuded a brutal aura as if anyone who encountered him would be destroyed in an instant. Terrifying indeed. Seeing his form, Vegeta excitedly said, "This is self-extreme skill." Seeing his excited expression, Son Goku and the others were puzzled and asked, "Vegeta, what is self-extreme skill? Why does the name sound somewhat similar to Ultra Instinct? But this state seems to be the opposite of Ultra Instinct." Vegeta smiled mysteriously. "Just take a good look, and you'll understand." Chapter 34, because I can also use self-extreme skill. As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, Xue Tian conjured a destructive energy sphere the size of a basketball in his hand. With a grand sweep of his hand, he hurled it towards Awire with great ambition. Awire saw the destructive energy sphere and wanted to dodge, but for some reason, he felt he couldn't escape. Boom! The destructive energy sphere slammed into Awire, instantly transforming into nothingness and then into countless stars, completely disappearing. How could this happen? Sun Wukong and the others sensed that this energy attack was different from theirs. If it were their energy attack hitting someone, even if it reduced the person to dust, it wouldn't turn into countless stars. But Xue Tian's energy attack disintegrated into countless stars in an instant, as if the person had never existed, which was truly unfathomable. Vegeta smiled proudly and teased, "This is the power of the self-extreme technique." Destruction. Vegeta, what exactly is the self-extreme technique? Sun Wukong had heard Vegeta mention it before and was quite confused. Could Vegeta also possess this form? But why had he never seen Vegeta use it? Based on his understanding of Vegeta, if Vegeta could use the self-extreme technique, he would have demonstrated it immediately to amaze everyone. Since Vegeta hadn't used it, he must not have mastered it yet. Sun Wukong's understanding of Vegeta was indeed spot on. Although Vegeta knew how to cultivate the self-extreme technique and had some insight, he still couldn't truly master it or transform. However, from Xue Tian's transformation, he could sense that it was indeed the self-extreme technique. After witnessing the destruction caused by the self-extreme technique, he became even more excited, fantasizing that it wouldn't be long before he could master such terrifying power. At that time, none of Sun Wukong and the others would be his match. Even if Beerus descended, he would not be a match for him. The thought of defeating the god of destruction, Beerus, and becoming the second strongest in the universe made him unable to contain his excitement. Why not the first? Because the first was Xue Tian. He was also self-aware. If Xue Tian was around, even if he defeated Beerus, he could never become the strongest in the universe. After all, the self-extreme technique was taught to him by Xue Tian. How could he surpass him? Moreover, judging by Xue Tian's performance, he was convinced that Xue Tian definitely possessed more than just the self-extreme technique and the free extreme technique. If Xue Tian knew what Vegeta was thinking at that moment, he would surely say, "You are quite self-aware, but wanting to defeat the god of destruction, Beerus, with the first level of the self-extreme technique, is quite overestimating yourself." Seeing that Vegeta hadn't answered him, Sun Wukong hurried over, grabbing him and asking, "Vegeta, what is this self-extreme technique? How do you know about it?" "Because I can," Vegeta said proudly. "What? You can use the self-extreme technique?" Sun Wukong was shocked, his mouth agape. Such a powerful form, and Vegeta could actually use it. However, Sun Wukong quickly reacted, excitedly saying, "Vegeta, let's spar. You use the self-extreme technique." Vegeta immediately looked embarrassed. He couldn't transform into that form yet. He only knew how to do it. If Kakarot found out, he was just bragging. Wouldn't he be ridiculed? After thinking about this, he coldly threw down a sentence. "I don't have time to spar with you," and immediately used the instant transmission to leave. After he left, he secretly thought, "Kakarot, just wait. When I master the self-extreme technique, it'll be time to teach you a lesson." The members of the Zeta Legion, seeing their leader Oye Air killed, panicked and quickly ran to the spaceship, driving their small flying saucers to escape in a hurry. In less than 3 minutes, only one spaceship remained, with not a single alien left. Xue Tian's goal was achieved. He, and with a flash, appeared in front of Lan Qi, saying, "It's time for us to go back." "Yes, master," Lan Qi replied with admiration. Her master was so cool, easily defeating the alien invasion with a single kick, scaring the remaining minions into fleeing in panic. Grabbing Lan Qi's hand, he used instant transmission to return to the villa. Sun Wukong saw Xue Tian use instant transmission to leave and was momentarily tongue-tied. Wow. Xue Tian can use instant transmission too. Remembering what Vegeta had just said about self-mastery, he immediately chased after him. In Xue Tian's villa, "Master, you were really so cool just now, especially with those two forms, one silver and one light purple. It was so awesome," Lan Qi said excitedly, her eyes sparkling, and her right hand kept waving as if she had just defeated Oyer. Xue Tian felt a bit shy being praised by his beautiful disciple, clearing his throat twice. "We need to be low-key, low-key. My master strength is not just this little bit. There are stronger aspects that you will understand later." Lan Qi note det et si ten li. Ding. Choice completed. Show off my combat power in front of my disciple, prove my strength, and receive a reward. Lan Qi Gift Pack 1. Looking at the Lan Qi gift pack in the system backpack, Xue Tian was very satisfied. Just as he was about to open it for Lan Qi, he suddenly felt a disturbance in space, and Sun Wukong appeared out of nowhere. "Huh, what are you doing here?" Sun Wukong didn't hold back and asked eagerly, "Xue Tian, what is the self-ultimate skill that Vegeta mentioned?" "What is it?" "It's just the self-ultimate skill." Xue Tian immediately saw through Sun Wukong's intentions, so he laughed and said. Sun Wukong scratched his head, wondering if he hadn't expressed himself clearly or if Xue Tian hadn't understood. Just as he was about to finish speaking, Xue Tian directly stated, "Wukong, don't think about it. You won't be able to learn this self-extremity technique." Sun Wukong thought Xue Tian was unwilling to teach him, so he quickly ran to Xue Tian's side, leaned in close, and said, "Just teach me. How can you say I can't learn it without even trying?" Xue Tian remained unmoved. Sun Wukong shifted his focus and looked at Lan Qi. "Lan Qi, please help persuade your master to teach me this self-extreme skill. I'm counting on you." Xue Tian glared at Sun Wukong. This guy, while one might say his IQ is not online, becomes very sharp when it comes to learning techniques or fighting. He knows to ask Lan Qi for help. Lan Shi hesitated and said, Master, why don't you teach Wukong? If he learns it, he can better protect the earth. Xue Tian replied, It's not that I don't want to teach him. It's just that he doesn't meet the qualifications to learn this martial arts technique. It requires someone cold, brutal, and self-centered like Vegeta. Chapter 35. Lan Shi's big gift. It's not that I don't want to teach him, but he simply doesn't meet the qualifications to learn the self-extreme technique. Immediately after, Xue Tian carefully explained the training conditions for the self-extreme technique. After hearing this, Sun Wukong and Lan Shi completely understood that Sun Wukong indeed did not have the conditions for training. Mr. Xue Tian, is there a martial arts technique suitable for me? Xue Tian's mouth twitched a few times. Is he planning to get something for nothing from me? Don't even think about mastering the Ultra Instinct. Just focus on mastering the Super Saiyan God form. If you haven't even mastered the Super Saiyan God, how can you think about practicing other martial arts techniques? Why don't you just ascend to heaven? Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly, saying it was a fair point. Then I'll go master the Super Saiyan God first. Once I got it down, you teach me Ultra Instinct. Before Xue Tian could respond, Sun Wukong's figure flashed, and he used instant transmission to leave. Xue Tian was speechless. This Sun Wukong really knew how to play tricks. He hadn't even had the chance to refuse, and he was already gone? Could it be that he had mastered El Xiaobu's skills in flirting? Never give the girl a chance to refuse. He stopped thinking about it. He opened the Lan Shi gift pack in his mind. Open the Lan Shi gift pack. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Self-Extreme Skill, Free Extreme Skill, God-Level Combat Energy Warehouse, and God-Level Exclusive Lan Shi Combat Suit. Immediately, Self-Extreme Skill Level 1, Free Extreme Skill Zhao, God-Level Combat Energy Warehouse, and God-Level Exclusive Lan Shi Combat Suit appeared in Xue Tian's backpack. Wow, this Lan Shi gift pack is not bad. I don't even have an exclusive combat suit. And Lan Shi actually has one. What is this God-Level Combat Energy Warehouse? Never mind. I'll first teach Free Extreme Skill and Self-Extreme Skill to Lan Shi and study the other things later. He smiled at Lan Shi. Weren't you asking your master when he would teach you martial arts? Upon hearing this, Lan Shi excitedly asked, Is master planning to teach me martial arts now? After witnessing Xue Tian's handsome combat posture, Lan Shi was eager to practice, but she was worried that her master wouldn't teach her. Now it seemed her worries were a bit unnecessary. Yes, Xue Tian replied with a smile. Lan Shi was delighted at first, but then asked with concern, But master, what if I can't learn it? I feel like I might be a bit slow. A faint blush appeared on her fair cheeks, and with her watery eyes, she looked particularly lovely and delicate. Xue Tian comforted her, saying, It's okay, you don't need to study too hard. Master will integrate what you need to learn into your brain, and you will basically understand how to comprehend and practice. Lan Shi found it very magical. She had never heard of such things when she was with the Turtle Hermit. Xue Tian raised his hand and placed it on Lan Shi's forehead. I will now teach you the Self-Extreme Skill and the Free Extreme Skill. The Free Extreme Skill is used in your blue-haired state, which is when you are gentle, while the Self-Extreme Skill is used in your blonde-haired state, which is wild, self-centered, and free-spirited. System, activate Self-Extreme Skill, Free Extreme Skill Level 1 for Lan Shi. Beep, activation successful. After hearing that it was successful, Xue Tian withdrew his hand, and at that moment, Lan Shi felt a surge of memories flooding into her mind. Lan Shi, do you feel the Self-Extreme Skill and the Free Extreme Skill? I do, master. Lan Ki no te et si ten li. Xue Tian smiled and said, with martial arts moves, how could battle suits be missing? System, use the God-Level Exclusive Battle Suit for Lan Shi. Beep, usage successful. A silver light enveloped Lan Shi, and a silver battle suit appeared on her, making her look heroic. This is your God-Level battle suit. Lan Shi looked at the battle suit on her and happily said, Master, I really like this battle suit. The moment I put on, I felt connected to it. That's good, Xue Tian replied. Oh, Lan Shi exclaimed in surprise. This made Xue Tian pause for a moment, puzzled, and asked, What's wrong? Is there something bad about it? No, this is a God-Level battle suit exclusive to Lan Shi, designed specifically for her, so there shouldn't be anything wrong. Lan Shi realized she had startled her master and quickly explained, No, master, there's nothing wrong. It's just that this battle suit is so amazing. It actually has 3 forms. 3 forms? Xue Tian asked. Although he knew this battle suit was definitely not bad, he was clueless about its specific functions. As the system had mentioned, it was for him to explore. Several times he wanted to complain to the system, explore this. Lan Shi danced with excitement and said, Yes. 3 forms, speed form, power form, and radiant form. The speed form is fast, but has weak attack power. The power form has strong power, but is slower. But my favorite is the radiant form. In radiant form, both speed and power are balanced, and many special abilities can be mastered. But the stamina consumption in radiant form is double that of the other two forms. Moreover, even if this battle suit is shattered, it can reassemble itself after an hour. Xue Tian did not expect that this battle suit would be so powerful. Even if it was shattered, it could reassemble itself. It truly deserves to be classified as divine. By the way, that combat energy chamber is also divine. What kind of effect does that thing have? But since it is part of the Lan Qi gift package, it must have a significant function for Lan Qi. Lan Qi looked at the battle suit on her body, and with a thought, she retracted it into her body, controlling it with ease. Master, I really love this battle suit. Don't be anxious. Master has another gift for you. Another gift? Lan Qi exclaimed in surprise. After receiving the first level of the self-ultimate skill, the free ultimate skill Jia, in this set of battle suit, she was already very satisfied. But she didn't expect there to be another gift. Her master is just too good. Handsome, skilled, and caring for his disciples. She feels so lucky. Why didn't I meet him sooner? Xue Tian said to the system in his mind to take out the god-level combat energy chamber. Beep, extraction successful. An energy chamber appeared in front of Lan Qi and Xue Tian. Xue Tian went over to take a look. The energy chamber had instructions saying that lying inside, while sleeping, could automatically enhance combat power and increase the proficiency of martial arts. This energy chamber required no energy and could be used at any time. Oh my goodness, this thing was simply designed for Lan Qi. Lan Qi didn't want to endure the hardships of training. She just needed to lie inside and sleep every night. Chapter 630 Champa. Lan Qi also saw the description of the divine-level combat power energy chamber, and in an instant, her brain lost the ability to command her actions. She stood there like a wooden dummy, staring blankly at the description of the energy chamber's effects. This directly solved her cultivation problem. Her master knew she didn't want to train hard, so he specially gave this to her. Feeling moved, she said, "Master, you're too good." In her excitement, she suddenly kissed Xue Tian on the cheek. This left Xue Tian completely stunned. Lan Qi didn't expect to do such a thing either. She felt she was just too excited to control herself. Her face turned as red as a chili pepper, and her shoes shuffled awkwardly on the floor. For a moment, she didn't know whether to walk away or stay, feeling extremely embarrassed. Xue Tian felt awkward, but soon his embarrassment faded away because he knew that Lan Qi kissed him simply out of excitement and meant nothing more. After all, he had given her so many precious items all at once. If it were Sun Wukong, he would probably hug him tightly and keep kissing him. So this was completely within reason. I'll move this energy chamber to your bedroom now. When you have nothing to do, you can lie inside to boost your combat power. Okay, master. Lan Qi not det si li. After Xue Tian transferred the energy chamber to her bedroom, he came out alone. Lan Qi, on the other hand, couldn't wait to go in and experience the effects. Lying on the recliner, Xue Tian subconsciously touched the cheek that had just been kissed. This little girl? He wondered how effective this god-level combat power energy chamber would be. If the effects were good, it wouldn't be long before Lan Qi might reach the level of Sun Wukong or Vegeta. After all, this god-level combat power energy chamber had the effect of mastering martial arts techniques, so her proficiency in self-extreme skill would definitely surpass Vegeta's. Suddenly, Xue Tian thought of something amusing. How would Vegeta and Sun Wukong react when they find out Lan Qi is stronger than them? For a moment, he felt a bit excited. He even thought in his heart, if Beerus were to descend and be defeated by Lan Qi, what kind of expression would Beerus have? Would it be quite amusing? But then he realized that Lan Qi definitely wouldn't be able to defeat Beerus in a short time. Even with his help as her overpowered master, it was nearly impossible. After all, Beerus was coming in just a few days. And how could Lan Qi be elevated to that level in such a short time? No matter how amazing this god-level combat power energy chamber was, it couldn't be that extraordinary. Otherwise, he could easily create a god team that sweeps through the 12 universes. By the way, I haven't tried what this universe shuttle does yet. Let's give it a try. With that thought, he immediately activated the universe shuttle. In an instant, 12 universes. The palace of Zeno, the realms of the supreme kais of various universes, and the realm of destruction appeared in his mind. Xue Tian thought for a moment and decided to check out the 6th universe first. He randomly selected a location in the 6th universe. Activate. Whoosh. In an instant, Xue Tian appeared in the cosmos of the 6th universe. He looked around and muttered, "Is this the 6th universe?" The 6th universe and the 7th universe are balanced universes. The 7th universe has science, and there are also science in the 6th universe. Should he go find a science to play with? After considering it, he thought it wouldn't be interesting, So he decided against it and once again used the cosmic instant transmission to see the situation in the first universe. As there is very little information about the first universe in Dragon Ball Super, and he planned to witness it with his own eyes. "Hey, who are you?" A rough voice suddenly rang out. A purple-skinned, upright cat asked casually. He was fat, short, and had a short tail. His upper body was bare, with a black and white band around his neck, golden bracelets on his arms, golden arm rings, and he wore loose red pants. Beside him was a tall woman with blue-green skin, long white hair, and a staff in her right hand. Champa, Beerus. Xue Tian immediately recognized the two people. The short and chubby one that looked like a cat was the god of destruction, Champa, from Universe 6, and the beautiful woman beside him was his servant and master, Vados. Champa was suddenly startled and, with wide eyes, asked, You know me? Champa laughed and said, with such a famous name as Lord Champa. How could I not know? Bardos raised her eyebrows slightly, clearly a bit surprised. Champa loved hearing compliments about himself, and immediately puffed out his protruding belly, laughing heartily. You really know how to talk. However, it seems you are not from our 6th universe. Just moments ago, Champa and Bardos were traveling through the universe, searching for delicious food, when they suddenly sensed a surge in the surrounding space. That surge came from the 7th universe, so they came over to check it out, only to find a handsome human. Xue Tian knew that by asking this, he must have evidence, and the god of destruction doesn't need to reason or provide evidence in dealing with matters, unless facing the Omni-King. He simply admitted, that's right. I am not from the 6th universe. Are you from the 7th universe? Champa continued to ask. Xue Tian shook his head, no. This made Champa furrow his brow. Not from the 7th universe. But I clearly felt him coming from the 7th universe. If he really isn't from the 7th universe, then which universe is he from? Why did he suddenly appear in the 6th universe? Does he have some purpose? So, are you from that universe? Xue Tian thought for a moment. Which universe does he belong to? He belongs to the real world, but can he say that to him? Clearly not. Moreover, even if he said it, he wouldn't understand. I am a cosmic traveler, but I don't even know which universe I belong to. Champa scratched his chubby face with his nails, questioning with suspicion. A cosmic traveler? Then how did you travel from the 7th universe to the 6th universe? Without a warp cube or any special abilities, it's simply impossible. If you have such special abilities, do you have some kind of purpose? Xue Tian was at a loss whether to laugh or cry and explained, My purpose is just to travel the universe. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wait, you want to leave without the permission of this destroyer god? Don't you think that's a bit disrespectful to the divine? Moreover, this destroyer god suspects that you might be up to something special. Chapter 37. Stop wasting words. Hurry up and destroy me. Furthermore, this destroyer god suspects that you might be doing something special, Champa said with a doubtful expression. Then he scrutinized Xue Tian up and down, as if trying to see through him, which made the latter quite displeased, feeling as if he were being targeted by a hungry wolf, ready to pounce and tear him apart at any moment. Xue Tian said lightly, I am indeed just a cosmic traveler, so please, Lord Champa, do not make things difficult for me. I will leave now. Upon hearing this, Champa felt even more suspicious. He took a step forward and coldly said, Although your words are pleasant to hear, I, the god of destruction, must still destroy you. I absolutely cannot allow your conspiracy to succeed. Seeing that he did not believe him, Xue Tian decided not to maintain his good temper. Oh, is that so? Champa instantly became displeased, his face darkening to an extreme. What kind of attitude is this? I am the god of destruction. Why does it feel like I wouldn't dare to destroy you? Beep. Activating mission selection. Choice 1. Step forward and let Champa destroy you. If he destroys the host dies. If he doesn't destroy you, the mission succeeds. Hoa, pseudo-immortality. Choice 2. Defeat Champa. Reward, Dominance Divine Ring. Pseudo-immortality and Dominance Divine Ring. Both of these rewards are quite good, if I'm not mistaken. The pseudo-immortality is the state Zamasu achieved after wishing for immortality from the Super Dragon, meaning he cannot be killed in normal combat, but can be destroyed. This is also why the term pseudo is added later. The Dominance Divine Ring should be a ring that grants immunity to most control-type techniques, similar to the ring worn by the Grand Priest and Whis. However, until now, I don't even know what effects their rings have, as I've never heard them mention it. Both rewards are not bad, but Choice 2 is clearly countless times more difficult than Choice 1. With my current strength, how could I possibly defeat Champa? Xue Tian pondered for a moment and secretly made up his mind. Alright, since I can't complete option 2, I'll choose option 1. I'll take a gamble. Bet that Champa won't dare to destroy me. If I die, I'll rise to the heavens. If I don't die, I'll cultivate to become an immortal. Option 1. After making his choice, Xue Tian's figure flickered. Oh, still planning to escape? Do you think you can escape from the grasp of this destroyer? Ha ha ha. Champa thought Xue Tian was preparing to flee, but he suddenly realized something was off. In an instant, Xue Tian appeared right in front of him, less than half a meter away. Just as he was confused and startled, Xue Tian calmly said, "Didn't you want to destroy me? Come on." Huh? Xiangpa was momentarily stunned, completely thrown off guard. What is going on? Why is he coming at me voluntarily? He coldly asked, "Are you provoking the destroyer? Since that's the case, then I'll grant you your wish." He raised his hand, aimed at Xue Tian, and gathered a purple sphere of destructive energy. In an instant, everything around fell into an incredibly silent state. In less than a second, this silence transformed into a sense of an abyss, giving a tremendous feeling of oppression. Hee, you're the first person to seek death in front of this destroyer. Xue Tian's eyes showed no ripples as he, "Stop wasting words. If you really have the guts, then come on." Badass looked at Xue Tian's demeanor, feeling quite curious about what was going on with this person. It seemed like he wasn't afraid of destruction at all. Despite Xue Tian's calm exterior, he was actually panicking inside. He was gambling, betting that the king had arranged for someone to secretly protect him, betting that the high priest was watching over him. If he died, the king would also die. At that time, the entire universe might follow suit and return to nothingness. Whether this was true or not, Xue Tian didn't know, but it was certain that if he died, the king would die too. Xiangpa's mouth twitched a few times. He had thought Xue Tian would beg for mercy, but he completely did not expect that the other party would not plead for mercy and instead urged him to hurry up, looking as if he was ready to face death. This left him quite bewildered. Could it be that the other really didn't want to live? But at the beginning, he didn't seem to be like this, as he clearly had no intention of dying. Unable to guess any further, he stopped trying. In any case, Xue Tian had already angered him. Destruction. Who? The destructive energy ball in his hand was launched, crashing towards Xue Tian. Xue Tian looked at the destructive energy ball crashing down and couldn't help but close his eyes, cursing in his heart. Damn it. Did the king really not send anyone to protect me? Did the high priest not notice me? Or do they not believe that the king has bound me? Wasn't the last proof enough? Should I intervene? But even if I did, I wouldn't be able to block this destructive energy ball now. Damn it, since I've gambled, I might as well wait for the result. Fortune favors the bold. This is messed up. Xue Tian's mouth revealed a determined curve. Bang! Just as the destructive energy ball was about to hit Xue Tian, Xiangpa Mei thought that she would soon see Xue Tian's destruction. A brilliant blue sphere of angelic power shone forth and blasted the destructive energy ball away. Huh, Bados. Xiangpa shifted his gaze to Bados, realizing that the force that had just knocked away his destructive energy ball was angelic power, and the only person here with angelic power was Bados. So, he immediately looked at Bados, wanting to question him about why he interfered with his work. Having been with Xiangpa for so many years, Bados naturally understood his thoughts. Covering her cherry-like mouth with a smile, she was like a breath of spring, dazzling and radiant. It wasn't me. Xue Tian opened his eyes and thought to himself, "Damn it, the rescue has finally arrived. I was scared to death. I really thought you guys dared to joke with the life of the king." Just as Xiangpa was about to ask who it was, a rainbow of light surged forth, and he saw Weiss appear not far from Xue Tian, facing Xiangpa and Bardas. "Weiss!" Champa exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, he realized that it must have been Weiss who had just acted. Xue Tian was a bit surprised that the one secretly protecting him was Weiss. He had thought it would be the Grand Priest. However, upon reflection, since he was in the 7th universe, the Grand Priest would definitely arrange for Weiss to protect him in secret, as Weiss was currently the strongest being in the 7th universe. Although Weiss did not participate in any battles, Xue Tian was very clear that he was definitely the pinnacle of combat power in the 7th universe. As for Beerus, the god of destruction, he was simply not worth considering. Xue Tian even suspected that these gods of destruction were not a match for the angels, but whether that was true or not, Xue Tian didn't know, as he had never actually seen an angel make a move. However, based on the performances of the angels Bados and Weiss, their strength surpassed that of Beerus and Champa. "Weiss, what are you doing?" Chapter 38, Confronting Champa. "Weiss, what are you doing?" Champa waved his hands, clearly dissatisfied and loudly questioning. Weiss, with a gentle smile, replied, "Lord Champa, you cannot destroy him." "Why not?" Saying this, he scratched his ear disdainfully and added, "Weiss, this is the 6th universe, not the 7th universe, and it seems your angel clan has no right to interfere with the work of the gods of destruction." Lord Champa was right. The Angel Clan indeed had no right to interfere with the gods of destruction's work, but you cannot destroy this person. Weiß keimlich startet. Why not? Champa asked in confusion. Logically speaking, why should not be stopping him like this? Angels had never interfered with the work of the gods of destruction. They only supervised to ensure the gods of destruction were not slacking off. Why was he suddenly stopping him? Moreover, Weiss was an angel of the seventh universe. Beerus, who was also puzzled by this, wondered why her brother was acting this way. The Angel Clan had strict rules and regulations. Weiss smiled slightly. I don't know. It's just that this person cannot be destroyed. Champa, very displeased, said, Weiss, you're being unreasonable. I advise you to leave quickly and return to your seventh universe to serve Beerus. Weiss directly warned, Lord Champa, if you destroy him, then I will have to take action against you. Huh? Champa looked dumbfounded. After being with angels for so many years, it was the first time he heard an angel say they would take action against a god of destruction. This was not because angels couldn't win against gods of destruction, but due to the rules between the two. Angels could not interfere with any work of the gods of destruction, nor could they take action against them. If a god of destruction were killed, the angels would fall into slumber until the next god of destruction was born. Otherwise, they would remain asleep. What exactly sleeping meant was something no one knew. Weiss, are you serious? Champa finally reacted, extremely displeased. Weiss affirmed, of course. Champa immediately became furious. Even a clay figure would have some stubbornness, let alone a god of destruction, who suddenly emitted strands of purple aura, enveloping the area within tens of thousands of meters in a chilling atmosphere, silent and lifeless. To this, Weiss was unfazed, maintaining a calm demeanor throughout, showing no signs of fear towards Champa. At this moment, Beerus, who had been silent, spoke up. Lord Champa, Weiss is my brother. You can give him a favor on my account. Champa turned to look at Beerus, retracting his god of destruction aura, and indifferently said, Since Beerus, you have said so, I will give you face. In fact, he didn't want to have conflicts with Beerus. Throughout history, there had never been friction between angels and gods of destruction. If this reached the Omni-King, he might not have a good outcome. Although he felt justified, every time something happened, the Grand Priest would always speak up for these angels, and the Omni-King tended to listen to the Grand Priest's opinions. Therefore, it was best to avoid conflicts whenever possible, but as a god of destruction, being told what to do by Weiss felt like a loss of face. Now that Beerus had given him a way out, he naturally took it. In fact, Beerus had long seen through his inner thoughts, but she was more curious about why her brother's attitude was so firm. The Angel Clan indeed should not interfere in these matters. So she felt there was something wrong here, but what the problem was. She could only ask her brother when she had the chance. Hey, Weiss, since your sister Beerus has said so, then let's drop this matter. I won't destroy this person. Thank you, Lord Champa. Weiss also gave Champa enough face. Of course, these angels usually also gave face to the gods of destruction, unless it was during missions or other matters. Weiss approached Xue Tian and smiled, saying, Mr. Xue Tian, you can now travel anywhere. Xue Tian waved his hand and said impatiently, Forget it, I'm not interested anymore. He secretly thought to himself, showing up so late almost scared me to death. I don't have any interest in traveling now. I even suspect that you deliberately appeared this late. Xue Tian was quite aware of Weiss's scheming nature, as he had been tricked by this guy more than once compared to Beerus. Champa looked astonished. What kind of identity does Xue Tian have that he doesn't show any respect to Weiss? Weiss saved him, so he should be grateful. If Xue Tian knew what Champa was thinking, he would definitely scoff. Grateful for what? Would it kill you to show up earlier? Beerus's eyes were darting around, not knowing what he was thinking. Ding! Choice 1 completed. Approach and let Champa destroy. If he destroys the host dies. If he doesn't destroy, the mission succeeds. Roi, pseudo-immortality. Learning pseudo-immortality. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring pseudo-immortality. Ding! Activating system task. Choice 1. Survive a disaster. Secretly relieved. Quickly leave an embarrassment. Reward. Super speed. Choice 2. Intimidate Champa. Let him know you're not easy to deal with. Reward. Pseudo-dominance. Super speed? Isn't that Tiz's technique? It was indeed quite good when it was first used, but it can still be countered, which is pointless. On the other hand, the pseudo-dominance seems a bit interesting. Besides, Xue Tian was quite displeased with Champa's behavior. As a transmigrator with a system, being threatened and almost killed without showing any anger is truly too pathetic. Is this how a transmigrator should act? Regardless of whether to make this choice or not, it has to be done. Choice 2. Xue Tian rubbed his eyelid and casually warned, Xiangpa, you are the god of destruction, indeed with enough arrogance to back it up. But not everyone is someone you can provoke. nor does everyone qualify for you to destroy. Xiangpa was suddenly taken aback, stunned, and looking at Xue Tian in disbelief, never expecting that after surviving a disaster, the other party would say such things to him. How arrogant! Beerus was also surprised. Who exactly is this Xue Tian? How could he be so assertive? He doesn't even give face to the god of destruction Xiangpa. His brother Weiss is helping him so much? Could he be? Chapter 39. Beerus' speculation. An illegitimate child? His brother Weiss is helping him so much? Could he be the illegitimate child of their father? Also one of the angel clan? As soon as Beerus had this thought, she immediately shook her head lightly, feeling it was impossible. Her father was not that kind of person. Even if he did have an illegitimate child, he wouldn't hide it. Moreover, she did not sense any angelic aura from Xue Tian, which led her to conclude that he was not one of their angelic race. Weiss was also a bit surprised, but quickly regained his composure, smiling with his teeth bared. Except for the king and the high priest. He had never seen anyone speak to a god of destruction like this. Usually, those people would treat the god of destruction as a formidable enemy. But Xue Tian's performance was truly shocking. At the same time, Weiss did not forget his father's orders. No matter what, he must ensure Xue Tian's safety. This was a death order. It was precisely for this reason that his previous attitude had been so strong. After Xiangpa regained his composure, he glared furiously, and his anger surged even more. He raised his hand, intending to gather another sphere of destructive energy. Weiss immediately waved his staff in front of Xiangpa's hand and comforted him. Lord Xiangpa, please bear with it. Xiangpa's mouth twitched a few times, feeling too humiliated. As the god of destruction, the entire sixth universe had to act according to his will. Yet now he was being looked down upon by a kid who seemed to have popped up from nowhere. Most importantly, Weiss was fully protecting him. He couldn't completely lose face in front of Weiss. Could he? Ding! Choice 2 completed. Intimidate and warn Xiangpa. Let him know he's not to be trifled with. Reward obtained, pseudo-dominance. Using pseudo-dominance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring pseudo-dominance. In an instant, Lin Machin felt a change in his body. A refreshing sensation washing over him. It felt great. Weiss smiled at Xue Tian and said, Mr. Xue Tian, you should avoid this for now. After receiving the reward, Xue Tian didn't want to linger anymore. After all, with his current strength, he couldn't teach Champa a lesson. Just talking back was really meaningless. He activated the cosmic instant transmission, searching in his mind for the area of the seventh universe and locating his villa. Activate. Whoosh. His figure instantly disappeared, as if he had never appeared at all. After he left, Champa, feeling quite unhappy, asked, Hey Weiss, what exactly is going on? Why are you helping this Xue? What was his name again? Xue Tian. Beerus reminded him. Weiss smiled gracefully. I don't know either. No. Weiss, what's with your attitude? Have you been hanging around that idiot Beerus for too long that you don't even know how to speak anymore? Champa crossed his arms, looking at him with a purple face, his teeth grinding, which showed just how angry he was. Weiss chuckled. Lord Champa makes a valid point. So let's chalk this one up to Lord Beerus. Lord Champa, sister, I'm leaving now. Beerus nodded slightly, as if agreeing. Whoosh. Weiss didn't linger any longer and transformed into a streak of light, leaving. According to his calculations, it wouldn't be long before Beerus woke up. After he left, Champa asked in confusion, Beerus, do you know why Weiss is helping Xue Tian? Could it be Beerus' suggestion? Lord Champa, I don't know. It might be possible. Beerus replied with a smile. However, her thoughts were different from Champa's. In her view, Weiss's actions were definitely not because of Beerus. Firstly, the angel clan is only responsible for the daily life of the god of destruction. Even if they have a good relationship, they wouldn't do such things on behalf of the god of destruction. So there was only one possibility. He received the suggestion from her father, the Grand Minister, or from the Omni-King. Most matters concerning the Omni-King are managed by her father, the Grand Minister, so this matter should have received her father's suggestion. But why would her father want Weiss to protect Xue Tian? Moreover, Weiss also seemed to not understand the reason behind it. After thinking for a while, Beerus couldn't figure it out either, so she decided to stop thinking about it. She looked at Champa and asked, Lord Champa, do we still want to go find some delicious food? Champa replied dejectedly, I'm not in the mood anymore. Let's go back to sleep. The next day, Xue Tian walked out of the room, and Lan Qi was making breakfast. Looking at Xue Tian, she gently greeted him, Good morning, master. Breakfast is ready. All right. Xue Tian walked over and looked at the sumptuous breakfast on the table. Milk, bread, eggs, and a small bowl of noodles. He couldn't help but feel that it was nice to have a female disciple. The gift he gave to Lan Qi was certainly worthwhile. At least he could see a return on his investment. For Xue Tian, he didn't lack in self-extreme mastery and the freedom of extreme mastery. So investing in someone who could provide returns was definitely worth it. At least in Xue Tian's view, it was more worthwhile than investing in Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The reason the two could continuously improve was mainly because they were the two main characters of the Dragon Ball world, but just because they were the protagonists. He shouldn't have to unconditionally share the benefits he obtained with them. He wasn't a great saint or their master, so why should he do that? Moreover, even if they became his disciples, he wouldn't be willing. What could they bring him? It seemed they would only tire him out. Unless becoming his disciples could bring him certain benefits, then it would be acceptable. Unlike Lan Shi, who, after becoming his disciple, would cook 3 meals a day for him and give him back rubs and leg massages, that would be interesting. For such a disciple, he would certainly be willing to give his excess resources. Seeing Xue Tian sit down, Lan Shi also sat down excitedly and said, "Master, I rested all night in the God-level combat energy chamber yesterday, and today I feel light all over, full of strength. And I've also grasped a little of self-extreme mastery and freedom of extreme mastery." Xue Tian nodded in approval. It seems that this God-level combat power energy chamber is quite good. "Master, would you like to try it out?" Lan Shi smiled gently and charmingly, looking lovely and soft. "As for Master, there's no need for that. This is for you to use. Master doesn't need it," Xue Tian said with a smile. Using this God-level combat power energy chamber for himself would be a waste, as his martial arts techniques were already at full proficiency. As for combat power, he didn't need to do much. It would naturally increase. Just by unleashing a few energy blasts, he might gain more combat power than what this energy chamber could provide in an hour. Chapter 40. Who is stronger, Vegeta or Lan Shi? After finishing breakfast, Xue Tian and Lan Shi arrived in the yard, where Lan Shi demonstrated the free extreme intent and self-extreme intent techniques. The progress was indeed significant. The free extreme intent could be maintained for a minute, while the self-extreme intent could condense destructive energy the size of her own fist. Although Lan Shi had mastered free extreme intent Ja and the first level of self-extreme intent, she still did not know how to perform the sky dance technique or high-speed movement. Under Xue Tian's careful guidance, Lan Shi learned it in just 10 minutes. Excitedly flying in the air, Lan Shi felt like her heart was about to jump out. Looking at Xue Tian, who was lying on the chair, she exclaimed, "Master, you're amazing. You taught me in just 10 minutes. It's not just about how amazing the master is. It mainly depends on your good comprehension. Beerus, you already know both the free and self techniques, so learning this basic sky dance technique and high-speed movement is naturally easy." Although she understood that, Lan Shi knew it was all thanks to Xue Tian's abilities. Without him, she could never have learned these martial arts techniques. Just then, 2 powerful auras quickly flew toward them. Xue Tian didn't even look up, already knowing who had arrived. Lan Shi also sensed it. "Master, it seems that Wukong and Vegeta are here." "Yes." Xue Tian wasn't surprised that Lan Shi could feel it. After receiving Xue Tian's affirmative answer, Lan Shi was filled with astonishment. "Wow, I can actually sense it." Soon, Sun Wukong and Vegeta arrived. Seeing Lan Shi flying in the air, they were also surprised and said, "Wow, Lan Shi, you can use the flying technique now?" "Yes, Wukong." "Lan Ki Zipli Happily. Are you here to find my master?" "Yes. I can transform into Super Saiyan God now. Can you teach me Ultra Instinct?" Sun Wukong said eagerly. Xue Tian recognized the two's comprehension. Although their bloodlines were average, their understanding was really impressive. Their Saiyan bloodline might be decent in the Dragon Ball world, but in Dragon Ball Super, it was simply not enough. In Dragon Ball Super, there are angel races, destroyer races, glass races, illusion races, and Jiren's race, among others. The performance of any of these races is not inferior to that of Saiyan bloodlines. Of course, if one had the legendary Saiyan bloodline, or the bloodline of the original Saiyans, that would be great. But if it's just the average Saiyan bloodline, it really is just average. To some extent, Xue Tian felt that Sun Wukong and Vegeta's bloodlines were not as strong as Frieza's Frost Demon bloodline. Frieza had been dead for so many years, and after being revived, he trained for only 4 months, yet his power was only slightly weaker than Super Blue. What a monstrous bloodline. Can Sun Wukong and Vegeta's bloodlines achieve that? Definitely not. Xue Tian did not answer him, but looked at Vegeta and asked with confusion, "Vegeta, do you want to transform into a Super Saiyan God?" Without thinking, Vegeta immediately replied, "Of course I want to. Being able to master more forms is naturally a good thing." "Goku, do you remember you promised that after you transformed into a Super Saiyan God, it would be Vegeta's turn next?" Xue Tian asked. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately looked at Son Goku, clearly ready to slap him if Goku denied it. Goku did remember this, scratched his head, and asked with a smile, "So, do you want to transform into a Super Saiyan God now?" "Of course." Vegeta scolded. Xue Tian then said, "All right, you guys go transform into Super Saiyan God first. Then we can talk." Sun Wukong was a bit unwilling. "Mr. Xue Tian, I can already transform into Super Saiyan God now, so why don't you teach me Ultra Instinct?" Xue Tian currently does not possess the free extreme intense skill, so it would be difficult to teach him. If he were to painstakingly explain the teachings and clarify doubts, he would definitely be unwilling. One word, tiring. Vegeta did not ask to learn anything, but rather haughtily said, "I have also mastered the self-extreme intense skill, Mr. Xue Tian. Could you help me see what stage my self-extreme intense skill is at now?" His purpose for coming here today was to show off, to demonstrate to Xue Tian that his comprehension is not lacking, and that the self-extreme intense skill must shine brightly within him. He wanted to prove that the statement he made before, that this self-extreme intense skill is meant to be crafted for oneself, was true. Xue Tian's eyes shifted, and he stood up. "How about this, Wukong? If Vegeta's mastery of the Ultra Instinct is as high as that of my newly accepted disciple, Lan Xi, then I will teach you the Ultra Instinct. If not, then wait until I'm in a better mood, and I'll teach you the Ultra Instinct." "Huh? Is that so?" Sun Wukong felt a bit unwilling. "What's wrong? Do you not believe in Vegeta's understanding? Or do you think Vegeta is not as good as Lan Xi?" Xue Tian deliberately provoked. These two guys bother him every day, which is really annoying. If he can provoke them a bit, he can enjoy some peace for a few days. As for Beerus, who will be arriving in a few days, it doesn't really affect Xue Tian whether Beerus comes or not. If he has the guts, he could just come for him. If he dares to act arrogantly in front of him, he would just slap him to death. Yes, slap him to death, not Beerus. When it comes to being ruthless, he wouldn't be as merciful as he was with Champa. Before Sun Wukong could respond, Vegeta shot a fierce glare at him and said, "Umph. She's just a human who has just joined Xue Tian's ranks. How could her understanding be better than mine? Kakarot, don't you believe me? Do you want to compete and see how powerful my Ultra Instinct is?" Sun Wukong felt the same way. Lan Xi had just started cultivating and should not be stronger than Vegeta. He remained silent, tacitly agreeing to their competition. Vegeta said no more, channeling the energy within his body, activating his full strength, and shouted, "Ha!" Suddenly, a stream of purple energy enveloped him, and everything around became cold and suffocating, with the speed of air circulation being hindered. In an instant, Sun Wukong felt Vegeta's powerful aura and couldn't help but exclaim, "So strong. Wow, so strong." Sun Wukong said excitedly, unable to help but clench his fists. Feeling eager to try, Vegeta raised his fist, looking excitedly at Xue Tian. "This is my first stage of Ultra Instinct," Xue Tian calmly commented. "It only has the appearance, but has not been able to exert its true power." Vegeta's mouth twitched a few times. The state he was proud of was actually being described as merely superficial. Xue Tian noticed his unwillingness to accept defeat and smiled faintly. "What's wrong? Are you not satisfied? All right, then let's speak with strength. Use your destructive power to destroy that rockery." He pointed to a rockery not far ahead, which was only 6 meters high and about 3 meters wide. Vegeta, feeling underestimated, was already irritated. Upon hearing Xue Tian's words, he immediately gathered destructive energy without any hesitation. A small ball of destructive energy, about the size of his thumb, appeared on his fingertip, and Vegeta aimed at the rockery and unleashed it. Boom! The destructive energy struck the rockery, instantly shattering a piece of stone into countless fragments. This piece of stone was only 20 centimeters long and 8 centimeters wide. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, that's amazing. This destructive energy is just like what Xue Tian released." Although it was just the destruction of a small piece of stone, Sun Wukong was still very shocked because he knew that this kind of destruction was completely different from the energy blasts. An energy blast could also turn this piece of stone into dust, dispersing it into the air, but destruction was different. It completely erased it from this world as if it had never existed. The levels of power between the two were not even in the same league. So seeing Vegeta able to destroy such a small stone left him quite astonished. Vegeta was also very satisfied, pride shining in his eyes. Xue Tian smiled faintly and said to Lan Xi, "Lan Xi, let them see your self-extreme skill." Lan Xi stepped forward, facing the rockery, but at that moment, her blue-haired gentle persona was unable to unleash the self-extreme skill. This was not a problem at all. Xue Tian waved his hand casually, sending a gust of air into her nose, prompting her to sneeze. Achoo! The incredibly gentle Lan Xi instantly transformed into her golden-haired version. her delicate image shifting to a more dominant one. Looking proudly at Vegeta, a cruel smile formed at the corner of her mouth. Vegeta, with your recent self-extreme skill, do you think you can compare to mine? Watch closely and see what true self-extreme skill looks like. Hearing Lan Chi's words, Vegeta felt a surge of anger and fixed his gaze on her, wanting to see what abilities she possessed. Huh, Lan Chi shouted, her entire body enveloped in a purple aura, which contained traces of purple lightning. Just by the momentum, it was clear that she was significantly stronger than Vegeta. This made Vegeta feel a bit uneasy, and Son Goku also realized that Lan Chi's mastery of the self-extreme skill might surpass Vegeta's. Just as the two were speculating, Lan Chi extended her right hand, and a destruction energy ball, the size of a fist, appeared in her palm. Vegeta understood very well that being able to condense so much destruction energy meant her mastery of the self-extreme skill was definitely above his own, but he still felt a bit unwilling to accept it. After all, Lan Chi had just recently become a disciple. How could she comprehend the self-extreme skill so quickly, and even more than he had? Huh! Lan Chi cried out, throwing the destruction energy ball at the rockery. With a loud explosion, half of the rockery was instantly destroyed, and then it transformed into countless starlit fragments, completely vanishing from the world and the universe. Seeing this scene, Vegeta's mouth twitched wildly. Although he had already sensed that Lan Chi's self-extreme skill was more proficient than his own, he never expected that she could destroy half of the rockery. Son Goku was also taken aback, his mouth agape, and finally said slowly, Lan Chi, you're amazing. Do you want to have a match with me? At this moment, Xue Tian spoke up to stop them. Son Wukong, why are you always thinking about competitions? Beerus is about to descend, and you still haven't mastered your Super Saiyan God form. Although Saiyan bloodlines grow stronger with battle, if you don't first comprehend and cultivate, relying solely on brute force to fight is simply not feasible. You may have combat power, but without sufficiently strong martial arts techniques and forms, it won't work. In fact, Xue Tian knew very well that at this moment, Lan Chi was not a match for either Son Wukong or Vegeta. Although Lan Chi had grasped some ultra instinct, her combat power and stamina were simply not enough to defeat the two. While ultra instinct is powerful, it does not mean one can ignore the vast difference in combat power. Moreover, the most important thing is that with Lan Chi's current stamina, she cannot sustain ultra instinct for long. However, he did not want to reveal these truths to the two, as they were too proud, especially Vegeta. If they weren't taken down a notch, they wouldn't know their own limits. Son Wukong felt a bit embarrassed after being reprimanded. After all, in their hearts, Xue Tian was the strongest. Being taught a lesson by someone they considered the strongest made them respect him, especially since they still wanted to learn other skills from him. Vegeta, on the other hand, felt somewhat discouraged, clearly unable to understand why his comprehension of ultra instinct was not as high as Lan Chi's. How could this be? After all, she was just a human, and one who had never truly engaged in battle, typically only using machine guns and cannons. Seeing the two's state, Xue Tian reminded them, all right, hurry up and comprehend it. Try to be in a good state before Beerus arrives. Otherwise, in your current state, you won't be able to withstand even a fraction of Beerus's power. At the same time, he secretly looked forward to Beerus's arrival in a few days, wondering what his expression would be when he saw Vegeta and Lan Chi's ultra instinct. What kind of expression would he have if he witnessed Goku also mastering ultra instinct? Unconsciously, he smiled, as he had already guessed Beerus's extremely amusing expression. It seems he needs to find time to teach Goku ultra instinct. Goku, who had not experienced Beerus's strength, was a bit skeptical. Oh, is Beerus really that strong? I can already transform into Super Saiyan God. Xue Tian smiled deeply. His strength is beyond comparison. Apart from his master, he is now the pinnacle of combat power in the 7th universe. Vegeta, having witnessed Beerus's power, completely ignores Goku's nonsensical words, especially since he is currently feeling the pressure from launch. He immediately uses the instant transmission technique to fly into the air and commands Goku below. Kakarot, hurry and take Gohan and the others to my house. I want to transform into Super Saiyan God. Chapter 42, Bulma's birthday party. Beerus awakens a few days later. Everyone was invited to Bulma's birthday party. As the richest person in the Dragon Ball world, the birthday party was naturally very extravagant, held on a massive luxury cruise ship capable of accommodating thousands of people. This time, in addition to the main characters of Dragon Ball, there were also regulars like Puar, Oolong, and the Pilaf gang, all in attendance. Of course, Xue Tian and Launch were also there. Over the past few days, Launch's combat power had increased significantly, and Xue Tian had even taught her the Kamehameha wave. Xue Tian had also completed several tasks and received numerous rewards, raising his base combat power to 4.2 billion. At this moment, Xue Tian lay on a deck chair, watching the guests at the party, and couldn't help but think that he had never imagined he would one day cross over into the Dragon Ball Super world. It was truly surprising. Master, eat some pudding. Launch stood beside Xue Tian, watching her master relax as she opened a pudding to feed him. With his mouth open, he swallowed it in one bite, filling him with happiness. Having a female disciple is great. He pondered whether he should take on another female disciple, one on the left feeding him pudding, one on the right feeding him grapes. Just thinking about it was too wonderful. If he were to take on another female disciple, who should it be? In the entire Dragon Ball Super world, who else is as gentle as Launch? As he thought about the attractive women in Dragon Ball Super, it seemed none were as gentle as Launch in her blue-haired state. Kale also seems quite gentle in her normal state, but she gives off a lacy vibe. Could it be true? If not, then it's worth considering. If he surpasses Beerus in strength one day, he could consider taking Beerus as a disciple, an angelic disciple, not only gentle but also incredibly beautiful. He thought this way, but Xue Tian felt it was a bit unrealistic at the moment. How much effort would it take to defeat Beerus? How long would it take? It would be better to first investigate whether Kale truly has that lacy vibe. If not, he could accept her, and if she does, then he could just stick with Launch as his disciple for now. Master, aren't you going to join them? Launch asked curiously. Xue Tian shook his head and said, I'm not going. If you want to chat with them, you can go. Launch wanted to go, but considering that Xue Tian was here, she felt she should prioritize her master. After all, her master had taught her so many skills, and she definitely wanted to show her respect. Xue Tian noticed her thoughts and smiled. It's fine, you can go talk to them. After all, you don't meet often, so it's good to strengthen your bond. Really? Master? Lan Qi asked cautiously. Xue Tian couldn't help but laugh at her cautious demeanor, saying, seeing how careful you are. Anyone who doesn't know would think I'm not allowing you to socialize and that I bully you too much. Go on, Master wants to rest for a while. He was not joking when he said this. After all, Beerus would be arriving soon, and a great battle was bound to happen. He needed to conserve his energy for the fight. Earlier, he had considered that when Beerus arrived, he could just lay it all out, hit himself, and kill himself, which would effectively mean killing the Omni-King again. However, Xue Tian thought about it and realized that wouldn't work. Even if he had to say that, it would have to wait until the end. After all, he couldn't be tied to the Omni-King forever. He needed to challenge the Grand Priest, defeat him, and break free from the binding to truly take control of his own life. In this way, it wouldn't just rely on the system to boost his combat power. If he encountered decent battles, he should participate appropriately. He calculated in his mind that perhaps fighting Beerus would lead to a rapid increase in his combat power, and he had a vague feeling that even if he didn't fight Beerus, the system might still issue that task. So no matter what, he needed to rest well first. Only with good mental energy could he handle everything. All right, Master, then I'll go chat with Bulma and the others. If you need anything, just let your disciple know at any time. Go on. After she left, Xue Tian closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Android 18 and the others were chatting enthusiastically with Bulma. Son Gohan arrived with Bra, and they congratulated Bulma. Bra, not seeing Vegeta, curiously asked, Aunt Bulma, where's Uncle Vegeta? It's your birthday party. Why isn't he here? She thought her husband was quite good, always staying by her side, especially after she got pregnant. He took extra care of her. Mentioning Vegeta made Bulma angry. She clenched her fist and said angrily, all he does is train, talking about mastering some self-mastery technique. As if he isn't afraid of the god of destruction Beerus. I really don't understand. Son Gohan, being understanding, said, Uncle Vegeta is doing it for the good of Earth. I've heard that Beerus is very powerful. However, Uncle Vegeta and Dad have mastered Super Saiyan God, so dealing with the god of destruction should be no problem. Bulma really didn't want to talk about Vegeta anymore and impatiently waved her hand. Let's not talk about them. Our party is about to start. I prepared a special gift today. Whoever wins the prize will get this special gift, and I guarantee you'll like it. Android 18 showed a hint of anticipation on her cold face. She had been waiting for this special gift. Chi-Chi was also quite excited, hoping it would be money. Winning 1 billion would be great. Goku and Goten had such big appetites that the crops they harvested were barely enough. They weren't going out to work, so they couldn't earn money. At the same time, in Universe 7, in the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus suddenly woke up. With a slight lift of his hand, he unleashed a massive explosion that destroyed a planet. Whis came to Beerus' side and smiled. Lord Beerus, you're awake. Beerus sat up, a white sheet draped over his lap, looking gloomy as he thought. Whis, I had a strange dream. Oh, what kind of strange dream did you have? Lord Beerus, why do you look so troubled? Usually, you wake up just to eat. Beerus shot a glare at Whis and said through clenched teeth, Whis, it seems you have some opinions. Ha ha ha, no opinions. Whis replied gracefully. Beerus lightly rubbed his forehead with his index finger and said, I dreamt that there is someone who could defeat me. Huh? Someone can defeat Lord Beerus? Whis was momentarily taken aback, a bit surprised, but in an instant, a thought crossed his mind. Could be Xue Tian? Beerus nodded, confused, and said, That's right, it was someone called Super something. Chapter 43, Beerus Goes to Earth. That's right, it was someone called Super something. Beerus lightly tapped his head with his fingernail. Unable to recall it for a moment, but he had a vague image of that person in his mind, surrounded by a fiery red aura, with red hair, looking quite handsome, perhaps even a bit more handsome than him. Of course, he would never admit that. Whis had a figure appear in his mind, but he didn't say it out loud, as the Grand Priest had instructed him to protect this person. If he spoke it, it would only stir up conflict between them, and he didn't want to get involved in such troublesome matters. Lord Beerus, it was just a dream. You're overthinking it. After all, you've been asleep for a long time, so it's normal to have some strange dreams. Beerus glanced at Whis, not believing his words, and walked toward the oracle fish. If there's any truth to it, I can just ask the oracle fish. He approached a fish that was half out of the water in its tank and asked casually, Oracle fish, I just had a dream about someone who can defeat me. Called something like Super something. The oracle fish pondered for a moment, said nothing, and then waved its short little hand, a gesture that only Beerus and Whis understood. Beerus said coldly, Whis. Whis understood and immediately waved his staff, producing a bizarre-looking food that seemed unappetizing, and handed it to the oracle fish. Both the oracle fish and Whis were foodies. During Beerus's slumber, they had gone out to eat plenty, and if they wanted the oracle fish to give prophecies, they had to be treated to delicious food. Go ahead, Beerus said lightly. The oracle fish, satisfied, said, Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately reacted and clapped his hands in approval. That's right, it's called Super Saiyan God. Where's this Super Saiyan God? The oracle fish, looking exasperated, replied, I'm just an oracle fish, not a tracking radar. Beerus's face darkened, but the Super Saiyan God must be a scion. After finishing its words, the oracle fish immediately swam back into the tank to enjoy its meal, although it didn't tell Beerus where the Saiyan God was. Its words reminded Beerus that the Super Saiyan God was definitely a transformation of a scion. He muttered, Scion, where could this scion be? Why does it feel so familiar? With a flash, he flew onto a stone table, deep in thought, feeling like he had heard about Scion somewhere, but couldn't recall at the moment. Whis wanted to remind him, but thought better of it, preferring to avoid a meeting between him and Xue Tian. Whis knew that if they wanted to find the Scions, they would need to meet the prince of planet Vegeta, and Vegeta was currently living on Earth, where Xue Tian happened to be. If the two met, it could lead to trouble. After a while, Beerus suddenly remembered. Oh, I remembered that the Scions lived on planet Vegeta. Back then, I asked King Vegeta to collect pillows, and after he found a good one, he wanted to keep it for himself and gave me a mediocre pillow instead, keeping the best one for himself. At that time, I taught him a lesson, but I still felt unhappy later, so I had Frieza destroy planet Vegeta. However, those Scions should have been no match for Frieza and should have all been killed, but why do I still dream about this? Are there still surviving Scions? After muttering to myself for a while, I finally turned my gaze to Whis and asked, Hey, Whis, are there any surviving Scions? Whis hesitated for 2 seconds but still smiled and replied, Yes, currently, there are 2 known surviving Scions, Prince Vegeta and another low-class warrior, Kakarot. He didn't want to say this, but he knew very well that even if he didn't say it, Beerus would ask the prophecy fish. Since that was the case, why not just say it? Oh, Prince Vegeta is still alive? That's quite surprising. It seems Frieza didn't completely eradicate them. Beerus said calmly, but based on his understanding, Frieza wasn't that kind of person. It seems this Prince Vegeta has some skills. Whis also said, Frieza wanted to completely eradicate them, but he was counterattacked by Prince Vegeta and that low-class warrior Kakarot. Oh, Beerus was shocked. There was actually such a thing. The mighty Emperor of the universe was counterattacked by a Scion race. It seems this universe Emperor is just a name, not worth mentioning. Whis, where are they now? Earth. All right, let's head to Earth. I really want to see if this Scion Prince can turn into a Super Saiyan God. Is he the Super Saiyan God who defeated me in my dreams? Whis couldn't help but smile bitterly. The thing he feared the most had happened. Beerus was going to Earth after all. All right, Beerus asked curiously, by the way, how long will it take to fly from here to Earth? 35 minutes. Huh? That's so long. Beerus felt a bit depressed. It actually took 35 minutes at Whis' speed. It seems this Earth is still far from the God of Destruction realm. Whis jokingly said, if Lord Beerus finds it too far, then we won't go. Beerus felt something was off, looked at him carefully, and asked seriously, Whis, why do I feel like you are unwilling to go to Earth? What happened? Whis naturally couldn't mention the existence of Xue Tian because he didn't know Xue Tian's identity. He only knew that his father had given him a strict order not to let Xue Tian get into trouble. For this matter, he couldn't tell Beerus because the Grand Priest had instructed him not to promote it. He just needed to know the task he had to complete. He chuckled, covering his mouth. Isn't it just because Lord Beerus finds it too far? So, I suggested we don't go. Beerus looked at him strangely. We are going. I really want to know what kind of Super Saiyan God can defeat me. What kind of power does he have? Whis, are you ready with the food we need on the way? Yes. By the way, Lord Beerus, Earth is not far from the Kaishin realm. Should we go and see the Kaishin? Beerus pondered for a moment. That works too. I can ask about the specifics of Vegeta and Kakarot. Whis wanted to use the visit to the Kaishin as a way to divert Beerus's attention from going to Earth, so he wouldn't have to go to Earth. The two immediately set off, disappearing from the God of Destruction realm in a flash of light. Chapter 44. The East Kaishin in a difficult situation in the Kaishin realm. The old Kaishin, who was holding a textbook, looked very irritated, flipping through it repeatedly, feeling uncomfortable no matter how he looked at it. This left the East Kaishin confused. His ancestor had never behaved like this while reading these books. He asked curiously, Ancestor, what's wrong? The old Kaishin did not hide it from him and explained, I feel very uneasy. I have a bad premonition, as if something is about to happen. The East Kaishin laughed it off. What could happen? Isn't this quite normal? Bang! The old Kaishin punched him without hesitation. Do you think my premonition is wrong? My premonitions have never been wrong. Then, he raised his head to look towards the direction of the God of Destruction realm, muttering, could it be that Lord Beerus has come? He remembered Xue Tian saying that Lord Beerus would soon descend to Earth. He hadn't felt this way before, but today he suddenly had this feeling. Combining what Xue Tian said with his own feeling, it was highly likely that Lord Beerus was indeed coming. The East Kaishin said aggrievely, if he's coming, then let him come. We're all gods. Why be so afraid? Upon hearing this, the old Kaishin prepared to take action, but the East Kaishin had already prepared and immediately distanced himself. However, the old Kaishin still scolded, you're right that we are all gods and on equal footing, but the combat power of a god of destruction is something we cannot compare to. If we provoke him, at best, we will be beaten. At worst, he didn't finish his sentence because it was too embarrassing. The East Kaishin realized what the old Kaishin was about to say. The worst case would be being sealed for millions of years. However, he didn't say this out loud because he clearly knew that if he did, he would definitely get punched. Whoosh! At that moment, the space trembled slightly, and the old Kaishin's heart raced. Could it be that Beerus has come? When he saw the visitor, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and asked irritably, Goku, why are you here? The visitor was none other than Goku, who had arrived using instant transmission. He didn't come to wish Bulma a happy birthday, but to train in the Kaishin realm. Old Kaishin, I've mastered some Ultra Instinct techniques and came here to test their power. He scratched the back of his head apologetically. Every time he came to test his power, he would blow up half of the Kaishin realm. If it weren't for the Kaishin's ability to create, this Kaishin realm would have ceased to exist long ago. The old Kaishin, knowing his intentions, twitched his mouth a few times, thinking he was coming to check on the old man, but unexpectedly came to cause destruction again. He waved his hand and said, hurry and leave. My Kaishin realm can't withstand your antics. You want to try various powers? Come to our place for that. What do you think this is? If it weren't for our creation ability, our home would have been destroyed to bits long ago. Hurry and go. The reason old Kaishin drove Goku away was not because he was worried about Goku destroying the Kaishin realm, but mainly because he was concerned about Goku encountering Beerus. If they were to meet, it would certainly not lead to anything good. Especially since Goku already knew how powerful Beerus was, he wouldn't miss the chance to challenge him. If that happened, it would only provoke Beerus's wrath, leading to destruction. Goku was puzzled and thought, why is old Kaishin suddenly being so stingy? Don't be so stingy. It's just a matter of waving your hand. Let me give it a try. I've already grasped some of the powers of Super Saiyan God, and I want to know just how strong this power is and whether I can use it in conjunction with Ultra Instinct. Old Kaishin ignored him completely and pushed Goku, saying, you need to leave quickly. You're not welcome here today. Before Goku could respond, East Kaishin and Old Kaishin's expressions suddenly changed as they both looked in the direction of the God of Destruction realm. East Kaishin instinctively said, what a strong divine aura. Could it be that God of Destruction Beerus is coming? What? Beerus is coming? Goku asked excitedly upon hearing East Kaishin's words. Old Kaishin shot a fierce glare at East Kaishin. If his glare could kill, East Kaishin would have died countless times by now. However, he felt very frustrated. I tried so hard to persuade Goku to leave quickly to avoid encountering Beerus, and now you just blurt out. Thanks a lot. East Kaishin also realized he had misspoken and quickly said, No, I didn't say that. Goku, you heard wrong. You should hurry back. We still have a lot of creative work to do. However, at this moment, Goku was not easily fooled, as he clearly heard that Beerus was coming. No, I just clearly heard that Beerus is coming. East Kaishin, why are you lying? East Kaishin was at a loss for words, feeling so awkward he could burst his shoes with his toes. Now he was in a tough spot. If he said Beerus was coming, he would offend old Kaishin. But if he said he wasn't coming, he would be accused of lying. Being a god is really frustrating. However, the god of destruction Beerus was indeed terrifying. Even before his arrival, just sensing his aura gave one a chilling feeling. It seemed old Kaishin was right. Beerus's power was indeed frightening. Old Kaishin didn't want to explain too much and push Goku again, saying, Goku, just go back quickly. If you're bored, go spar with Vegeta. He's been training hard lately, and he would be happy to spar with you. Goku still wasn't easily persuaded. Instead, he clenched his fists, filled with excitement, and said, No, I want to wait here for the arrival of God of Destruction Beerus. You can sense his aura. Why can't I? Looking up at the sky, he felt nothing. Old Kaishin was speechless. How could a mere human sense a god's aura? Meanwhile, on Earth, on Bulma's luxurious yacht, Xue Tian, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and looked in the direction of the god of destruction realm, saying lightly, It has finally come. Chapter 45. Beerus, who wants to see me? In the Kaishin realm, old Kaishin was still trying to persuade Goku to leave, but Goku seemed to have a screw loose and showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he insisted on challenging Beerus. Goku, just listen to old Kaishin and leave quickly. There must be a reason for his actions. East Kaishin also urged. Goku was just too stubborn, even more so than a mule on Earth. However, they were not meeting Goku for the first time. They knew he was that kind of person. Whenever he knew someone wanted to challenge him or duel, he would resolutely wait for them. Several times, Goku even deliberately allowed his enemies to grow stronger just so he could have a good fight with them, and he even trained them himself. In terms of fighting, Goku could be described as a madman. Goku scratched the back of his head in frustration and said, No, East Kaishin, I want to see what this Beerus is like. Why won't you let me meet him? Just as old Kaishin was about to speak, suddenly a voice echoed in the air, Who wants to see me? Hearing this voice, old Kaishin instinctively took a step back, his wrinkled old face becoming even more wrinkled, like several layers of fatty meat piled together. The space rippled, and a stream of light descended from the sky, shining brilliantly like the Milky Way descending, radiating an incredible brilliance. He.s. here. Old Kaishin swallowed hard. Feeling a bit desperate, he still let Goku meet God of Destruction Beerus. As the stream of light passed, they saw a standing purple cat staring at them with bright eyes, and beside him was a tall blue-skinned man holding a staff, wearing a divine ring around his neck, smiling at everyone, contrasting sharply with the cat's expression. Oh, old Kaishin, you are out, Beerus said somewhat unexpectedly. He thought old Kaishin was still sealed by him, but it seemed he had come out due to some incident. Otherwise, the divine sword would not have broken. East Kaishin carefully observed the two individuals before him. From Beerus, he sensed an endless, terrifying aura. Although he was a god of the same rank, Beerus's aura completely overwhelmed him, and he had never imagined there would be such a powerful god of the same rank. Before old Kaishin could speak, Goku walked up to Beerus, extended his hand, and happily asked, Hello, I'm Goku. Are you Beerus? Or is he Beerus? Looking at Whis, Whis smiled and said, He is Lord Beerus, and I am just his servant. He. He laughed happily because for a long time, no one in Universe 7 had directly referred to Beerus as Beerus. They always added Lord before his name. Goku was the first to be so bold. East Kaishin saw Goku's reckless behavior and quickly stepped forward, pulling Goku back to the side, saying, Goku, this is impolite. Lord Beerus is the god of destruction of Universe 7, whose duty is destruction. It is disrespectful to call him by his name. You need to refer to him as Lord Beerus. Instead of Goku, he bowed and apologized to Beerus, saying, Lord Beerus, I'm truly sorry. Goku is just like that. Please forgive him. Goku, however, was unconcerned, feeling he had done nothing wrong, and asked in confusion, Huh? Isn't it the same? East Kaishin kept giving him meaningful glances, and seeing he was unresponsive, he simply pushed him a few times. Although Goku didn't quite understand why he had to call him Lord, he He didn't dwell on it and cheerfully greeted Lord Beerus. Beerus looked at Goku and found him quite amusing, a bit silly, and asked, "Is he your servant?" He asked this because he sensed a faint divine aura from Sun Wukong. Every god can have a servant, and since there are two Kaishins here, there can naturally be two divine servants as well. The East Kaishin explained, "Lord Beerus, he is not our servant, just a..." Before he could finish, the old Kaishin immediately interrupted, saying, "He's just a tourist. Hurry up and leave." He pushed Sun Wukong, signaling him to leave quickly. However, Sun Wukong's emotional intelligence exceeded the old Kaishin's imagination. Not that it was high, but rather extremely low. "Old Kaishin, why are you pushing me?" Upon hearing this, the old Kaishin almost wanted to slap Sun Wukong to death. He had hinted so clearly, yet he still didn't hurry to leave. It seemed he really didn't want to go. Beerus and Whis also noticed the old Kaishin's thoughts. Suddenly, Beerus remembered that when he first arrived, he heard Sun Wukong say that the other party wanted to see him. "Sun Wukong, did you just say you want to see me?" Sun Wukong immediately nodded. "Yes. Lord Beerus, I heard them say you are a very powerful warrior, so I want to challenge you." "Huh?" Whis was momentarily stunned. "What did you say? You want to challenge Lord Beerus? That's quite brave of you." After serving Lord Beerus for so many years, it was the first time he encountered someone so courageous. Beerus was also surprised. Someone dare to challenge him? Did he not know his identity? Did he not know that if he was unhappy, he could easily destroy planets within the 7th universe? Did he not know that his duty was to destroy planets and everything? The old Kaishin was sweating profusely. The worst thing he feared had indeed happened. Sun Wukong had really proposed to compete with Beerus. Thinking about it, there should still be a chance to ease the situation. He hurriedly interrupted their thoughts. "Ahem, Beerus, did you come to find me for something?" Sure enough, the old Kaishin's words distracted Beerus. Most importantly, Beerus wasn't in the mood to argue with Sun Wukong, as he had come with a purpose, and seeing Sun Wukong's silly and naive demeanor, he had no interest in arguing unless the other party really provoked him. "I came to look for the Super Saiyan God." The old Kaishin's heart trembled. Why was Beerus looking for the Super Saiyan God? Sun Wukong excitedly asked, "Huh? Lord Beerus knows about the Super Saiyan God?" Chapter 46. Do you still want to be sealed for 75 million years? Huh? Lord Beerus knows about the Super Saiyan God? Upon hearing Beerus say this, Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned and asked with a smile. Hearing his words, Beerus looked at him in surprise. "From what you're saying, do you know where the Super Saiyan God is?" The old Kaishin felt that the situation was not good and interrupted Sun Wukong. "Wukong, don't you need to go back and play mahjong with Chi-Chi? Then hurry back." Sun Wukong had no idea what mahjong meant, and he had no intention of leaving at all because he wanted to challenge Beerus. According to his character, since a super expert had finally come, how could he let it go? All along, he had wanted to compete with Xue Tian, but Xue Tian's combat power was much stronger than his. And the last time he had been thoroughly beaten. Recalling that situation, he knew he was not Xue Tian's opponent. But he had always heard Xue Tian say that Beerus was very powerful, so he naturally wanted to try Beerus's strength. Was it really as strong as Xue Tian said? Beerus couldn't possibly be unaware of the old Kaishin's little thoughts. He said unpleasantly, "Old Kaishin, do you want to go back to the sword? Another 75 million years? Maybe after another 75 million years, you won't even need to come out. Just enjoy your old age in there." Upon hearing this, the old Kaishin instinctively took 2 steps back. This was simply too much. However, thinking of Beerus's strength and style, he said nothing more and could only smile bitterly. "Sun Wukong, the people of Earth, we have already helped you. Now it's up to your own fate." Suddenly, a person came to his mind, Xue Tian. He had given Xue Tian the divine origin stone, and he had promised him that after Beerus came, he would protect Earth. If that were the case, Earth might still be saved. After thinking of this, he felt relieved and picked up his beloved magazine to read. The East Kaishin, seeing his behavior, asked with some confusion, "Ancestor, are you not going to care about Earth's matters?" The old Kaishin glared at him, and the East Kaishin, seeing that look, knew it was not good and quickly dodged to the other side. Sure enough, the old Kaishin had already punched down. "If you like to manage, you go manage. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Destruction is Beerus's duty. If he wants to destroy, no one can stop him unless his mind changes or someone changes him. Let's see Earth's fate. It all depends on that person's situation." The East Kaishin didn't react for a moment, just about to ask, when he immediately realized, saying, "Oh, right." The ancestor gave the divine origin stone to Xue Tian, and he promised to protect Earth. With that person's character and strength, he shouldn't go back on his word. In recent days, They also knew that Xue Tian had taught Sun Wukong and Vegeta the Ultra Instinct and self-actualization techniques, which were divine techniques. A person who could teach others divine techniques, how could their strength be lacking? It definitely wouldn't be lacking. And they had specifically asked Sun Wukong and Vegeta if they were Xue Tian's opponents. Although Vegeta didn't answer, Sun Wukong seriously said that Xue Tian was very strong, and they were simply not his opponents. For some reason, after thinking of this, the East Kaishin felt relieved and no longer stopped Sun Wukong. Besides, even if Beerus did go to Earth, it was very likely that the two would just compete above their Kaishin realm. If that were the case, they wouldn't need to worry at all. Thinking about it, their previous worries seemed a bit excessive. Beerus saw the old Kaishin taking a magazine to study in the corner and felt a little proud. Although they were of the same god rank, he was still the destroyer god, one step above. While he thought so arrogantly in his heart, his face remained calm throughout, except for Whis. Perhaps no one could guess what he was thinking. Sun Wukong, tell me, where's the Super Saiyan God? Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head. The Super Saiyan God should not be just one person. What do you mean? Beerus asked in confusion. Not one person? Could be a group of people? If it's a group, then that's a problem. I dreamed that this Super Saiyan God could match me, or even defeat me. Sun Wukong explained. The Super Saiyan God is a form. A form? Beerus murmured. Yes, I can transform into a Super Saiyan God. I've already mastered this form. Saying this, there was a hint of pride in his tone, thinking back to the strength he had just gained a week ago by borrowing the power of Vegeta and the others. He felt a bit excited that he had already mastered how to transform into a Super Saiyan God in such a short time. Hearing this, Beerus immediately became interested. Oh? Is that so? It seems I don't need to look for a Super Saiyan God anymore. Come on, transform into a Super Saiyan God and show me. Goku also got excited, clenched his fists, and posed for an attack, saying excitedly, Lord Beerus, are you preparing to spar with me? Beerus couldn't help but smile. This person was really a bit funny, always thinking about sparring with him. It seemed he truly knew nothing about the power of a destroyer. If he wanted to spar with me, then let me see if you have what it takes. Goku knew that this meant Beerus had agreed, and even if he hadn't, it meant he could attack. Wasn't that essentially a spar? Huh. Instantly, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Beerus was slightly surprised. Is this the Super Saiyan God? But how is it different from what I imagined? Goku carefully observed Beerus' state and saw that he had many openings. He smiled and said, Lord Beerus, this is not the Super Saiyan God. This is Super Saiyan Stage 1. It's just one of my transformation forms. You have openings all over your body. I'm going to start attacking now. Ha! Beerus suddenly found it amusing. Openings all over his body? This person really knew nothing about the power of a destroyer. Let him experience the might of a destroyer. Come on. He beckoned with his slender fingers. Goku couldn't wait any longer. Without any hesitation, he charged forward quickly. Bang! Just as he was 1 meter away from Beerus, he saw Beerus slowly raise his hand and lightly flick his finger on Goku's forehead. Goku immediately screamed in pain, flying backward and crashing hard to the ground, creating a human-shaped pit. In that instant, he was forced back to his normal state. How powerful! He could feel that Beerus was indeed very strong. When he had sparred with Xue Tian before, Xue Tian hadn't been this powerful. But Beerus had only flicked his finger and sent him flying. Beerus said lightly, Your form is not enough. Goku trembled as he stood up, realizing that Super Saiyan Stage 1 was indeed no match for him. Since that's the case, let me show you my stronger form. Huh. Boom. A powerful cyclone erupted from Goku's body, sweeping everything around him aside. The cyclone spiraled up and spread outwards, causing the flowers and grass on the ground to fly everywhere. Goku's hair grew long, reaching his waist, and his body was surrounded by a golden aura, crackling with lightning. His power multiplied many times over. This is Super Saiyan 3. Lord Beerus, be careful. Whoosh. Chapter 47. How much power can Beerus display? After finishing his words, Super Saiyan 3, Goku charged at high speed, throwing a punch at Beerus. Whoosh. Beerus's figure flickered slightly, easily dodging and mocking. In your current state, it's not enough. You're disappointing me. His hand formed a blade shape and struck down on Goku's shoulder. Bang! Goku was once again knocked down, creating a pit over 10 meters deep, and instantly returned to his normal state. This time the force was clearly much greater than before. Just as he had said, Beerus was still disappointed in Goku's power. He had thought Goku would have decent combat strength, but like this, he couldn't even touch a hair on him, let alone defeat him. Beerus turned around and said blandly, It seems we still need to go to Earth to find Vegeta and that Kakarot. This Goku is not enough. By the way, Whis, didn't you say that only 2 Saiyans were left? How come there's this Goku? Whis seemed to know something just smiled and said nothing. Goku gripped the ground tightly with his fingers, pushing himself up and saying with difficulty, "Lord Beerus, I am Kakarot." Huh? Hearing this, Beerus turned slightly, but quickly said in disappointment, "You are Kakarot? It seems you are not that impressive either. So, that Prince Vegeta isn't that great either." Whoosh! Goku used instant transmission to fly out, looking at Beerus's back as he was about to leave and said, "Lord Beerus, this isn't over yet. It seems I underestimated you. At first, I was only using Super Saiyan Stage 1 against you. Now, I will use all my strength." A loud roar erupted, and the surrounding air began to surge. The sky above the Kaioshin realm became extremely restless, with cyclones swirling everywhere, the wind growing stronger, and the momentum becoming more imposing. Upon feeling this pressure, Beerus couldn't help but stop, turning to look at Goku, who was roaring and transforming. Goku's aura was continuously rising, surpassing the peak of Super Saiyan 3 in just a few seconds, but this was just the beginning of the increase. Gradually, a divine aura began to emanate from Goku. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, especially Beerus, who said excitedly, "Divine aura? It seems he can really transform into a Super Saiyan God. The next state should be Super Saiyan God." "Lord Beerus seems a bit excited," Whis asked with a smile. Beerus eagerly said, "Of course I'm excited. I want to see what this Super Saiyan God, who might be able to defeat me in my dreams, is really like. Is he really as powerful as in my dreams?" Whis suddenly thought of something and jokingly asked, "Isn't Lord Beerus worried he might defeat you?" Beerus paused for a moment, and after a few seconds, he looked up at Whis. "Defeat me? Whis, do you think that's possible? Even if he is as strong as in my dreams, he still can't defeat me. You should know that." Whis nodded with a smile. Yes. Although he didn't know how Beerus fought in his dreams, he knew that Beerus in reality would definitely be stronger and couldn't be as weak as in his dreams. After all, it was just a dream. Many things are beyond one's control, and one could become strong or weak. "Huh!" Goku roared again. A young Goku with red hair, enveloped in red flames, appeared before everyone, his battle suit also turning red. "Lord Beerus, this is the Super Saiyan God. Come on, let's fight." Beerus raised an eyebrow slightly in interest. "Isn't it better to transform into this form earlier? Why insist on trying some lower-level forms? Now, this is somewhat interesting. Come on." "Huh!" Goku shouted loudly, charging up like a long rainbow, piercing the sun. Bang! A punch landed on Beerus's abdomen, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. The old Kaioshin, while continuously learning, couldn't help but glance over here from time to time. Seeing Beerus being punched away was shocking. It was simply unbelievable. Beerus, stabilizing himself in midair, was also a bit surprised that he actually got hit. It was quite unexpected. "This is interesting." A smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Goku, with rich combat experience, did not get complacent after hitting Beerus once, as he clearly sensed that his opponent had not yet unleashed his full power. He aimed to force his opponent to reveal all of his strength. A decisive battle. If Beerus knew Goku's thoughts at this moment, he would surely approve, thinking it was ambitious, but that ambition was impossible to achieve right now. Whoosh! Bang bang bang! Goku used instant transmission to appear next to Beerus, throwing several punches in quick succession, but all of them hit empty air, not harming Beerus in the slightest. At this moment, Beerus grabbed Goku's arm and performed a shoulder throw, tossing him thousands of meters away. Pointing his finger in Goku's direction, a purple beam of light shot out. Boom, boom, boom. Goku quickly dodged to the side. He flew up at high speed, throwing several punches at Beerus again. This time, Beerus didn't dodge, but instead met him fist to fist. Bang, bang. For a moment, the two were locked in a fierce battle. Whis stood below watching, smiling. It's quite interesting that such a fun event occurred just after Lord Beerus took a nap. A being without divine energy could actually transform into a Super Saiyan God, which is truly unexpected. The most important thing is he can fight with Lord Beerus. Although Lord Beerus hasn't used his full power yet, it's already quite impressive. The old Kaioshin approached Whis curiously and asked, "Whis, Beerus hasn't used his full strength, right?" He remembers that Beerus is not just this strong. Yes, however, this Saiyan named Goku can actually contend with Beerus like this, which is already very impressive. He can be said to be one of the few strong fighters in Universe 7. Indeed, Goku is quite remarkable, but how much strength has Beerus used? Whis paused for a moment, then replied calmly, "Less than 1%, I suppose." Old Kaioshin. East Kaioshin. Chapter 48. Beerus, who is Xue Tian. Meanwhile on Earth, Xue Tian lay on the chair, looking towards the direction of the Kaioshin realm. He rubbed his nose, smiled faintly, and muttered, "It seems that Goku and Beerus have already started fighting, and he has transformed into Super Saiyan God. Beerus, enjoy it while you can. Because there's a Vegeta who can use self-destruction technique waiting for you. Considering you once stepped on his father, he will probably be even angrier this time. Haha. Xue Tian felt it increasingly interesting. In the King Kai's realm, Sun Wukong launched a punch, but Beerus easily dodged it and said nonchalantly, Sun Wukong, this level of attack and speed is simply insufficient. Is this really all your power? If so, I'm quite disappointed. Sun Wukong smiled, but said nothing. Instead, channeling all the energy in his body to its peak and launched a punch at Beerus, moving as fast as light. With this punch, the surrounding air was completely sucked out, compressed, and shattered in an instant. As Sun Wukong threw this punch, Beerus also countered with a punch. Bang! The moment their fists collided, shock waves erupted, smashing into the surroundings, and the air within tens of thousands of meters was compressed and destroyed in that instant. If there were any humans present, they would absolutely be suffocated by this pressure. In divine battles, ordinary people suffer, and even the King Kai's realm could not escape this fate. After the cyclone struck the King Kai's realm, all the flowers and plants instantly vanished, leaving only barren land behind. Not a single blade of grass remained, as if it had never existed. The old Kai looked at Whis beside him and said, Whis, please put up a shield to protect the King Kai's realm. I'm worried that if they keep fighting, this realm will be utterly destroyed. Whis jokingly asked, Aren't you the King Kai? Can't you create? Although he teased the old Kai, he still waved his staff, and a protective shield appeared, covering the entire King Kai's realm. Bang! 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 Sun Wukong's punches showed no sign of diminishing in power, continuously striking at Beerus. But all attacks were ineffective and completely missed. Boom! The two collided fists again, and Sun Wukong was sent flying back dozens of meters, wrapping his hand around his waist, resembling a lotus flower opening, and quickly charged up, shouting, Kamehameha! Boom! A bright white Kamehameha wave, over 10 meters wide and capable of extending infinitely, surged towards Beerus. Beerus vanished in a flash, appearing above the Kamehameha wave, watching it miss entirely. Sun Wukong was taken aback, surprised that such a thing could happen. At first, he thought that even if his Kamehameha wave couldn't defeat Beerus, it would at least inflict some damage, but now it seemed he hadn't even grazed him. At that moment, Beerus raised his index finger, and a purple energy ball appeared above it, roughly the size of a basketball. But as he lifted it, the energy ball instantly grew to an enormous size, around 40 to 50 meters in diameter. With a whoosh, it came crashing down towards Sun Wukong. Not only was it massive, but its speed was also incredibly fast, leaving no room for Sun Wukong to evade. Sun Wukong dared not show any signs of delay, meeting it with both hands, pushing against it with all his might, but the massive energy ball felt as heavy as countless mountains. No, to be precise, as heavy as countless planets. Watching it push him down step by step, he realized that if it reached the King Kai's realm, it would explode, and he, along with the realm, might perish in that energy ball. After thinking this, he felt extremely unwilling. Beerus is truly powerful, but I feel like I haven't reached my limit yet. He shouted loudly. The power within him suddenly surged, and the energy ball that was pushing him down began to be pushed back step by step. At that moment, he grasped the essence of the Super Saiyan God transformation a bit more, unleashing a considerable amount of its power. Beerus, floating in the air, looked at this scene with unexpected surprise. Clearly, he was somewhat taken aback. He had thought the power of the Super Saiyan God was merely average, but now it seemed he was mistaken. There was still potential to be tapped into. Sun Wukong shouted, pouring all his power out, causing the entire King Kai's realm to tremble. From the universe above, special sounds echoed, slightly altering the celestial bodies above Sun Wukong. The power he unleashed attracted other planets. With his two shouts, the energy ball from Beerus was pushed back towards him. Seeing his own energy ball coming back at him, Beerus showed no anger. Instead, his eyes gleamed with anticipation and interest, just like when he first saw Sun Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan God. He raised his hand and effortlessly swatted the rebounding energy ball away into the universe, where it exploded with a thunderous sound. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying energy from the explosion swept across the nearby planets, crushing them like mere specks of dust in the universe, as if they had never existed. As for the races on those planets, they likely never realized how they perished, whether it was due to natural destruction or a calamity. However, these issues were not what Beerus and Sun Wukong were concerned about. Sun Wukong, panting heavily, looked at Beerus. Beerus smiled lightly and said, Not bad, you've exceeded my expectations. I thought this single strike would be enough to eliminate you, but now it seems my calculations were a bit off. It's indeed quite interesting. Sun Wukong gasped for breath and replied, Lord Beerus, just like Xue Tian said, you're really strong. You're definitely not someone I can handle. Xue Tian? Beerus asked with confusion. Hearing Sun Wukong mention Xue Tian, Whis couldn't help but say, it seems the situation is a bit dire. The old Kai did not understand Wis's meaning and thought, wouldn't it be better to have Xue Tian deal with Beerus? Why would he say it's a bit dire? Could it be that he was worried about their powers colliding? That must be it. Both of their powers are incredibly fierce, and if they keep colliding, not only would Earth be destroyed, but other planets would follow suit, and even the entire 7th universe could be obliterated. Suddenly, the old Kai regretted asking Xue Tian to protect Earth. If he hadn't, perhaps only Earth would be destroyed, but now it wasn't just that simple. The entire 7th universe might be at risk of destruction. Whis glanced at the old Kai, seemingly sensing his worries, and reminded him, your concerns are unfounded. Oh, then what do you mean by dire? The old Kai was immediately confused. No, my worries can't be unfounded. The full power of these two could indeed destroy the entire 7th universe. Whis smiled without answering. If he hadn't told his sister, would he tell you? Moreover, he wasn't even sure himself and wanted to figure out what was going on. In midair, Sun Wukong smiled and replied, yes. Xue Tian taught me how to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Not only that, he also mastered many powerful abilities. Beerus poked his chin with his hand and said, so this Xue Tian is also a Super Saiyan God? And his strength should be stronger than yours? Yes, his strength is stronger than mine. Beerus was immediately delighted and waved his hand, saying, all right, then I'll go find him. Huh? No way. Chapter 49. Lord Beerus is really strong. Huh? No way. Sun Wukong immediately stopped Beerus, leaving Beerus looking confused. Since the Xue Tian is so powerful, why not let him go find him? Why not? Because you haven't defeated me yet, Sun Wukong said excitedly. This remark almost made Beerus laugh. As a destruction god, he had always maintained his composure in the face of overwhelming situations, but now he found himself genuinely amused. Interesting. This Sun Wukong is really interesting. After steadying his expression, Beerus said lightly, since that's the case, I should fulfill your wish. Come on, show me all your strength. If it's just your current state, then I can responsibly tell you, it won't work. He originally thought that Sun Wukong was the strongest and planned to play with him slowly to unleash his potential. But now that he knew there was a stronger Xue Tian, he lost interest in fighting Sun Wukong. However, since Sun Wukong insisted that he had to defeat him to find Xue Tian, he was happy to oblige. Moreover, he had previously thought about letting Sun Wukong experience the power of a god, so he wouldn't be completely ignorant of it. Sun Wukong also realized that the destruction god Beerus was serious, so he focused all his energy, ready to unleash the Super Saiyan God form he had just comprehended. Before this, when he pushed Beerus's energy ball away, he felt his mastery of the Super Saiyan God form had improved again. If he used a different fighting style, it might be a bit easier. Taking an offensive stance, whoever attacked first would have the advantage of initiating the attack, and Sun Wukong naturally wouldn't let this advantage slip by. In terms of combat experience, he was not inferior to anyone. Huh! With a loud roar, the red aura around him became even thicker, flowing vigorously, and his entire body's power began to activate, instantly restoring his previously exhausted body to peak condition. Not only that, but he also exuded a tremendous fighting spirit, unlike anyone Beerus had seen before. In the past, everyone he met would lose their fighting spirit, and even the desire to resist once they knew he was the destruction god of the 7th universe, merely becoming easy to toy with. Interesting. Beerus murmured, a satisfied look in his eyes. Lord Beerus, I'm coming. With that, Sun Wukong transformed into a rainbow, striking with a terrifyingly fast punch that distorted space. However, Beerus easily dodged it. Huh? Sun Wukong was shocked, completely not expecting his punch to be avoided. He had pushed his strength to the limit, and at this moment, his mastery of the Super Saiyan God form had surpassed before. Logically, he should have been able to hit Beerus, but it felt like he was weaker. In reality, he wasn't weaker. It was just that Beerus was slightly more serious than before. This slight seriousness had significantly increased his power. Once Sun Wukong realized this, he promptly adjusted his state and threw another punch. However, he faced the same result and was still easily dodged. Beerus said indifferently, it's time for you to witness the power of a god. Otherwise, you will remain ignorant of a god's power. After easily dodging Sun Wukong's attack, he raised his foot, and terrifying power surged through Beerus's slender legs. Though they looked thin as bamboo, one kick could explode 10 planets. With a kick to Sun Wukong's abdomen, he sent him flying 1,000 meters away. However, by this time, Beerus had already appeared behind Sun Wukong, grabbing him and tossing him away like a chick. Sun Wukong's body was in excruciating pain, and he tried hard to stabilize himself but found it impossible. He saw Beerus raise his finger, aiming at the direction Sun Wukong was flying, and a deadly beam shot out, piercing through Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong instinctively screamed, instantly reverting from Super Saiyan God back to his normal state. His body slowly fell, and he thought to himself, Lord Beerus is really powerful. He defeated me so easily. The Super Saiyan God is truly nothing in front of him. It seems Xue Tian really didn't deceive me. In a sense, Sun Wukong was completely defeated by Beerus. The two could trade punches before only because Beerus hadn't used his full strength, thinking that Sun Wukong might be the strongest. Once he realized Sun Wukong wasn't the strongest, his mindset changed completely. He had wanted to go find Xue Tian directly, but since Sun Wukong proposed the condition of defeating him, he exerted a little bit of strength and easily defeated Sun Wukong. This way, Sun Wukong would be convinced as well. The old Kai sighed heavily. Wukong really doesn't know the heights of heaven or depths of earth, daring to challenge Beerus. East Kai, you restore his body later. All right, ancestor, was praised. This Sun Wukong is quite impressive, managing to grasp 1/3 of the Super Saiyan God form's power. If his strength increases a few more tiers, he wouldn't be easily defeated in this form. Haha, but that's all in the past. The old Kai really didn't want Lord Beerus to go find Xue Tian. He was puzzled about how Whis knew Xue Tian, but he knew that if he asked, the other party wouldn't say. Oh, this is... Suddenly, a divine aura rushed over. An overwhelming momentum. Whis looked up and saw that Sun Wukong, who was constantly falling, was undergoing a marvelous transformation. A layer of silver aura continuously surged from his body, coalescing into small silver-white dots. Oh, could this be? Chapter 50. Your Ultra Instinct was also taught by Xue Tian? Oh, could this be? Whis looked in surprise at Sun Wukong, who was falling from midair, while Beerus, standing in the sky, was also unexpectedly surprised to see Sun Wukong's unusual transformation. He said lightly, how could he? This is truly unexpected. Things seem to be getting interesting. Could it be that this is also something Xue Tian taught him? Beerus muttered. Suddenly, the falling Son Goku stopped in midair, floating and adjusting his body slowly with the technique of flight. In that moment, his hair turned silver and a stream of silver aura enveloped his body. This aura contained specks of light, as if symbolizing a certain power, connecting to endless energy with a hint of divine breath that was truly alluring. Son Goku's figure flashed, appearing at the same level as Beerus, looking at him with a smile and saying, Lord Beerus, you are really strong. It seems that without Ultra Instinct, I have no chance of defeating you. Beerus showed no reaction to his words, but curiously asked, is this Ultra Instinct something that Xue Tian taught you? Yes, Xue Tian taught me. Son Goku replied excitedly. Beerus thought to himself. As expected, his guess was correct. It really was that mysterious Xue Tian who taught him. This divine skill is truly astonishing that the other party could wield it. When did such a strong warrior emerge in the 7th universe? I didn't even know about it. It seems quite a lot has happened while I was asleep for so many years. Then, does he also know self-instinct? That should be impossible. Self-instinct and Ultra Instinct are two opposing existences. One person cannot master both divine skills. Son Goku clenched his fists. It's a pity that I'm not very skilled at Ultra Instinct yet. Otherwise, I could attempt to combine Ultra Instinct with the god form of Super Saiyan. Hearing this, Beerus smiled faintly. You dare to think that combining Ultra Instinct with other techniques is almost impossible. This is a divine skill. If it were that easy, could it still be called a divine skill? Moreover, your Ultra Instinct is only at the lowest stage. There's still a long way to go to reach the pinnacle of Ultra Instinct. Son Goku did not understand the meaning of this, thinking he was just saying he wasn't proficient enough in Ultra Instinct, not realizing that Beerus meant that this was only Ultra Instinct. And there were several times the difference from true Ultra Instinct. Yes, Lord Beerus. Come on, let's fight. With my current stamina, I can't maintain Ultra Instinct for long, but I will do my best to fight and try to defeat you. His body moved like the wind, with starry rivers accompanying the silver aura as he charged forward. Upon hearing this, Beerus almost couldn't hold back, but he forced himself to remain calm, his face still indifferent. Whoosh! Son Goku's fist arrived as expected, carrying the breath of the divine, roaring towards him. The fierce momentum struck Beerus, and if it had hit Tianjin Fan and the others, they would undoubtedly be directly suppressed and suffocated to death. However, the opponent he faced was not Tianjin Fan, but Beerus, an existence that didn't even regard low-level Ultra Instinct. Just when Beerus thought Son Goku's fist was about to strike him directly, the space suddenly rippled. Son Goku vanished from his sight, and when he reappeared, he was already behind him. Bang! A punch hit Beerus's back, and in the moment he was sent flying, Son Goku grabbed his hand, forming a knife hand, and struck down on Beerus's shoulder with a bang. Beerus cried out in pain, his body rapidly descending. Lord Beerus, here's another hit for you. This knife hand strike had been on his mind, so when the opportunity arose, he wasted no time and immediately counterattacked. Son Goku's hands circled to his waist, forming a flower bud shape, gathering all his strength into his palms, and shouted, Kamehameha! Whoosh! In an instant, Son Goku vanished from his original position, suddenly appearing in front of Beerus. The Kamehameha he was using was not the normal release, but an instant transmission Kamehameha. He aimed to appear right in front of the enemy, and unleash the Kamehameha to achieve a precise hit. He knew that to defeat Beerus, these powerful attacks had to land. Otherwise, with his current stamina, he wouldn't be able to last long. Clearly, he intended to use the fastest method to win. Boom! The Azure Kamehameha struck Beerus's chest, sending him flying thousands of meters away, creating a massive explosion that shook everything around. Like a mindless demon, it destroyed everything in its path, as if space itself was about to tear apart. Smoke billowed, and shadows faded, obscuring what lay within the swirling smoke. But Son Goku felt that even if Beerus wasn't dead, he might be seriously injured. After all, this was a Kamehameha unleashed under the enhancement of Ultra Instinct, and it wouldn't be easy to withstand. Even a god of destruction, he was confident, could be hurt. As the smoke slowly dissipated, suddenly, the mist-like smoke rippled, like a lotus blooming in an instant. Whoosh! A cat-like figure appeared, and Son Goku immediately recognized that it was Beerus. Son Goku was incredibly surprised, not expecting Beerus to recover so quickly, but instead of feeling disappointed, he was very excited. The stronger the opponent, the more thrilled he felt, which meant he had a lot of room to grow. When Beerus appeared in his line of sight, he saw that Beerus was completely unharmed, not even a tear in his clothes, as if the Kamehameha had never struck him at all. In reality, the Kamehameha had indeed not hit him. It appeared to have landed, but at the last moment, he had deflected it. To put it simply, he had been pushed back, but it could even be said that he had merely stepped back on his own. However, Beerus was still quite impressed with Son Goku's attack power, far surpassing that of Frieza, who had once been called the Universe Emperor. Beerus, with a lifeless expression, said, "Is this all your strength? Do you have any other divine skills?" Divine skills? None. Son Goku hesitated for a moment, awkwardly scratching his head. None? Then it should be over. Whoosh. Bang. Chapter 51. Who is Xue Tian? Bang. Beerus's figure suddenly vanished, his aura disappearing without a trace. A gentle breeze blew, leaving a sense of bewilderment, and those who didn't know would think that Beerus had never appeared at all. Son Goku looked around, carefully sensing the surrounding aura, but found no trace. When he turned back, he was shocked to find that Beerus had somehow appeared right in front of him. He immediately felt something was wrong, suddenly remembering that he was in the state of Ultra Instinct. In this state, his body would react automatically when attacked. He felt a little more relaxed. Whoosh! Just as his body was reacting, Beerus seized his arm in advance, pulling him forward and landing a punch in his abdomen. Son Wukong's heart trembled uncontrollably. What was happening? His body had clearly reacted. After Beerus struck him in the abdomen with a punch, he did not stop his attack, but continued with a series of punches, simultaneously saying, "The Ultra Instinct technique is indeed a remarkable divine skill, but you've only grasped the surface of it. Moreover, Ultra Instinct emphasizes evasion, but the effectiveness of that evasion is based on your normal state. Your combat power in your normal state is simply too low. Even if you mastered the full power of Ultra Instinct, I could easily hit you, as long as my attack speed surpasses your evasion speed. If I attack before you can evade, just a moment faster, I can hit you. The power of a god is not so easy to master." Bang! After finishing his words, a punch struck Son Wukong's abdomen. It appeared to be a soft punch, yet it caused Son Wukong to foam at the mouth, instantly breaking his normal state. Then, Beerus casually tossed him into the Kaioshin realm. The old Kaioshin sensed that Son Wukong still had a breath of life and immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lord Beerus, for giving Wukong a chance at life." He understood that Beerus was not angry about Son Wukong's previous actions. Otherwise, Son Wukong would already be a corpse or non-existent. Beerus did not care about this issue and instead asked, "Where's Xue Tian?" The old Kaioshin was reluctant to say much, but misfortune cannot be avoided. Whether he wanted to or not, if Beerus truly wanted to find Xue Tian, it would be a simple matter. Earth, the planet where Prince Vegeta is currently located. As he spoke, he looked at Whis. Whis nodded slightly. Yes, Lord Beerus. Then let's go. He moved behind Whis, placing his hand on Whis's back. Goodbye, Lord Kaioshin. Whis politely greeted, then transformed into a colorful streak of light and flew towards Earth. The East Kaioshin dutifully restored Sun Wukong's stamina and injuries, while the old Kaioshin pondered for a few seconds, pacing back and forth, feeling it necessary to inform Xue Tian. He immediately used his divine skill, divine communication, to contact Xue Tian. Xue Tian, can you hear me? On Earth, aboard the giant wheel, Bulma and the others were happily holding a party, while Xue Tian was lying on a chair, eating grapes peeled by Lan Chi. After chatting with Bulma, Android 18, and others for a while, Lan Chi felt she couldn't leave her master unattended, so she returned to Xue Tian to serve him grapes. Xue Tianzheng felt that having a female disciple was truly wonderful when he heard the lewd voice of the old Kai. The faint echo replied, I can hear it. This is bad news. Isn't it just because Beerus is coming soon? What's so bad about it? Have you already sensed it? The old Kai asked in surprise. But then he thought about it. The other party had already anticipated that Beerus would come, so knowing that Beerus was about to arrive was a matter of course. Xue Tian spoke slowly. Not only have I felt it, but I also noticed that Wukong has already been defeated by him. If I'm not mistaken, the East Kai is currently healing him. The old Kai was suddenly taken aback, amazed at how incredible Xue Tian was, even more so than himself. He wondered whether he was the god, or if Xue Tian was. Without the god sphere, he would never have known what was happening far away. Yet Xue Tian seemed to know everything, as if he had a pair of eyes watching them. Do you have a way to deal with Beerus? The old Kai asked eagerly. In his heart, he not only wanted to protect Earth, but also had a small expectation that Xue Tian would teach Beerus a lesson. A way? You could say I have one, or you could say I don't. Xue Tian replied casually. The old Kai was momentarily confused by this strange statement. Just as he was about to ask for clarification, Xue Tian interrupted him. All right, you don't need to worry about Earth. Since I've taken your benefits, I will definitely ensure its safety. Okay, with your assurance, I can relax. The old Kai said no more, severing contact with Xue Tian and then opening the God Sphere to check on the situation of Xue Tian and the others on Earth. He wanted to see what Xue Tian's plan was to subdue Beerus. The old Kai had always been curious about Xue Tian's true strength. He felt that Xue Tian's power was not strong, but the aura he displayed gave off a mysterious and powerful vibe. Meanwhile, Lan Chi curiously asked, is the god of destruction Beerus that Master mentioned about to arrive? Yes. What does Master plan to do? Lan Chi asked worriedly. She remembered her master saying that with their current strength, they couldn't defeat him, which meant they might not be able to protect Earth. Seeing her worried and pitiful expression, Xue Tian comforted her slightly. Don't worry. Although I am not his match right now, as long as I am here, he won't dare to destroy Earth. Let's first see the situation. If he behaves and enjoys the food here, then let him stay. If he comes to cause trouble, then that won't do. Lan Chi absolutely believed in Xue Tian's words without any doubt. Since he said he could protect Earth, he certainly could. Based on their interactions over the past few days, she realized that her master never did anything without confidence. The success rate of any endeavor was always 100, and he would never make a wrong decision. Just as he said, he seemed to know everything in advance. Whoosh! A colorful light descended, appearing directly in front of everyone. As the light swirled and dissipated, they clearly saw the faces of Beerus and Whis. However, except for Xue Tian, the others had never seen the two before. Who is Xue Tian? Chapter 52. Beerus seems quite easy to talk to. Who is Xue Tian? After Beerus arrived, he directly asked about Xue Tian, his target very clear. Bulma and the others had already heard the news that Beerus would be coming, and with the sudden appearance of these two, they wondered if these two were Beerus and his companion or other alien friends. As the host of the party, Bulma knew she had to be a good hostess regardless of who arrived. She understood this and picked up 2 glasses of red wine, walking over with a smile. Hello, I'm Bulma. Welcome. As soon as the red wine was presented to Beerus, who had lived for countless years, he had never seen red wine before. Most importantly, as soon as the wine was in front of him, his incredibly sensitive nose detected the unique aroma of the red wine, making him unable to resist drooling. What is this? Beerus asked curiously, momentarily forgetting why he had come. Bulma was surprised. This is red wine. You don't know what red wine is? How could you not know? Oh, right. They're not from Earth, but aliens. It makes sense that there is no red wine in space. Red wine? This is the first time I've heard of it. He picked up the glass and took a sip. Ugh. Beerus's eyes widened, his expression contorting as his whole body tightened, as if he had encountered something terrifying or was scared. Seeing his state, everyone present became instinctively nervous. Although Beerus had not introduced himself yet, they already knew about his arrival and guessed who he was. They also knew he was the god of destruction, and that if he was in a bad mood, he would destroy things. If the red wine did not make him happy, it could be extremely troublesome. At that moment, Bulma regretted giving him the wine. Why did I offer him wine? How careless of me. Wow, this smells amazing. Beerus suddenly jumped up, tears of happiness streaming down his face. He dared to say it was the first time he had tasted such a delicious drink. He had tried many drinks on other planets, but compared to this red wine, they were worlds apart, not even in the same league. Seeing Beerus's excited demeanor, Whis also felt tempted and poured himself a glass to taste. Beerus grabbed a bottle of red wine and gulped it down like a starving ghost, leaving Bulma and the others astonished. Isn't he the god of destruction? Shouldn't he be more refined? Seeing their expressions, Xue Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Beerus was indeed stronger, just greedy for food, which could be considered weakness. However, using food to completely sway Beerus was still not feasible. Beerus had become the god of destruction for a reason. He was not easily fooled and had his own bottom line. As long as his bottom line was not crossed, he could be pleased with anything. But if it were crossed, even if mountains of food were piled in front of him, he would remain unmoved. After gulping down a bottle and ignoring everyone, he finished 5 bottles before feeling slightly satisfied. Noticing everyone staring at him in shock, he suddenly realized he had lost his composure. Sorry, this red wine is just too delicious. I couldn't help myself. Beautiful lady, thank you for the red wine. Bulma thought to herself that Beerus seemed quite easy to talk to, not as fierce as she had imagined, which contradicted his title as the god of destruction. She was not the only one thinking this. The others felt the same. When they learned from Xue Tian that the god of destruction Beerus was about to arrive, they had considered him to be a fierce and ruthless figure, even more heartless than Frisia, and feared he would look terrifying. However, it did not seem to be the case now, especially Whis, who was very polite, always smiling as if he were an old friend reunited with them. This made everyone's impression of Beerus and Whis not so bad. Although Bulma had already guessed that the person in front of her was Beerus, she still curiously asked, "Excuse me, are you the god of destruction, Beerus?" Upon hearing this, Beerus was startled and extremely surprised, asking in confusion, "Huh? You know me?" He was perplexed about how people on Earth could know him. Could it be that Frisia mentioned him? This shouldn't be the case. Although Frisia fears himself, he is extremely proud and wouldn't easily bring anyone out as his support or anything like that. He would feel it is an extremely embarrassing thing to do. He doesn't know Beerus personally, but he knows of Lord Beerus's reputation, that he is the god of destruction who can destroy things when in a bad mood, acting on a whim and doing as he pleases. However, it seems that Lord Beerus is not really that kind of person, Bulma said with a smile. The others nodded in agreement. The impression Beerus gave them was that of a peaceful and interesting foodie. Suddenly, Beerus's expression turned cold, and he let out a somewhat harsh laugh, especially when they saw his pair of purple divine eyes, which felt like falling into hell, inexplicably bringing an endless pressure. You are not wrong. If I, the god, were to get angry, destruction would ensue. Planets, star systems could all be destroyed. No one present doubted Beerus's words because just one glance from him made them feel as if they were plunging into hell, suffocating, and filled with despair. This aura was even more despairing than when they faced Cell and Majin Buu. Previously, they thought Beerus was easy to talk to, not like what was said, but now it truly seemed to match the rumors. At that moment, Krillin, who had been making takoyaki, ran over excitedly with a plate of takoyaki, saying, "Special takoyaki. And one of them has mustard. Let's see who gets this big prize." "Ha, this must be Bulma's friend, right? You're the guest, you go first." Krillin, who had been busy making takoyaki, didn't hear the conversation and mistakenly thought Beerus was a friend invited by Bulma. Although he hadn't seen him before, he didn't find it strange, as Bulma had all kinds of friends. Also, with the complex population on Earth, including characters like Puar, Oolong, and the androids, having such two strange beings didn't seem odd at all. But when Bulma and the others heard this, they got anxious. A takoyaki with mustard? If Beerus eats it and gets spicy, what if he gets angry? They quickly signaled Krillin with their eyes. Chapter 53. Because I can fight, Bulma hurriedly signaled to Krillin. However, Krillin was fully focused on the takoyaki, wondering who the lucky one would be, and completely missed Bulma's gaze. Seeing that he didn't notice, Bulma immediately walked up to Krillin and said, "Krillin, what are you bringing this takoyaki for? It's not time yet. Hurry and take it back." This left Krillin confused, not quite understanding what was happening. Not time yet? This takoyaki's reward is just mustard, not your grand prize. Krillin thought Bulma misunderstood. believing that the grand prize he mentioned was the final super grand prize she referred to, so he tried to explain. When Beerus saw the appearance of the takoyaki, soft and chewy, he was quite tempted and said, "This takoyaki looks quite tasty. Can I try one?" Krillin, who was initially inviting Beerus to try first, was naturally very willing and picked up the plate, saying, "Of course." Beerus immediately picked up one of the takoyaki and put it in his mouth, while everyone watched this scene with their hearts in their throats, silently praying not to get the one with mustard. If he got angry, Earth would be in trouble. After he swallowed the takoyaki, his expression twisted and darkened, much like when drinking red wine, leaving everyone bewildered. Was it delicious? Or not? Or did he already eat the mustard? Why did Beerus's behavior seem so unlike that of an ordinary person? If it were an ordinary person, upon tasting mustard, they would have already screamed and spat fire, but Beerus only twisted his face, looking as if it was hard to eat. Yet he had looked the same after drinking red wine, which made it hard to understand. However, if people could easily figure him out, he wouldn't be the god of destruction, Beerus. Suddenly, a long howl erupted, and a sound wave spread from his mouth, causing the people around to feel their ears buzzing. Fortunately, this howl was not directed at them. Otherwise, Bulma and the others, who had no cultivation and combat power, would have definitely bled from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. Beerus spread his hands, looking like a food critic, and evaluated. The soft dough ball wraps around the super chewy octopus. Why didn't we think of this combination before? The sauce is also great. I am very satisfied. At this time, Whis also tasted one and praised. Indeed, it's quite good. I'll add it to the dinner. Hearing Beerus say it was good, everyone's tense hearts finally relaxed. They had managed to avoid making him angry. Thank goodness. Bulma felt she had grasped Beerus's character, knowing that food could make him very happy. As long as he was in a good mood, he wouldn't destroy Earth. Thinking of this, she immediately said, "Lord Beerus, today is my birthday party, and I've prepared a lot of delicacies. You can enjoy them to your heart's content." In the face of food, Beerus momentarily forgot the purpose of his visit and smiled. "Thank you for the invitation, madam." Xue Tian lay on the chair, feeling good seeing Beerus, secretly thinking, could it really end like this? This guy is very whimsical. If he is happy, then the Earth is not in danger. So everyone sat down and continued the party, while Beerus sat at the same table as Majin Buu fat. Whis noticed Xue Tian not far away and smiled, signaling to greet him. Xue Tian smiled back as a response. When Xue Tian saw Beerus sitting with Majin Buu, he instantly understood that the plot was still developing in a similar way. Majin Buu was about to be taught a lesson. Majin Buu was eating voraciously, completely ignoring Beerus. After Beerus tasted an ice cream and exclaimed how delicious it was, Whis tried a pudding and exclaimed, "Wow, this thing called pudding is even more delicious, Lord Beerus." Upon hearing this, Beerus picked up a pudding and slowly savored it, almost jumping up in excitement. Really delicious. However, when he reached out to grab a second pudding, he found that a chubby hand had already snatched all the puddings away. The owner of that chubby hand was none other than Majin Buu. Seeing this, Whis smiled and said, "Hello, could you share a few puddings with us?" Majin Buu completely ignored him, continuing to stuff his face without regard for anyone's expressions or feelings, which made Beerus feel uneasy. However, considering that everyone was enjoying the food at the moment, he chose to wait for Whis to negotiate. Satan, sitting next to Majin Buu, felt quite awkward seeing Majin Buu's unreasonable behavior. Yet, this wasn't the first time he encountered such a situation, so he comforted Buu like a child. "Buu, let us give them a few." Majin Buu immediately rejected. "No, these are all mine." After saying that, he stuck out his big tongue and licked all the puddings, some still sticky with saliva, which shocked Beerus. Whis sensed that the situation was not good. Beerus' face darkened completely as he coldly asked, "Why are you doing this? These puddings clearly belong to everyone. Why do you want to monopolize them?" Majin Buu disdainfully replied, "Because I'm really strong." Upon hearing this, Beerus couldn't help but laugh. A little Majin Buu actually had the audacity to claim to be strong in front of him. It was simply ridiculous. He suddenly stood up, his aura expanding, an invisible force directed at Majin Buu, tension rising as a battle was about to begin. "Is this your reason?" Satan, not wanting to see this escalate, hurriedly stood up from his chair and ran in front of Beerus, bowing at a 90-degree angle. "Sorry. Please let it go for my sake." Both Beerus and Whis pointed their fingers at Satan in unison, almost in perfect harmony. "Get lost." With a gentle poke, Satan was instantly sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily onto the ship, his eyes blank and body stiff, with snot shooting out over a meter. In an instant, both their auras erupted simultaneously. The table and food were instantly reduced to dust, along with a powerful cyclone that soared into the sky. disappearing without a trace. Xue sighed helplessly. This is getting out of hand. Beerus looked down at the pink, pudgy figure before him, who could barely open his eyes. Majin Buu seemed to sense his disdain and was extremely angry, quickly throwing punches. With a whoosh, hundreds of punches rained down on Beerus, but he easily dodged them, none connecting. Their movements instantly attracted the attention of everyone on the ship, each one wide-eyed, as the most concerning situation unfolded. After a series of attacks that missed Beerus, Buu felt very angry and shouted, "Watch me knock you away." A massive punch was thrown, seemingly ordinary, but it contained the power of a Majin. If this punch had landed on the former cell, it would have undoubtedly sent him flying thousands of meters away, but now, Buu was facing not the young Gohan-esque cell, but the god of destruction, Beerus. Now the pinnacle of combat power in Universe 7, aside from Whis. Bang! Beerus easily caught Majin Buu's fist. This took the still-closed Majin Buu by surprise, as he opened his eyes in shock. Clearly not expecting Beerus to be able to catch his fist, he tried to retract it, but found his fist was stuck as if it had struck an unfathomable abyss, being held by some force within that made it impossible to pull back. Beerus coldly said, "I am a broad-minded god." While speaking, he effortlessly lifted Majin Buu and began to swing him around like dough. In less than a breath's time, Majin Buu was spun into a blur, more sparse than dough. There was one thing he absolutely could not tolerate. Following this, he released his grip, and Majin Buu flew back like a kite with a broken string, soaring thousands of meters into the air. Suddenly, Beerus appeared above Majin Buu, easily grasping his antenna. Majin Buu let out a cry, flailing his limbs. Unable to fight back at all, Beerus continued coldly, lacking proper respect, disregarding others' actions. He swung Majin Buu again, suddenly releasing him, causing Majin Buu to float down toward the ocean like a leaf, letting out a piercing scream. Beerus raised his hand, quickly gathering a ki blast, a sinister smile curling on his lips as he aimed it at Majin Buu. With a whoosh, the ki blast was released. Boom! The ki blast struck Majin Buu, instantly creating hundreds of meters of splashes, and Majin Buu fell into the sea just like that. Seeing Beerus's move, everyone instantly understood that Beerus was truly formidable. Although Majin Buu's combat power was not as strong as Goku and Vegeta, it was not far off either. Moreover, Majin Buu's lineage was very strong. Even if Goku and Vegeta were now stronger than him, they could not kill him. And if it came down to a life-or-death struggle, no one could be sure of the outcome. After all, Majin Buu could absorb people. He could potentially absorb Vegeta and Goku. Although it wasn't easy, his ability was ultimately quite disgusting. Everyone present was aware of this, so seeing Majin Buu easily defeated, they couldn't help but be surprised. Bulma, quick on her feet, saw the situation and immediately picked up a pudding nearby, raising it and saying, "Lord Beerus, there are plenty of puddings here. Don't be angry." She even posed like a maid. Beerus glanced over, already losing interest, and said indifferently, "I've lost interest. You all can eat it yourselves." Indifferent and bland. At the same time, he remembered his purpose for coming here. He coldly scanned the surroundings and questioned, "Who is Xue Tian?" "Lord Beerus, don't be like that. Today is my birthday party." Bulma looked at Beerus descending and walked up with a smile, saying, "So, how was your birthday party?" However, Beerus showed no respect, coldly replying, "What about your birthday party? I'm in a bad mood right now, and I'm going to destroy this planet. Farewell, everyone." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, condensing a purple energy ball of destruction, ready to wipe out the earth. Smack! Bulma was extremely angry and unhesitatingly slapped him. Everyone present was momentarily stunned, their eyes wide open in shock, reacting as if they were overly frightened. Bulma, meanwhile, clenched her fists and roared, "Can you show some courtesy? Today is my birthday." Beerus was equally stunned, momentarily unable to react, staring at Bulma in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out. How could this mere mortal, the one under my jurisdiction, slap me? After countless millennia, this was the first time someone I oversee hit me. Whis, who was eating takoyaki, was also taken aback but soon calmed down, merely smiling without saying much as he continued to enjoy his food. Once Beerus regained his composure, a piercing glare fixed on Bulma made her shiver and feel cold at the back of her neck. He slowly raised his hand and slapped Bulma across the face. Smack! Bulma rolled in the air several times, her cheeks reddening as she crashed heavily onto the ground several meters away. If he hadn't had a slight fondness for Bulma's earlier politeness, she would have been dead by now. Although he had shown mercy, this earth had to be destroyed. "Mom!" Trunks shouted. "My Bulma!" Beerus!" Suddenly, a roar echoed in midair. Everyone recognized that voice. Wait, Isn't that Vegeta's voice? They turned to where the sound came from, and sure enough, they saw Vegeta standing high in the sky, riding the wind, fists clenched, glaring at Beerus. He had appeared while Beerus was eating takoyaki because he had roared earlier. Upon sensing it, he had shown up but remained hidden in the shadows to observe Beerus's strength. When he saw Beerus's face, he felt fear, recalling how, when he was very young, he had witnessed his father being trampled under Beerus's foot. He was furious at the time and even rushed in to fight Beerus. But the result was predictable. With a wave of Beerus's hand, he was sent flying hundreds of meters away, helplessly watching his father being treated like a dog. It's no exaggeration to say that this was a childhood trauma. Thinking of this made him extremely angry while also feeling deep fear. After all, childhood traumas are not easily shaken off. But when he saw Beerus slap Bulma, he was completely enraged. His anger suppressed the fear in his heart. Chapter 55. Your power is weaker than Son Goku's. Everyone was surprised to see an angry Vegeta, but they were not shocked by his anger. They were astonished by his shout. My Bulma! Vegeta had always faced Bulma with pride and indifference, never having said any sweet words to her. A fact that the women had discussed among themselves. 3 women in a drama, it was always like that. So now, with Vegeta shouting my Bulma in front of everyone, they were utterly stunned, as if they had been fed dog food. Bulma, lying on the ground, felt inexplicably satisfied upon hearing Vegeta's shout, a smile appearing on her lips. If she remembered correctly, this was the first time Vegeta had openly shown concern for her. That slap seemed to have been worth it. If Beerus knew Bulma's thoughts, would he ask, shall I do again? Beerus recognized Vegeta at a glance, and, somewhat surprised, said, Oh, Prince Vegeta, long time no see. Vegeta, looking serious and alert, glared at Beerus with anger, saying, Beerus, Earth is not a place for you to act recklessly. Krillin, hearing Vegeta's words, couldn't he help but exclaim in surprise, Wow, I can't believe Vegeta is actively protecting Earth. Others also found it astonishing. Since the battle with Majin Buu, they noticed that Vegeta had changed a lot, looking nothing like the one who invaded Earth and wanted to destroy it. Although Vegeta was still extremely cold and proud, he now had a protective heart. Master Roshi explained on the side, Vegeta is no longer the Vegeta of the past. He has something more important in his heart. Everyone agreed with Master Roshi's insightful words. Although he was lecherous, which everyone found a bit troublesome, they still willingly listened to his correct thoughts and insights, especially since he was the mentor of Goku and Krillin. Without him, Goku and Krillin would not have achieved their current success. Beerus stood in the air, eye to eye with Vegeta, looking displeased as he said slowly, Back then, your father did a job for me, searching for the most comfortable pillow in the universe, but he secretly kept it for himself and gave me a subpar pillow. He was treated like a dog under my foot, and now you dare to speak disrespectfully? The outcome will be the same. As the god of destruction of the 7th universe, this Earth was just one planet among many. It was no exaggeration to say it was like a speck of dust. Now, Alaus jumped out to say this was not a place for him to act recklessly. How could that be tolerated? Krillin and the others were horrified, not expecting that Vegeta's father had been taught a lesson by Beerus. Vegeta's mouth twitched, his brow furrowing in anger. Completely unprepared for Beerus to remember that incident and mention it in front of everyone. This dealt a heavy blow to his pride as a Saiyan prince, especially when he saw the shocked expressions of Krillin and the others. His anger intensified even more. The fear he had for Beerus was already diminished, but now, all that was replaced by fury. Clenching his fists, he roared, Who? A red light burst forth, shining brightly even in broad daylight. Under the red light, Vegeta's surroundings within a kilometer were illuminated in red. The people on the ship shielded their eyes with their hands, unable to bear the brilliance. Pilaf and his companions exclaimed, so dazzling. What is this new form? As the light diminished, Vegeta's hair turned red, and red flames surrounded his body, while his battle suit also transformed into red. This was the Super Saiyan God form. A few days ago, with the help of Goku and others, Vegeta had also mastered the Super Saiyan God transformation, and his mastery was not inferior to that of Goku. Beerus, showing no surprise, said lightly, Super Saiyan God? I thought you would transform and fight me like that Goku from the Kaishin realm, starting from the first level of Super Saiyan. It seems you know my strength, and that those things are useless. Vegeta had always fought this way, using his powerful techniques from the beginning, unless his opponent was significantly weaker, in which case he would win in his normal state. After transforming into Super Saiyan God, Vegeta's confidence increased a lot. He had been training intensely for days, hoping to defeat Beerus when he arrived. Now, they finally faced each other. Clenching his fists, he arrogantly declared, Beerus, I told you. Earth is not a place where you can act recklessly. Beerus, unfazed, casually scratched his ear with a sharp nail and said, "Do you think you can defeat me in this Super Saiyan God form? Don't you find that a joke?" Faced with such a retort, Vegeta was furious and prepared to charge at him. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed, and the calm sea surged with waves hundreds of meters high as Majin Buu burst forth. His body emanating steam, angrily shouting, I'm so angry. I'm going to crush you." With all his strength, he charged at Beerus with a devastating punch. But at that moment, Beerus had no intention of playing along. He effortlessly blocked Buu's attack with a casual gesture, then punched Buu on the head, shattering him and sending him crashing onto the ship. They were simply not on the same level. However, Buu had regenerative abilities, so this did not kill him, just enough for him to endure. Vegeta disdainfully glanced at Buu, thinking, with such strength, he still wants to fight Beerus. The era of Majin Buu was over. Vegeta's figure moved swiftly, leaping up and throwing a punch. Beerus stood still, not moving his body, just slightly turning his head to easily dodge Vegeta's attack. Vegeta launched several more powerful punches, but Beerus continued to evade, leaving Vegeta increasingly shocked. This Beerus was too fast. Even after transforming into Super Saiyan God, he still couldn't hit him. Beerus commented casually, "Your speed and strength aren't much faster than Goku in the Kaishin realm. In fact, you could say your power is even slightly less." This statement ignited Vegeta's furious heart, and he unleashed another fierce attack. But the damage he inflicted on Beerus was completely zero. When he threw another punch, Beerus easily stepped back to avoid it. Before Vegeta could react, Beerus had already delivered a punch to his abdomen, knocking him back to his normal state. Blood surged in Vegeta's throat, and he spat it out. Everyone was shocked. Vegeta's Super Saiyan God form was so imposing and powerful, yet he was sent back to his normal state with a single punch. Just how strong was Beerus? Previously, they had seen Beerus easily overpower Majin Buu, but they never imagined he would be this terrifying. With such combat power, there might be no one on Earth who could withstand him. Even if Goku and Vegeta fused, they would still be no match for him. Was Earth really going to be destroyed? Suddenly, everyone's gaze unconsciously turned to Xue Tian, who was reclining in a chair. Perhaps only Xue Tian could turn the tide. All along, his combat power had been an unknown. No one knew his true strength. They only knew that his power was unfathomable, and that he had taught Goku and Vegeta the Super Saiyan God and Ultra Instinct techniques. Beerus flicked Vegeta's forehead with his finger. Vegeta screamed, his body rolling like a ball, crashing heavily into the sea, causing a massive splash that soared over 100 meters high, demonstrating the ferocity of the impact. Beerus said casually, "This Prince Vegeta is quite a bit behind that Goku. That Goku can also use Ultra Instinct, but you seem to only have this Super Saiyan God. A bit weak." As he spoke, he looked around, searching for whom might be Xue Tian. When he saw Xue Tian lounging in a chair, leisurely eating grapes, his eyes widened in surprise, and he asked, "If I'm not mistaken, you're Xue Tian, right?" "That's right, I am Xue Tian. What do you want from me?" Xue Tian asked calmly. He really couldn't understand why Beerus was looking for him and how he knew of his existence. Did someone tell him? Perhaps Whis? But that seemed unlikely. Whis had been ordered by the Grand Minister to protect him, and he had no reason to expose himself in front of Beerus and then come out to mediate. From what he understood, Whis wasn't that kind of person. After thinking for a while, he suddenly thought of someone, Goku. Beerus had gone to the Kaishin realm before coming here, and Goku happened to be in the Kaishin realm as well. According to the manga, Goku had already been educated. So now, when he showcased Ultra Instinct in front of Beerus, both Beerus and Whis would definitely be curious about who taught him, and they would certainly mention him. After considering all this, Xue Tian felt he had unraveled the mystery. It was all like that. Beerus scrutinized Xue Tian with a discerning gaze, making Xue Tian feel as though he was being thoroughly examined, which was quite unpleasant. "Did you teach Goku the Ultra Instinct and Super Saiyan God?" Before Xue Tian could answer, the area where Vegeta had fallen into the sea suddenly burst forth, forming a cylindrical shape about 50 meters wide. A chilling purple light erupted from the depths of the sea, causing nearby creatures to flee, while some fish and sharks that got too close were found dead without any sign of blood. Whis, who was enjoying his meal, paused and remarked, "How surprising. One Ultra Instinct and one Self-Extreme Instinct." Beerus stood in midair and naturally sensed this aura, which he was very familiar with. It was the Ultra Instinct he had mastered. However, the aura of Ultra Instinct emanating from Vegeta was too weak. It was clear that he had only just recently grasped that state. Vegeta slowly rose, enveloped in a purple aura, flying in front of Beerus. He clenched his fists and coldly said, "Beerus, Your opponent is me. Beerus was quite surprised. Goku can use Ultra Instinct, and you can use Ultra Ego. When I saw Goku's Ultra Instinct in the Kaishin realm, I thought, could there be someone who can use Ultra Ego? But I thought it was impossible, because Ultra Ego requires the self. It requires doing as one pleases. That is the self. I didn't expect that someone could really do it. Then he turned his gaze to Xue Tian, who was comfortably lying in a chair, and curiously asked, did you teach him this as well? That's right, I taught him. Xue Tian said calmly, his tone showing no fluctuations. You truly are an amazing person. Not only can you use Ultra Instinct, but you can also use Ultra Ego. It's really surprising. Xue Tian did not speak, and the surprising events were yet to come. Vegeta looked at Beerus and shouted, stop wasting time. Your opponent is me. Beerus was not the least bit angry at his arrogance because he faintly saw a bit of his own shadow in Vegeta. Perhaps he also saw a reflection of himself in Son Goku, someone obsessed with competition, willing to challenge even those stronger than himself, while the other was self-absorbed and arrogant, which he found to be quite fitting. Your Ultra Instinct is only the first stage. Not only that, but you haven't mastered it either, yet you're so inflated with confidence. It seems this divine technique really suits you. However, at your current level, you can't compare to me. Let me show you what true Ultra Instinct looks like. As soon as he finished speaking, Beerus's aura skyrocketed, and the sky darkened in an instant. A fierce wind howled. The earth trembled slightly, as if afraid of something, and lightning flashed continuously, making it seem as if the apocalypse was upon them. The sea roiled violently, even more tumultuous than a tsunami. The ship, which had been as steady as a mountain, began to sway from side to side. Trunks worriedly said, is Mom's ship going to capsize? Whis waved his staff, and a green energy shield appeared, protecting the entire ship, doing this only to avoid any disturbance while he was eating. Chapter 57. A knife hand. The sky changed drastically, with thunder and lightning, and tornadoes formed, tightly wrapping around huge waves, causing a tsunami with a strong tendency for landslides. Just as the situation was about to worsen, Beerus's Ultra Instinct receded somewhat, and he was enveloped in strands of purple energy, exuding a terrifying destructive power. The purple aura around him generated lightning at times and let out crackling sounds, instilling an inexplicable sense of fear. Just the external pressure was enough to evoke endless terror. If he truly made a move, what kind of feeling would that evoke? Vegeta, although not as terrified as an ordinary person, was still significantly affected. He looked at Beerus's current form in shock, thinking to himself that this Ultra Instinct must have been mastered to its most perfect degree. Noticing the change in Vegeta's expression, Beerus smiled slightly, clearly satisfied, and said coldly, do you see? This is what Ultra Instinct is like, and this is only the first level. My current form is merely the first level perfected. Xue Tian, lying in a chair, truly admired Beerus's Ultra Instinct. Indeed, he was worthy of being Beerus. However, upon reflection, he thought that if someone who had lived for tens of thousands of years couldn't even master the first level of Ultra Instinct to perfection, then perhaps it was time for a new destroyer. Vegeta was momentarily stunned upon hearing Beerus's words. To achieve such momentum and power at the first level, what would it be like if he broke through to the second or third levels? Or even higher? Thinking of this, a desire ignited within Vegeta, and he secretly thought that if he could gradually master the first level, then with enough time, he could also grasp the second, third levels, and the highest level. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. One day, he would definitely reach a height like Beerus's. After all, he had lived for tens of thousands of years. If he gave himself that amount of time, it would definitely be possible. At the same time, he realized the problem. His strength was still far too inferior compared to Beerus. Just from the pressure emanating from him, he could tell that even a single movement or strike from Beerus could potentially kill him. Just like how Beerus had just knocked him out of his Super Saiyan God state back to normal with one punch. Beerus remained indifferent, his expression unchanged. So what now? Do you still want to fight? Or will you step aside and let me destroy this planet? Vegeta suddenly reacted, his mind trembled, and he shook his head lightly, feeling a bit ridiculous for even having thoughts of giving up. Clenching his fists, although he had already acknowledged Beerus's strength in his heart, he said mercilessly, "Humph. Even if your Ultra Instinct is powerful, so what? I will still defeat you." With a roaring momentum, he charged forward, lightning crackling all around, with purple energy swirling. A small amount of destructive power wreaking havoc in the surroundings. The air that appeared was completely destroyed, creating an atmosphere of suffocation and despair. Destructive power, known to annihilate everything in the world, naturally included the air itself. Beerus was a bit surprised. He had thought that after Vegeta witnessed his first stage of Ultra Instinct, he would choose to give up the fight, losing all fighting spirit and retreating to let him destroy Earth. But the opponent still dared to charge at him for battle. How interesting. Beerus did not dodge, watching as Vegeta's punch came crashing toward him and suddenly struck out with his own punch. Bang! In an instant, terrifying destructive power erupted. The already furious tsunami was violently split apart into hundreds of clear sections, revealing the seabed below, which was thousands, if not tens of thousands, of meters deep. Just the force of this destructive power was already so terrifying. If that punch hit a person, they would undoubtedly be obliterated. As the two fists collided, Vegeta let out a piercing scream and was sent flying thousands of meters away, disappearing like a small star from everyone's sight. Daddy! Trunks couldn't help but shout upon seeing this. He glanced at son Goten beside him, who understood, and the two immediately used the fusion technique. Fusion. Da-da-da. Gotenks made his appearance. With a proud look at Beerus in midair, he waggled his finger and said, "You big bad guy, you're just a small pudding, and you're already angry? Let's teach you a lesson." With that, he used high-speed movement to charge up. Piccolo reacted quickly, reaching out to grab him. But Gotenks was much faster, giving Piccolo no chance, and he could only watch as Gotenks dashed out. The moment Gotenks burst out of the protective shield, he felt the air compressing around him, a sense of despair, suffocation, and fear rising in his heart. They realized that Whis' shield had protected them from Beerus' overwhelming pressure. Now that they were outside, the pressure made it hard for them to breathe, but after merging, they were so proud and spirited, charging out to battle Beerus. Especially since Vegeta had just been knocked away. If they retreated now, it would be a disgrace to Gotenks, and they absolutely would not allow that to happen. Transforming back into Super Saiyan, Gotenks suppressed the feelings of suffocation and despair and charged forward, throwing a punch at Beerus. "You big bad guy, just a little pudding? Causing such a ruckus." Bang! Their words made Beerus frown, and he grabbed their little fists, rendering them unable to move. Beerus retorted, "A little pudding? Is that not so? You want to eat it? We have plenty. Why are you angry?" Gotenks tried to forcibly retract his hand, but his current state was no different from when Majin Buu was pinched by Beerus. He simply couldn't pull back his fist, as if it were deeply absorbed by an endless force, incredibly firm. Beerus pulled Gotenks in front of him, unbuckled his pants, and with his index and middle fingers together, struck Gotenks' backside. Bang! Gotenks let out a miserable scream, a cry that echoed through the heavens and earth, 10 times worse than Vegeta's previous scream. After all, they were just kids, and their ability to withstand pain was naturally not that strong. Beerus knew they were children, so he didn't want to be too harsh. Just gave a few hits. Bang! Chapter 58. Are you a person from the Void Era? Beerus continued to strike, casually saying, "To you, that's just a little pudding. But to me, it's the most delicious food I've never eaten before." The most delicious food. Do you know what that represents? Bang! Another resounding scream echoed. Their backsides were already extremely swollen, and even if they were allowed to move, they wouldn't dare, as even a slight movement would show signs of blooming. Beerus didn't want to waste more time with them. After teaching them a lesson, he threw them onto the ship. "Kids, just stay put." The moment Gotenks fell to the ground, they instantly disbanded, both clutching their backsides and screaming in agony. Piccolo's face turned green with fear. Beerus' combat power was truly terrifying. The self-mastery technique Vegeta used was no match, and he was knocked away in one round. Gotenks was treated like a child getting spanked. It was simply unimaginable. Whoosh! A high-speed movement. A purple flame surged forward, and upon closer inspection, the one coming was none other than the knocked-away Vegeta. Vegeta charged in with a fierce punch, shouting, "Don't be arrogant." Beerus remained extremely calm, casually waving his hand to easily block his attack, his figure flickering as he appeared behind Vegeta, shaping his hand like a blade. Sun Wukong was also defeated by my hand blade in one hit. Now it's your turn. Bang! Vegeta's shoulder was struck, instantly releasing his self-mastery state, and he plummeted rapidly. When he fell into Whis' protective barrier, the rapid descent slowed down, gently landing on the ground. This did reduce some damage, but he was already lying on the ground, barely alive. Everyone gasped. Just that one hand blade strike had rendered Vegeta near death. Hearing this, Wukong was also defeated by that hand blade. Piccolo was the first to react, hurriedly telling Krillin beside him, "Quick, feed him a Senzabine." Krillin immediately rushed over to feed him a Senzabine. At this moment, Xue Tian was not lying on the chair, but slowly stood up, looking at Beerus in the sky, and, "Beerus, what do you want with me?" Beerus directly asked, "Are you the Super Saiyan God?" Xue Tian smiled meaningfully. "Are you trying to ask if I am the Super Saiyan God from your dreams?" Beerus was suddenly shocked, looking at him in disbelief, and asked, How do you know about the Super Saiyan God in my dreams? Lin Machin smiled mysteriously, flaunting some mystique. If I say I know the past and the future and understand the path of development, would you believe me? Beerus hesitated for a few seconds, carefully observing Xue Tian, secretly pondering. Does he really know the future and the past? Could this be some kind of special ability? In this vast universe, many individuals with special abilities have emerged from the void, and destructive power is one of the most domineering special abilities. The Omni-King belongs to a race that possesses such overwhelming power, currently ruling the entire universe. Among them, there are some individuals with special abilities who know the future and the past. However, such people either disappeared into the void without a trace or were eliminated in a great battle back in the day. It seems that those with such special abilities should no longer exist. Why would there still be someone with such abilities? Could it be that the bloodlines of those individuals from that great battle survived? This possibility is not out of the question, as that battle was indeed magnificent and terrifying. Beerus himself was just a speck of dust in it. However, perhaps some people did survive, and some possess special means to be immortal, and even if they die, they can find a way to come back to life or preserve a trace of their bloodline. Could this Xue Tian be one of the bloodlines from those people back then? If that is the case, then I must quickly report to the Omni-King and the Grand Priest. Of course, if I could kill him myself, that would be even better. Xue Tian had no idea that he was just giving a vague reason, and the other party had guessed so much. If he knew, he would definitely say, Beerus, you're quite the talent. It's a pity you don't work at our Realities Association company. I believe, this time, it was Xue Tian's turn to be surprised. He didn't expect the other party to actually believe him. All along, Xue Tian knew that in the Dragon Ball Superworld, some races or certain individuals possessed special precognitive abilities, but that precognition only lasted a few seconds at most and could not foresee countless years. He had seen Beerus's dream, which meant he had at least witnessed countless days from the past. Before Xue Tian could speak, Beerus continued to ask, Are you from the Void Era? Xue Tian was puzzled. What kind of people from the Void Era was he talking about? Could it be referring to his own bloodline? His bloodline was indeed of the Void lineage, but having this bloodline didn't necessarily mean he was a person from that era, right? However, upon thinking about it, having this bloodline could, in a certain sense, count as being from that era. But seeing Beerus's indifferent expression, it seemed like he had no good feelings towards people from the Void World. Although he wasn't too afraid of him now, if anything troublesome came up later, it would be a hassle. He chuckled and said no. While secretly pondering whether Beerus was judging him based on his bloodline, he decided to test the waters. Beerus frowned and coldly said, If you are not from the Void Era, why do you possess the power to know the past and the future? Who was your ancestor from the Void Era? Or whose power did you inherit? He thought to himself. No wonder he dreamed of a Super Saiyan God who could defeat him in his sleep. If this guy in front of him really was a descendant or inheritor from the Void Era, then it was indeed possible. Thinking back to that battle, Beerus was still terrified to this day. In the Void Era, the universe had not yet been fully opened up, and countless powerful beings were born silently. These powerful beings possessed various special abilities, with some being peak beings who could know the past and future, some controlling time, and others being mental peak beings. A total of 5,000 people. Among these 5,000, there were several outstanding individuals with the most formidable abilities. The Destruction Peak Being, the Time Peak Being, the Life Peak Being, and the 5 Elements Peak Being. Later on, among the 5,000 peak beings, a Void Peak Being suddenly appeared, claiming to be the essence of the Void. All 5,000 peak beings were created by him, and he aimed to establish order for them to follow. He also assigned names to these 5,000 peak beings by their races. The Destruction Peak Being was called the Omni-King Clan. The Time Peak Being was called the Angel Clan. The Life Peak Being was called the Immortal Clan. And the 5 Elements Peak Being was called the 5 Elements Clan. The 5,000 peak beings, having grown accustomed to freedom, naturally would not allow others to bind them, leading to a great war. The 5,000 peak beings united against him and ultimately destroyed him. In this great battle, almost all of the 5,000 peak beings were annihilated, leaving only a few survivors. Currently, among the known surviving 5,000 peak beings, only 4 outstanding individuals from that time remained. The Destruction Peak Being, the Time Peak Being, the Life Peak Being, and the 5 Elements Peak Being. Although the other peak beings were not as strong as these 4, any one of them in today's era could easily kill Beerus. Chapter 59, Battle of Divine Minds. Xue Tian observed Beerus's expression and secretly thought, could it be that the beings from the Void Era are the sworn enemies of Beerus and the others? If that's the case, then he definitely cannot admit it. Although he is bound to the Omni-King and is not afraid of Beerus, Who knows if there are even stronger beings beyond the Omni-King? If he angers the powerful entities behind the scenes, could there be unexpected outcomes? Most importantly, he is not a being from the Void Era at all. He calmly said, "I'm not a being from the Void Era. Rather, you, Beerus, questioning me and suggesting that I am from the Void Era. Are you preparing to pin some big label on me? I never expected that a dignified god of destruction would resort to such tricks." Xue Tian knew clearly that it was hard to explain whether he was a person from the Void Era or not. He certainly couldn't say that he wasn't a person from this world. If he did, Beerus might misunderstand him even more as someone from the Void Era. Therefore, he had to interrupt Beerus's thoughts and prevent him from getting entangled in this issue. The best way to do that was to bite back at Beerus, making him forget his own thoughts. Sure enough, Xue Tian's idea and approach are indeed correct. Upon hearing this, Beerus's eyes flashed with disdain. "You are in my 7th universe. Do I need any excuse to destroy you? But when you say you know the future and the past, it reminds me of something. Oh, you say I am from the Void Era or a descendant of them because I know the future and the past. But have you ever considered a question? I practice the ultimate self technique, so am I not also of the angel race?" Xue Tian smiled with deep meaning. Beerus was indeed taken aback for a moment. He hadn't considered this point. Based on his previous judgment, Xue Tian could be from the angel race or the destroyer race. After thinking about this, he became curious about Xue Tian. Why did he possess both the ultimate instinct and the self-ultimate instinct? And he even knew about the future and the past, which was truly intriguing. However, no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't make sense of it, so he decided to stop pondering. After all, his main purpose for coming to Earth this time was to find the Super Saiyan God and destroy it. As for why he wanted to destroy it, it was simply because he was displeased. He didn't want anyone in the 7th universe who could pose a threat to him. After all, he was a destroyer god, and having someone stronger than him in the universe he governed was unacceptable. If word got out, where would his face go? Since you know about the dream within my dream, then you should also know the specific content of my dream, right? Xue Tian did not hide it and replied calmly, "I know. Very well. Let me see what kind of ability you have that can defeat me." Beerus provocatively glanced at Xue Tian. Beep, activating random mission. Option 1, fight Beerus, reward, divine body. Option 2, defeat Beerus, reward, demon body. Xue Tian saw these two rewards and, without any hesitation, chose the first one. The reward for the second option didn't seem much different from the first. However, the difficulty of completing the task was countless times greater than the second one. It could even be said that it was currently impossible to complete. Naturally, he wouldn't choose to take on an impossible task. Choice 1. Xue Tian silently agreed. He originally planned to let his disciple Lan Qi fight Beerus first, but now it seemed he had no choice but to make a move himself. Upon reflection, while Lan Qi possessed ultra instinct and self-instinct, which could shock Beerus, facing Beerus would only end in overwhelming defeat, rendering it unnecessary for her to engage. As for increasing combat power, there was no need to struggle. Simply lying in the god-level power chamber would suffice. Using the void technique, he broke through the air and stood at the same height as Beerus. Once outside Whis' protective barrier, the air felt as though it had been drained, but it had no effect on Xue Tian. With sharp eyes fixed on Beerus, he remained silent, and Beerus, looking back at Xue Tian, also said nothing. In reality, the two had already communicated various thoughts through their gazes and simulated a battle. The onlookers below, seeing the two in silence, couldn't help but murmur. What are they doing? Why aren't they speaking or taking any action? Whis, who had been enjoying the delicacies, paused his eating. With a wave of his hand, an image appeared before everyone, showing Beerus and Xue Tian facing each other. In response to the crowd's confusion, Whis explained, though they haven't physically engaged yet, they have already begun to fight. How can you not see it? Krillin and the others looked puzzled, thinking, aren't they just standing there? How can they have started? Could it be that their speed was so fast that they missed it? But even if it were fast, they shouldn't just be standing there. Was clarified. They have already rehearsed the battle in each other's minds. This is a form of mental combat, achievable only by those with exceptionally strong mental prowess. It was truly unexpected that Xue Tian's mental strength could reach such a level. After Xue Tian fused with the void bloodline, his spiritual consciousness became exceptionally powerful and is continuously enhancing, flowing endlessly and vast beyond measure, so much so that it can be said to be inexhaustible. This is one of the strengths of the void bloodline. When a person's spiritual consciousness is strong, it is less likely to fall into madness and less susceptible to external spiritual influences. For example, Majin Vegeta, who, in order to defeat Son Goku, learned that Babidi could enhance his combat power, intentionally allowed Majin Vegeta to control him and become corrupted. Although Vegeta deliberately allowed Babidi to take control, it was also because his spiritual consciousness was not strong enough. Otherwise, even if he had intended to let Babidi control him, he would have been successfully controlled. However, if his spiritual consciousness were as strong as Xue Tian's, even if he intentionally allowed Babidi to take control, Babidi would be unable to do so and would instead be backfired by the spiritual consciousness. Of course, this is just one effect of having strong spiritual consciousness. There are countless other effects. A powerful spiritual consciousness can sense everything in all directions. With Xue Tian's current spiritual consciousness, if he were willing to expand it, he could clearly perceive the actions of any creature on Earth, even a centipede, and he could sense every single movement of that centipede clearly. Suddenly, the red light on Xue Tian's body shone brightly, his aura constantly beating against the surroundings. The sky kept changing, dark and gloomy, with flashes of lightning. This space seemed unable to withstand his power. Chapter 60, Xue Tian versus Beerus. Everyone saw the change in Xue Tian and knew that this was the prelude to his transformation into a Super Saiyan God. Whoosh! Xue Tian had indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan God, with his red aura and hair purer than that of Goku and Vegeta during their transformations by countless times. His deep red hair, skin, and battle suit were all a dark crimson, and his imposing presence was unmatched by Goku or Vegeta. Piccolo couldn't help but murmur, "This must be the most authentic Super Saiyan God." After Xue Tian transformed into a Super Saiyan God, he didn't stop there. He immediately executed the Ultra Instinct technique, merging it with the Super Saiyan God form. Surrounding the red aura was a layer of silvery white energy, and with the two powers combined, Xue Tian's combat power increased significantly. His current state was exactly what Goku had envisioned, a Super Saiyan God combined with Ultra Instinct. If Goku were here at this moment, he would surely be very surprised, as Xue Tian had accomplished this effortlessly. It was indeed effortless because Xue Tian had mastered the Super Saiyan God to perfection and had also fully grasped the Ultra Instinct technique, making it all seem natural and easy. After he merged with Ultra Instinct, Beerus on the opposite side began to change as well, enveloped in strands of purple energy, representing the power of destruction. The two immediately locked eyes. At the same time, they shot out from their respective minds, and within their minds, their battle was exceptionally intense. Although Xue Tian was still at a disadvantage. Although Xue Tian's divine sense is powerful, his actual combat power is not on par with Beerus. Therefore, the combination of divine sense and combat power does not exceed that of Beerus, making it impossible for him to win. Ula. The moment their divine senses were extracted from the battle, both of them leaned forward and their figures suddenly disappeared from a spot. When they reappeared, they were merely a meter apart. At that moment, they both struck simultaneously. Bang! Boom! The two fists collided, producing creaking sounds all around. From the center of their combined power, a terrifying energy burst forth, spreading outwards. The force of this punch struck the surface of the lake, raising the sea water to thousands of meters high, almost revealing what lay beneath, and the creatures inside were instantly slaughtered in countless numbers. The nearby West City coast was battered by a terrifying gust of wind, and many people were blown away, while boats were sucked into whirlpools. They screamed, as if the apocalypse had arrived. On Bulma's yacht, the just-awakened Satan received a distress call from the television station, where the staff inquired about what was happening. Why was there such a situation? Was the end of the world near, or was there some villain trying to destroy the place? Satan was at a loss for how to respond. However, the person on the other end of the line grew impatient and urged, "Mr. Satan, are you listening? Hello, are you there?" After thinking for a moment, Satan followed the usual script. "Oh no, this is bad. The signal is poor. I have to fight this alien strong enemy," and hung up the phone with a snap. Whis watched Satan's comical performance and couldn't help but chuckle, not wanting to expose him. Satan seemed to catch Whis' gaze and felt quite embarrassed. In the sky, Beerus and Xue Tian faced each other with their fists, and neither took a step back. However, Beerus clearly did not show his full strength, as he wanted to test just how strong Xue Tian's combat power was. Xue Tian, on the other hand, raised his power to its utmost state, fully aware that if he did not unleash all his strength, he could be killed by Beerus in one blow. Thus, he held nothing back and fought with all his might. Beerus had already gauged Xue Tian's combat power, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he casually remarked, "It seems you are nothing special. I thought you were from the Void era, or had inherited the power of a peak fighter from that era. Now it seems I was mistaken. This Xue Tian, although his divine sense is strong, is simply too weak in combat power, clearly not from the Void era. Those from that era, even if they were severely injured in that battle, could not be this weak. Moreover, based on the arrogance of those individuals. It would be impossible for them to hide away on a small Earth. Earth may seem vast to its inhabitants, but in the seventh universe, it is merely a mid-sized planet. Xue Tian did not expect that just one punch would make the opponent understand this point. He remained silent, secretly gathering his strength and mobilizing his energy. Whoosh! His figure flickered, and he charged towards Beerus first. He knew he was no match for Beerus, but there was no way he would willingly surrender or be captured. With his personality, he would never do that. Even if he had to die, he would take someone down with him. Moreover, if he were to die, it wouldn't just be a matter of taking one person down with him. Beerus swung a punch and easily blocked Xue Tian's fist, but at that moment, another Xue Tian appeared behind him. Not good. Beerus was startled and turned around to punch the Xue Tian behind him. Whoosh! But when he punched, Xue Tian vanished like a bubble. In that moment, Beerus realized he had been deceived. Bang! Beerus was solidly hit in the back by Xue Tian's punch, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. However, Xue Tian did not stop. He leaped forward like a tiger descending the mountain. Bang, bang, bang. Several punches landed on Beerus's body in quick succession. The technique that Xue Tian just used is called shadow transfer technique, which allows him to create 4 copies of his body and instantly switch their positions. This means that even if Beerus attacks the front Xue Tian instead of the one behind, he will still be hit by the Xue Tian at the back, because any one of them is the real Xue Tian, not an illusion. This technique is similar to the afterimage fist, but it is countless times more advanced and belongs to divine skills. He received this divine technique as a reward for completing a mission 2 days ago, and when he obtained it, he marveled at its power, exclaiming that it was truly a matter of reality and illusion being indistinguishable. Bang! Another punch sent Beerus flying. With both hands spread wide, he quickly gathered energy. Final flash. Chapter 61. Xue Tian is blown to pieces. Final flash. Boom! A massive silver-white energy ball blasted towards Beerus. But Beerus used the same technique he employed against Son Goku to counter the final flash. Using the power of destruction, he neutralized the incoming final flash. He quickly flew in front of Xue Tian and, with great interest, said, "What was that technique you just used? You clearly appeared behind me. So why was that just an illusion?" Xue Tian naturally would not say it out loud. As a model man of the new era, he had read many novels and watched several TV dramas, and he understood a key principle: villains die from talking too much. In reality, the death wasn't caused by the villain's actions, but rather by their excessive speech. They said both what should be said and what shouldn't be said, which gave others a way to deal with them. Although Xue Tian was confident that even if he spoke out, Beerus wouldn't be able to crack his shadow-shifting technique anytime soon. As long as he didn't reveal it, Beerus might never be able to figure it out. And even if he could, it wouldn't be today. Since that's the case, why should he say it and lose his advantage? Lord Beerus, you'll find out soon enough, so why rush to know? Xue Tian said this just to prevent Beerus from probing further, intentionally making up a reason to stop his inquiries. Moreover, he was confident that as long as he said this, Beerus would definitely not ask again. Sure enough, Beerus really didn't pursue the matter any further. He just took a deep breath in frustration, clenched his fists, and the destructive energy around him quickly gathered, with strands of purple destructive power emerging. His combat power increased once again. That damn kid. How dare he not speak? Does he think that if he doesn't say anything, I have no way to crack it? How ridiculous. In the face of absolute power, your techniques are nothing but paper tigers. Who? Thinking of this, his body had already appeared in front of Xue Tian, who had long been on guard. The moment he appeared, another version of himself had already moved to the left. Shadow shift. Who? He was already in the state of Super Saiyan God combined with Ultra Instinct, and now using Shadow Shift, his speed was naturally incredibly fast. He dodged Beerus's powerful punch. This truly surprised Beerus. He had used 30% of his power and still couldn't hit Xue Tian. This Xue Tian was indeed interesting, but he quickly reacted and immediately lunged forward, delivering a horizontal kick. Whoosh! In that moment, Xue Tian transformed into 4 copies of himself, positioned to the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of Beerus. His horizontal kick only hit 2 of those positions, and after he kicked, Xue Tian had already moved to the other side. He launched an attack. Bang! A solid punch struck Beerus in the abdomen, knocking him back several meters. He then launched a series of relentless attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Beerus's reaction was extremely quick. The purple light around him surged, and the purple aura enveloping him deepened several times, boosting his combat power once again. This time, he unleashed 40% of his strength. Xue Tian could clearly feel the pressure. Even with the shadow transfer, he sensed that his position had been exposed. His feeling was not wrong at all. Just as he had executed the transfer to the other side, Beerus's fist had already come crashing down, almost simultaneously. Boom! A punch landed on Xue Tian's chest, directly sending him hundreds of meters away. Beerus instantly appeared behind Xue Tian, grabbed his hand, and swung him hard, causing Xue Tian to become disoriented and blurred. When Beerus felt it was enough, he threw Xue Tian away, and before he could stabilize himself, he raised his right hand with a glowing tip, and a purple energy ball the size of a head appeared. However, in an instant, that purple energy ball expanded countless times, reaching a diameter of 50 to 60 meters. Beerus lifted it high, rolled his body, and executed a reverse kick on the purple energy ball. The ball split into 2, then 4, then 16, ultimately resulting in thousands of them. They came raining down on Xue Tian like a flood. Beerus crossed his arms, a deep chill flashing in his eyes. I want to see if your transfer can avoid these thousands of energy balls. From the recent battle with Xue Tian, he had already analyzed that the 3 figures created by Xue Tian were essentially a form of transfer. If he got entangled, there were only 2 ways to deal with it. Firstly, to hit all 4, so Xue Tian could not transfer. Secondly, to anticipate Xue Tian's target for the transfer and act in sync with him. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of purple energy balls came crashing down. Xue Tian could not stabilize his body for a moment and could only let the Zizai Ji Gong evade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Zizai Ji Gong was quite powerful. But unfortunately, Xue Tian's basic combat power was still too low. Although the Zizai Ji Gong allowed his body to evade automatically without the need for brain processing, greatly saving evasion time, his basic combat power was still there. Even though he had maximized the proficiency of Zizai Ji Gong, the added value could not surpass the speed of Beerus's energy balls. Boom! After avoiding the majority of the energy balls, dozens or even hundreds still struck Xue Tian, blasting him to pieces. Smoke billowed, obscuring everyone's vision, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. In the King of All's palace, the King of All suddenly felt uncomfortable. While playing a pinball game, he became immensely furious and, with a wave, overturned all the floating balls to the ground, shattering them. As these overturned balls shattered, several planets in the universe also exploded, resulting in 58 shattered balls and 58 exploded planets. The Grand Priest, noticing something was wrong, immediately approached to comfort him. King of All, what happened? He channeled a divine power to calm the King of All's fury. If the King of All entered a state of rage, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the same time, he released his vast divine sense, instantly enveloping the 12 universes, investigating the events within them. Ultimately, he saw Beerus hovering in the 7th universe's Earth, and ahead, a cloud of smoke. With his divine sense, the smoke could not obstruct his observation. Otherwise, he would not be able to cover the 12 universes with his divine sense. He saw Xue Tian being blasted into pieces. His originally calm expression suddenly changed dramatically. Chapter 62. The Undying Body, Fake, 7th Universe. Earth. Whis, what is Beerus doing? The Grand Priest asked through cosmic telepathy in Whis's mind. Whis had not expected that his father, the Grand Priest, had already noticed this place. He hurriedly replied in his mind. Lord Beerus had a conflict with Xue Tian. I wanted to assess Xue Tian's strength, so I did not intervene. He had no idea that Xue Tian was bound to the King of All. Once Xue Tian died, the King of All would also perish. Of course, the Grand Priest would not tell him this. In his mind, he simply thought that the Grand Priest asked him to protect Xue Tian out of appreciation for him, wanting to cultivate him. Since that was the case, he felt it was even more necessary to observe Xue Tian's combat power. As long as he did not let Beerus kill Xue Tian, it would be fine. However, he did not expect that Beerus's energy balls would actually smash Xue Tian into pieces, and it might really lead to death. The Grand Priest hesitated for a moment. To be honest, deep down, he also wanted to know Xue Tian's specific strength and abilities, and why he suddenly bound himself to the King of All. In a sense, Xue Tian had directly walked towards the peak of the universe. Just like the God of Destruction and the Supreme Kai, if anyone intended to harm the Supreme Kai, the God of Destruction would certainly not let it go. Because the God of Destruction and the Supreme Kai are 2 sides of the same coin. If one dies, the other will also die. Thus, the God of Destruction must protect the Supreme Kai. Similarly, the King of All would also protect Xue Tian. Father, I'm going to stop Lord Beerus now, but it might be a bit late. Xue Tian has already been blasted to pieces. In the high sky, Beerus was unaware that Whis was communicating with the Grand Priest at that moment. Nor did he know that his life could plunge into the abyss of death at any time. He quietly watched the place where Xue Tian was being blasted. With an expression as calm as a still pond, showing no ripples at all. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the others were greatly shocked to see Xue Tian killed. The last possible person to stop Beerus had been killed just like that. Lan Shi was heartbroken and prepared to unleash the Zizai Ji Gong to charge at Beerus. However, she was stopped by Tian Jinhan. Tian Jinhan knew that with Beerus's displayed strength, they were not capable of resisting him, but they would not just surrender. However, it was not yet Lan Shi's turn to act. After all, she was just a woman. In Tian Jinhan's mind, he still regarded Lan Shi as someone who had not trained. Just an ordinary woman. What could an ordinary woman do? Perhaps she would be knocked away with a single slap, just like Bulma. Although he did not like Lan Shi, he did not want to see that scene unfold. The Grand Priest looked at the place where Xue Tian was blasted to pieces and said calmly, "Whis, you're mistaken. This is not over yet. Since Xue Tian wants to fight Beerus, then as long as Beerus does not use the law of destruction to eliminate Xue Tian, let them fight. Of course, it cannot cause the 7th universe to disappear." Whis paused slightly. Was Xue Tian already blasted to pieces? Why was his father still saying this? Could it be that Xue Tian was not dead? Although he could not see any abnormalities for the moment, he still firmly believed in his father's words. Most importantly, there was no doubt about his father's strength. Since he said Xue Tian was still alive, then he must be alive. Okay, father. The high priest stopped speaking, seemingly withdrawing from Whis' consciousness. It also appeared to quietly observe the situation between Beerus and Xue Tian. About 10 seconds later, a gust of wind unexpectedly rose from the place where Xue Tian was annihilated. This wind was not strong, very weak at first, but within just a few seconds, it became several times more powerful. Whoosh! The fragments began to gather together piece by piece, reminiscent of the cell reorganization when Majin Buu was killed. However, it was different. These fragments were even smaller than his cells, to the extreme. It could be said that these fragments were truly fragments, with some only the size of a fingernail, and some even smaller, which was truly astonishing. Vegeta and the others were overjoyed at this scene. Launch excitedly said, "I knew Master wouldn't die so easily." In the high sky, under the cover of that fierce wind, Xue Tian's figure gradually emerged, surrounded by brilliant light. Finally, with a whoosh, the illusory Xue Tian turned into a solid form, moving his head and waving his hands. If it weren't for his pseudo-immortality, he would have really been killed by Beerus, that bag of bones. Damn, truly worthy of being the god of destruction. The energy ball he unleashed was incredibly powerful. This was just an energy ball, not destructive power. If it were destructive power, and it hit him directly, he wouldn't have any chance of resurrection. The pseudo-immortality definitely couldn't withstand such destructive power, but after obtaining true immortality, would he be able to withstand it? Perhaps he could. Or it might just come down to whose energy was stronger. The stronger destructive power could destroy the weaker immortal body. Xue Tian's thoughts were merely speculation. He had no idea how it would truly be, especially since he still didn't possess true immortality. Beerus looked at the emerging Xue Tian in surprise and said, "I didn't expect you to have this ability. It seems that a mere ordinary energy ball can't kill you. You must have a form of immortality." Xue Tian did not respond. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but rather that he felt the power within his body surging dramatically. Indeed, it was a surge. He sensed that his current basic combat power had at least doubled compared to before. Doubling. How terrifying and rapid this enhancement was. This Void bloodline truly lived up to its reputation as the strongest bloodline of the Void, incredibly powerful. Surely, the bloodline of the High Priest couldn't be as impressive as his. In just 10 seconds, Xue Tian's Void bloodline had completely merged with his current power increase, and the sense of surging combat power in his body was no longer as overwhelming as it had been 10 seconds ago. Suddenly, a thought struck Xue Tian. If he continued to fight alongside Beerus, could he reach his level, or even surpass him? If that were the case, it would be like treating Beerus as a monster to farm for experience. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Beep. Choice 1 completed. Battle with Beerus. Reward, Divine Avatar. Chapter 63, Divine Avatar. Beep. Choice 1 completed. Battle with Beerus. Reward, Divine Avatar. In an instant, a strange technique surged into Xue Tian's consciousness, and a new power emerged within his body. In his mind, there was a face that looked exactly like his own, but this version of himself was different. Although this self in his consciousness appeared extremely small, it exuded an imposing and grand image, overall very massive, radiating golden light from head to toe, with a golden halo behind him. It was truly a magnificent sight, shining brightly and dazzling with myriad colors. Is this the divine golden body? It certainly looks impressive. Xue Tian didn't he know how much of a boost in combat power this divine appearance would bring him. But one thing he was very clear about was that it looked really cool. As for strength, he would find out soon enough. After all, his battle with Beerus was not over yet. Beerus frowned when he saw Xue Tian silent, feeling slighted. Even a clay figurine has some dignity, let alone he himself. The god of destruction of Universe 7. Whoosh! His aura surged once again, enveloping him in a purple flame. This was the aura of destruction. Although it was the aura of destruction, it was not an actively aggressive flame, but merely a state that enhanced combat power. It was akin to the golden aura of a Super Saiyan, which in reality had no offensive power, but was merely a symbol of strength, formed by the overwhelming power within the body. Xue Tian, you do have some skills. You have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. But your basic combat power is still too weak. In the face of absolute strength, what good are all your tricks? Unless... He didn't finish his thought. Wanted to say that unless you possess the power of the Omni-King to erase destruction, that would truly be a situation where combat power could be ignored. Xue Tian was not ambiguous. Means? Then let me show you my methods. Beep. Activate random task. Choice 1. Defeat Beerus. Gain 20 times base combat power. Choice 2. With Beerus' help, double combat power. Gain flash times second stage. Oh, a task was actually activated? That's quite surprising. Xue Tian was truly surprised. At this moment, he unexpectedly activated a choice. He had only intended to fight with Beerus, treating him as a monster to level up, but he didn't expect to trigger a mission. Seeing these two tasks, Xue Tian really wanted to choose the first one. Once the first task was completed, it would result in a 20-fold increase in his base combat power, which would be an extremely significant boost. Gaining this 20-fold increase in base combat power would, without exaggeration, represent a substantial enhancement in his combat abilities. However, he knew that the possibility of completing the first task was virtually impossible. Although his combat power had increased considerably due to his void bloodline, he was not arrogant enough to think he could defeat Beerus at this point. Choice 2. He was very clear about the instant transmission technique. It was the signature skill of Hit, the #1 assassin of the 6th universe. Hit had defeated Sun Wukong in the battle between the 6th and 7th universes using instant transmission. This technique, on the surface, seemed like jumping through time, but in reality, it involved entering a normal time-space, crossing a fraction of a second, and then suddenly appearing to deliver a fatal blow to the opponent. This martial art, when combined with Hit, truly justified his title as the #1 assassin of the 6th universe. Xue Tian thought to himself that if he remembered correctly, the first stage of instant transmission only allowed one to cross parallel time and space for 0.1 seconds. Back then, during the battle between Hit and Sun Wukong, Hit could only utilize the first stage of instant transmission, and after a few exchanges, Sun Wukong managed to counter Hit's first stage instant transmission. However, when Hit broke through to the second stage, allowing him to cross parallel time and space for 0.5 seconds, Sun Wukong could no longer counter it. In fact, Sun Wukong's countering of the first stage of instant transmission was not a true counter. It was mainly due to Hit's habitual attack patterns. In that 0.1 seconds, it was simply impossible to correct it, so Sun Wukong seized this point, predicted Hit's prediction, and sensed where Hit would attack, thus countering the first stage of instant transmission. After reaching the second stage, which is 0.5 seconds, this time is merely a blink of an eye for an ordinary person, but for a universe-level super expert, it becomes extremely lengthy, allowing for many actions, including changing one's fighting techniques and habits. Hence, Sun Wukong could not counter it, and could only regretfully lose the match. In fact, under the circumstances at that time, Hit could have defeated Sun Wukong at a much faster speed, but due to the rules of the tournament, he could not kill his opponent, so Hit was somewhat restrained. After all, he was an assassin, and his moves were lethal. Being asked to control his moves to avoid killing naturally made him hesitant. Hearing Xue Tian's words, Beerus said with great interest, "Oh? What other techniques do you have? Show them as much as possible. I really want to see if you could surprise me. Immortal Body, Ultra Instinct, Self-Ultra Instinct, Shadow Shift. What else do you have? I hope you won't disappoint me." As for Super Saiyan God and Final Flash, Beerus completely ignored them, because in his view, these two techniques couldn't hold a candle to Ultra Instinct. Although Super Saiyan God had a divine aura, it was still too weak compared to a true god. It hardly counted for anything. Of course, if Super Saiyan God didn't need to transform and could maintain that state, it would have a different effect. However, that kind of thing was not possible for now. Xue Tian was not one to speak much. With both hands forming a complex gesture, he quickly cast a series of intricate signs, channeling his consciousness. In an instant, colorful, auspicious clouds appeared around him, and the sounds of cosmic blessings rose gently, as if some sacred event was about to unfold. Beerus and Whis' expression shifted, their hearts trembling uncontrollably, clearly shocked by Xue Tian's actions. The gesture he had just made was the divine manifestation golden body? Whis thought in horror. I still haven't condensed the divine manifestation golden body. In the current universe, there are no more than 5 people who have achieved it, and among the 12 sisters, only 2 have managed to condense it. Yet Xue Tian actually can. No, it shouldn't be possible. He might just be making gestures. With his current strength, how could he possibly condense it? Chapter 64, The Divine Manifestation Golden Body. One of the peak divine techniques. Not only did Whis find it impossible, but Beerus also felt the same way. Even he could not condense the divine manifestation golden body. What qualifications and strength does Xue Tian have to achieve this? It is important to note that the divine manifestation golden body requires not only becoming a god, but also possessing immense combat power and a unique understanding of the divine manifestation golden body to achieve it. It is infinitely more difficult than any techniques like free and unfettered ultimate skill or self-ultimate skill. Just when he thought it was impossible, he suddenly heard Xue Tian roar, divine manifestation golden body. Boom! A tremendous sound shook the heavens and the earth, causing the universe above to tremble. Many meteors floating outside the earth were instantly shattered into pieces. In the Kaishan realm, the old Kaishan and East Kaishan had been closely monitoring the situation on earth. Previously, when they saw Xue Tian being obliterated by Beerus, they felt something was wrong, even thinking that Xue Tian was dead. The old Kaishan lamented that earth was doomed, realizing he had foolishly placed his hopes on Xue Tian. But he never expected that Xue Tian had an immortal body, reassembling his form and recovering completely. This reignited a glimmer of hope in him. Now, seeing Xue Tian perform the gesture, he felt it was unbelievable, although his thoughts were similar to those of Whis and Beerus after sensing the changes in the universe. He vaguely felt that Xue Tian might truly be able to condense the divine manifestation golden body. The East Kaishan, not knowing what the divine manifestation golden body was, curiously asked, Ancestor, what is the divine manifestation golden body? I have already noticed that the meteors around Earth have been destroyed. This power is immense. The old Kaishan did not indulge him and punch him on the head, scolding, I told you to read the divine records more often, but you never do. The divine manifestation golden body is a divine technique of gods, but it is different from free and unfettered ultimate skill and self-ultimate skill. It is extremely difficult to cultivate. It can condense a divine manifestation of oneself, which can be large or small, depending on one's thoughts. It can be as large as the universe or as small as a cell. Regardless, the power it unleashes is countless times greater than oneself. No one has ever calculated how many times, only knowing it is countless times. It is one of the pinnacle divine techniques. I never expected that Xue Tian would be capable of this. It seems Earth can be saved. The East Kaishan was utterly stunned, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. It could be as large as the universe. They knew best how vast the universe was. Could it be possible for humanity to live on his body? If Xue Tian knew of the East Kaishan's bizarre thought, he might just slap him hard enough to knock him out, then question him, do you think I'm Pengu? After realizing this, the East Kaishan nodded, it seems Earth can indeed be saved. Beerus should not be Xue Tian's opponent. In his view, if Xue Tian could transform into something as massive as the universe, then Beerus would definitely not stand a chance. He might even crush Beerus with just a finger. No, you underestimate Beerus's strength too much. Moreover, with Xue Tian's combat power, he wouldn't be able to transform the divine manifestation golden body into something as large as the universe. To achieve that level, his foundational combat power would need to reach at least the level of the Grand Minister, and I even doubt the Grand Minister could accomplish it. Then, Ancestor, what do you mean by saying Earth can be saved? The East Kaishan thought the Old Kaishan said, so because Xue Tian could defeat Beerus. The Old Kaishan explained, from what I understand, Beerus has not yet condensed the divine manifestation golden body, and every god aspires to achieve this. If Xue Tian can truly condense the divine manifestation golden body, then Beerus would not dare to kill him, but would instead seek his guidance. Although Beerus's proud nature would prevent him from asking, it won't be long before he does. The allure of the divine manifestation golden body is simply too great. After this explanation, the East Kaishan fully understood, nodding seriously. He thought to himself that he should indeed study the divine records more. Otherwise, he wouldn't know many things. If possible, he would also cultivate the divine manifestation golden body. By then, he wouldn't need to fear Beerus anymore. Thinking about how he and the old Kaishin had been so subservient in front of Beerus, he felt a pang of discomfort. Why should they be so lowly when they were all gods of the same level? If the old Kaishin knew of his thoughts, he would surely commend him for having ambition, but unfortunately, the probability of that happening is less than 1 in a million. It was best to just think about it and not daydream. Meanwhile, the Grand Minister, who was observing secretly, also saw Xue Tian's transformation and was extremely astonished. It was truly unfathomable that someone with such a low foundational combat power could condense one of the pinnacle divine techniques. Xue Tian was indeed unpredictable, giving off an aura of mystery, with hidden trump cards emerging one after another. Previously, the Grand Minister had considered sealing Xue Tian after learning he had bound the Omni-King, thinking that if he sealed him, the Omni-King's safety would be guaranteed. However, he encountered a serious issue. If Xue Tian had some means to suddenly bind the Omni-King, what if he had another trick up his sleeve during the sealing process? What if he managed to perish together with the Grand Minister? Wouldn't that spell doom for the Omni-King? After considering these matters, he decided to give up on sealing him and observe for a while longer. For several days, he watched Xue Tian's daily life, which seemed very ordinary, just eating and sleeping, with no other apparent tricks. Yet, he always had a vague sense that Xue Tian was not simple. After all, someone who could silently bypass him to bind the Omni-King could not be an incompetent individual. Thus, he could only ask was to keep an eye on Xue Tian, ensuring nothing went wrong. After witnessing Xue Tian's divine manifestation golden body technique, he realized that not taking action against Xue Tian was indeed the right choice. On Earth, Xue Tian stood in the void, and melodious cosmic hymns echoed, celebrating the arrival of Xue Tian's divine golden body. In an instant, around Xue Tian, wonderful sounds lingered and colorful lights swirled around him, his clothes billowing. Coupled with his handsome face, he truly resembled a celestial being descending into the real world, exuding immense aura. Beerus and Whis watched with wide eyes, not wanting to miss any details. Chapter 65. Piccolo's face turned green. Boom. 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 Xue Tian clasped his hands together and quickly formed a seal. Streams of divine energy surged around his body in abundance, even denser than the energy in the Zeno's palace. Whis glanced at Vegeta, who was looking up at the sky, and reminded him, if you want to stabilize your Super Saiyan God form, you can fly out now and absorb the divine energy that Xue Tian is generating. Vegeta looked at Whis with a hint of doubt, but for someone eager to increase their power, even with doubts, they would rush out to improve. He immediately used high-speed movement to break through Whis's protective barrier. With his strength, as long as the attacks weren't aimed at him, the residual force wouldn't be able to kill him. Once he broke through the barrier, he felt streams of divine energy entering his body, invigorating him and continuously boosting his combat power. Although the divine energy created by Xue Tian cannot make Vegeta a god, it can enhance his combat power, stronger than years of training. Whoosh! At this moment, a person suddenly appeared in the sky, right beside Vegeta. Vegeta was fully absorbed in the energy, and when he saw the sudden arrival, he was startled and shouted, "Kakarot, what are you doing here?" The newcomer was none other than Kakarot. Sun Wukong chuckled, scratched his head awkwardly, and said, "Old Kai sent me here, saying I could absorb the divine energy released by Xue Tian to increase my power." Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong and cursed the old Kai a few more times as hard, thinking it was really troublesome. As Sun Wukong absorbed the created divine energy, he exclaimed, "This is so amazing, my combat power is increasing silently like this." At that moment, Xue Tian's divine form was also ready to reach its final moment. About to be summoned, with a wave of his hands, he shouted, "Ha! Condense! Boom, boom, boom!" Another deafening sound came, causing Sun Wukong and Vegeta to instinctively cover their ears and block it with their energy. This prevented the overwhelming sound from crashing down on them. The wonderful sound grew louder, but instead of being noisy or annoying, it brought a feeling of joy and clarity. Hearing this sound felt as though their souls were being purified. Boom! A giant figure appeared behind Xue Tian, and this figure was Xue Tian himself. Towering at 3,000 meters tall, behind his head, there was a massive divine halo, colorful and radiating brilliant light. This colorful light spread continuously, enveloping the gigantic Xue Tian. He exuded a holy and majestic aura. Just a glance from Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and others made them feel compelled to kneel down and worship. As for the ordinary people, they directly fell to the ground, repeatedly bowing and making wishes. Whis murmured, "This is truly the divine form. Xue Tian really has great skills." Beerus had a serious expression, lost in thought, but his tone was filled with surprise. I'm truly amazed. You've actually cultivated to the divine form. I thought you were just casually making a few hand signs to scare people. It seems I've underestimated your strength. Xue Tian said lightly. Don't you want to see my methods? This is one of my methods. As he spoke, the towering Xue Tian, standing 3,000 meters tall, also opened his mouth. His enormous voice shook people's ears to the point of numbness, and the sea water beneath his feet was propelled up to dozens of meters high. Just by speaking, he could stir the raging sea, demonstrating his immense strength. Oomph. Beerus let out a heavy snort, extremely displeased. He coldly said, even if you possess the divine aspect golden body, so what? Defeating you is still an easy task. No matter how powerful this divine aspect golden body is, it cannot change the fact that your basic combat power is weak. Whoosh. Beerus's aura surged dramatically. The purple flames around him thickened a few notches, clearly indicating that he had significantly increased his power. He quickly charged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Xue Tian. At this moment, in front of the gigantic Xue Tian, Beerus looked like an ant. However, he knew that to break through the divine aspect golden body, he primarily needed to attack the main body. Xue Tian's true body was on the same level as him, facing him directly. Bang! As his fist came crashing in, Xue Tian showed no fear or intention to evade, meeting the punch head-on. The massive divine golden body also moved, smashing down with a punch. The air within a radius of 10,000 meters felt the force of this punch, as if it had been drained, and the seawater below churned continuously, with a nearby volcano ominously on the verge of eruption. Piccolo's face turned green with fear as he said seriously, just a casual punch, and this Earth is facing earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis. If they really start fighting, the Earth won't be able to withstand the power of the two of them. If that's the case, the Earth will be destroyed. Hearing Piccolo's words, Krillin stammered his analysis. Satan, on the side, did not want the Earth to be destroyed. He had just become a grandfather and hadn't even seen what his grandson looked like. If he died like this, it would be a terrible injustice. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted someone, Whis. Whis came along with Beerus and had protected their safety with an energy shield, so his strength was certainly extraordinary. If he intervened, perhaps Beerus would stop his nonsense. Looking at Whis, he pleaded, hello, can you stop their fight? Whis smiled slightly. Normally, he wouldn't be able to stop it, but he had orders from his father, the Grand Minister, to ensure Xue Tian's safety and prevent his destruction. Therefore, he could intervene, but for now, he didn't want to. He wanted to witness how powerful Xue Tian's divine golden body was. At the same time, he wanted to observe and see if he could gain some insight from Xue Tian's divine golden body. If he could master the divine golden body as well, it would greatly enhance his combat power. Sorry, I can't do that right now. Satan felt extremely disappointed and didn't know what to do. But he didn't give up and pleaded, please, as long as you prevent the Earth from being destroyed, I will offer you countless delicacies. Whis' eyes lit up. The conditions are quite tempting. Don't worry, the Earth won't be destroyed. Just enjoy this battle. Chapter 66. Whis and Beerus' shock again. Bang! Beerus' fist collided with Xue Tian's, and a massive fist of the divine golden body quickly followed, striking Beerus and sending him flying thousands of meters away, disappearing like a star. But in just a breath, Beerus reappeared, and as he did, a gigantic purple energy ball began to coalesce in midair. This massive energy ball was 100 meters wide, crashing down towards Xue Tian's true body. Xue Tian was completely unafraid. He wanted to see for himself just how powerful his divine image golden body really was and what kind of strength it possessed. Controlling the divine image golden body, he waved his hand, and a defensive shield appeared in his hand. Then he grasped the massive purple energy sphere. Boom! A huge explosion occurred as the purple energy sphere detonated in Xue Tian's hand, instantly blowing off one of the arms of his divine image golden body. Poof! Xue Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. His divine avatar was connected to his consciousness and closely related to him. If the divine avatar were to be destroyed, he would also suffer serious injuries. Now that he had lost an arm, he naturally experienced significant damage. However, this damage was not considered a serious injury for him. With a wave of his mind, he formed a seal. The divine avatar followed suit, and in an instant, the severed arm regenerated. Controlling the divine avatar mainly relied on mental power and physical strength, while the strength of the divine avatar was determined by his own foundational power. Therefore, as long as his main body did not die and his physical strength was not completely exhausted, the divine avatar would continue to exist, and there was no issue of it being completely destroyed. After the massive arm materialized, Xue Tian reached out with his large hand towards Beerus. Clearly, Beerus was aware of some effects of the divine avatar and understood that as long as the main body was alive, the divine avatar would not perish. So he was not particularly concerned about the loss of an arm and remained fully on guard. Suddenly, he leaped to avoid the divine avatar's large hand. Although the divine avatar was enormous, its speed was not lacking at all. It was countless times faster than the basic speed of the main body. When the first grab failed, it maneuvered its hand and struck back. A ki blast formed on the enormous palm. Boom! A ki blast a kilometer in size coalesced and shot towards Beerus, making him appear minuscule in comparison, almost as if he were invisible, completely covered by it. The ki blast did not lose speed due to its massive size. It maintained its velocity as it hurtled towards Beerus. Unable to dodge in time, Beerus raised his right hand, condensing a purple light, and swung it forcefully. A ki blast also formed, quickly growing to several hundred meters in size. Boom! The two ki blasts collided, and the tremendous shockwave surged outward. In that instant, Whis waved his staff, creating an energy barrier that enveloped the area where the two were fighting, meaning that the resulting force could not impact other areas. Initially, he did not want to do this. He wanted to call for the two to stop. But he also wanted to see Xue Tian's methods and the power of the divine avatar. Thus, he had no choice but to temporarily protect the Earth. Satan and the others looked at Whis with gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Whis smiled without speaking, for he was not truly doing it for the Earth, but rather for the fight. He did not want the destruction of Earth to lead to a situation where Xue Tian and Beerus would be locked in a fight to the death. In his heart, he believed that Xue Tian was a native of Earth, and if the Earth were to explode, he would undoubtedly be enraged. After the two forces exploded, smoke rose, obscuring the view of the onlookers. However, it could not block the sight of Xue Tian and Beerus. After all, their powers were evident, and even the blurred scenes of the Void Era could not prevent them from seeing each other. Xue Tian did not stop his attack. He needed to complete his mission, which required continuous fighting. Once the mission was accomplished, he would consider whether to continue battling or treat Beerus as a monster to farm. His main body formed seals with both hands. The divine aspect, Golden Body's hands transformed into explosive hammers and struck down towards Beerus. Beerus quickly dodged. Bang! One hammer smashed into the air, causing it to twist violently, creating shockwaves that hit the energy barrier, with faint signs of explosion appearing. Whis naturally sensed this and couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly worthy of being one of the peaks of divine techniques, the divine aspect Golden Body. Just with that foundational combat power, it can achieve such a level. Impressive, very impressive." After successfully evading, Beerus understood that he could not keep fighting like this. Otherwise, he would suffer greatly. He realized that competing with Xue Tian's divine aspect Golden Body would not be effective and would only exhaust his divine power and physical strength. He decided to use his speed to quickly close the distance with Xue Tian. However, Xue Tian had already seen through Beerus's intentions and would not allow him to get close so easily. He swiftly formed seals, activated his consciousness, and the divine aspect Golden Body's hands moved in tandem, appearing almost blurry due to their speed. Whoosh! Boom, boom, boom! Super continuous energy waves. In an instant, tens of thousands of energy waves poured down like the waters of a cosmic river, densely packed to the extreme. Each energy wave had a diameter of about 1 meter. And not only that, each one had considerable power. If one of them hit Beerus, the surrounding energy waves would follow up with continuous attacks. Beerus, being a master, immediately recognized this, so he dared not be arrogant and ignore the incoming energy waves. Even if he couldn't destroy him, it would still be enough to make him uncomfortable. However, facing these energy waves, he could not retreat. With a wave of his hand, strands of destructive power gathered around him, continuously closing the distance to Xue Tian. As he saw Xue Tian getting closer, Xue Tian coldly smiled, thinking it wouldn't be so easy for him to approach. Huh! He formed seals with both hands once more and shouted, "Shadow transfer." Whoosh! Instantly, 3 Xue Tians appeared to the left and right of Beerus, and each of these 3 had a divine aspect Golden Body behind them. Whis stared in shock at the scene. Wow! He can actually use other special techniques while in the state of the divine aspect Golden Body. This means he has mastered the divine aspect Golden Body to a grand level. Incredible, truly incredible. However, what he did not know was that Xue Tian's mastery of the divine aspect Golden Body was not merely grand. It had already reached its maximum perfection level. Beerus's eyes widened in shock. Just as he was astonished, the 4 divine aspect Golden Bodies opened their hands simultaneously, gathering the energy of the world and the universe. Chapter 67. The Mighty Stamina of the Void Bloodline. Just as Beerus was surprised, the four divine aspect golden bodies opened their hands simultaneously, gathering the energy of the world and the universe. The judgment blade of the four divine aspect golden bodies. In an instant, a massive, colorful shadow appeared behind Xue Tian's divine aspect golden body. This divine aspect golden body was already very large, and its shadow was even bigger, covering an area of about 2,000 to 3,000 meters. The four divine aspect golden bodies represented four massive shadows that enveloped everything around them, shimmering in colors. As Beerus found himself under the four divine aspect golden bodies, as if caught in the flickering lights of a slow-motion bar. This judgment technique was a move obtained by Xue Tian during a previous mission and could be considered one of the divine techniques. Its power was undeniably formidable, though it still paled in comparison to the final flash. The most important aspect was that the attack range of the judgment blade was extremely wide. No matter how Beerus tried to dodge, it would be hard to avoid. Immediately afterward, the four colorful shadows transformed into countless colorful dots, resembling the stars hanging high in the sky. With a wave of his hand, Xue Tian stirred the power within his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These colorful dots descended like sharp swords, rapidly stabbing down towards Beerus, moving even faster than shooting stars. In an instant, these dots reached at least several million or even tens of millions in number, densely packed. Even if this was not an attack technique, it could easily drown a person. Creating a pool of water would be a trivial matter. Beerus, seeing the overwhelming attack coming down, did not dare to be careless. While he could easily evade Xue Tian's super continuous energy waves earlier, this time it was truly difficult. This was an attack of millions, even tens of millions. Piccolo, Krillin, Android 18, and the others were all shocked by this scene, even imagining that if they were caught up in it, they would have no chance to resist and would be directly drowned by this terrifying technique. In the air, Beerus once again amplified his power, already exerting 60% of his strength. With the destructive power enveloping him, he spread his hands, layers of destructive energy heavily cloaking him, not avoiding the overwhelming judgment blade energy, because he knew it was impossible to evade. Since that was the case, it was better to use the destructive power to nullify these forces. Boom, 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 boom. Millions of judgment blade energies struck against the destructive energy barrier, instantly vanishing without a trace, causing no harm to Beerus. The smoke billowed up, and in the blink of an eye, the area became shrouded in haze, obscuring all sights. After a few seconds, within a radius of hundreds of thousands of meters, everything was misty, as if a natural fog had formed. This smoke was only within 100,000 meters due to Whis' energy barrier. If it weren't for the barrier's protection, the entire area would likely be enveloped in fog. Krillin couldn't help but exclaim, "What terrifying power!" Zzz crack. As soon as he finished speaking, the already somewhat cracked protective energy barrier of Whis suddenly burst open, creating a hole several meters long. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure descended upon everyone, causing the billions of beings on Earth to be shaken. Looking up at the sky in fear, some individuals with weaker willpower even fell to the ground, unable to move. This was just from a hole a few meters long. If it were fully broken, the momentum of these four divine aspect golden bodies would undoubtedly crush all living beings on Earth to death. Although Satan had some combat power, he was closer to Xue Tian than the others and directly fell to his knees, looking at Whis with a pained expression, his eyes pleading for help. Seeing Satan's condition, the others quickly gathered to form a protective barrier in front of him, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and other ordinary people. In the air, a mechanical voice echoed in Xue Tian's consciousness. Ding, Selection 2 completed. With the help of Beerus, double your combat power and receive the reward. Second tier of flash time. Huh, so soon completed Selection 2? Hearing the system's voice, Xue Tian was extremely surprised. He hadn't fought for long at all. His stamina in this body hadn't been depleted much. And even after just standing and resting for a few seconds, his stamina had returned to its peak. This void bloodline is indeed impressive. With this rate of stamina recovery, it feels as if stamina consumption is unnecessary. Normally, using the divine body would consume half of one's stamina, not to mention using shadow shift while in that state, and then employing the four judgment blades. The consumption is terrifying, yet he only used a little bit and recovered in just a few seconds. Xue Tian was silent for a moment, no longer thinking too much. He learned the second level of flash time technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the second level of flash time technique. Now that he had mastered the second level of flash time technique, he could let Beerus try it under the divine body. If he wanted to experience my abilities, today he would have enough to see. At this moment, Xue Tian was already addicted. Although the countless judgment blades did not harm Beerus in the slightest, In reality, Beerus had already consumed a lot of stamina. If it continued like this, Xue Tian was confident that he could exhaust Beerus's stamina completely. Of course, the premise was that Beerus wouldn't directly use destruction against him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a chance. Xue Tian knew clearly that he currently appeared to be evenly matched with Beerus, but it was mainly because the other party had no intention of destroying him. If Beerus were to use his destruction power, Xue Tian might be finished. To truly defeat Beerus, he would at least need to attain true immortality or possess strength that far surpassed Beerus's. Only then would it be possible to genuinely defeat him. As it stood, that was impossible. He could only gain a bit of battle power from the opponent. Seeing that Xue Tian's attack methods had come to an end, Beerus retracted his destruction power and secretly adjusted his energy to recover his stamina. Although he was unharmed, he had expended quite a bit of energy. Looking at Xue Tian, who still maintained the four divine beasts' golden body, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. What kind of monster was this guy? His stamina seemed inexhaustible. Or was he just barely holding on? Observing Xue Tian's true form, he showed no signs of heavy breathing or secretly recovering energy. He appeared to be in an incredibly vigorous state. Xue Tian took a breath, and the golden body of the four divine beasts opened its mouth wide and blew a breath as well, instantly creating a fierce wind that stirred up 4 tornadoes. Clearing away the mist, a deafening voice erupted. Beerus, do you dare to take on my next move? Chapter 68. I'll damn well slap myself to death, Beerus. Do you dare to take on my next move? The deafening sound rang out, reverberating throughout the entire world, so loud that even the neighboring planets could hear it. Beerus, known for his ferocity and volatile temper, turned pale with rage upon hearing these words. His face darkened to a deep purple. It was an immense insult to be questioned in such a way by those under his jurisdiction, as the god of destruction of universe.Should. For a moment, his furious expression changed to one of twisted amusement, with purple flames flickering in his eyes, clearly showing that Beerus was truly angry. Xue Tian didn't care about so much. He simply didn't believe that Beerus would really dare to use his destruction ability to kill him. He didn't believe that Whis or the Grand Priest wouldn't come out to stop him. He even suspected that the Grand Priest was already paying close attention to the situation here, and if Beerus really intended to kill him, he would intervene in time. On this point, Xue Tian was indeed not mistaken. The Grand Priest was hiding in the shadows, observing them with his divine sense and with the Grand Priest's strength. It was naturally beyond their ability to detect. Whoosh! He formed hand seals, summoning the golden body of the 4 divine beasts, gathering all the surrounding power. The momentum rose once again. Without Whis' energy shield for protection, Krillin and the others were very uncomfortable, especially the trio of Yamcha, Bulma, and Pilaf, who were struggling to catch their breath. At the moment Xue Tian formed the seals, the space beneath his feet began to turn pale and tremble, and then transformed into a cosmic scene. On the other side, Beerus also began to gather power because he felt that Xue Tian's attack this time would be even more ferocious than before, not to be underestimated. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin saw this anomaly and immediately exclaimed, "Not good, the universe is gradually disappearing." The East Kaioshin, not fully understanding, asked, "The universe is gradually disappearing? What does that mean? Can't you see the changes around us? The original normal Earth space is gradually transforming into a cosmic scene. This indicates that this piece of space on Earth can no longer withstand the powers of the 2 of them and is starting to collapse, calculating based on their powers. If they continue fighting, this entire universe may not be able to bear their strength, and the universe will be destroyed, turning into nothingness." Turning into nothingness. The East Kaioshin looked on in shock. Although he had seen few divine records, he knew a bit about the era of nothingness, a time filled with danger, where there were not so many rules. The weak were preyed upon by the strong, and one could be killed at any moment. If they, as Kaioshins, were to reach that era, they would have no way to survive. Even with the Omni-King as a great backing, it might not be enough, because by that time, those hidden in the dark from the demon realm and other timelines might emerge, and the universe would plunge into complete chaos. Ancestor, are you being a bit exaggerated? With their 2 powers, no matter how strong they are, they can't possibly overturn this universe and enter the era of nothingness. The East Kaioshin cautiously asked. He felt like he was about to be attacked and was ready to dodge at any moment. However, he found that the old Kaioshin had no intention of attacking. Instead, he calmly said, "These are just my speculations. Whether this universe can withstand their powers can only be known by the universe and the 2 of them. However, based on Xue Tian's growth rate and various methods, it is not impossible. East Kaioshin, you need to immediately notify Xue Tian and tell him to stop." "Okay, Although it was uncertain whether the two would destroy this universe, it was still a potential risk they didn't dare to gamble on. They immediately contacted Xue Tian. Earth, in the sky. Mr. Xue Tian, can you hear me? You must not continue fighting, otherwise, the entire Earth will be destroyed, as it can no longer withstand the powers of both of you. Please look around you. Xue Tian glanced around and found that the air on Earth had been suppressed to the point of non-existence, and the surroundings had turned pale, then transformed into a cosmic scene. He thought to himself that it seemed they really couldn't continue fighting, even though he wasn't done enjoying it yet. Despite these thoughts, his momentum did not wane. The old Kaishin, seeing that he was unfazed, immediately said, Mr. Xue Tian, you promised me that you would protect Earth this time. If you destroy the Earth because of the battle, it would be breaking your promise. Xue Tian's mouth twitched slightly, completely not expecting that the old Kaishin would still remember this matter, something he had almost forgotten himself. But upon reflection, it was he who had reminded him before. So how could he forget? He said, well, since I'm at a disadvantage, I can't really say much. The aura around him instantly retracted, and the four deities' golden body also withdrew, returning to a normal state. Beerus looked at him in slight surprise and asked with confusion, what are you doing? Don't you still have some tricks to show me? I'm ready for it. Xue Tian said, I do have a way to prepare for you. But this Earth can no longer bear the power of both of us. I promised the old Kaishin that I would help him protect this Earth this time. So, this battle is temporarily cancelled. Beerus immediately became displeased and coldly said, I am the god of destruction of the seventh universe. In this universe, I have the final say. What is a small Earth explosion to me? This battle can't be cancelled just because you say so. You don't have the qualification to make that decision. As he spoke, his aura rose again, showing signs of attacking Xue Tian at any moment. Both Beerus and Xue Tian were unhappy. Xue Tian shouted, Beerus, don't be ungrateful. Don't think I'm afraid of you. If you really provoke me, I'll slap myself to death. Everyone present was dumbfounded and confused, looking at Xue Tian in a daze. They were shocked and had smoke coming out of their heads. Did he mean to say he would slap Beerus to death instead? Beerus also felt perplexed, unable to comprehend what he meant at first. However, he quickly reacted and thought that Xue Tian had misspoken. Still, he mocked, oh, is that so? That is quite interesting. Then go ahead, slap yourself to death. He believed that Xue Tian had made a mistake. In reality, Xue Tian was not wrong. No matter how displeased he was, he wouldn't have mixed up his words. Fine, I'll slap myself to death right now. Chapter 69. What's wrong with having a powerful backing? Fine, I'll slap myself to death right now. After Xue Tian finished speaking, he raised his hand, aiming at his own forehead, seemingly ready to strike down. Beerus, seeing his actions, was quite confused, wondering what it meant. Was he threatening to commit suicide? However, you've miscalculated. How can your suicide threaten me? I am indeed a bit interested in you, but not to the extent that I would be threatened by your suicide. Hoo-hoo. Xue Tian's aura surged, his body rapidly expanding, energy inflating like a fully inflated super balloon. It was a trend towards self-destruction. The high priest, who had been lurking in the shadows, was shocked. This was serious. He had thought Xue Tian was joking when he said he would slap him to death. A suicidal act, but now it seemed there was no hint of joking at all. He immediately used his divine sense to shout in Weiss's mind. Weiss, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and stop Xue Tian. If he really commits suicide, we won't escape the blame. Weiss had initially wanted to see if Xue Tian would actually choose to take his own life, and in his view, if Xue Tian really did commit suicide, it had nothing to do with him. He was indeed tasked with protecting him, but there was no stipulation that he couldn't let him commit suicide. However, after hearing the high priest's words, he quickly reacted, his figure flashing as he appeared in front of Xue Tian, smiling gently and elegantly. Mr. Xue Tian, please calm down. We can talk things over slowly. Xue Tian knew that the high priest was among them, but had not shown himself. He could roughly guess the reason for the other's absence. He wanted to see what Xue Tian's attitude was, whether he would really commit suicide. However, the high priest did not dare to take that gamble, genuinely worried that Xue Tian might go through with it. So he sent Weiss to stop him and prevent the situation from worsening. Another reason was that the high priest felt that simply appearing to intervene would be somewhat embarrassing. Otherwise, if he became displeased later, would he have to resort to this tactic every time? The high priest served the All-King, not himself. Regarding this speculation, Xue Tian was indeed not wrong. The high priest considered that he was a person of high standing in the 12 universes, second only to one and above 10,000. If he were to be intimidated out every time by Xue Tian's threats, wouldn't that be too degrading? In the future, how would other destroyers and angels view him? How could he establish authority among the angels and destroyers? Xue Tian didn't care about this. His goal was simply for someone to appear in Weiss's identity, which was enough. Regardless, he had seen the great priest's concerns. After all, the king of all possessed the ability to erase everything, and if he were to die, with his childish personality, he would definitely erase the entire universe in the final moment, making it impossible for anyone to have a good time afterward. When Beerus saw Weiss suddenly approaching, he was a bit confused and questioned unhappily, "Weiss, what are you doing? If he wants to commit suicide, why stop him? Isn't it better if he dies?" The great priest, hidden in the shadows, nearly wished to slap Beerus to death for his blasphemous words. At that moment, as this thought crossed his mind, Beerus suddenly shivered, feeling a chill run down his back, as if something terrifying was about to happen. This left him astonished. What was going on? Why did he have such a feeling? He was a god of destruction, possessing considerable strength, and his premonitions were usually quite accurate, yet he had just felt fear. Could it be because he said Weiss shouldn't stop Xue Tian from committing suicide? Was this fear given to him by Weiss? Impossible. Although Weiss's strength was above his own, it shouldn't reach that level. Weiss's expression didn't change much. He still wore a smile and said, "Lord Beerus, Xue Tian cannot die." In reality, Weiss was also puzzled. Why protect Xue Tian if he couldn't even let him commit suicide? That was his own wish. Beerus asked in confusion, "Why? Do you want to learn his divine body?" He then scratched his ear. That divine body isn't easy to learn. You've trained for so many years and have seen so many divine records and histories without mastering it. How could he possibly teach you? Though he said this, Beerus also really wanted to learn the divine body, but due to pride in the fact that he had just fought Xue Tian, admitting he wanted to learn his techniques would be like slapping his own face. Having lived with Beerus for many years, Weiss naturally understood most of his thoughts. It's not that. It's just that Xue Tian cannot die. Without further explanation, he looked at Xue Tian and calmly said, "Mr. Xue Tian, please calm down and put your hands down. We can talk things over. If you don't want to fight, then don't fight. Lord Beerus won't destroy the earth." "Hey, Weiss, it seems you're interfering with my work. Have you forgotten the angel's code?" Beerus said irritably. Whether he destroyed the earth or not was up to him, and had nothing to do with Weiss. Saying this now was as if he was making decisions for him and interfering with his work. However, Weiss seemed to have not heard him, smiling at Xue Tian. As long as Xue Tian didn't commit suicide, that was fine. As for whether the earth would be destroyed or not, although his words didn't hold much weight, he still had some ability to stop Beerus. With the approval of his father, what did the angel's code matter? Xue Tian slowly put down his hand and said, "If you want me not to commit suicide, then let Beerus apologize to me." Today he wanted Beerus to understand that fighting against him was not that simple. "So what if your strength is greater than mine now? You still have to apologize. I have backing. What's wrong with being a bit arrogant? Not convinced? Then let the Omni-King come to serve you. As someone who has crossed over, if I don't act a little arrogantly, wouldn't that be losing face for other crossers? If I cower and show mercy in everything I do, I might as well become a saint." Huh? Beerus instantly exploded with anger, jumping up high, his eyes blazing with purple flames as he looked at Xue Tian. Did he hear wrong? Or did Xue Tian say something wrong? Weiss was kindly trying to stop him from committing suicide, yet he actually wanted him to apologize. No, this was already a threat. Threatening Weiss with suicide. After calming his emotions, he smiled playfully. "Weiss, he's threatening you with suicide." Weiss was also a bit displeased, having lived for countless years. It was the first time he had been threatened like this. He thought to himself, if you want to commit suicide, then go ahead. I don't want to care anymore. However, just as he had this thought, a cold voice from the Grand Minister echoed in his mind. "Weiss, do you want to disobey?" Or, the novel can be downloaded through the open-source free star string downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download and the merchant did not provide the software source code or open source address, please request a refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyu@outlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https Me FQ Tool Chapter 70. Weiss, do you not want to live anymore? Or do you not want to be an angel? Do you want to reincarnate as an ordinary person, enduring suffering and the cycle of life? The cold words shook Weiss to the core. Not wanting to be an angel? Enduring suffering and the cycle of life? What a terrifying thing. It meant depriving himself of his angelic bloodline and reincarnating as a human, becoming a mortal with a limited lifespan, having to deal with various life trivialities, with limited power, and so on. Just thinking about this made him shiver. He hurriedly admitted his mistake in his mind. "Father, I know I was wrong. I will immediately stop him. Wis had no doubts about the Grand Minister's words. Although the Grand Minister usually appeared kind and amiable, everyone knew that he was the true embodiment of cutting off desires and emotions. Emotionless and emotional, joy and anger, all depended on a single thought. If he truly wanted to do something, then once the words were spoken, it would be done. If provoked, the only outcome would be death. Even if they were the Grand Minister's children, the outcome would be the same. The Grand Minister coldly said in his mind again, "Wis, I warn you once more. If Xue Tian truly commits suicide or has any accidents, you will end your own life and erase your angelic bloodline." Oof. A cold snort. Though it was only in his mind, it deeply embedded itself in Wis's heart, making him dare not have even a hint of defiance. In an instant, the pride in Wis's heart was completely diminished, and the smile and amiable demeanor he maintained on his face became genuinely close, no longer like before, mostly feigned. Indeed, Wis had always appeared very approachable and smiling on the surface, but in reality, it was all a deliberate display, not genuine smiles or kindness. As he was imitating his father, he hoped to reach that height like his father. But the gap between the two was not something that could be bridged merely by imitating a facial expression or behavioral habit. "Mr. Xue Tian, that request is acceptable. At least if you don't commit suicide, everything is negotiable." Beerus suddenly froze, his eyes wide open, his face filled with horror as he questioned, "Wis, have you taken the wrong medicine? Do you know what he just said? He said for me to apologize? And can't you see that his behavior is threatening you?" Wis smiled slightly, looking at Beerus, and said, "Lord Beerus, since Mr. Xue Tian needs you to apologize, then you should apologize." Beerus frowned tightly, his ears almost wrinkled together. He looked quite distorted. The crowd observing the situation also didn't expect such a subtle change to occur in an instant. After all, Beerus was the god of destruction of universe.Should, a supreme being. For him to apologize was 10 times, or even 100 times more difficult than getting Vegeta to apologize. Everyone thought, as long as Beerus doesn't destroy the Earth, why should he apologize? Isn't that provoking him? Even the old Kaishin shouted at Xue Tian when he heard his words, but Xue Tian completely ignored him, as if he hadn't heard anything, like a gust of wind blowing past. Beerus crossed his arms, unmoved, turning his face to the side, and said, "You want me to apologize? Impossible." Xue Tian furrowed his brows, the corners of his mouth slightly drooping. "Since it is like this, then there is nothing more to say." He raised his hand. Weiss immediately used his staff to stop Xue Tian and quickly said, "Mr. Xue Tian, please give me a little time. I will convince Lord Beerus." "Lord Beerus, you were indeed a bit reckless this time. Please apologize to Mr. Xue Tian." Beerus instantly dropped his hand, clenched his fists, and released a terrifying aura of destructive power from his entire being, shouting, "Weiss, not only are you interfering with my work, but you are also insulting me. You have lived with me for countless years. When have you ever seen me apologize? Also, why do you listen to him so much? He threatens you, and you comply? Are you saying that if he dies, you will die too?" Weiss's lips curled into a slight smile. "Yes." Boom, boom, boom. Beerus and the others present momentarily froze, their hearts trembling uncontrollably. What was going on? If Xue Tian died, Weiss would die too? Was this a joke? Beerus found it hard to believe. He had never heard that an angel's life was bound to anyone. Their destroyer gods were bound to the Supreme Kai because the Omni-King wanted to maintain the balance of power, and their powers were granted by the Omni-King. But although angels served the destroyer gods, the Grand Priest also served the Omni-King. Yet in reality, neither the angels nor the Grand Priest were under the complete jurisdiction of the Omni-King. This meant that the Omni-King could not use the same method to balance the angels as he did with the destroyer gods. Even if he did, would the Grand Priest not intervene? No matter how ruthless the Grand Priest was, these angels were still his kin. He would never allow his own power to be destroyed by others. So, he felt that Weiss was joking with him. "Weiss, are you joking?" "No." Weiss replied with a smile, showing no signs of turmoil on his face. His expression remained smiling, but Beerus had lived with him for countless years. They understood each other. Seeing this smile, he knew Weiss was forcing a smile, and it wasn't genuine. Weiss felt quite bitter. After all, he was the biological son of his father. Yet now his father was willing to eliminate his angel lineage for such a person, making him endure the suffering of the cycle of life and death. It was truly perplexing. Could it really be, as Lord Pata once said, that this person was his father's illegitimate child? Even if he were an illegitimate child, it wouldn't be right to treat him like this. For a moment, Weiss felt heartbroken. Beerus was in turmoil. Although he didn't understand why Xue Tian's death was related to Weiss, based on Weiss's demeanor, it was indeed true. On one side was Weiss, and on the other was his own pride. How should he choose? Quitela. Weiss's life. Was he really going to apologize? But if he didn't apologize, this guy in front of him was going to commit suicide, and Weiss would die. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Weiss, who had a smile on his face. With no other changes or expressions in his eyes, there was nothing to indicate what Weiss was thinking at that moment. Even Beerus couldn't tell. However, Beerus knew in his heart that Weiss was definitely very sad at this moment. But everyone was at this level. Their emotions were not easily expressed. Beerus let out a heavy sigh and finally made a secret decision. All right, I apologize. Chapter 71, Beerus's Epiphany. In an instant, Beerus's pride crumbled halfway. But he did it for friendship. For the sake of friendship, he gave up his proud facade. Looking at Xue Tian, he said coldly, although I don't know why your death relates to Weiss, I remind you to stay alive. If you cause Weiss to die, I will pull you out of hell and roast you with destructive fire, making you endure the endless torment of flames. Right? Just as Beerus was about to say sorry, Xue Tian suddenly took over his words and interrupted him. Beerus looked at Xue Tian in surprise, not understanding why Xue Tian would suddenly interrupt him. Wasn't he trying to see Beerus apologize? What was going on now? Xue Tian smiled slightly. The reason he planned to accept Beerus's apology was not because he was soft-hearted or had a change of conscience, but because he realized that Beerus was actually a decent person. He valued loyalty, and for Weiss's sake, he was willing to give up his pride. After all, he had crossed over from the real world and understood the character setting of Beerus in the anime. His arrogance was at least on par with Vegeta's, and most importantly, he was the god of destruction of Universe-7, a supreme being. As it was said, he had only bowed to the Omni-King and had never bowed or apologized to anyone else. This was an incredible level of pride and arrogance. Now, to apologize to Xue Tian was indeed a humbling act, especially in front of all the people on Earth. What an insult! For Weiss's sake, he was able to accept this, which showed that Beerus was also a person who valued loyalty. Xue Tian had a very good impression of such a person because he had a brother in real life who had helped him a lot. While he was not soft-hearted or a saint, he would never bully someone, especially a person who valued loyalty. Knowing when to stop was important, and he had achieved his goal. He made Beerus apologize to show that he was not a pushover, unlike others in Universe 7 who could be easily manipulated. At that moment, Beerus looked at Xue Tian and felt a slight sense of goodwill. The other party had not truly made him feel too humiliated. Xue Tian then said, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of myself. I won't die that easily, but if someone forces me, then I'll just end it with a slap." Beerus, why do I feel like it's not someone else forcing you, but you are a bit dramatic yourself? Want to end it with a slap at every turn? Is that reasonable? Weiss looked at Beerus and thanked him. Thank you, Lord Beerus. To be honest, if Beerus didn't choose to apologize in the end, he would be in a difficult position. Forcing Beerus to apologize would require taking action, but he didn't want to do that. Beerus looked at Weiss with a cold expression, but deep down he suddenly thought that as long as Weiss was okay. What did his pride matter? Trading a bit of pride for Weiss's life was quite worth it. Whoosh! In that instant, Beerus felt a surge in his heart, and the destructive power within him began to churn. In an instant, strands of destructive energy enveloped him, layer upon layer. Bulma, having recovered her strength and injuries from eating a senza bean, was immediately surprised to see Beerus's condition. What's going on? Is Beerus really going to destroy the Earth? Didn't he just agree not to fight? Could it be because Xue Tian forced him to apologize? But weren't they able to reach an agreement later? Everyone saw the aura of destructive energy around Beerus and felt that he was completely enraged. Goku and Vegeta sensed something unusual. It didn't seem like anger. Whis waved his staff, creating an energy shield to protect Beerus. Xue Tian looked at everyone and explained. He was not angry, but had suddenly gained enlightenment. That's right. Beerus had an epiphany, not anger. At the moment he realized that face was not as important as Whis, he grasped a profound truth, which was the essence of emotion. The power of destruction emphasizes acting according to one's heart and moving with one's feelings. But Beerus had not reached the state of cutting off the 6 desires and severing the 7 emotions. One could even say he had not reached the realm of having feelings at all. So how could he be heartless? Therefore, at the moment he comprehended emotions, he ascended. After having emotions comes being heartless. After being heartless comes having desires, and then comes being desireless. Cutting off the 6 desires and severing the 7 emotions can lead to achieving supreme supremacy. Upon hearing this, everyone realized the truth. They had heard of enlightenment before, but it had rarely been triggered. So far, only Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo in their main group had experienced it. If Xue Tian remembered correctly, before the power tournament, Krillin would also have an epiphany. That enlightenment occurred when Sun Wukong and Krillin accidentally entered the Dark Forest, where they encountered enemies they had previously defeated: Vegeta, Frieza, Cell, Jinyu, and others, each of whom made Krillin tremble with fear. However, in the end, Krillin still gained enlightenment, calming himself with his willpower, overcoming his fear of these foes and defeating them, significantly increasing his combat power. 10 minutes later, Beerus' enlightenment ended, and all the destructive power was withdrawn into his body. He clenched his fists and couldn't help but smile. I never expected to gain enlightenment, elevating my destructive power and self-ultimate skill to a new stage. Whis congratulated him. Congratulations, Lord Beerus. Beerus smiled deeply and then looked at Xue Tian, incredulously saying, "Thank you." He was very clear that if it weren't for Xue Tian making him aware of emotions, he would never have gained enlightenment and entered the realm of emotions. Xue Tian did not expect that his accidental actions would lead to Beerus achieving enlightenment and breaking through his power level. Next time they fought, he would have to face a mountain of pressure. However, although Beerus had gained an enhancement, he too had improved significantly. After this battle, his basic combat power had increased rapidly, and he discovered another effect of the Void Bloodline. It consumed very little stamina. Essentially, he could use his stamina infinitely, even more so than those artificial beings. No need to thank me. This is your luck and opportunity. You should thank your own choices, not me. This statement unexpectedly made Beerus feel profound. Although it was just ordinary words, it indeed had a considerable impact on him, and his fondness for Xue Tian increased a bit more. Bulma saw that everyone was getting along peacefully, and everything had returned to normal. Everyone come down. The party is still going on, and we have a grand prize to draw. The three of them descended, and the sky instantly returned to its clear blue. The sea calmed down, and a gentle breeze blew, restoring the previous vitality. The group landed on the ship and began to enjoy various delicacies. After being scolded by Beerus, Bu also settled down considerably and no longer sat at the same table as Beerus. Of course, everyone didn't dare to arrange for the two of them to be together. Satan took him to another side to indulge in food. Faced with various delicacies, Bu forgot about the previous scolding. Similarly, Beerus also forgot the earlier unpleasantness when confronted with food, and everyone enjoyed a harmonious and joyful atmosphere. After a while, as the food was nearly finished and everyone was full, they arrived at the final segment of the party, the grand prize drawing. Bulma had Trunks bring out a large spinning wheel with the words "Mystery Grand Prize" at the top. Bulma explained the rules to everyone. Rules: spin the wheel, and if it points to the Mystery Grand Prize, you win it. You can stop once you draw it. Those who did not spin the wheel will receive a consolation prize of 100 million, while those who did spin will only get 50 million. Hearing about the rewards and rules, Xue Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Bulma truly was the richest person in Dragon Ball, indeed extravagant and impressive. Thus, everyone began to draw lots. The first was number 18, who did not win. Although a bit disappointed, receiving 50 million as a consolation prize was still quite good. Next was Launch, who also did not win. Krillin didn't win. Piccolo didn't win. It went on to Goku, who also didn't win. Vegeta initially did not want to draw, but eventually did so at Bulma's insistence, saying, "It's your wife's birthday party, and you're not participating in the activities? What kind of behavior is that?" In the end, he still drew. However, he also didn't win. Now, the ones who had not drawn yet were Xue Tian, Tianjin Han, Whis, Beerus, and Yamcha. Under Bulma's request, Xue Tian casually spun the wheel. It ultimately pointed to the mysterious grand prize. The crowd immediately cheered, and Xue Tian was surprised to find out that he actually won a prize. He had already known what the reward was: 7 Dragon Balls. This was something Bulma had specially collected for her birthday. Bulma announced, "I declare that Xue Tian has won the mysterious grand prize. Trunks, go bring out the mysterious prize." "Okay, Mom." Krillin touched his wig and said, "Hey, Xue Tian, your luck is really good. You actually won a prize." Everyone looked at him enviously. Bulma's mysterious rewards were surely not weak, and even consolation prizes were 100 million, so this mysterious prize must be 10 times that, right? Even Beerus and Whis were a bit curious about what the mysterious prize was. After a while, Trunks and Goten came out carrying a plate covered with a red cloth. When everyone saw the plate holding the cloth, they guessed what it might be. Krillin exclaimed, "Oh, the mysterious grand prize is this." Piccolo laughed. "The only thing that could turn 100 million into a consolation prize is this." "Vegeta, did you collect it?" Goku asked Vegeta, who was watching coldly from the side. With a smile, the two seemed like a couple, teasing each other occasionally. Goku wasn't really trying to tease Vegeta. It was more of an unconscious jab. Vegeta coldly snorted. I don't have time for these boring things." But I just heard them say that when Lord Beerus hit Bulma earlier, you shouted, 'My Bulma.'" Goku asked seriously, puzzled. Vegeta's face instantly turned extremely cold, as if he had been hit by frost, dark and purple. Kakarot. He had always looked down on such romantic matters, feeling very embarrassed. And being exposed like that in front of everyone made him lose face. Bulma was stifling her laughter on the side. Yamcha enthusiastically said, "Xue Tian, why don't you guess what this mysterious gift is?" For them, the moment the mysterious gift was brought out, they already knew what it was. But they thought that Xue Tian should not know, as they had never seen him before. He seemed like someone who had popped up out of nowhere. And they believed he had never seen the Dragon Balls, which had always been in their sight, and they had never seen Xue Tian appear to grab the Dragon Balls. So they thought he didn't know about their existence. Xue Tian's handsome face wore a charming smile as he decided to test himself with the Dragon Balls, which was quite an overestimation. In Dragon Ball Super, there was almost nothing he didn't know. 7 Dragon Balls. Everyone was taken aback, staring at Xue Tian. "You know about the Dragon Balls?" "Of course," Xue Tian replied with a smile. At that moment, Piccolo reminded them. He knows the past and the future. How could he not know about the Dragon Balls? Yeah, everyone suddenly realized. "We actually tried to test him, huh?" Krillin laughed awkwardly. Beerus, lying down and sipping on ice-cold cola, asked curiously, "Whis, what exactly are the Dragon Balls?" Whis, like an encyclopedia, explained. "The Dragon Balls are special small orbs created by the Namekians. There are a total of 7. When you gather all 7 Dragon Balls and recite the summoning incantation, you can summon the Eternal Dragon and make a wish." "Oh, that sounds pretty amazing." Beerus became somewhat interested. After Xue Tian took the Dragon Ball, Bulma said, "Xue Tian, since you know about the Dragon Ball, hurry up and make a wish." Xue Tian thought for a moment. He didn't have any particular wishes. If he really had a wish, it would be to reach the level of the Great Priest in terms of combat power. But how could this little Shenlong possibly achieve that? Even if a Super Shenlong appeared, it would still be impossible. Otherwise, there would be more than just a handful of experts like the Great Priest in the universe. So what wish did he have? He couldn't just not make a wish, right? It would be a shame to have crossed over to the Dragon Ball Super world and not experience making a wish to the Shenlong. At that moment, he caught sight of a person, Lan Chi. He realized what he should wish for. He placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and shouted, "Come forth, Shenlong, and grant my wish." Whoosh. Chapter 73. The trembling Shenlong come forth, Shenlong, and grant my wish. Whoosh. In an instant, the sky changed dramatically. Dark clouds gathered. And in the distance, lightning flashed while golden light flickered. Above the 7 Dragon Balls, a cloud of smoke suddenly erupted, transforming into a green 4-clawed Shenlong, which then turned into a golden light and soared into the sky, appearing in midair. Xue Tian felt that the dragon's combat power was almost non-existent, but it possessed a special power within its body, which was the power of wishes. He couldn't help but admire the wisdom and abilities of the Namekians, who could create such a power of wishes. Now that he had come to this Dragon Ball Super world, he was about to experience making a wish. Pilaf exclaimed excitedly, "The dragon has appeared. I want to make a wish to become the ruler of the world." Little Mai, who was beside him, said, "Lord Pilaf, this is the dragon summoned by Xue Tian. If you make a wish, will it kill you?" Pilaf was instantly taken aback. His gaze turned to Xue Tian, and the flame of excitement in his heart was immediately doused with a bucket of cold water. He couldn't gauge Xue Tian's personality at all, unlike Sun Wukong. Who wouldn't he kill unless the person was truly heinous? This person in front of him might actually kill. Thinking about how he might just miss the opportunity to make a wish with the dragon and lose his dream of ruling the world, his mouth twitched in disappointment. He once had a chance to rule the world right in front of him, but when he summoned the dragon, he was so nervous that he couldn't speak, ultimately letting Oolong snatch the chance to make a wish. That guy ended up wishing for a pair of panties. To this day, whenever Pilaf saw Oolong, he couldn't help but want to hit him. His dream of ruling the world was overshadowed by a pair of panties. The green dragon coiled in the sky, its massive body occasionally flicking its tail, looking at Xue Tian and the others, asking, "Come on, state your wishes and I can fulfill them." Everyone looked at Xue Tian, eagerly saying, "Xue Tian, say your wish. The dragon can help you." At that moment, Beerus asked, "Can this dragon fulfill any wish?" Hearing this, the dragon, although its face showed no change, spoke with pride. "That's right, any wish can be." When its gaze fell on Beerus, its body suddenly froze, and the tail that was swaying stopped abruptly, stammering, Beerus, Lord, what are you doing here?" Beerus was a bit surprised that this little dragon actually recognized him, feeling a bit proud. It seemed his reputation was quite significant. "Yes, hurry up and fulfill their wishes." "Oh, okay, Lord Beerus, I'm waiting for them to make their wishes, the dragon said, sweating profusely and trembling. It would never have imagined that Beerus would appear on Earth and that they would meet like this, and most importantly, it was looking down at Beerus from above. But it couldn't lower itself, so it could only remain as it was, praying that Beerus wouldn't blame it. Now it seemed that the other party indeed had no intention of blaming it, which relieved its heart considerably. The others were also surprised to see the dragon so afraid of Beerus. For a moment, the dragon's high and sacred status in their hearts was shaken, making them feel that this dragon wasn't that impressive after all. This was also one of the important reasons why Bulma later collected the Dragon Balls to summon the dragon again, threatening it with Beerus. Thus, the dragon struggled until the end to fulfill Bulma's wish. The dragon looked at Xue Tian, its tone no longer proud, but much calmer as it asked, "Please state your wish." Xue Tian pointed at Lan Qi and said, "I want you to fix her problem of going berserk whenever she sneezes, changing it from a berserk state to one that she can freely control." Everyone was taken aback, completely not expecting that Xue Tian would make such a wish. They thought his first wish would be for himself. They couldn't help but feel that Xue Tian really cared for Lan Qi. Lan Qi was equally surprised that her master would use his first wish on her. She felt a warm rush in her heart, as if she had drunk a strong liquor, and her cheeks involuntarily flushed. So this is what it feels like to be cherished. Along with the touch of emotion, there was also a wave of sweet happiness. All right, this problem is very simple. The dragon's body shimmered a few times, and a light appeared around Lan Qi, which quickly vanished. After it ended, Lan Qi felt an additional sense of control in her consciousness. She could now control her berserk state at any time. "Thank you, Master," she gratefully exclaimed. Previously, she had considered using the dragon to wish away her problem, but she thought that would be too wasteful, and with her strength, it was difficult to collect the Dragon Balls, so she decided to let it go. Unexpectedly, her issue of going berserk when sneezing was ultimately resolved by the Dragon Balls. The dragon continued, "Come on, please state your second wish." Xue Tian looked at the others and asked, "What are your wishes? Go ahead and make a wish." "Huh? What does that mean? Don't you have any wishes?" Bulma and the others were momentarily stunned. "Can we really just give up on making two wishes like this?" Xue Tian smiled and nodded. "Yes, the only wish it can grant me is this one. It cannot fulfill any other wishes." Bulma and the others, unaware of the limitations of the dragon's power, immediately said, "No way. The dragon can grant any of your wishes. There is no wish it can't fulfill. Right, dragon?" The dragon hesitated for a moment and said, "Yes." Xue Tian smiled slightly, not expecting this divine dragon to be quite showy and prideful. However, Xue Tian was not the kind of person to put others in an awkward position, so he did not expose the truth. "You can make your wishes. My wish has already been fulfilled." This divine dragon could indeed grant all wishes for the likes of Sun Wukong and others in the past, because back then, Sun Wukong and Bulma had limited experience. But now, things were completely different. Many things simply could not be accomplished with just a bit of wish power within one's body. The divine dragon was indeed very prideful and somewhat pretentious. Seemingly to emphasize its status in front of Beerus, it proactively said, "Speak your heart's desire, and I shall fulfill it for you." Chapter 74. How did you comprehend your divine body? Xue Tian waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Let's go with this one. You all can make your wishes." Seeing his demeanor, the dragon felt that its abilities were being questioned and became even more displeased. "Are you questioning my abilities? Speak up. What is your wish? If you don't say it, I'm leaving." It originally wanted to refer to itself as this dragon, but considering Beerus was present, it quickly changed its words. Xue Tian saw his insistence and smiled. "All right, since that's the case, then turn my basic combat power into the strongest existence in the universe." These. The dragon hesitated for a moment. With its abilities, it simply couldn't do that. Not to mention the strongest in the universe. It couldn't even achieve the strongest on Earth with its current capabilities. If it had been in the past, when Sun Wukong and the others were young, or when Raditz had just appeared, it might have been able to fulfill that wish, but now, it was completely impossible. The wish power within it simply didn't support such a thing. Seeing its hesitation, Xue Tian knew it couldn't do it. "All right, you can grant their wishes. Bulma, there are still 2 wishes left. Don't waste them." "Okay." Bulma and the others also realized that the dragon couldn't fulfill Xue Tian's wish. After thinking for a moment, Bulma found that she didn't have any wishes to fulfill either. After a while, she was ready to state her own wish. Android 18 immediately said, "Bulma, since you were so hesitant, let me make the wish." Bulma could basically guess what Android 18's wish was. It was just about money. 18, what is your wish? "My wish is for 1 billion. Marin is grown up and needs a lot of expenses. I can help you fulfill this wish, or I can make the wish myself." Bulma said excitedly. Once Android 18 received Bulma's agreement, she stopped speaking and stepped back to stand beautifully to the side. Bulma then said, "Dragon, I want to become younger and more beautiful." After all, Bulma was only human. As time passed, she would gradually grow old, while Android 18 was different. She was an android and didn't care much about aging. It wasn't that she wouldn't age, but the cycle was much longer. Therefore, the current Android 18 looked much younger than Bulma. Every time Xue Tian saw Android 18's stunning beauty, he couldn't help but wonder if Krillin's wife had saved several star systems in her past life. "Okay, your wish is very simple." The dragon's body flickered, granting Bulma's second wish. Bulma touched her cheek and found her skin much smoother and tighter, filled with joy. She had no more wishes in her heart. However, there was still one wish left. Looking at everyone, for a moment no one had any wishes, but with one wish remaining, it couldn't be wasted. Xue Tian looked at everyone. "Do you have any wishes?" "No." Everyone shook their heads. When asked to think of a wish, they really couldn't come up with anything. In the past, when summoning the dragon, they would always consider their wishes in advance before summoning it. At this moment, Wulong stepped forward, looked at Xue Tian, and said, "I want." Xue Tian slapped him away, sending him flying several dozen meters, crashing heavily against the wall. "You're just a pig, forget it." As a diehard fan of Dragon Ball, he naturally couldn't forget the wish that Oolong once made. If he were to make that wish again, it would truly be laughable, especially since he was here himself. This was his first wish-making event, which felt like an insult to him. Pilaf saw Oolong being slapped away and felt great satisfaction, pleased that he had long wanted to hit this pig, but had refrained due to Goku and the others. Now, Xue Tian had avenged him. To be honest, Pilaf also wanted to make a wish from Xue Tian, but he felt it was unrealistic. Whether it was Xue Tian or anyone else, they definitely wouldn't allow him to wish to rule the entire world. Moreover, as long as Xue Tian and the others were around, he felt that this wish was unattainable. Even if he ruled the whole world, he would still have to consider their opinions, which, while enjoyable, felt somewhat frustrating. The dragon's body began to tremble, feeling weak. "Hurry up and say it. I can barely hold on." If it weren't for Beerus being here, it would have just said a word and left, and it certainly wouldn't have waited this long. Xue Tian thought for a moment and said, "Since everyone has no wishes, I will make a wish for all of you, as well as for the audience brothers and sisters. I hope that in the year of the rabbit, everyone becomes wealthy, everything goes smoothly, achieves academic success, all wishes come true, lives without any worries, and happily and healthily passes each day." The golden light on the divine dragon shone brightly, with dazzling rays spreading across the earth, reaching every corner of the planet. Even an ant felt the power of this wish. "Your wish has been granted." Whoosh! The divine dragon transformed into a golden light and scattered into 7 Dragon Balls, then flew off to different corners, waiting for another destined person. However, these 7 Dragon Balls were mostly collected by the main character group, led by Sun Wukong. They were almost entirely used by them, becoming their exclusive items. After the divine dragon transformed into 7 Dragon Balls and disappeared, the overcast sky returned to its original state. Xue Tian and the others continued the party. Several hours later, after everyone had eaten, drunk, and had fun, they sat aside to rest and chat. Weici curiously asked, "Xue Tian, how did you comprehend the divine aspect golden body?" Bai Lucy immediately perked up his ears, clearly not wanting to miss any small detail, as perhaps because of this minor detail, one could comprehend the divine aspect golden body. Xue Tian naturally could not say that he was rewarded by the system, although it was indeed a system reward. After learning it, Xue Tian had his own unique insights. The understanding of the divine appearance golden body, as you all know, cannot be grasped simply by wanting to comprehend it. It can only be appreciated but not conveyed in words. One needs to achieve enlightenment on their own and grasp the subtleties within it to master it. It is different from the self-extreme intent skill and the free extreme intent skill. This statement, although it sounds profound, is indeed the truth. And it is precisely because of this that there are not many who have mastered the divine until now. Weiss gently nodded. "Yes. But what is the profundity you have comprehended? The void is unkind, treating all things as mere fodder. The indifference of the divine treats humanity as fodder. The 5 elements of the void, the end without origin, doing nothing yet doing everything, being without divinity, yet having true divinity. This is the divine appearance golden body." Chapter 75. Your destined person has arrived. Upon hearing this, Weiss was shocked and felt a slight understanding, but not much. As for Beerus beside him, he had no comprehension at all and felt completely lost. Seeing Weiss's state, Beerus asked in confusion, "Weiss, have you comprehended something?" Why smiled slightly. Just a little bit. But why can't I understand? Beerus was filled with bewilderment, feeling that Xue Tian had said a lot, yet he understood nothing. Unable to help himself, he poked his own head with his finger, feeling quite frustrated. Weiss smiled without speaking. The fact that he could understand while Beerus could not was enough to indicate something, right? At this moment, Sun Wukong walked over excitedly and said, Xue Tian, can you teach me the divine appearance golden body? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Beerus didn't even lift his eyelids and said disdainfully, do you think the divine appearance golden body is a common divine skill? If it were that easy to comprehend, only a few gods would have mastered it by now. Hee, it's worth a try. Sun Wukong awkwardly scratched his head, but it was clear that he really wanted to learn. However, just as Beerus said, Sun Wukong might not necessarily be able to learn it. The divine appearance golden body is not as simple as the free extreme intent skill and the self-extreme intent skill. Seeing that Xue Tian had not spoken for a while, Sun Wukong urged, come on, please teach me the divine appearance golden body. Xue Tian was speechless. If you were a woman and you acted cute, maybe I would agree, but you are a man and a muscular one at that. Acting cute? What is that? I certainly don't have that kind of taste. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Vegeta beside him, also looking eager. Clearly, as long as he taught Sun Wukong, Vegeta would definitely come looking for him. These two were going to cling to him. Did they want him to be their babysitter? That was definitely not going to happen. Wasn't he enjoying a carefree life? Having two babies around was insane. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, do you both remember I told you before that I couldn't teach you? The person who will teach you will appear in the near future. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong thought carefully, then shook his head and said, it seems like you said that, but it also seems like you didn't. Xue Tian was momentarily speechless. Looking at Vegeta, do you remember? Vegeta, of course, was not thick-headed and wouldn't forget like Son Goku. He calmly nodded, yes. At the same time, he thought of something and glanced at Beerus and Whis, secretly wondering if the people Xue Tian mentioned were them. It had to be them. They were the only ones additional to this place. With Beerus' strength, he indeed had the qualifications to teach me, and my self-mastery technique is the same as his. He would be even more willing to teach me. Although Vegeta also wanted to learn the godly transformation from the conversation among Beerus and the others. He learned that neither Beerus nor Whis knew it. So, with his own strength, how could he learn? He wanted to increase his combat power. But he wasn't as naive as Son Goku, thinking he could master the godly transformation. It was better to first grasp self-mastery. Seeing Vegeta looking at Whis and Beerus, Xue Tian knew the other party had reacted and reminded him. Although Whis is Beerus' servant, Beerus is the one he trained, so they are both teacher and servant. Upon hearing this, Vegeta and the others were shocked and looked at Whis in surprise, wanting to see if it was true. Seeing everyone's gaze on him, Whis chuckled and said, don't look at me like that. I'm shy. Seeing his reaction, everyone understood that this was definitely true. Vegeta's previous arrogance had been worn down by Xue Tian, and now his inner restlessness had lessened considerably. He looked at Whis and said in a slightly softer tone, please guide me in training. The moment Whis saw the self-mastery technique in Vegeta, he had already thought of something. Moreover, Beerus usually just slept, and the vast destruction realm had only him. He was also willing to teach others. Having someone to talk to, he readily agreed, as it wouldn't be very face-saving otherwise. He asked lightly, guide you? Why? Ding, mission activation. Choice 1. Shake off Son Goku and Vegeta, preventing them from entangling with him, allowing them to successfully become Whis' disciples. Reward, energy absorption. Choice 2. Stop Son Goku and Vegeta from becoming Whis' disciples. Reward, basic combat power reading technique. Seeing these two choices, Xue Tian did not hesitate for a moment. Basic combat power reading technique? So it allows seeing through the opponent's basic combat power, right? But in the Dragon Ball Super world, no, to be precise, in the Dragon Ball world, even if one could see the opponent's basic combat power, what good would it do? One still couldn't see the opponent's techniques. If he saw that the opponent's combat power was lower than his own, it might even lead to underestimating them. Just like when Vegeta first came to Earth and thought Son Goku and the others were easy to handle, only to be surprised by their astonishing numbers. If he hadn't underestimated them from the start, the outcome would have been uncertain. But who made Son Goku the main character? Choice 1. He only hesitated for a moment before making his decision. If he really stopped Son Goku and Vegeta from becoming Whis' disciples, then these two would definitely entangle him later. That would be a headache, and it wouldn't be something a basic combat power reader could solve. After making the choice, Xue Tian immediately pointed to the delicious food on the table, and Vegeta instantly understood the meaning behind it. He said, I can provide you with a lot of delicious food. A lot of delicious food? This was indeed a bit tempting. But it seemed like we had already eaten most of the good food on Earth, right? Is there really anything better than these? The pudding takoyaki meatballs. They had already tried them all, and they were indeed delicious. Vegeta's eyes widened in surprise, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. His mind was a bit short-circuited, as he really couldn't think of anything better than these. Xue Tian reminded, Vegeta, doesn't Bulma have something that tastes better than these things? You can take it out for Whis to try. Son Goku asked curiously, huh? Bulma has something really tasty on her? As he spoke, he leaned closer to Bulma, sniffing intently, almost touching her curvaceous points. For a moment, Vegeta looked like he was standing on a lush green grassland. Xue Tian was momentarily speechless, and for some reason, he thought that it might actually be delicious. Kakarot. Chapter 76. Delicious Things. Kakarot. Vegeta shouted. Bulma slapped her hand, but Goku dodged it, while Chi-Chi, looking helpless, came over to pull Goku back. Her husband just didn't understand matters between men and women, and there was no sense of caution. Usually, when she wanted to do good things with him, she had to take the initiative to guide him step by step. As for the details, I won't describe them to avoid offending everyone's visual nerves. Goku didn't understand why Bulma and Vegeta were so angry and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Why so mad? Vegeta was furious but couldn't do anything to Goku. In the end, it was Chi-Chi who stepped in to defuse the situation, awkwardly saying, Goku is just like this, please don't mind. As for Goku's emotional and intellectual intelligence, aside from Beerus and Whis not having spent much time with him, everyone else had witnessed it and chose not to argue with him. After giving Goku a fierce glare, Vegeta thought about what could possibly be the most delicious. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head and a thought appeared. I got it. Whoosh. He dashed into the ship's cabin at lightning speed, appearing in front of Beerus and Whis in just a few seconds, holding several cylindrical boxes labeled Dragon Ball brand instant noodles. Beerus looked at the unassuming box and curiously asked, is something that looks so insignificant, like this, really tastier than octopus balls and pudding? His tone was filled with disdain and disbelief. Whis also looked skeptical. Vegeta immediately assured him, that's right. This is countless times tastier than pudding. Seeing Vegeta run into the cabin, Bulma probably guessed what was happening and, upon seeing him come out with instant noodles, couldn't help but mumble, I knew it was this. Vegeta quickly opened 3 boxes of instant noodles, poured in hot water, and confidently said, just let it soak for 3 minutes, and it will be ready to eat. Beerus still didn't really believe it. After all, pudding was the best thing he had ever tasted. How could anything else be better? He couldn't believe there were so many delicious things on Earth. Lord Beerus, you'll know soon enough. If it's delicious, you have to let Whis train me. Vegeta said. Beerus's expression hardened, and he coldly replied, if it's not good, I'll destroy you. Huh? Vegeta's heart trembled uncontrollably, completely unprepared for Beerus's sudden statement. He felt a bit flustered. What if he ate it and said it wasn't good? Wouldn't that mean he lost? The stakes were set by Beerus himself, and betting against him was like seeking death. But he also knew this was a great opportunity for Whis to take him as a disciple. If he missed it, there might not be another chance. He couldn't help but glance at Xue Tian, who was watching the show. Since Xue Tian had a task to complete, he would naturally guide them. As long as Vegeta was accepted by Whis, Goku would surely be accepted too. Gently nodding, Xue Tian indicated that he could agree. After receiving Xue Tian's approval, Vegeta's confidence surged. All right, it's settled. 3 minutes had passed. Vegeta respectively handed the 3 bowls of instant noodles to Beerus, Whis, and Xue Tian, saying, please enjoy. Goku, watching from the side, was salivating and looked at Vegeta, but before he could say anything, he received a fierce glare. I still haven't settled the score with you for earlier, and now you want to ruin my good deed? Beerus opened the lid of the instant noodles while saying, how could something in such a small box, soaked in hot water for 3 minutes, possibly taste good? Just wait to be destroyed. Whis and Xue Tian also opened the lids of their instant noodles. Xue Tian has a vivid memory of instant noodles. In real life, except for the first half of the month when he gets paid, the second half is always accompanied by this wonderful thing. So how could he possibly forget that taste? However, to be honest, he never gets tired of it. It feels almost magical, even though it's not particularly healthy. But that little bit of harm is nothing compared to Beerus and Whis. Beerus took a bite. Sizzle. As soon as he tasted it, Beerus's expression instantly froze, contorting even more than before. The others had seen this expression from him before and thought to themselves that everything was fine. Vegeta also breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, Beerus excitedly shouted out, "It's so delicious." Just as he shouted, he suddenly realized something was off, immediately closed his mouth. And his expression turned cold as he said seriously, "It's not that great." Xue Tian smiled and asked, "Is that so?" But just now, Lord Beerus was loudly saying how delicious it was, and that voice could probably be heard from beyond the universe. Beerus's eyes nearly popped out, and he complained with a twitching mouth, "You really know how to ruin the fun." Xue Tian was completely indifferent. Whether to sabotage or not was entirely inconsequential to him. As long as he could complete the task and send the troublesome son Wukong and Vegeta away, so they wouldn't disturb him anymore, that was all that mattered. Whis also chimed in, "Lord Beerus did say so." Beerus shot him a glance. He slurped down a whole bucket of instant noodles and still wanted more. But the remaining noodles were all in Vegeta's hands. Seeing his state, Vegeta immediately said, "As long as Lord Beerus agrees, I will provide you with countless instant noodles, ensuring you can eat them every day." Hearing that he could eat instant noodles every day made his mouth water. If it weren't for his status as a god of destruction, he would have been drooling. Beerus hesitated, wondering if he should agree. If he really let Whis teach those two, their futures would undoubtedly be limitless. After all, with Whis's teaching ability, even if they were useless, he could still help them achieve something, especially since one of them mastered the self-destruction technique and the other mastered the freezing technique. Training them would surely lead to significant progress. Xue Tian felt it was still lacking a bit, put down the instant noodles, and jokingly said, "Lord Beerus, aren't you afraid to let Whis teach the two of them? Are you worried they might surpass you?" Originally, there was no clear winner in the battle between Beerus and Xue Tian, and neither of them would concede to the other. Now, being teased like this instantly angered Beerus, who shot a faint glare. "Am I afraid? Whis, you guide them, Vegeta." Upon hearing this, Vegeta was extremely excited, while son Wukong immediately stepped forward, eyes sparkling, and said, "What about me? Lord Beerus, what about me?" Beerus had only agreed out of irritation, and when he saw son Wukong getting too close, he coldly asked, "Vegeta can provide us with instant noodles. What can you provide?" "Me?" Son Wukong was momentarily confused. "What do we have at home?" Then he suddenly remembered. "Right, I've got it. Lord Beerus, wait for me." Chapter 77. Whis, who exactly is Xue Tian? Son Wukong unleashed his full power, using high-speed movement to fly towards his home, and in less than a minute, he quickly returned. We came back. He was holding a dozen large cabbages in his hands. Beerus looked at the items with a puzzled expression. "What are these? Can they be eaten?" He didn't find the unremarkable cabbage appealing at all, but considering that many delicious foods on Earth looked plain, he didn't doubt it too much, just half believed. Son Wukong tore off a leaf, munching on it with a look of delight. Seeing this, Beerus became curious, thought it might be tasty too, and pick a leaf to try. After a few bites, he said blandly, "It's quite ordinary, just a slightly sweet leaf. What's so special about it?" Son Wukong pushed everything onto Beerus. "Lord Beerus, you let Whis train me too. I'll give you all these cabbages, and in the future, I'll bring you even more cabbages. How about it?" Beerus fell silent. Xue Tian reminded, "Lord Beerus, this son Goku and Vegeta are good buddies. Since you've taken Vegeta, why not take son Goku as well? Vegeta practices your Ultra Instinct, while son Goku practices the autonomous Ultra Instinct. You can witness who is stronger between the two. Wouldn't that be interesting? You and Whis are all alone in the God of Destruction realm. Having them around would be a good thing. Son Goku is also someone who is good at being affectionate, especially in terms of training, with a high emotional intelligence. Lord Beerus, just agree to it." Beerus looked at Whis and asked, "Whis, would you be willing to guide him?" Whis chuckled and said, "Sure, Xue Tian has already spoken, so Whis will naturally give him face. He is very curious about what kind of person Xue Tian is, what status he holds, that makes his father protect him so fiercely. Giving Xue Tian face now and drawing closer to him will also help him gather information later." "Great." Son Wukong jumped up and said excitedly. Vegeta, on the other hand, shot him a fierce glare and snorted coldly. "Humph. If it were just about guiding me alone, I could easily defeat Kakarot in no time. But now that Kakarot has come along too, my plans have been disrupted. However, he doesn't care too much. He believes that as long as he works hard, with his talent, he can easily surpass Kakarot. After all, Kakarot is just a low-level warrior, while he's a noble scion prince with talent countless times greater than his. Surpassing him is just a piece of cake. All along, he has never admitted that Kakarot is stronger than him. After all, the other party is just a low-level warrior. Not very bright. How could he compare to himself? Son Wukong paid no attention to Vegeta's cold snort and said with a smile, We can train together again. Full of camaraderie. Xue Tian couldn't help but think that these two were really good buddies, one cold and the other fiery, perfectly complementing each other. After chatting for a while, Vegeta went to purchase 100,000 boxes of instant noodles, all compressed into capsules, and came before Beerus, saying seriously, "I am ready." Beerus nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. Whis, now that we've eaten and drunk enough, it's time for us to leave." Whis responded and invited Xue Tian. "Are you interested in visiting the God of Destruction's realm?" Beerus looked at him curiously. If they went to the God of Destruction's realm, he could ask about the divine body and why if he died, Whis would also die. Were they life partners? Of course, he could also ask Whis this question. It was already night, and Xue Tian just wanted to rest. He didn't want to run around, so he declined. "I'll go when I have time." "All right, everyone, goodbye." Vegeta, Goku, put your hands on Lord Beerus's back. Okay. Chi-Chi saw Goku about to leave her again and looked sad. Gohan comforted her from the side. Chi-Chi sighed helplessly, getting used to it, thankful to have her two sons by her side, especially the younger one who always accompanied her. Whis took the three of them and vanished in a flash of light. After they left, everyone else also gradually departed. Xue Tian thanked Bulma for her hospitality and took Lan Chi back home. In the universe, Beerus inquired through telepathy, "Whis, why will you die if Xue Tian dies? What is going on?" He had never heard that angels were life partners with anyone. Could it be that they were also? He didn't dare to finish that thought because it was blasphemous. Whis replied through telepathy, "No, it's just that Xue Tian cannot die. If he dies, not only will I die, but you will also die." Whis was not exaggerating. In his mind, if he died, his father would take his life. So would he let Beerus, who killed Xue Tian, go? Obviously not. If he would kill his own son, how could he spare an outsider like Beerus? Beerus suddenly felt a shock and asked in confusion, "Why? Who exactly is Xue Tian? Is he the son of Lord Zeno?" No, that was impossible. Lord Zeno was just a child at heart. How could he have a son? Could he be the illegitimate child of the Grand Minister? But he didn't sense any angelic bloodline in him. Whis, what exactly is going on? Whis also wanted to know and felt extremely helpless. "I don't know the specifics and I can't say." Beerus could tell that Whis genuinely didn't know and muttered, "Looks like I need to consult the oracle fish when I get back." Whis remained silent. Obviously, he had also thought of this. He was confused about his father's attitude toward Xue Tian, not understanding why it was like this. His father used to be a very calm and composed person. In his memory, he had never lost his temper. Now, for the first time, he actually said that if Xue Tian died, he would also die. It was truly heartbreaking and somewhat intriguing. After returning to the God of Destruction's realm, Whis arranged for Vegeta and the others. Then he and Beerus found the oracle fish. The oracle fish was a glutton. Without food, it wouldn't serve them. And the two didn't mind, generously giving it a bucket of instant noodles. Oracle fish, predict what Xue Tian's identity is. Beerus initially wanted to ask why Whis was protective of him, but after thinking about it, since Whis said he couldn't say, asking that would expose Whis. So it was better to directly ask about his identity. That way, he could judge for himself. Chapter 78. He is a mystery. The oracle fish accepted the food and began to predict. Time passed second by second, and after 2 minutes, the oracle fish still hadn't spoken. This made Beerus anxious, and even the usually calm Whis was a bit unsettled, unable to wait any longer. Beerus questioned, "What is going on? Why hasn't the prediction come out after so long? Are you slacking off?" Another 2 minutes passed, and the oracle fish shook its head and explained, "I can't predict any information about this Xue Tian. My mind is completely blank, and everything I see is just a white blur. It's like entering a foggy forest, and I can't see anything clearly. There's such a strange occurrence." Beerus said in surprise. Whis didn't find it surprising. Since Xue Tian could receive protection from his father, his identity must be extraordinary. Even if he wasn't the illegitimate child of his father, he could still have other connections. With such a person of extraordinary background, how could the oracle fish predict anything? He had hoped that the oracle fish could reveal something, but now it seemed that his premonition was correct. It was impossible to predict. "Whis, what is going on?" Beerus asked in confusion. Whis shrugged. "I don't know either. Let nature take its course. As long as we don't offend him, it will be fine." Then he covered his mouth and smiled. As long as Lord Beerus doesn't impulsively destroy him, everything will be peaceful. Beerus glared, yawned, and said languidly, "I'm a bit tired. I'm going to sleep." Whis smiled without saying a word. Xue Tian's villa. After Xue Tian and Lan Chi returned to the villa and freshened up, they sat on the sofa watching TV. Although Lan Chi was watching TV, she was very pleased to see Xue Tian, who was handsome and powerful. truly worthy of being a master. Eventually, she couldn't help but say, "Master, you are really amazing." This sudden comment caught Xue Tian off guard for a moment. However, after a brief pause, seeing the admiration in her eyes, he couldn't help but smile shyly and replied, "It's not that great. I haven't even used my full strength against Beerus. If I did, I might not be able to compete." Lan Shi continued to express her admiration, saying, "In my heart, Master is the most powerful." Xue Tian smiled slightly. As long as Beerus didn't use destruction and kept fighting, he really didn't know who would win or lose. After all, his Void Bloodline's growth rate in combat power was no joke. If destruction was used, he indeed wouldn't be his opponent, especially since he hadn't cracked the techniques of destruction yet. Destruction was a kind of trick, even if Beerus had no combat power. As long as he used destruction, Xue Tian wouldn't be his match, but the premise was that destruction had a lock onto him. If it were cleared, then there would be no need for locking on. With just one thought, everything could be cleared, which was extremely perverse. However, currently, only the Omni-King had this ability to clear, and the Omni-King was bound to him as a life community. Naturally, he couldn't clear him. Lan Shi then said, "Master, will Sun Wukong and Vegeta surpass you in training?" Before Xue Tian could answer, Lan Shi immediately reacted and said, "They definitely can't surpass Master, but with their efforts, they will surely become the strongest after Master and Beerus." Thinking of Sun Wukong and Vegeta's efforts, Lan Shi couldn't help but admire them. And every time there was a major problem, even if the two were initially at a disadvantage, they could ultimately turn the tide. Xue Tian said seriously, "They have no way to surpass me now. The fact that I can fight against Beerus means that neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta can surpass me, even if they master Ultra Instinct and self-destruction. So what? Who can't do that? Will their improvements come with system rewards as quickly? Will they improve as fast as my Void Bloodline? As for whether they're the strongest after me and Beerus, that's uncertain." Why? Lan Shi didn't understand. "Besides the three of you, is there anyone stronger than them?" Xue Tian smiled deeply and said, "Aren't you still here? With the speed at which that combat energy chamber enhances power, it won't be faster than their improvement. However, their base combat strength was already higher than yours from the beginning. It's all reliant on the enhancement from the combat energy chamber, so in a short period, you might not really be able to surpass them." Lan Shi confidently replied, "I'm sure I can't surpass them. They were already very strong, and I've only just started my training not long ago. There's no need to belittle yourself. It won't take long before you can fight with them. Don't forget, you have a master supporting you." Xue Tian laughed. "Thank you, master. You're so kind. It's just a pity that your disciple is a bit lazy and afraid of hardship. So my cultivation isn't progressing quickly. I feel like I'm letting you down. If my master could have a disciple with strong comprehension, then surely they would quickly surpass Sun Wukong and Vegeta." Lan Shi felt a bit disappointed, knowing that in cultivation, without diligent practice, it's hard to achieve significant improvement. Xue Tian comfortingly said, "It's okay. You're already doing very well. The master doesn't expect you to reach any invincible level, as long as you can protect yourself. That's enough. As for taking in disciples, the master doesn't have that intention. There is no one in this universe worth me taking in." Suddenly, Xue Tian realized something. His brows brightened as he asked, "Lan Shi, since you don't want to engage in boring training, how about I take you to fight? Will you come? Fight? Who am I fighting?" Lan Shi asked, puzzled. "Someone who is about to become your junior apprentice." A mysterious smile appeared at the corners of Xue Tian's lips, making it hard for Lan Shi to guess or see through. Lan Shi hesitated for 2 seconds. "In my current form, I definitely wouldn't want to fight, but the apprentice can switch to her golden-haired state." In her golden-haired state, she was extremely ferocious. Not only could she fight, but she could even destroy planets and the universe. However, she had always wanted to present a delicate and dependent image in front of Xue Tian. Especially after witnessing Xue Tian's fierce battle with Beerus today, she was deeply impressed. Now, hearing that her master wanted to take her to fight was both an order and a request for her opinion, so she had to obey her master's words. Moreover, since it was her master who wanted her to fight, he definitely wouldn't care about her image. Xue Tian was unaware of Lan Shi's thoughts. If he had known, he would probably find it both amusing and absurd. That golden-haired state was indeed that of a mature woman, very enticing. How could he possibly have any bad impressions? Chapter 79. Broly. Planet Vampa. A man dressed in standard Saiyan battle armor, with purple tight pants, a green fur belt around his waist, and a golden collar around his neck. This collar was not just a piece of decoration, but a controller used to control him. He had an explosive hairstyle and a body full of robust muscles. This person was Broly. He was exiled to the distant and harsh environment of planet Vampa right after his birth by King Vegeta. The reason for his exile was that he possessed a battle power of 10,000 at birth, which posed a significant threat to Prince Vegeta's position. To protect his son, King Vegeta had no choice but to exile Broly. Initially, he intended to kill Broly, but Broly's father, Paragus, pleaded for his life. After weighing the options, King Vegeta chose exile. In King Vegeta's mind, Broly was just an infant, and being banished to such a harsh environment unsuitable for survival would lead to his demise. After Broly was secretly exiled, Paragus worried about his son's safety. Knowing that Broly possessed a battle power of 10,000 at birth, he believed that once Broly grew up, he could help him dominate the universe and become the new emperor of the cosmos. This was Paragus's opportunity for rise. How could he let it slip away? Thus, he took his companion, Beats, to search for his son Broly on planet Vampa. However, midway through their journey, the spaceship experienced a malfunction. To conserve resources and ensure they could reach the distant planet Vampa, Paragus killed his companion Beats. Ultimately, Paragus arrived on planet Vampa and found Broly. Although Broly was just an infant, he had immense potential within him. Even in the harsh environment of planet Vampa, which was unsuitable for human survival, he managed to hold on until Paragus arrived. Due to the spaceship's accident, it remained unrepaired, and Broly lived with his father Paragus for a full 40 years. There were no humans on planet Vampa, so for decades, Broly had no human friends and could only associate with birds and beasts. However, in Paragus's view, Broly was destined to become a being of emperor-level status in the universe and his capable warrior. With such high aspirations, how could he associate with birds and beasts? If this got out, wouldn't people laugh at Broly? Therefore, every time Paragus saw Broly with birds and beasts, he would kill them. Over time, Broly ended up alone and quite lonely. While repairing the spaceship, Paragus shouted, "Broly, go get some fuel from the magma underground. I want to test if the spaceship is repaired." Broly responded with an okay and flew into the volcano on planet Vampa, activating his energy shield and entering the magma. Although the temperature of the magma was terrifying, it posed no harm to Broly with his energy shield activated. At that moment, a streak of light flashed and appeared at the top of the volcano, revealing a man and a woman. The man was handsome, and the woman had an extraordinary beauty. The two looked like a pair of celestial lovers, but the woman stood slightly behind, clearly showing her reverence for the man. These two were none other than Xue Tian and Lan Qi. After Lan Qi agreed to fight, Xue Tian used the cosmic instant shuttle to bring her to planet Vampa. Since the destruction of planet Vegeta, no one knew that on the distant planet Vampa in the 7th universe lived two Saiyans. One was old, weak, sick, and disabled, while the other was the legendary Super Saiyan, who appeared only once in a millennium or might not even appear at all. "Master, what is this place? The air feels so thin. It's not suitable for humans to live," Lan Qi said, feeling a bit of difficulty in breathing. However, she was no ordinary person now, but a practitioner with considerable combat power, and she quickly adjusted to the discomfort. In reality, this was also due to Lan Qi's lack of combat experience. If she had enough experience, she would have adapted the moment she descended on a planet Vampa, without needing a few seconds to adjust as she did now. It's not just unsuitable, it's completely unsuitable. "Here, you have your fighting target," Xue Tian said with a smile. Lan Qi knew her master wouldn't take her to such a place without reason. She looked around and noticed someone in the volcanic magma, busily working on something. "Master, what is that person doing?" "He's extracting energy from the magma to replace the spaceship's fuel," Xue Tian explained. Lan Qi instantly understood, so that's it. Seeing Broly with a cheerful expression, she roughly pieced it together. "Master, the fighting target you mentioned, could it be this person?" Xue Tian did not hide anything. "Yes, on this planet, there are only two people, one of whom is an old, weak, sickly person, and the other is the explosive-haired man in front of him." If Paragus heard Xue Tian's words, he would definitely explode with rage. "Who is the old, weak, sickly person? Who are you calling old, weak, and sickly?" Although Paragus does not have strong combat power, his combat ability is above that of humans, far from being comparable to a weak fighter. Naturally, someone like him would be furious if Xue Tian called him old, weak, and sickly, but Paragus did not hear it. Lan Qi was very surprised. "Master, since this planet is not suitable for human survival, how can there be two people? And this person does not look weak." These two people were originally Saiyans from planet Vegeta, but because one of them was born with an overwhelming power, he was driven here by King Vegeta. Lan Qi instantly understood, so that's how it is. However, she was still very shocked. Apart from Vegeta and Son Goku, there are actually other Saiyans from planet Vegeta still alive. Previously, she had also heard that planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza, and almost everyone there died. So it seems there are still some survivors. Lan Shi, get ready. The battle is about to begin. This Saiyan is called Broly. Although he has not undergone special training, he is a rare talent, possessing the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline with terrifying growth potential, so don't take it lightly. Of course, don't kill him right from the start. Just as he said, Broly has not undergone special training. At most, he has fought some beasts on planet Wampa. With such basic combat power, if Lan Shi uses the destruction technique from her Ultra Instinct right from the beginning, she could definitely kill him. As for later on, Xue Tian was not worried that Lan Shi would kill Broly. Instead, he would worry about Lan Shi. Yes, master. Hoo-hoo. At this moment, Broly had emerged from the lava. Chapter 80. He is not a fool. Just unfamiliar with human affairs, Broly emerged from the lava and saw Xue Tian and Lan Shi. Extremely surprised, having lived on planet Wampa for 40 years, it was his first time seeing two humans, and he curiously asked, "Who are you?" Broly's expression was calm and curious, like a young student eager to learn. Xue Tian knows that Broly in Dragon Ball Super is very loyal, gentle, and filial, and he doesn't like fighting. However, due to the bloodline issues within him, he also craves battle, making a contradiction. But it can be understood. The Broly in Dragon Ball Super has a personality that is almost the opposite of the Broly in the movies. In the movies, Broly is cold, ruthless, and incredibly brutal, even willing to kill his father Paragus. In contrast, the version in Super would never kill his own father. Xue Tian clearly remembers that in the Super anime, Paragus shocks Broly several times, and Broly's good friend can't stand it and criticizes Paragus for being excessive. Yet, Broly surprisingly defends his father, which would be unimaginable in the movie version, where there would be no defense, only a Kamehameha waiting for Paragus. Xue Tian greeted with a smile. "Hello, Broly. I am Xue Tian, and this is my apprentice, Lan Shi." After introducing himself, Broly was greatly surprised, completely not expecting that the other party actually knew him and could clearly call out his name. "You know me?" Before Xue Tian could respond, Lan Shi proudly explained from the side, "Of course. My master knows the past and the future. How could he not know you?" Broly, having not interacted with other humans for 40 years and only kept company with some birds and beasts, and later even being alone with Paragus, had very simple thoughts. He didn't understand many things. For example, he couldn't comprehend what Lan Shi just said about knowing the past and the future. He was momentarily confused. Seeing his state, Lan Shi was also a bit puzzled, wondering if this person was a fool, as he couldn't even understand this. Xue Tian did not explain, but instead asked, "Broly, do you want to leave planet Wampa and go to a place suitable for humans to live?" Broly did not decide immediately. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, "If you are willing to take my father with us, then we will go. If you're not willing to take my father with us, then I will not leave." Xue Tian couldn't help but smile. "You really are a filial son." Broly didn't understand what filial son meant and didn't know how to respond. Lan Shi noticed that Broly was silent for a long time and, out of the corner of her eye, glanced at her master and asked, "Master, why do I feel like he is like a blank sheet of paper? He doesn't understand anything?" Originally, Lan Shi wanted to say fool, but after thinking about it, she felt that would be impolite, so she decided to rephrase her thoughts. Xue Tian naturally saw through Lan Shi's thoughts and calmly explained, because for the past few decades, apart from his father, he had not communicated with anyone, and he did not understand the meanings of many words, nor did anyone teach him. In fact, he is very intelligent, and with a little cultivation, he will naturally become a talented person. Lan Shi understood this, and, at the same time, she had already guessed something. Her master might want to take this person as a disciple. Xue Tian responded with a smile. "Sure, if you are willing to leave. I can naturally take you with me. I won't leave your father, Paragus, alone on this planet Wampa. Then we are willing to leave. I'll go tell my father now." Upon hearing the other party's response, Broly immediately expressed his willingness. Being simple-minded, he didn't think that the other party had any ulterior motives. Xue Tian smiled and said, "Broly, don't be in a hurry. If you want to leave, you need to defeat my apprentice first." Lan Shi cooperated and flew in front of Xue Tian, her eyes sizing up Broly. Broly also examined Lan Shi. He had never seen a woman before and didn't have any principles about hitting women, but one thing was clear, he didn't like fighting. "I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight." Xue Tian knew that in his normal state, he didn't want to fight, and he didn't say anything. He just waved his hand, sending a force into Broly's mind, where the scene of Kakarot's son, Goku, crying as a child appeared. In that scene, there were two children lying down, one was him, and the other was Kakarot's son Goku next door. Kakarot's son Goku, sensing Broly's terrifying battle power, was scared and crying. Wah wah wah. Upon hearing this sound and seeing the scene, Broly began to become restless and furious. His body started to shake, and his fists and feet became involuntarily stiff. Lan Shi, witnessing this, asked in confusion, "Master, what's wrong with him? He doesn't like fighting, but deep down he craves it and can't break through himself." So I helped him a bit. Lan Shi, "Be careful later. Remember what I said," Xue Tian reminded. "Yes, Master." Lan Shi didn't dare to take it lightly. Since Master said this person is very powerful, then he must be very powerful. It was definitely not a joke. "Kokor, ot," Broly instinctively shouted. This startled Lan Shi, and at the same time, she felt a bit puzzled about why Broly suddenly called out Son Goku's name. Xue Tian explained with a smile. Broly harbors resentment towards Son Goku. They were both born on the same day, but Broly was born with a power level of 10,000, which scared the lower-class warrior Kakarot nearby to tears. Therefore, Kakarot's cries left a deep imprint in Broly's heart and mind, leading to his resentment. Lan Shi couldn't help but chuckle at this. It was quite an embarrassing story for Son Goku. Gradually losing his rationality, Broly's eyes began to lose their focus, becoming hollow and lifeless, almost like a walking corpse. "Huh!" Broly shouted, and his voice echoed across a radius of 10,000 meters. All the birds and beasts around, hearing this terrifying shout, quickly avoided it and hurriedly hid. In the cave, Paragus was momentarily stunned upon hearing Broly's shout. Holding a repair tool, he stood up confused and muttered, "What's going on? Why did Broly suddenly go berserk? This shouldn't be happening." He immediately put down the repair tool and pulled out a remote control from his waist. This remote could control the collar around Broly's neck, delivering electric shocks to calm him down. He used his flight technique to rush out. Chapter 81. Rapidly ascending to transcendence, Paragus quickly flew out and was taken aback to see Xue Tian and Lan Shi, wondering what was happening. Why are there two people here? How did they get here? He looked around but saw no spaceships or any vehicles, which puzzled him even more. How did these two people arrive? Even King Frieza wouldn't be able to fly through space without a spaceship, right? Seeing Broly, who was about to go berserk with a vacant look in his eyes, Paragus immediately called out, "Hey, Broly." However, Broly didn't hear him at all. His body was still trembling subtly, and his muscles were bulging uncontrollably. Realizing that Broly was out of control, Paragus wasted no time and took out the remote. Bang! Just as he was about to press the button, the controller exploded instantly, releasing a thick cloud of smoke. Paragus immediately looked up at Xue Tian and questioned, "What are you doing? Why did you blow up my controller? Do you know what that controller is for?" Xue Tian nodded gently and said, "I know. This controller is used to control Broly, right? It delivers electric shocks to prevent him from entering a berserk state." Paragus was taken aback and asked in surprise, "If you know this, why do it anyway? Once Broly goes berserk, no one can control him, and we'll all be dead." As he spoke, Paragus's expression darkened completely, his eyes filled with fear. Even when faced with him, the berserk Broly would strike without hesitation. Before the controller was placed on Broly, he had nearly died at Broly's hands. And the most frightening part was that Broly was just a child back then. Now that Broly has grown into a man, how terrifying would his combat power be after going berserk? It was something Paragus could not contend with at all. He was already thinking about where to hide, planning to come out and find a way to fix the controller once Broly returned to normal. What on earth was this person thinking? He clearly knew that this controller was for controlling Broly, yet he still wanted to destroy it. If it weren't for the fact that Broly was about to enter a berserk state, Paragus would definitely have taken action against Xue Tian. Xue Tian smiled nonchalantly, showing no concern at all, and provocatively said to Broly, "Broly, don't you want to leave? Then defeat my disciple. If you can't defeat my disciple, you are nothing." Huh. Broly, having already lost most of his sanity, fell into a frenzy upon hearing this, roaring loudly as he charged at Lan Shi. Boom! He threw a punch at Lan Shi. Lan Shi easily blocked it and retaliated with a punch, sending Broly flying hundreds of meters away. Paragus, hearing Xue Tian's words, asked in confusion, "What did you just say? You can take us away from here?" Xue Tian doesn't have much affection for Paragus. Although he has been taking care of Broly all these years, fulfilling a father's responsibilities, in reality, Paragus's main goal is to use Broly to help himself become the emperor of the universe. In his eyes, Broly is not just a son, but more importantly, a capable fighter. It's hard for him to like someone who exploits his own son. "Yes, I can take you away from here, but only if your son defeats my disciple. Otherwise, I can take him away and leave you behind." Paragus was momentarily stunned. The thought of taking Broly away, but not himself, left him speechless. He wanted to say something, But seeing that Xue Tian had already turned his attention to Broly and Lan Qi, he realized he was being ignored. So he decided to remain silent and watch the fight first. At the same time, he began to understand that this young man in front of him was not so simple, since he knew that Broly would go berserk and had already destroyed the controller. It seemed he was quite confident in controlling Broly in that state. Broly quickly stabilized his body and charged at Lan Qi like a hungry wolf, throwing punch after punch. But she easily evaded them. After dodging 10 punches in a row, Lan Qi lifted her right leg and delivered a powerful kick to Broly's chest, sending him flying. Broly roared, his swollen right hand raised, aiming to unleash a ki blast at Lan Qi. Boom! The ki blast shot out at high speed. Lan Qi casually blocked it, sending Broly's ki blast flying, while simultaneously releasing her own ki blast towards Broly. Boom! Broly was caught off guard and was hit by the ki blast. But it didn't cause him much harm. This was because Lan Qi had controlled her power, as Xue Tian had instructed her not to use her full strength at the beginning so as not to kill him. Therefore, Lan Qi was worried that a single ki blast might kill Broly, but upon seeing his impressive defense, she understood that even if she increased her energy, she wouldn't be able to kill him. After being struck by the ki blast, Broly was not severely injured. It only slightly slowed him down. At that moment, he had already charged in front of Lan Qi, unleashing a flurry of punches that disturbed the surrounding air, making a sizzling sound that directly disrupted the already thin atmosphere. Xue Tian stood in midair, observing Broly's condition, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Just a slight movement, and Broly's combat power had increased significantly. Truly a testament to the legendary Super Saiyan physique, a bug-like existence. Although Broly's combat power was growing rapidly, it was only significant when compared to Lan Qi. If Xue Tian were used as a reference, then this small increase would be negligible. After all, Xue Tian possessed the Void bloodline, which was far beyond what a legendary Super Saiyan bloodline could compare to. If Xue Tian had the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline instead of the Void bloodline, then while he would gain some combat power from fighting Beerus, it would be impossible for him to reach his current level. Just imagine, could a legendary Super Saiyan bloodline with a base combat power in the billions reach an evenly matched state against Beerus after battle? This evenly matched state would be under the premise that Beerus did not use destruction. Clearly, that is impossible. Only the unique Void bloodline could achieve such a feat. In midair, Broly was once again kicked away by Lan Qi. This time, Lan Qi did not let up. Instead, she charged in and launched a series of attacks, landing punch after punch on Broly's chest while he was still unsteady, forcing him to stagger backward, followed by another heavy strike. Chapter 82. Killing you will activate and boom. Broly crashed down like an uncontrollable meteorite, landing heavily on a hill. The hill could not withstand the massive impact and collapsed instantly. Lan Qi stacked her hands together, aiming at the hill, and shouted, "Ha!" Boom! A strengthened energy blast shot out, striking the collapsing hill. In an instant, the hill turned into thick smoke, billowing up. For a moment, it enveloped the surroundings, obscuring everyone's view of the situation. However, with Xue Tian's keen eyesight, he could naturally discern the movements inside. Moreover, there was a law that always existed in Dragon Ball, the law of smoke and injury. The greater the smoke, the lesser the damage. Such thick rolling smoke could not possibly indicate any real harm. As expected, with a roar, a battered Broly burst out from the shattered hill, his muscular hand reaching out to grab Lan Qi, as if he wanted to catch a chick. But could Lan Qi be so easily caught? Naturally not. Lan Qi effortlessly dodged Broly's grasp, landing punch after punch on him, sending him flying backward. With a flash, Lan Qi appeared behind Broly and suddenly kicked out, striking another hill. This Wampa star had no shortage of hills. Paragus, seeing Broly continuously being knocked away, was quite shocked. If he remembered correctly, this mysterious young man had just said that this woman was only his disciple. If the disciple was this strong, how strong could the master be? He worried that Broly would be unable to win, which would mean he couldn't leave here. He hurriedly explained, "Hello, sir, Broly has never undergone any formal training. Asking him to defeat your disciple seems a bit difficult. How about we consider it a victory if he can last for a certain amount of time without being defeated?" Xue Tian certainly knew what Paragus was thinking and said, "I have another way to enhance Broly's combat power, but I'm not sure if he can accept it." "What method?" Paragus instinctively asked, but seeing Xue Tian's malicious smile, he felt that this method might be quite frightening. Sure enough, Xue Tian coldly said, "That is to kill you. As long as you are killed, it will thoroughly provoke the great filial son Broly, unleashing all the wildness and potential within him, and his combat power will soar." Upon hearing this, Paragus felt a chill at the back of his neck and hurriedly waved his hands to explain, No, just let Broly fight like this. He might be able to defeat your disciple. No need for any stimulation. Xue Tian looked at Paragus's lewd appearance and merely smiled faintly, finding it uninteresting. What he just said was also the truth. If he killed Paragus, it would definitely provoke Broly. However, he still needed to take Broly as his disciple. If he killed Paragus, Broly would harbor resentment, making it difficult for him to accept him as a master. He continued to watch the battle between the two. Half an hour later, bang bang bang, Broly gradually adapted to the fight, no longer being knocked away by Lancey with just one punch. In fact, he landed several punches that almost hurt Lancey. Lancey was also gradually getting into the spirit of the fight, her strength increasing continuously. Despite only half an hour having passed, she had already pushed her basic combat power to its peak state. If Broly continued to grow like this, Lancey would not be able to compete even without transforming. Bang! Boom! The two exchanged punches, and both Lancey and Broly were pushed back several meters. Before Lancey could stabilize her body, Broly charged again. As if he hadn't felt any impact from that last punch at all. Xue Tian watched this scene and thought to himself, Broly's basic combat power is about to reach Lan Shi's level. This legendary Saiyan bloodline is no joke. No wonder he was born with a battle power of 10,000. Broly charged in again, delivering a powerful punch while a massive energy ball erupted from the center of his palm. Lan Shi also swung her fist, but upon seeing the energy ball in his hand, she instantly realized she had fallen for his trick. She wanted to dodge, but Broly's speed was now on par with hers. However, she could still defend herself, maneuvering her hands to create an energy shield. Boom! The energy ball exploded against Lan Shi's shield, and although she wasn't harmed, she appeared disheveled and quite embarrassed. Even a clay figurine has some resilience. Although Lan Shi was gentle and kind, at that moment, she was a bit angry. At this moment, Xue Tian also said, Lan Shi, there is no need to hold back anymore. His basic combat power is not much different from yours, so it all depends on your skills now. Lan Shi had taken a hit, and her beautiful face was covered with dirt, making her a bit angry. Now that she had received her master Xue Tian's permission and knew there was no need to hold back, she immediately clenched her fists. With a thought, the combat suit gifted to her by Xue Tian appeared instantly. Activate. Speed mode. Under Lan Shi's command, the combat suit transformed into blue, significantly increasing her speed while reducing her power. This is one of the main features of Lan Shi's combat suit, which has three forms: speed mode, power mode, and radiant mode, each with its own characteristics. Naturally, the most powerful is radiant mode, but it consumes a lot of stamina. In Lan Shi's view, although Broly's power had increased, once she transformed into speed mode, he definitely wouldn't be able to keep up with her speed, allowing her to use her speed advantage to defeat him. Whoosh! Broly lunged forward, throwing a punch that unleashed a torrent of punch energy, overwhelming everything in its path. With a tremendous force, Lan Shi's speed enhanced several-fold, easily dodging Broly's attack. Her figure flickered and appeared behind Broly, delivering a powerful kick to his back. Just as she prepared to launch another attack, Broly opened his mouth and shot a massive green energy blast at her. Ultimate technique. Lan Shi quickly dodged, and a massive energy struck a hill, instantly turning it to ashes. At that moment, Lan Shi appeared above Broly, her hands overlapping. Overlapping impact. Boom! Oh! The energy from the overlapping impact struck Broly's body, creating a massive pit hundreds of meters deep, with Broly lying at the bottom, surrounded by swirling smoke. Chapter 83. Broly's mighty ape power. Lan Shi looked at Broly lying in the giant pit. Her face relaxed, feeling that she had already defeated him. Paragus also felt that his son Broly had been defeated. He immediately felt disheartened, realizing he could not leave this place. No, he couldn't stay in this desolate place any longer. He had to leave. Only by leaving could he and Broly have the opportunity to truly showcase their abilities. Just as he was about to plead with Xue Tian, a roar echoed. Roar! Broly, lying in the deep pit, slammed his palm on the ground and shot up into the sky, simultaneously launching a ki blast with his left hand. The momentum was overwhelming. At this moment, Lan Shi was in speed mode, easily dodging the ki blast's impact. She swiftly avoided the ki attack, moving to the other side, hands overlapping again, preparing to strike Broly once more. However, at this moment, Broly's speed had also noticeably increased. A massive green ki blast formed in his right hand and was thrown directly at Lan Shi. Lan Shi's hands overlapped. Boom! The overlapping ki blast shot out. Boom! The two ki blasts collided instantly, releasing energy in all directions, causing shockwaves in the air. Paragus was almost knocked over by the explosive energy and to be safe. He immediately retreated hundreds of meters. At the same time, he felt a bit of admiration for Lan Qi. This woman's strength was truly impressive, able to match Broly, whose combat power could increase exponentially when he went berserk. He had always believed that no one could match his son, not even the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. But now, seeing this woman's capabilities really opened his eyes, especially since she had almost defeated Broly just moments ago. In the universe, when did such powerful fighters emerge? It seemed there had been quite a lot of changes over the decades. Boom! The battle between Broly and Lan Qi continued, but Lan Qi always maintained a speed advantage, landing punch after punch on him, sending him flying, and key blasts hitting him completely, leaving him with no strength to retaliate. Speed was indeed an advantage. While her attack power was slightly weaker, she could strike the enemy without taking damage herself. That was the advantage of speed. Bang! Bang! A few more punches struck Broly's head, causing him intense pain and injuries all over his body. Although Broly had lost much of his rationality, the pain surging through his body made him extremely furious. Suddenly, he stopped mid-air, no longer charging recklessly at Lan Qi like before. He clenched his fists tightly. He shouted, roaring to the sky, sending shockwaves of energy upwards while the energy within him continued to swell. Rip! Broly's momentum surged dramatically, and whirlwinds began to swirl around him. Seeing this scene, Xue Tian smiled slightly. Was he about to evolve? This first stage should be the Great Ape form. Broly's Great Ape form, also known as the Power of Rage, was different from the transformations of Goku and Vegeta. When he entered the Great Ape form, he wouldn't transform into a gigantic ape, but would instead swell 2 or 3 times larger. However, the strength of his Great Ape form was not weak. It didn't fall short compared to the boosts Goku and Vegeta received when they transformed. On the contrary, it was exponentially greater because his Great Ape form allowed the power of the ape to be contained within his body, filling him completely, merging man and ape, resulting in terrifying combat power. Xue Tian's guess was not wrong at all. He could see Broly's muscles expanding at a visible speed. His eyes turned golden, his hair stood up, and his aura became green. Xue Tian muttered to himself. If I remember correctly, Broly in this form was stronger than Super Saiyan Goku and Vegeta, but weaker than Super Saiyan God. Later, he gradually adapted and became stronger than Super Saiyan God, but was still no match for Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, Super Blue, Goku. However, it was only adaptation, not true mastery. Once he mastered it, he would definitely be able to match Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, Super Blue, Goku, or even surpass him. Broly let out a roar, his pupils completely losing their reason, looking at Lan Qi as if he saw something extremely hateful. He pounded his chest, bent down, and charged at her, throwing several punches at Lan Qi. Lan Qi felt Broly's increase in power, but was not afraid at all. She continued to use her speed to evade. Whoosh, 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 evading Broly's attacks. She kicked towards him. She thought Broly would dodge, but he showed no intention of avoiding it and instead let her kick connect. In that instant, Broly grabbed her foot with his large hand and forcefully threw her down. Lan Qi fell rapidly. Broly raised his hand high, and a huge green energy ball appeared in his palm. Super Explosive Wave. Without any hesitation, the massive super explosive wave came crashing down. Lan Qi looked at the enormous energy ball and felt a sense of crisis for the first time. Without daring to hesitate, she pushed her speed to the limit, dodging at full speed out of the attack range of the super explosive wave. Boom! The super explosive wave crashed down on planet Champa, and in an instant, a deafening explosion rang out. Boom! 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 The entire planet Champa trembled, landslides occurred, glaciers exploded and collapsed, volcanoes erupted, and tsunamis surged. But the tsunami was swallowed up in an instant by the explosive force. After the ground cracked, all the water flowed away. In less than a minute, planet Champa resembled a fiery Mars, engulfed in flames, with erupting volcanoes and flowing lava. Paraga saw this scene and murmured to himself, "It's over. Planet Champa is completely finished. There's really no way to survive here anymore. I must leave this place. I must get out of here." From the current scene on planet Champa, he knew that if he stayed here, it wouldn't be long before he would die. So no matter what, he had to follow Xue Tian and the others to leave. The battle between Broly and Lan Qi continued. After missing with one super explosive wave, he was furious and raised both hands towards Lan Qi. Top, top, top. Explosive energy meteor. Countless green energy balls came pouring down like rain, but this rain was green and extremely fast. Chapter 84. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly Explosive Energy Meteor. Lan Qi saw the dense barrage of energy balls and knew that no matter how fast she was, she couldn't avoid them. So she stopped hesitating, and with a thought, a silver light enveloped her body. In that moment, her hair turned silver, surrounded by strands of silver, with little silver stars twinkling around her. Free extreme skill. Xue Tian stood in midair, not surprised at all that Lan Qi was using the Ultra Instinct technique right now. Without this move, there would be no way to dodge Broly's explosive energy meteors. Although these meteors were made up of countless energy blasts, their power was no joke. In her speed form, Lan Qi was fast, but her defense was not strong. If she were hit by the explosive energy meteors, it would be enough to put her in a bad situation. Given the circumstances, using the Ultra Instinct was the best choice. Whoosh, whoosh. With the Ultra Instinct activated, Lan Qi easily dodged the meteor-like attacks. She appeared in front of Broly and delivered a punch to his chest, sending him crashing into the lava. The terrifying high temperature did not melt Broly. With a loud splash, the lava surged thousands of meters high, and Broly waved his hand, transforming the lava into energy blasts aimed at Lan Qi. With the Ultra Instinct backing her, she easily dodged again. Her figure flickered and she appeared in front of Broly once more, raining punches down on him and overwhelming him. Countless times he was knocked into the lava, but he couldn't be completely defeated. After a few seconds, he would surge back up. Whoosh! Broly charged out of the lava again, arms spread wide, shouting, "Energy blast attack!" 2 energy blasts rushed towards Lan Qi. Lan Qi overlapped her hands, and the combined energy blasts shot out. Boom! The overlapping energy blasts pierced through Broly's energy blasts and struck fiercely against his chest, instantly tearing his clothes apart and reverting his original ape form back to normal. Like a kite with its string cut, his body fell downwards. Paragus shouted, "Broly!" Exhausted, Broly closed his eyes. This person is really strong. Suddenly, hearing his father's call, he regained his spirit, thinking about defeating this woman and leaving this place. Lan Qi saw Broly falling down and thought to herself that it was finally over. This wild man really was leaving, looking like he hadn't been trained. Yet he got stronger the more he fought. If this continued, she might not be able to handle him. Just as she wanted to retract her Ultra Instinct, her eyes suddenly lit up as she sensed something was off. Locking her gaze on Broly, she noticed his momentum was rapidly increasing and his fighting spirit was gradually recovering. Broly's pupils became vacant again, and his previously falling body slowly straightened up. Huh! A roar shook the entire Wampa Star. The space trembled a few times. The lava on the ground splashed up, soaring hundreds of meters high, making the entire Wampa Star look like it was hosting a lava fireworks show. Around Broly, green energy whirlwinds began to gather, and in an instant, he entered his ape state, and after entering that state, he quickly transformed into another brand new form. His hair and eyebrows turned golden, his pupils disappeared, and he completely lost his rationality. Paragus, seeing Broly's transformation, asked in astonishment, "What form is this?" He had never seen Broly in this form. He had only seen Broly's ape form with bulging muscles, which he already found terrifying, capable of destroying the universe. Now, in this golden-haired state, although he hadn't seen Broly make a move yet, the momentum displayed around him was suffocating as the air was being twisted and drained away. Even from thousands of meters away, he could feel this suffocating sensation, knowing that this form was terrifying. It was definitely superior to the ape form. Xue Tian smiled with satisfaction and said, "He is in the Super Saiyan form." Super Saiyan? Paragus asked in confusion. Xue Tian was very happy to see Broly transform to this stage, momentarily ignoring his dislike for Paragus, and explained, "That's right, Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, a combat genius that appears once every few thousand years. His transformed Super Saiyan form will certainly not disappoint." Paragus, seeing that Xue Tian showed no signs of fear and was instead very excited, couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid that Broly will kill you? I know you are very powerful, but Broly's growth rate is very fast. Your disciple was previously suppressing him, but I have a feeling that after Broly transforms into this form, he won't be much weaker than your disciple, and he might even turn the tables. Aren't you afraid he will kill your disciple, and then you? Take me away now. I have a way to stop Broly." Upon hearing this, Xue Tian scoffed. "You have a way? What way? The controller you used on Broly has already been destroyed by me. What other way is there?" Paragus spread his hands and explained, "That's right. The controller has indeed been destroyed, but Broly listens to me very well. He's a very obedient child. I believe that in my presence, he will regain some of his sanity. At that time, you can ambush him and knock him out. This way, he can return to normal." Xue Tian was suddenly startled and thought carefully. Indeed, Paragus, standing in front of Broly, might actually help Broly regain his sanity. If that were the case, if he took Broly as his disciple, He could lead Broly down a different path, the Super Saiyan 4 path, not the mindless route. All along, Xue Tian had been curious about whether Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4 was stronger under the same basic combat power, and whether the later God forms were more powerful, or if Super Saiyan 5, 6, and beyond were stronger. He had always been intrigued by this while reading the Dragon Ball manga in real life, but he never had actual data to prove it. However, now he felt he had the chance to find out, and he would just need to try it out. Moreover, this Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan, and his transformation into Super Saiyan 4 was definitely not ordinary strength. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Paragus, seeing that Xue Tian was silent, couldn't help but ask, "What are you thinking about?" Chapter 85. The Ultra Instinct in Golden Hair State. "What are you thinking about?" Paragus asked in confusion, thinking that Xue Tian was contemplating his words. Xue Tian replied indifferently, "Not much. If you want him to calm down, you can persuade him yourself. I don't have a habit of ambushing people. If I want to handle Broly, do I really need to ambush? Not all." Paragus's face twitched a few times. He was indeed confident that he could make Broly a bit more rational, but having Broly completely rational was something he had no assurance of. He still needed someone to cooperate to knock Broly out. And this cooperating person had to be at least as strong as Broly. Otherwise, if they couldn't knock him out, wouldn't that ruin everything? After Broly transformed into a Super Saiyan, he was surrounded by a golden aura, which flowed and released terrifying pressure all over his body. Lan Shi knew that Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan, so she wasn't surprised that he could transform into a Super Saiyan. However, she never expected that Broly's transformation would exude such a terrifying aura. Based on her understanding of Super Saiyans, Broly's current transformation was only considered the first stage. If the first stage of Super Saiyan was this powerful, how strong would the second and third stages be? But now was not the time to think about that. After Broly's transformation, he turned into a green light and charged at Lan Shi. Whoosh! A punch was thrown at Lan Shi. Lan Shi, using her Ultra Instinct, automatically dodged Broly's fist. But Broly didn't pause at all and threw several more punches at her with incredible speed. With the enhancement of Ultra Instinct, Lan Shi still managed to evade Broly's punches. After dodging his attacks, Lan Shi seized the opportunity and launched a flurry of strikes at Broly. Although she managed to push Broly back, he seemed completely unscathed, quickly stabilizing himself and charging at Lan Shi without any pause, like a robot that didn't require stamina. After thousands of exchanges, Lan Shi clearly felt her stamina depleting, while Broly remained like a robot that needed no stamina, moving infinitely as long as he was alive. Moreover, Broly's fighting ability was growing rapidly. Although Lan Shi could evade with her Ultra Instinct, it was becoming increasingly difficult. There was already a vague sign that she might not be able to dodge much longer. The dodging ability from Ultra Instinct could provide a significant boost, but it didn't mean that one could evade unconditionally in any situation. If the opponent's speed exceeded yours, dodging would become very difficult. This divine technique could reduce the instant of brain thinking, allowing the body to dodge automatically, as if it had its own consciousness to avoid attacks, thus greatly reducing time. But if time is reduced, and one isn't as fast as the opponent, then the enemy could also hit you. After thinking for a moment, Lan Shi realized she couldn't continue fighting this way. She had to defeat Broly before her stamina ran out. With this in mind, Lan Shi focused her thoughts and instantly released her Ultra Instinct state, changing from her gentle blue-haired form to a golden-haired, berserk personality. In that moment, her gaze turned brutal and fierce, looking at Broly with disdain and arrogance. Huh! Clenching her fists and letting out a loud roar, the charging Broly was instantly knocked back, and a wave of purple aura surged around Lan Shi, with purple light shining in her eyes. A sense of obliteration permeated the surroundings, flowing outwards. And Broly's father felt the pressure, almost compelled to kneel, not for any other reason, but to submit to the fear erupting from within. Lan Shi arrogantly shouted, "Little Broly, you think you can fight me, Lan Shi? Let me show you the power of Ultra Instinct." Paragus paused. Ultra Instinct? He had never heard of it. However, this woman seemed normal before. Although her combat power was fierce, she also gave off a gentle, delicate feeling. How could her personality change so drastically after transforming? Broly saw Lan Shi beckoning him with her finger, completely ignoring him, and was extremely angry. Although he was irrational, he understood that the other party was mocking him. Most importantly, Lan Shi's arrogant expression infuriated him. Boom! His right hand shot up high. Super explosive wave. A massive energy sphere came crashing down, and Lan Shi showed no intention of dodging. Still wearing a disdainful smile, she overlapped her hands and shouted, overlapping energy sphere. Boom, boom, boom. The two energy spheres collided. Whoosh. The shockwave from the explosion shook the already battered planet Wampa once more, but neither of them stopped. They continued to charge at each other. Broly's massive fist against Lan Chi's seemingly gentle yet weak fist. Bang! Their fists met. Boom! An incredible wave of energy surged outward, creating shockwaves, erupting volcanoes, and swirling magma. As the ground exploded from hundreds of meters deep to over 1,000. Paragus watched the situation beneath his feet and couldn't help but swallow hard, anxiously telling Xue Tian, "Sir, they can't keep fighting like this. The entire planet Wampa will be destroyed." Xue Tian didn't care whether planet Wampa would be destroyed. He only cared about the improvement of Broly and Lan Chi's combat power. In this battle, although Lan Chi's improvement wasn't as terrifying as Broly's, she still gained significant benefits, enriching her combat experience and enhancing her fighting ability. Even though Lan Chi had been greatly enhanced through his modifications, she had never truly experienced a real battle. Without real combat experience, no matter how high her combat power was, it would be difficult to unleash it. This was one of the reasons he brought Lan Chi here. Even though she was Xue Tian's disciple, she certainly couldn't bring shame to herself. Paragus, seeing Xue Tian not responding, felt anxious but had no choice but to watch their battle helplessly. Bang, bang, bang. Lan Chi and Broly exchanged punches, and every punch they threw caused massive changes to planet Wampa, with mountains continuously sinking. Within a few minutes, the entire planet Wampa was covered in lava. Except for the creatures that could withstand the lava, no other life forms remained on planet Wampa. Chapter 86 Who? Boom, boom, boom. However, the battle between the two was not over. Lan Chi and Broly gradually adapted to the fighting state. Explosive meteor. Top, top, top. Overlapping energy shield. Broly unleashed a rain of energy blasts, but Lan Chi showed no fear, wrapping the overlapping energy shield around herself and charging at Broly, shouting, "Little Broly, is that all you've got? You're still too weak." In midair, Xue Tian looked at Lan Chi's arrogant demeanor and couldn't help but smile. In this state, Lan Chi indeed resembled the personality of a transformed Saiyan. It is well known that Saiyans become exceptionally arrogant and domineering after transforming. Although Lan Chi is not a Saiyan, her personality in this golden-haired state is quite similar. The performance of her self-extreme technique and free extreme technique is quite impressive, especially the self-extreme technique, which has a certain flair. Previously, when Lan Chi practiced the free extreme technique in actual combat, she spent most of her time dodging and then seizing the opportunity to attack. The self-extreme technique, on the other hand, is all about hard steel, regardless of the opponent's strength. Each has its own merits. However, what Xue Tian found more enjoyable was the self-extreme technique. After all, dodging is something he could apply in actual battle himself, and watching others do it was simply unsatisfying. Bang, bang. Lan Chi effortlessly passed through the rain of energy blasts and arrived in front of Broly, delivering a powerful punch, which Broly naturally did not fear. Bang! Boom! The two exchange another punch, instantly creating splashes of energy, with waves of energy sweeping across the entire Wampa Star. Zizizi. Wampa Star could no longer withstand the pressure of the two, cracking several meters deep, and the explosions continued, with the speed of the visible explosions becoming almost untraceable. It could even be seen that the molten rock and water were falling into a strange abyss, disappearing without a trace. In reality, this abyss was not a true chasm, but rather the universe itself, meaning that this planet had completely exploded apart like a ball shattering. And the next step after the explosion would be disintegration. Paragus was in a panic. Once Wampa Star exploded, he would die as well. And as for whether this mysterious young man would survive, he had no idea. But he was certain he would die. He immediately shouted at Broly, "Broly, stop. Wampa Star is going to be destroyed." However, Broly was already lost in madness, in a state of irrationality. Even if he heard Paragus's shouting, he wouldn't be able to pay attention to it, let alone not hear it at all. Paragus immediately flew in front of Xue Tian and knelt in midair with a thud, pleading, "Respected sir, please, make them stop. I know you can do it. Wampa Star is about to explode." Xue Tian observed that this Wampa Star would indeed explode in no time. It could withstand at most a few strikes from the two of them. After all, this Wampa Star was too small, and the energy it could absorb was limited. It couldn't handle the shock waves generated by their fight, which was quite disappointing. Bang! 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 The two of them continued to strike each other, simultaneously retreating hundreds of meters. But neither showed any intention of stopping. As they gathered their strength, they unleashed a full power punch, charging at each other recklessly. Xue Tian's figure flashed and suddenly appeared between the two, extending his hand simultaneously to block their attacks. He said, That's enough. Although Lan Qi had entered a state of arrogance and brutality with golden hair, she still listened to Xue Tian's words very well. Even in her arrogance and coldness, she knew that in front of Xue Tian, she was just a disciple. Once a teacher, always a father, no matter how cold or arrogant a person is. They cannot kill their own father. If that were the case, it would not be coldness or arrogance, but a moral downfall. A demon. Lan Qi focused her consciousness and returned to her gentle blue-haired state. Looking at the surrounding lava, she couldn't help but say, "Ah, did Broly and I do all this?" Broly's fist was seized by Xue Tian, and he felt very unconvinced. With an angry roar, he prepared to throw another punch at Xue Tian. Bang! However, how could Xue Tian be someone who could be sent flying with just one punch? Without any evasion, he struck first, delivering a knife-hand blow to Broly's shoulder, knocking him out. Paragus was shocked to witness Xue Tian's abilities. He subdued Broly in one move, which was incredibly terrifying. He had previously thought about attracting Broly's attention to set up a sneak attack. Now it seemed he was overthinking it. There was no need to do that at all. Paragus flew over and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." He secretly noted that in his future path as a cosmic emperor, he must never encounter this person. If he did, he absolutely should not become an enemy. Otherwise, he would have no chance of defeating him. Although it was just a seemingly ordinary knife hand strike, the momentum and power it contained were truly frightening. Xue Tian said, "Put your hand on my shoulder, and I'll take you out of here." Paragus didn't quite understand what he meant. How could placing a hand on his shoulder allow them to leave? But it wasn't the time to ask too many questions, and he felt that Xue Tian had no reason to harm him. If he wanted to kill him, a simple energy blast would suffice, and there was no need for such trouble. Not doubting anything, he immediately placed his hand on Xue Tian's shoulder. Omni-King.Upon. Whoosh! Paragus felt his eyes blur for a moment, and the scene in his eyes shifted, his body feeling light. He instinctively closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in a villa, and he asked in confusion, where's this place? Xue Tian did not answer him. He was really not interested in Paragus, and naturally did not want to respond much. Lan Qi explained, "This is Master S home." "Your Master S home? Then what planet is this?" Paragus asked in confusion. "This is Earth," Lan Qi said with a smile, suddenly remembering something, and added with a grin, "By the way, there are other Saiyans on Earth." "There are Saiyans on Earth?" Paragus asked in shock. Xue Tian wanted to say something, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Lan Qi, unaware of their past grievances, smiled and replied, "Yes, Sun Wukong and Vegeta are on Earth." Paragus's pupils instantly widened to their limits. "Who?" Chapter 87. The one who defeated Frieza. "Who?" Paragus asked excitedly. "It's Vegeta and Sun Wukong, and their descendants too. They've been on Earth for many years. Sun Wukong grew up on Earth, while Vegeta came here after he grew up," Lan Qi said in detail. She didn't consider whether Paragus had a feud with Vegeta or anything like that. "Vegeta." Paragus clenched his fists, his face filled with anger, murmuring to himself, "Vegeta? How could you leave planet Vegeta and come Earth?" This surprised Lan Qi, and she asked with confusion, "What's wrong with you?" Paragus wasn't afraid of Lan Qi knowing about his grievances with Vegeta, and recounted, "Back in the day, Vegeta's father, King Vegeta, saw my son Broly's incredible battle power and realized he was a rare fighting talent. Fearing my son would surpass him, he exiled Broly to the distant planet Vampa, nearly causing my son and me to die. I must take revenge on King Vegeta, but since his son is on this planet, I'll take revenge on him first." At that moment, Lan Qi remembered that her master, Xue Tian, had mentioned this issue before, but she didn't react in time. King Vegeta was indeed Vegeta's father, the one who exiled Broly. Therefore, she spoke without much consideration. Feeling embarrassed, she realized she might have caused a disaster. She looked at her master Xue Tian, hoping he would help rectify the situation, regretting that she had spoken at all. Had she not said anything, perhaps Paragus would have remained unaware that Vegeta was on Earth. Seeing the plea in his disciple's eyes, Xue Tian naturally stepped in, not with action, but with words. He glanced at Paragus and calmly said, "You don't need to seek revenge on King Vegeta." "Huh? What do you mean? Are you going to help King Vegeta?" Paragus asked in despair. He knew Xue Tian's battle power was terrifying. If Xue Tian helped King Vegeta, then his revenge with Broly would have no hope. But if that were the case, he felt extremely unwilling, thinking that his 40 years of suffering would have been in vain. He wanted to become the ruler of the universe, and the first step was to destroy King Vegeta, to trample him underfoot and show him how foolish it was to exile Broly. For the past 40 years, he had almost dreamed of this scene every night, so how could he easily let it go? It was impossible. But if Xue Tian helped King Vegeta, he truly wouldn't have a way to take revenge. Even if he was unwilling to let go, he could only suppress this thought deep inside for now. He needed Broly to gain the power to defeat Xue Tian before he could seek revenge on King Vegeta. Xue Tian saw through his thoughts and said lightly, I have no intention of helping King Vegeta, nor do I intend to help Vegeta. I just want to tell you that King Vegeta has been dead for many years, and your planet Vegeta, has long been destroyed. Huh? Planet Vegeta is destroyed? Paragus asked in shock. Xue Tian smiled meaningfully. What's wrong? Don't you believe me? Then do you remember Frieza? Upon mentioning Frieza, Paragus obviously knew who he was, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. I know. He is the Emperor of the universe. Back then, King Vegeta was working under him. Many of our Saiyan affairs were done through him, making us his subordinates. Your planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza, and King Vegeta was also killed by him. Vegeta ended up serving Frieza by a twist of fate, which is why he survived. Although Paragus felt quite shocked. Looking at Xue Tian's serious explanation, it didn't seem like he was lying, and there was no reason for him to deceive Paragus since he wasn't seeking revenge. He took a deep breath, clenching his fist tightly. King Vegeta, I didn't expect you to die so quickly. I was planning to take revenge on you, but now it seems that's impossible. I'll have to take it out on your son, Vegeta. You exiled my son back then, so now, if I kill your son, you shouldn't have any objections, right? This could be considered an eye for an eye. Xue Tian stopped talking and fell asleep on the lounge chair. Lan Shi, hearing his mumblings, quickly said, Huh? You're going to kill Vegeta? Paragus replied affirmatively, of course, since his father is dead, Vegeta will have to pay for it. Lan Shi insisted, Vegeta has changed. He is no longer a bad person. You can't kill him, and you might not even be able to kill him. She felt a deep regret. If it weren't for her, none of this would have happened. So if there was a way to make amends, she had to do it. She couldn't let her careless words spark a battle. Paragus immediately retorted, not a bad person? King Vegeta was an utterly evil little man, and his son must be a bad person too. As for whether we can kill Vegeta, I believe if Broly puts in some effort, he could defeat him. Perhaps with Broly's current strength, he could even kill him. Upon hearing this, Lan Shi fell silent, unsure of what to say. With Broly's strength, it was indeed possible for him to defeat Vegeta. She didn't know who was stronger between herself and Vegeta, but based on her fight with Broly. If he were given enough time to keep fighting, he would definitely defeat her. That was beyond doubt. So, would Broly face Vegeta in the same way? Certainly. However, she still couldn't let Broly fight Vegeta and persuaded Paragus. Your desire for revenge doesn't mean Broly wants revenge. You can't impose your happiness on Broly. That would be too cruel. It's unfair to Broly. Moreover, if Broly goes after Vegeta, Goku will definitely not stand by and watch. It will be Broly against both Goku and Vegeta, and Broly would surely be at a disadvantage. Paragus had heard of Goku before and asked curiously, Who is Goku? Lan Shi didn't know how to explain, but after a moment, she said seriously, You know Frieza, right? He asked the one who defeated Frieza. Paragus's eyes widened in shock. What? The one who defeated Frieza. Paragus knew how powerful Frieza was. He was a real cosmic emperor. Now, 40 years later, he must be even stronger. Yet, this person named Goku actually defeated Frieza. How terrifying must this person be? For a moment, Paragus felt confused. With someone like Goku helping Vegeta, should he still seek revenge on the two of them? Seeing him calm down, Lan Shi also breathed a sigh of relief. Ahem. At that moment, Broly, who had been lying on the ground, woke up, looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, saw his father standing nearby, and Lan Shi, and curiously asked, Where's this place? He then stood up. Lan Shi explained that this was Earth, in her master's home. Only then did Broly notice Xue Tian lying on the chair. He immediately greeted politely, Hello, thank you for bringing us here. He knew that his arrival here was entirely because of Xue Tian. According to what he said before, as long as Broly defeated his disciple, he would take him to this Earth. Did that mean he had already defeated his disciple? After careful thought, he remembered that he hadn't actually defeated Lan Shi. It had only been a tie, and he realized that Lan Shi hadn't even gone all out against him at first. If she had used her full strength, he would have been her opponent at all. It seemed that Lan Shi's master didn't allow her to use her full strength against him at the beginning. They hadn't intended to defeat him, just testing him. After thinking of this, he felt even more grateful. Suddenly, he thought of something and respectfully asked, Could you take me as your disciple? Paragus watched with keen interest, secretly thinking that if this mysterious person took Broly as a disciple, then Broly might be able to defeat Goku and Vegeta. Xue Tian sat up and calmly said, Of course. He didn't put on airs. After all, His initial thought was to take Broly as his disciple. If the other party didn't take the initiative to speak, he would find an opportunity to bring it up. Broly knelt down with a thud. Master. Upon hearing Xue Tian's agreement, Paragus felt overjoyed. It seemed there was hope for revenge. Killing Vegeta and Goku was no longer a distant dream. Xue Tian was well aware of Paragus's ulterior motives, but to him, Paragus was merely a clownish figure, completely ignorable. Moreover, Xue Tian didn't want to concern himself with their revenge issues. After all, that was their business. He didn't want to get too involved. As long as Broly could appear by his side when he needed him and do things for him, that was enough. Otherwise, what he gave to Broly could easily be taken back. All right, get up. Ding. Hidden choice completed. Reward. 10 consecutive draws won. A reminder from the system echoed in Xue Tian's mind. Hidden choices? There's even such a thing. I thought all choices were laid out on the surface. A 10 consecutive draw? Not bad at all. The last time, a 10 consecutive draw got me the Void Bloodline. I wonder what this one will yield? Thinking about it is quite exciting. Without further ado, I directly opened the 10 consecutive draw. Opening the 10 consecutive draw. CN Bean 3, System Upgrade 1. Thank you Lottery 2, Clear Heart Skill 1, Super Saiyan Level 2 1, Glass Clan Bloodline 2. Xue Tian was taken aback when he saw the extracted reward. System upgrade? What is this? Could it be that after using it, his system could upgrade? What changes would that bring after the upgrade? For a moment, he felt a surge of anticipation. However, he was a bit troubled by the other rewards. Among these items, the only one that caught his eye was a Glass Clan bloodline. Xue Tian clearly remembered that there were two representatives of the Glass Clan. One was Ragusi, and the other was Beidale. Ragusi was the last warrior in the core area of the prison planet, possessing the ability to glassify and generate glass. Due to this precious ability, she was rigorously trained from a young age and had very high combat power. She could create glass at will and turn it into spaceships, blades, shields, dragons, and other objects. Beidale also possessed the ability to glassify and generate glass, capable of simultaneously summoning 2 clone avatars and a group of glass soldiers. She was also one of the 4 black-clad warriors under the previous time Realm King Ios and participated in the Grand Super Time Tournament. When Xue Tian first saw the Glass Clan, he thought to himself that this race was quite impressive. However, the 2 Glass Clan members he encountered were both female, and he wondered if any males had survived. Coming back to his senses, he looked at Broly and said, "Broly, since you have taken me as your master, I will now bestow upon you the Clear Mind Technique. This technique will allow you to maintain clarity of mind after transforming, which in a sense will greatly enhance your combat power." Broly was overjoyed. He knew that after transforming, his mind would become chaotic. Although he had overwhelming attack power, he lacked intelligence and strategy, relying solely on brute force. In such a state, it was difficult to truly unleash his potential. However, if he could remain clear-headed, the situation would be different, and he could fight according to his own thoughts, significantly improving his combat ability. "Thank you, Master," Broly said happily. Paragus was even more thrilled, as this seemed to solve a major problem for him. He had thought that he would only be able to control the uncontrollable Broly with electric shock for the rest of his life. Now it seemed that as long as Broly was clear-headed, it would also be possible. However, he still felt a bit regretful that he could no longer make Broly obey him 100. In the past, when Broly was with him, he would completely obey his commands. And even if he didn't, Paragus could use electric shocks to make him comply. Now, without electric shocks, there was a possibility that Broly might not obey him. He pondered whether he should find a way to create another electric shock collar for Broly to wear. But it seemed there was no excuse anymore. He could previously use the excuse of controlling Broly's rampage, but now that he wouldn't rampage, that excuse clearly wouldn't work. After thinking for a while, Xue Tian placed his hand on Broly's forehead, channeling his thoughts, murmuring to himself. Use the Tranquil Heart technique on Broly. Ding! Successful use. In an instant, Broly clearly felt streams of memories entering his mind, merging with his brain. He carefully sensed it. The Tranquil Heart technique manifested in his mind. Heart is clear as water. Clear water is the heart. Gentle breeze does not arise. Waves are undisturbed, sitting alone in the bamboo grove. Long whistle and playing the zither. Even without going berserk, just silently reciting this Tranquil Heart technique, he felt his heart calm down countless times, becoming even more clear-headed. Xue Tian felt his change, smiled, and looked at Lan Qi, saying, "Lan Qi, you have contributed in this battle, so I bestow upon you the Glass Clan bloodline." Chapter 89, System Upgrade. Lan Qi, you have contributed in this battle, so I bestow upon you the Glass Clan bloodline. Although Lan Qi did not know what the Glass Clan bloodline was, she understood one thing in her heart. Whatever Master Xue Tian gave her would surely be good. She was the first to express her gratitude. Thank you, Master. Similarly, Xue Tian placed his hand on Lan Qi's forehead and used his will to grant her the glass clan bloodline. He had obtained 2 glass clan bloodlines. One could be absorbed by his own void bloodline, and the other could be given to Lan Qi. Xue Tian discovered that after absorbing other bloodlines with his void bloodline, he could utilize the effects of those bloodlines for himself, and even enhance the effectiveness of his void bloodline. It was incredibly useful, truly worthy of the void. Ding! The glass race bloodline has fused with Lan Qi. After the system's voice sounded, Lan Qi felt that her body was gradually changing. Glass began to emerge all over her body, on her hands and thighs, but she could control this glass with her mind. At first, she was surprised, but once she learned how to control it, she thought and retracted all the glass. With a wave of her hand, a glass sphere appeared, and under her command, that glass sphere transformed into a dagger, then into a fan. Whatever she wanted it to become was entirely up to her will. This is quite fun. Lan Qi et Golim et Siten Li. You all go stabilize your improvements, Xue Tian said calmly, as he prepared to study how this system upgrade worked. Seeing Paragus and Broly walking towards the villa, Xue Tian thought for a moment. Paragus, wait a minute, I have something to discuss with you. Broly wanted to stay too, but Xue Tian sent him off to practice in the yard. Having just gone through a battle, Broly's combat power had increased significantly, and he needed to stabilize his body. Now that he had obtained the clear heart technique, he needed to familiarize himself with it, so that he could transform whenever he wanted without worrying about losing control. Paragus asked in confusion, Sir, is there something you need to discuss? He was very puzzled about why Xue Tian wanted to keep him behind. Could it be to persuade him not to seek revenge? It was very possible, considering he lived on Earth, and that Vegeta also lived on Earth. There might be some connection between them. Since there was a connection, it was possible that he would try to persuade him. If he did, he would have to temporarily suppress his desire for revenge until Broly learned his skills. Only then would it be feasible. Xue Tian seemed to have seen through his thoughts and said, The matter of whether you want to take revenge on Vegeta has nothing to do with me. Don't think too much about it. If you want revenge, then go ahead. If not, then don't. I called you here just to tell you that I do not welcome you in my home. I brought you from planet Wampa purely out of consideration for Broly. So, Broly can stay in my house, but you should hurry up and get lost. Paragus was indeed taken aback. He knew that Xue Tian didn't particularly like him, but he thought he could stay because of Broly. However, he never expected to be told to leave so soon. There's nothing surprising about this. Don't think about having Broly plead for you. Just leave. Xue Tian ordered. Paragus looked distressed and said, Sir, please don't do this. I want to be with Broly. I can't leave him. I beg you, don't separate us. Xue Tian immediately made a stopping gesture. His face cold. All right, put away that disgusting expression of yours. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? For all these years, have you really cared for Broly out of a sense of duty to your father? ISNT, just because you want him to help you conquer the universe? Don't you want to become the emperor of the universe? You put a shock collar on him. ISNT, just to control him with electric shocks? These clumsy tactics may fool Broly, but can they fool me? Paragus's face turned extremely awkward. Clearly, he had been hit in a sensitive spot, revealing his true nature. I don't separate others' affections. If you really can't part with Broly, then you can take him with you. Xue Tian was very indifferent. He was quite satisfied with Broly as a disciple, but not to the point of fighting desperately for him. If Broly really chose to go with Paragus, then it could only be said that it was his own choice and it had nothing to do with him. He had no right to influence his choice. Paragus calmed down for a moment. If he wanted Broly to help him dominate the universe, he must ensure that Broly learned enough skills. Without sufficient skills, even if he took him away, it would be difficult to dominate the universe. Currently, he also had no startup capital and needed to first figure out what was going on with this Earth. He could develop Earth into a base first. After thinking about all this, he sighed and said, Fine, I'll leave. Broly will continue to learn from you. However, I want to say goodbye to Broly. That is fine. Xue Tian no longer paid attention to Paragus, closed his eyes, and began to communicate with the system. System. What's going on with the system upgrade that I just drew? System. The host can choose to upgrade or choose not to upgrade. Will the rewards be better after the upgrade? That is for sure. Xue Tian was also not ambiguous, and with a thought, he initiated the system upgrade. Beep. System upgrading. Progress. 20. 44. 89. 100. Upgrade completed. After the system upgrade, a reward effect prompt was added. For example, at Super Saiyan Level 1, there will be a reminder that allows transformation into Super Saiyan Level 1, greatly enhancing combat power. In addition, The system's random selection has transformed into a hidden trigger selection. In a sense, it is no longer the host's own choice, but rather a hidden trigger that may activate rewards even while you sleep, or it might never trigger in your lifetime. The quality of rewards obtained through hidden triggers will be improved, with a higher rate of good items dropping. Xue Tian realized after seeing these reminders. So that's how it is. The 10 consecutive draws he obtained this time were actually the result of completing a hidden task, right? System, is that how it works? Yes, there will be few obvious choices in the future. It all depends on the host's luck, the system explained. Xue Tian muttered, why do I feel like I've just left the beginner's village? The reasoning is pretty similar. Xue Tian also felt indifferent. As long as the quality of the rewards improved, it didn't matter whether there were hidden aspects or not. He didn't believe that, as the system said, it would never be triggered in his lifetime. Chapter 90, Need to Add Money. The next day, Xue Tian woke up, and it was already noon. He stretched lazily, feeling quite comfortable. Lanchi saw that her master had woken up from the chair and immediately brought over the washing water and breakfast. Life was simply too enjoyable. Xue Tian naturally did not hold back, washing up and eating. Master and junior brother took his father to look for a place to stay. After Lanchi finished tidying up, she came out and gently said, Xue Tian didn't mind. Based on Broly's performance in Dragon Ball Super, he was definitely a filial son. When his father was driven away by him, he would surely help find a new place to live. However, with Paragus' temperament, he wouldn't admit to being driven away. He would certainly say it was inconvenient to stay there, because Paragus would want to keep Broly by his side for training. This was no big deal. Oh, suddenly, Xue Tian sensed a spaceship appearing in outer space above Earth, and this spaceship was deliberately releasing energy towards his villa, clearly wanting to see him. Lanchi, I need to go out for a bit. Okay, master. Xue Tian used the cosmic shuttle and appeared in outer space of Earth. Sure enough, there was a huge spaceship suspended there. He flew towards the spaceship. At the entrance, a soldier with blue skin was waiting. Excuse me, are you Mr. Xue Tian? That's right, Xue Tian replied. The soldier respectfully said, please come in. Xue Tian thought to himself, who are these people? From their demeanor, they clearly came deliberately to find him, even knowing his name, which indicates they had already done their homework. He followed the soldier inside and arrived at the hall of the spaceship. In the main seat of the hall sat a man wearing a red coat, with blue skin and hair tied up and standing upright. Beside him stood 3 people, 2 of whom had the same blue skin as him, 1 male and 1 female. On the other side stood a handsome man with green hair, who had an eye patch over his right eye. Xue Tian recognized a few people at a glance. The 3 with blue skin were none other than the members of Zeta. The man sitting in the main seat was the leader of Zeta, Erek. Standing beside him, a man with the same skin color was Jaz, and the woman was Maki. On the other side, the green-skinned man wearing an eye patch was Granola, the bounty hunter from Universe.Should. Granola, being a bounty hunter, was not affiliated with the Zeta organization, but he would work for money. However, Granola had his own unique personality. If he was in a bad mood, he wouldn't be very cooperative. This time, after completing the task Erek had hired him for, he intended to leave directly. However, Erek invited him to Earth to see what Xue Tian, who had killed Oyer, was like. Erek was not interested in watching the show, but since he paid Granola to come along just to see, not to fight, Granola accepted the offer. The payment was quite generous. As a bounty hunter, Erek naturally liked and needed money, and he was happy to take on such low-difficulty tasks with high rewards. Furthermore, he believed Erek invited him along to save face. Erek walked down from his chair with a beaming smile and warmly greeted, Hi, Xue Tian. He acted as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in years, but Xue Tian knew in his heart that Erek was clever and cunning, with grand ambitions. To him, everyone was merely a relationship of interests. Deep down, he looked down on the powerful Frisia and Scions, believing that only his wisdom, combined with power, could truly control the universe and become the emperor of the cosmos. He thought that one day he would replace Frisia and rule Universe.7. Therefore, his current demeanor was not genuine. He likely needed Xue Tian, which is why he was being so warm and respectful. Xue Tian was not mistaken in his assessment. After Erek approached him, he happily said, Hello, my friend. Xue Tian had no good feelings towards someone like Elec and replied, I am not your friend. On the contrary, I should be your enemy. I killed Oyer. Elec was taken aback, not expecting Xue Tian to bring it up directly, which was tantamount to tearing off the mask of politeness. His smiling face turned cold. Xue Tian, I welcomed you with a smile, and you don't appreciate it. Yet you dare to mention this matter? Elec and his companions naturally knew that Xue Tian had killed Oyer. Originally, Jace and Maki had suggested killing Xue Tian, However, Alec thought that since Xue Tian could kill Oyer, his strength must be considerable. If he could join his Sita organization and become a pawn, wouldn't that be better? After all, Oyer was already dead, and even if they killed Xue Tian, Oyer couldn't be resurrected. But he didn't expect Xue Tian to give him no face at all. In front of everyone, he exposed him. If he continued to smile, it would be difficult to lead people in the future. Xue Tian bluntly said, "What are you planning? Do you think I wouldn't know? You want to use me as a pawn. Do you think that's possible?" The silent figure of Jiaz flashed and rushed towards Xue Tian, wanting to attack him, but was blocked by Alec. "Get down." Jiaz, constrained by Alec's authority and his obedience to him, though unhappy with Xue Tian, still retreated. "Xue Tian, it seems we have nothing more to discuss," Alec said coldly. "Of course." Alec warned again, "Xue Tian, you need to think it through. You killed Oyer, and if you don't join us, this matter won't just end so easily." "Not so easily ended. Then how will it end?" Xue Tian was completely unconcerned by the threats. Alec quickly retreated to his seat and sternly shouted, "You really have a lot of guts. You outright disregard the authority of our Zeta organization. I valued you as a talent, but it seems that's no longer necessary. Granola, I will pay you 50 strings of cosmic jewels. Kill him for me." Granola sized up Xue Tian, feeling no aura from him, as if he were an ordinary person, but he knew that the other party was definitely not ordinary. However, he couldn't understand why there was no aura. Could it be that he was much stronger than himself? This made him hesitant to act recklessly, but of course, he was not afraid. "No, I need to raise the price." Chapter 91 Granola's Evolutionary I know. "I need to raise the price," Granola said firmly. Jiaz frowned and angrily said, "Granola, are you taking advantage of the situation? Do you really think we can't do without you?" Just as Jiaz was about to say more, Alec gestured for him to be quiet. Alec replied, "Fine, I will give you double the reward. Now kill him for me." With that, he took half of the reward from his waist and threw it to Granola, following the other party's rules, which stated to first collect half. After the job was done, the other half would be paid. After receiving the payment, Granola stepped out, staring at Xue Tian, and said lightly, "Sorry, I take money to do things for others." "Granola, what are you still talking about? Hurry up and kill him. The double reward isn't for you to waste time here." Jiaz shouted angrily when he saw that Granola was still hesitating to act. He was already unhappy with Granola, and now the delay made him even more irritated. Granola glared at Jiaz. If it weren't for needing the money, he wouldn't want to work for the Zeta group. However, now that he had taken the money, he indeed had to do the job, as that was the bottom line for bounty hunters. If he didn't want to, he shouldn't have accepted the money in the first place. Whoosh! Granola's figure flickered as he charged at Xue Tian, his fist gathering immense power, striking like a black dragon coming at him. Bang! However, this punch was effortlessly blocked by Xue Tian with a casual lift of his hand, without any effort at all. It was like blocking a punch from an ordinary person. Granola's initial combat power was not strong. He later became the strongest in the universe for a time, excluding the gods, which do not include the Kaioshin, because he obtained the 2-star Dragon Balls and wished for that power. But his current fighting strength was not particularly weak. It was also not impressive, far inferior to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. With such strength, how could he possibly harm the current Xue Tian? After having his punch blocked, Granola's face was filled with surprise. Not just him, but Alec and the others were also shocked. They were quite clear about Granola's strength, which was only slightly weaker than Jiaz, but now he was easily blocked. It was truly astonishing. After his surprise, Granola swung his other fist fiercely. Bang! However, the result was the same. It was also easily blocked by Xue Tian. Bang! Granola tried to retract his hand, but found it firmly held by an enormous force. Unable to pull back at all, he prepared to kick Xue Tian. Bang! However, before his foot could strike, Xue Tian had already acted first, pushing his hand forward and unleashing a massive shockwave that sent Granola flying. He crashed to the ground more than 10 meters away, and fortunately, the spaceship was large. Otherwise, he would have slammed into the wall. Of course, this was also because Xue Tian held back. Otherwise, Granola would have been easily sent flying. Alec was horrified. Granola, in front of him, was so weak. No wonder he could kill Oyer. He indeed had strength. If our Zeta group could recruit such talent, dominating the universe would be just around the corner. There would be no need to fear Frisia anymore. At this moment, Alec already knew the news of Frisia's resurrection, and that Frisia was starting to form the Frisia Force. It was because of this that he was so eager to bring Xue Tian under his wing. If Frisia had not been resurrected, he wouldn't have been so urgent, as their current combat power was already sufficient. Granola stood up, his eyes revealing disbelief. The strength of the person before him exceeded his imagination. He had thought that he might not be a match, but he never expected the gap to be so vast. However, he still had his trump card. He reached out to remove his eye patch. Alec stopped him. Wait. Granola didn't quite understand why he suddenly stopped him. Wasn't he supposed to let him kill Xue Tian? However, since the employer told him to stop, he didn't say much and simply halted. Alec once again extended an olive branch. Xue Tian, as long as you join our Zeta group, I guarantee you can become the ruler of the universe. You will become the supreme being in the universe. In his heart, he was secretly thinking, once I have used you up, I'll find a way to dispose of you. Dreaming of being the ruler of the universe. Xue Tian naturally could not believe his words, and he had no interest in becoming any ruler of the universe. If he really wanted to be the emperor of the seventh universe, it would be just a matter of minutes, but it was truly unnecessary. Alec, you are an ambitious and deeply scheming person. Do you think you will give the position of the ruler of the universe to me? Do you think I would believe that? Alec was indeed taken aback. How did this Xue Tian understand the Zeta group so well? How did he know so much about himself? Had he interacted with him before? Or had he investigated him? Although these thoughts crossed his mind, he did not admit it. After all, admitting such things was not a good idea. I said that as long as you are willing, our Zeta group can help you become the ruler of the universe. The entire universe will belong to you. This is my promise to you. Xue Tian scoffed, not interested. Alec saw the disdain in his eyes and knew that the other party would not join the Zeta group no matter what. Since they couldn't become friends, then they might as well become enemies. Killing him now would eliminate a potential obstacle later. Make your move, Granola, with your strongest abilities. Upon hearing Alec's words, Granola didn't hesitate. He suddenly removed his right eye patch, revealing a strange right eye, bright red and different from his left eye, with a somewhat mechanical feel. Yet not entirely so. This was a natural ability of the Serial aliens, known as the Sniper Specialized Right Eye. With this eye, he could lock onto the vital points of enemies from a distance, and then strike at their weaknesses. Xue Tian took a glance and didn't pay much attention. For others, the right eye ability of the Serial aliens might pose a threat, but for Xue Tian, it was nothing at all, because he had no flaws whatsoever. One could also say that he was full of flaws. As expected, when the Serial alien Granola opened his right eye and looked at Xue Tian, searching for his flaws, it was indeed true that there were flaws everywhere. However, he felt that these flaws were not really flaws. They were all defensive points. It was truly bizarre. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Chapter 92. Let's see how you choose. Granola was stunned. Alec, seeing that he had opened his right eye and had been silent and inactive for a long time, was quite surprised, wondering what this guy was doing. He knew very well that this guy's left eye was a specialized eye that could see through a person's flaws. By opening this eye, he could gain excellent assistance, and his combat power could increase several times. It was precisely for this reason that Granola had become a well-known bounty hunter. Their Zeta group had always been cooperating with him. Unable to hold back, he shouted, "Granola, what are you doing? If you want to fight, then fight." What else with the hesitation? Granola, upon hearing this, stopped wasting words. Whether it was flaws or whatever, he had to bite the bullet and go for it. Otherwise, he might lose his title as the best bounty hunter. He leaped high, like a bolt of lightning, charging toward Xue Tian. Boom! A punch came crashing down. Xue Tian's face was calm, seemingly not taking Granola seriously. Indeed, with Granola's strength, he really didn't regard him highly. Perhaps after he wished to become the strongest in the universe, he would take him seriously. But for now, it was impossible. Bang! Another punch was easily blocked. Xue Tian casually threw it out and said, "Granola, your strength is too weak. If you continue to struggle in vain, don't blame me for killing you directly." Although his voice was calm, it was. Xue Tian used a certain amount of energy, and his words struck directly at Granola's heart, causing him to shudder subconsciously and turn pale. He couldn't help but think, who exactly is this person? How can his strength be so terrifying? I've never heard of such a figure in the universe. The three of them, Alec and his companions, also realized that Lin Machen's strength was indeed formidable. So much so that even if they teamed up, they might not be able to defeat him. Although Granola was not as strong as them, he was not far off. Yet such a person was subjected to such ridicule. The key point was that it wasn't just ridicule. He truly had the ability to easily subdue Granola, which was impressive. What a pity, such a person cannot be used for my Zeta. Now, wanting to kill him is difficult. What should I do? Is there any way? The leader of Zeta, Alec, kept thinking. He wanted to find a completely new way to deal with Xue Tian, but no matter how he thought, he couldn't come up with anything. If it really was impossible to deal with him, he could only seek help from Frisia, if Frisia was willing to take action, things might be easier to handle. He heard that Guy had already been training. He wondered what the results would be after the training. The Frost Demon clan hardly ever trains, and this Frisia had also not trained until he encountered those people on Earth. It was only after being killed that he started to train. For a moment, Alec was conflicted, hoping that Frisia would become stronger while also hoping he wouldn't. If he became strong, he could help him kill Xue Tian, but then it would be hard to deal with him afterward. If he wasn't strong, there would be no way to deal with Xue Tian. Alec took a deep breath and looked at Granola, wanting him to try and gauge Xue Tian's true strength once more. Granola, you accepted my reward. Are you just going to stop here? Have you forgotten the bounty hunter's code? Of course not, Granola said coldly. He knew Alec had no good intentions. He clearly knew he was outmatched, yet still wanted him to do this. But he had just accepted the payment. And it was not good to go back on his word now, unless there was something special or something that could make him go against his will. Xue Tian glanced at Alec and said, Are you planning to push him into the fire pit? But then again, Granola is just a pawn for you, Alec. Now that you think he is not very useful, of course you can discard him. Or rather, you can abandon him anytime, because if he dies, there are other bounty hunters. Alec coldly replied, Xue Tian, don't make it sound so harsh. I'm not forcing him. That's Granola's own principle. Once he takes the money, he will do the job. It's also the code of conduct for bounty hunters, unless he no longer wants to be one. Xue Tian curled his lips into a playful smile. Oh, interesting. Then I want to see how Granola will choose next. Huh? What does that mean? Alec and Granola both didn't quite understand what he meant. What choice? Shouldn't taking the money mean they just have to tough it out? For some reason, Alec had a very bad premonition. As for why, he couldn't quite explain it. Could it be that we were going to be killed by Xue Tian? That shouldn't be the case. Although the few of us can't handle him, he shouldn't be able to easily kill the three of us either. We still have our trump cards. Xue Tian looked at Granola and said seriously, Granola, a Cerealian, 40 years ago, the planet Cerealia was invaded by Frisia's army, and the giant ape-turned scions turned the planet into ruins. Only 10-year-old you found your separated mother, Muesli, but the pursuing giant ape scions caught up with you too, and you fainted from fear. Granola looked at Xue Tian in shock and asked how. How do you know? It wasn't just him who was surprised. Even the leader of the Cerealians, Alec, was extremely shocked. This person in front of them actually knew these things, so did he also know about the hidden matters behind it? If so, wouldn't he Granola turn against me? After thinking about this, he took a deep breath. At this point, he could not stop it. It didn't matter even if Granola found out. Xue Tian calmly said, The reason I know is that I am aware of the past and the future. The reason Granola became a bounty hunter is mainly because you lack currency, which is money. You need to take care of Monate, who raised you. If it weren't for Monate back then, you would have already died. And all this time, you believed that Frisia and the Scions destroyed your planet. So you have a deep hatred for Frisia and the Scions, always yearning to defeat Frisia and those Scions from back then. However, when you learned that the Scions were dead and planet Vegeta was destroyed, you shifted all your focus onto Frisia, right? Granola replied, That's right. You are not wrong. At the same time, a fiery light emanated from his eyes, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Do you really know the past and the future? That's right. Chapter 93, The Truth. If I didn't know, would I be saying so much to you? How could I know so clearly? This is about your planet. Xue Tian responded. Granola also felt this way and completely believed it in his heart. However, Alec, who was sitting in the main seat, felt that something was wrong. Although he knew it was useless to stop it, he still wanted to intervene. After all, he still needed Granola to test Xue Tian's true strength. Granola, what he said was partly true, but there were many inaccuracies. He was deceiving you with falsehoods, so you must not believe him. Xue Tian sneered disdainfully. Whether I'm lying to him or not, he already has his own conclusion in mind, and it's not up to you to interfere with his thoughts. To be honest, Granola believed Xue Tian because what he said was almost entirely correct. It was hard not to believe in such nearly accurate words. Looking at Xue Tian, he continued to ask, What else do you know? Xue Tian replied, Since you want to know, I'll continue to tell you. You probably don't know that the organization you are currently loyal to, the Heater organization, has actually been in contact with the Frisia force, right? Xue Tian asked calmly. Granola turned his gaze towards Alec, who was seated at the head of the table, seeking an explanation. Alec found himself at a loss for words, simply saying weakly, We haven't. Don't believe what he says. Frisia is who he is. I know better than you do. How could we possibly have dealings with him? Our goal is to revive the planet and provide a new home for those who have none, just like your people. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Xue Tian suddenly smiled. This made Alec quite unhappy, and a flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes. However, he knew that he was not a match for the person in front of him. Even if he felt murderous intent, he had to endure it. All he could do now was hope that Granola would not believe Xue Tian. But based on the current developments, there was no way to stop Xue Tian. At this moment, Xue Tian said, "Isn't the destruction of Cyril's star the result of your alliance with Frisia? Isn't the extinction of the Cyril people your masterpiece?" Boom, boom, boom. These words shocked Granola's thoughts. Alec's expression changed. The thing he feared most had indeed happened. How did Xue Tian know about the events from back then? Could it be that he really knows the future and the past? That can't be possible, can it? Someone like that exists in this universe? However, he thought of someone and felt relieved about it. Perhaps there really are such people. There's no telling what wonders this vast universe holds. Granola looked at Alec again, his eyes filled with hatred. Alec knew that Granola had already believed the other's words, so he no longer hid anything. Since you believe him, then I have nothing to hide. He was right. Your Cyril star was indeed destroyed by our alliance with Frisia. Granola instantly erupted in anger, clenching his fists and shouting furiously, "Why did you do this?" Since the cards were already on the table, Alec also didn't conceal anything. His face cold. "Don't you know what kind of person Frisia is? Since we've allied with him, do you think that's for no reason?" Granola understood completely. "It seems you're also despicable and shameless people." "You're not wrong," Alec replied. "We are indeed despicable and shameless. Only the despicable and shameless can dominate this universe and control countless planets. Ha ha ha." Alec took pride in it rather than feeling ashamed. In his mind, he aimed to achieve greatness, and to achieve greatness, one must be invincible and ruthless. Only then can one truly become strong. People like Granola, who are held back by their attachments, are precisely why Alec looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. "I will kill you," Granola shouted angrily. Xue Tian then reminded him, "Don't be anxious. There are some things you don't know yet. Let me explain it to you slowly." Granola suppressed the anger in his heart and waited for Xue Tian's words. "In fact, your mother was not killed by the Scions. On the contrary, both you and your mother were saved by the Scions," Xue Tian said calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately overturned Granola's understanding. He had always believed that his mother was killed by the Scions. That gigantic, transformed Scion showed no emotion and ruthlessly destroyed their home. At that time, his mother was chased down by one of the Scions, and when he woke up, his mother was already dead. It must have been that Scion who killed her. But now Xue Tian actually said otherwise, claiming that they were saved by the Scions. This truly shattered his perception, and he found it hard to believe. If it weren't for the logical and reasonable things Xue Tian had just said that made him believe, he would absolutely not have any doubts about this statement. Instead, he would completely disbelieve it. Xue Tian also noticed this and continued with a hint of doubt. "The Scion who saved you and your mother is named Bardock, and the one who killed your mother is the very Alec you are currently serving." Hiss, hiss, hiss. Granola felt his consciousness being drained. The news he had just heard was too shocking. All along, Alec had told him that the one who killed his mother was a Scion. Deep down, he had always believed that, but now someone was telling him that the person who killed his mother was actually Alec, while the Scions had become his saviors. "Are you lying to me?" Although he was asking Xue Tian, his gaze was fixed on Alec's face. Seeing Alec's calm expression, without any explanation or desire to clarify, made Granola believe it to a large extent. Alec didn't want to explain because he had just admitted that they had colluded with Frisia to destroy planet Cyril. He knew very well that, given Granola's character, he would never let them off the hook. Therefore, there was no need to waste words on explanations. Xue Tian looked very interested and said, "Do I need to lie to you? Can't you see Alec's performance? By the way, I forgot to tell you that the Scion named Bardock once clashed with Jaz. Jaz was defeated by him." Upon hearing this, Jaz looked coldly at Xue Tian, his eyes revealing surprise. He couldn't believe that Xue Tian even knew about this. It was truly unexpected. However, it was also a humiliation for him. Thinking about being defeated by a Scion made him clench his fists in anger, thinking that if he ever saw that Scion again, he would definitely tear him to pieces, making him understand that it was just a moment of carelessness on his part back then. Chapter 94. Because it's interesting, Granola saw the angry expression on Jaz's face and instantly confirmed that what Xue Tian said was not wrong. If Alec's expression was somewhat ambiguous and not very certain, then Jaz's expression completely proved it. Jaz was an extremely proud person, and he must have viewed such matters as humiliation. Since it was a humiliation, it was certain that he would display such an expression. If you still don't believe it, you can ask Monet when you go back. He knows everything about these matters. Granola was suddenly shocked, staring blankly at Xue Tian, swallowing hard. "Monet knows everything?" You'll find out if you ask him when you go back. Xue Tian didn't elaborate further. Whether it was true or not, asking would reveal everything. But he knew that Granola had already started to believe his words. It was just that the amount of information was overwhelming, so he couldn't react immediately. Such matters would be hard for anyone to accept in an instant. After all, in his mind from the very beginning, it was Frisia and the Scions who destroyed his family, while Alec played the role of the good guy. But now, the good guy had turned into the bad guy, and the bad guy had become the good guy, which left his thoughts in complete chaos. After sorting through his thoughts for 3 minutes, Granola completely awakened, glaring angrily at the 3 members of the Zeta organization, and shouted furiously, "I will kill you." Xue Tian communicated in his mind, "Granola, don't be impulsive. With your current strength, you are not a match for the 3 of them. It's better to go back and train properly. Once your strength is sufficient, it won't be too late to deal with them. Since you've already waited for decades, why care about a little more time now?" Granola looked at Xue Tian and asked in his consciousness, "Why are you helping me?" "Because it's interesting." Xue Tian smiled mysteriously. This left Granola a bit confused. "Interesting? What is interesting?" "Now, I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. Do you want to be killed by them right now, or do you want to go back? Train well, and then kill them? If you don't answer me in 10 seconds, I will leave here. By then, even if you don't kill them, they will kill you. If you want to leave, I could take you back to Cyril Star. Currently, other than Granola, no one on Cyril Star is a Cyril Star native. They are all from another race, the Hagosians, who lost their planet due to Frisia and the actions of the Alec organization. Think carefully. Whoosh. Hearing Xue Tian's words, Granola felt they made a lot of sense. With his current strength, he couldn't handle even one Jas, let alone the 3 of them. He really needed to train for a while. Otherwise, he would not only fail to take revenge, but also lose his life. "I'll go with you." "All right, come here." So, under the gaze of Alec and the others, Granola walked toward Xue Tian. "Put your hand on my shoulder." Granola complied, which left Alec and the others confused. What was going on? What were they doing? Granola stared fiercely at Alec and said, "Alec, it won't be long before I come to seek revenge on you. Just wait to die. You 3. Jas couldn't stand Granola's attitude anymore. Clearly, he was weaker than them, yet he was so cold and arrogant, which really annoyed him. He raised his hand and shot a ki blast. Boom! However, before his ki blast could hit, Xue Tian and Granola had already disappeared. Huh, where did they go? Machi asked, puzzled. Alec carefully sensed Granola's aura, but found nothing, as if he had vanished in a thin air. They must have left. That Xue Tian must have used some special method. "Boss, what should we do now?" "Granola knows about our plans and will definitely be our enemy." Machi asked. Jas, however, was dismissive and said, "What should we do? What else is there to do? Just go to Granola's planet, kill him and his grandfather, and eliminate the threat." Alec pondered for a moment, feeling something was off. "We can't do that for now." "Why? Why can't we do that? Do we have to wait for Granola to grow stronger? Even though I see him as a waste, I don't want to see him live another day. Not even a minute." Jas asked, confused. Alec stood up, walked down the steps, and calmly explained, "I want to kill him and eradicate the root of the problem too. But given the current situation, that Xue Tian is intent on helping Granola. With that person's strength, do you think the 3 of us together can win? Be honest." Alec knew Jas's personality, so he specifically reminded him to be honest. Jas understood his boss's intention and, after thinking seriously for a moment, shook his head. "With the power he has shown, it is indeed very difficult for us to win right now. However, boss, I believe that it won't be long before I can surpass him. I will train hard to defeat him. You know my growth rate." Alec patted Jas's head. "Of course I know, but I have a better plan. It will allow us to kill this Xue Tian without any effort." Machi smiled slyly. What plan? She knew that her boss's ideas were always spot on and had never let them down. Since he said they could kill Xue Tian, then they surely could. Frisia has been revived. We can take advantage of them to kill Xue Tian. Frisia's strength is not weak, and Xue Tian's strength is also formidable. Both might very well end up injuring each other or even perish together. If they do perish together, that would be even better. Ha! Thus, the tense atmosphere earlier transformed into a cheerful one under the guidance of Alec, as they felt they had found a way to kill Xue Tian. It might even allow them to achieve 2 goals with one plan. Cyril Star. In the blink of an eye, Xue Tian brought Granola back. Granola looked at the Hagosians on Cyril Star and felt a surge of emotions. Initially, he had rejected these people, but after living together for so many years, he had grown accustomed to them. Xue Tian knew his thoughts and said calmly, "They're victims just like you Cyril aliens, having been framed by the Zeta organization. Go back and ask your grandfather Monet to clarify everything. Perhaps you will gain some insight." Granola was left confused by these words. Just as he wanted to ask something, Xue Tian had already disappeared. Chapter 95. For months later, 4 months later. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 4 months had passed. During this time, Xue Tian's combat power progressed rapidly, and he gained a bunch of special abilities, items, and bloodlines. Just as the system said, after the system upgrade, the rewards would greatly increase. Since the upgrade, the items and abilities he obtained, as well as the bloodlines, were all of mid to high level from Dragon Ball, such as the Majin Buu bloodline and the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. However, most of the bloodlines he obtained were absorbed by the Void bloodline. Each time he absorbed a bloodline, although his combat power did not increase significantly, it enhanced the effects of the Void bloodline. The Void bloodline was already powerful, and after the enhancement, it became even more formidable. With Xue Tian's current strength, as long as Beerus did not use destruction, he could definitely defeat him. That destruction was like a bug existence. Although it wasn't as devastating as the Zeno's eradication, it was still a tyrannical force. This left Xue Tian somewhat troubled. Why hadn't he obtained true immortality yet? Once he achieved true immortality, destruction would no longer be able to affect him. Fortunately, he was bound to Zeno, so he wouldn't face any life-threatening dangers in the short term. As for Lan Shi and Broly, they also made significant progress, especially Broly. Under his guidance, and after training for 10 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, his combat power soared. Apart from the god of destruction Whis and Xue Tian, he could be said to be the strongest fighter in the 7th universe. During these 4 months, Xue Tian taught him how to transform from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 4. Full Red Broly was imposing and had incredibly overwhelming combat power. Even Lan Shi, at full power, was no match for him. The hyperbolic time chamber was a reward Xue Tian received during a mission. Its effects were not much different from the original time chamber, but in every aspect, its effects were countless times better. At this moment, Xue Tian lay on the chair, calculating with his fingers while looking at the blue sky and white clouds, calmly saying, "For months have passed, Frieza should be coming." He clearly remembered that Frieza came to seek revenge on Sun Wukong after training for 4 months. Lan Shi approached Xue Tian with a bowl of grapes and respectfully said, "Master, have some grapes." She peeled the grapes for Xue Tian and fed them to him. "Master, Broly has been training very hard. With his current combat power, he should be able to defeat Sun Wukong and Vegeta, right?" Xue Tianjing smiled and said, "Your junior brother Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. This bloodline is not something that the ordinary Saiyan bloodlines of Sun Wukong and Vegeta can compare to. Defeating the two of them will be very easy. But there is one situation." Lan Shi asked curiously, "What situation?" Even she, at this moment, had no confidence in defeating Broly. After 4 months, his mastery of Ultra Instinct and Self-Instinct had nearly reached its maximum level. Lying in the energy chamber for 10 days to half a month at most would definitely allow him to reach the maximum level of mastery of these two divine techniques. But she knew that even at maximum, she would not be a match for Broly. The combat power and growth of junior brother Broly were truly terrifying. However, Master said that there might be other issues for Broly when dealing with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, which really made her curious. Xue Tian explained, "If Sun Wukong and Vegeta were to fuse, then your junior brother Broly might not necessarily be their match. After the fusion, their combat power would see a qualitative improvement. Although your junior brother Broly is improving rapidly and growing fiercely, Sun Wukong and Vegeta are also making progress. They're not just playing in the God of Destruction realm. There are also spaces similar to the hyperbolic time chamber within that realm. Go, call your junior brother. A trial awaits him soon." Xue Tian smiled mysteriously. Lan Shi didn't quite understand what kind of trial awaited her junior brother, but since the master said so, there must be a reason. She immediately used high-speed movement to fly to where Broly was. After a while, Broly and Lan Shi arrived. The former looked at Xue Tian and asked in confusion, "Master," Lan Shi said, "there is a new trial waiting for me? Where is it?" Although Broly does not crave fighting, he is very interested in training. He doesn't know why, but he feels that during the training process, it will open up his pores and excite him. This feeling is only present during battles, just not as intense as during actual combat. After all, it's not real combat, it's just simulated fighting, which makes him feel that everything is fake. Therefore, it cannot feel too real. Xue Tian once told him that he could find him anytime when he needed to fight, but Broly refused and never sought Xue Tian even once. He knew in his heart that if he were to look for Master Xue Tian, it would be like looking for a lantern in the toilet. He had no masochistic tendencies. If he hadn't obtained that pure heart manual before training with Xue Tian, he might have done so, but now, it was impossible. Xue Tian is his master. He taught him the methods and techniques of the clear heart skill, allowing him to transform and control his own combat power and consciousness. In his clear heart state, how could he possibly kill his master? No rush, just sit and wait. Someone will be here soon. Xue Tian closed his eyes. Broly, seeing his master's action, also stopped talking and obediently sat to the side, waiting. Although Xue Tian had his eyes closed, his mind was focused on the situation beyond Earth, in the universe, sensing any unfamiliar presence outside the Earth. Whoosh! Just a few minutes later, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just as in the comics of reality, today, Frisia's army had arrived. Not far from Earth, a massive spaceship was flying quickly towards it, surrounded by countless small ships, all escorting Frisia's enormous spacecraft. It was indeed a grand spectacle. Although Frisia's army had become fragmented after his death and lost its former glory, it quickly regained its reputation after Frisia's resurrection, thanks to the reorganization led by Sorb. This reorganization wasn't much of a restructuring. It was simply about spreading the news of Frisia's revival, and soon many returned one after another, while also recruiting many newcomers. Frisia quickly made everyone fear him, but they also knew that being by his side could bring many benefits. Danger and wealth coexisted. They have come. Chapter 96 Frisia's Arrival. They have come, Xue Tian said with a playful tone. Broly and Lan Chi also looked up at the sky outside of Earth, sensing something, but they had never felt Frisia's aura before and thought it was someone else's presence. Curious, they asked, Master, whose aura is this? It feels quite strong. In response to Lan Chi's confusion, Xue Tian smiled and explained, it's someone you were familiar with, but at that time, you didn't have any aura, so you couldn't sense his presence. Now that you can feel his aura, it seems unfamiliar. Lan Chi shook her head, unable to figure out who it was. She felt a bit of familiarity from what her master said, but she couldn't pinpoint who it was. Broly then asked in confusion, Master, should we go up and take a look? No need. Let's wait for them to come down. Xue Tian replied, lazily stretching his back. He gave Lan Chi a knowing look, and she understood what he meant, immediately feeding Xue Tian grapes. In less than 5 minutes, a massive spaceship appeared above Earth, accompanied by countless small spacecraft, densely packed like mosquitoes flying in the sky. Frisia's strong presence this time demanded a show, and the people on Earth noticed, turning their gazes towards the spectacle filled with curiosity. What was going on? The reporters quickly called Satan, who was in a room playing with Beerus. Upon hearing the reporter's words, he immediately looked up at the sky and indeed saw the numerous small ships. He stated that he would investigate right away. So, he called his son-in-law, Son Gohan, to ask if he knew what was happening. Gohan didn't know either, but he understood that these people were definitely not here for a friendly visit. Without any hesitation, he flew towards the direction of the spaceship, determined to protect Earth in the absence of his father. Even though he was just a scholar now, it was still his duty to defend it, as there were people he needed to protect, and it was the home he grew up in. Whoosh! He sped off. On the way, Gohan encountered Piccolo, Krillin and his wife, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Master Roshi. It was like a gathering of the main characters. They all greeted each other cheerfully, with Krillin being particularly enthusiastic. Soon, they flew to an open mountainous area where the spaceship hovered above and small ships flew out. Seeing the outfits of those coming out, everyone felt a sense of familiarity, as if they had seen them somewhere before. Krillin curiously asked, these outfits look familiar. Have we seen them before? Piccolo suddenly realized something. His expression turned serious, his face green, and he coldly said, they are from Frisia's army. Upon hearing this, everyone present became agitated, asking in shock, what? They are from Frisia's army? Especially Krillin, who became extremely anxious as he vividly remembered the moment he was killed by Frisia. It was like a nightmare. Every time he thought about it, it would wake him up at night, even with Android 18 by his side. Master Roshi's expression also grew grave. If they were indeed from Frisia's army, it would be tough to deal with, especially since the number of enemies had already exceeded 10,000. With just a few of them, they wouldn't stand a chance. Krillin tried to comfort himself, saying, Piccolo, it's true that these people are from Frisia's army, but Frisia is dead. He isn't alive anymore. So these people aren't that scary. Piccolo pondered for a moment, feeling that the situation was not simple. If there wasn't a powerful figure organizing this, then Frisia's army wouldn't have come. And what were they doing here? If Frisia was leading them, they would know he was here to invade Earth and seek revenge on Son Goku. If it wasn't Frisia, then who could it be? Just then, Sorbet and others flew out, looking at Son Gohan and the others with ill intent. After they emerged, a familiar yet strange voice reached everyone's ears. Ha! The cold laughter echoed, causing Krillin to shudder, instinctively closing his eyes, his body trembling as he murmured, "Father." Frisia. Seeing Krillin's reaction, Android 18 comforted him, saying, "It's okay. I'm right here with you." Krillin looked at the affectionate Android 18, swallowing hard. "Thank you, 18. In his past life, he must have saved several galaxies to meet such a beautiful and understanding partner in this life." Android 18 smiled, knowing her husband's situation better than anyone else. Besides offering comfort, she just hoped Krillin would face this bravely. But deep down, she understood that this might be a demon Krillin would find hard to forget for the rest of his life. However, she believed in Krillin, otherwise she wouldn't have married him. Frisia emerged from a very small spacecraft, and upon seeing him, Piccolo and the others were shocked. He was still alive. How could this be? Was it the Dragon Balls? But besides Xue Tian using the Dragon Balls recently, no one else had been seen using them. When Xue Tian used the Dragon Balls, everyone was present. The wish he made was for Lan Chi and for everyone. He didn't mention Frisia at all. How did Frisia come back to life? No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't figure out that Frisia was revived by Xue Tian, not with the Dragon Balls, but through the resurrection of gods. Seeing the shock on everyone's faces, Frisia let out a smug chuckle through his nose. "Are you surprised?" "Piccolo cuestión, frieza." "How did you come back?" Frisia did not explain, but coldly replied, "How I came back is not something you need to know. Just know that today is your day of death." Saying this, he scanned the crowd and, not seeing his target Son Goku, immediately asked, "Where's Son Goku?" Son Gohan quickly replied, "My dad is not here. Hurry and leave Earth. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Hearing this, Frisia looked over, momentarily stunned. He knew he had seen Son Gohan, but he hadn't looked closely, just glanced briefly because his target was Son Goku. Now, upon closer inspection, he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you're that Saiyan kid from back then? Son Goku est son?" Although Son Gohan's strength was not impressive now, he still had courage and replied firmly, "That's right. I am that kid from back then." "Ha ha ha, interesting. There's even that noseless guy from back then." Frisia, seeing Krillin, couldn't help but mock. When Krillin felt Frisia's gaze sweep over him, he trembled all over, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Indeed, in his heart, Frisia was a source of fear. The deepest fear he had. His first death had been at Frisia's hands, and he could never forget the moment of the explosion. Even now, it was still fresh in his memory, often causing him nightmares. Seeing Frisia now awakened the fearful memories in his heart. His body trembled, and his voice quivered. Frisia, seeing the terror in Krillin's eyes and his body shaking uncontrollably, felt immensely satisfied. This was the effect he wanted. He wanted everyone on Earth to feel fear, to be afraid of his arrival, to understand that the Cosmic Emperor Frisia had descended and their end was death. "Where's Son Goku?" Scanning around, not finding Son Goku and Vegeta left him puzzled and somewhat disappointed. Son Goku was actually not here. Piccolo observed Frisia and felt that the current Frisia was no longer as easy to deal with as before. Perhaps it would be better when Son Goku and Vegeta arrived. After thinking about this, he said, "Son Goku and Vegeta will be here soon. You want to find them, so just wait for them." Frisia chuckled, "That's right. I do want to wait for them, but before they arrive, I can play a little game." Piccolo sensed something was off and asked suspiciously, "What game?" "That is to kill you all." The crowd shuddered at his words, which were spoken so lightly, as if killing them was easy. However, they naturally didn't dare underestimate Frisia's strength, especially Krillin and Piccolo. One was filled with fear, while the other felt that this Frisia was not simple. If Son Goku and Vegeta did not come, then they really might be killed. Frisia looked at his subordinates, Zasami, Taguma, and Sorbiai. "Which of you will go kill them?" Sorbiai shrank back. He was not skilled in combat, and was merely an advisor in Frisia's army, usually just giving suggestions. In a straightforward battle, he had no role. His only function was to ambush. Now it was an open battle, not an ambush. Frisia did not place his hopes on him and turned to Taguma and Zasami. Zasami flew out first, volunteering, "Lord Frisia, let me take care of these people." "Good," Frisia replied with satisfaction. He wanted to see how much the fighting power of these people on Earth had reached over the years. As for the power level scouter, it was just scrap. It might work for scouting other races, but was useless for detecting Saiyans, because they had great potential, and that potential was not something a scouter could measure. Zasami flew not far in front of Krillin and the others and arrogantly said, "Are you all coming together? Or how is it?" Everyone looked at the red, bull-headed man in front of them with serious expressions and anger in their eyes. They were all proud individuals, and it was hard for them to lower themselves to gang up on just one person. Son Gohan was about to fly out, with his father and Uncle Vegeta absent. He was the strongest fighter present and had to bear this burden. At this moment, Piccolo shouted, "Gohan, I'll handle this." Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo could see that Son Gohan wanted to be the first to fight, but he didn't want him to. In Gohan's eyes, he was indeed the strongest here. But in Piccolo's eyes, Gohan was like a son to him. As a father, how could he let his son go out to fight? So, he wanted to protect Son Gohan. Seeing that Son Gohan was about to say something, Piccolo confidently said, "Don't worry, Gohan, I'm confident I can handle this guy." Upon hearing this, Zisami sneered. Flames flickered in his red eyes. So arrogant? Without any hesitation, Piccolo charged forward, and Zisami also rushed towards Piccolo. Bang! The two fists collided, and Piccolo was knocked back several meters, shocking everyone. This Zisami was surprisingly strong. He was just one of Frieza's subordinates, yet he was so strong. If he was this powerful, then Frieza must be even stronger. With Piccolo's current strength, he could easily match Frieza from a few years ago, and defeating that Frieza would not be a problem. However, he was now pushed back several meters by this Zisami's punch. It seemed that over the years, not only had they been improving, but Frieza's subordinates had also been getting stronger. Before Piccolo could stabilize himself, Zisami quickly flew up and unleashed a series of punches toward Piccolo. His massive fists rained down like a storm, and Piccolo resisted with all his might, constantly using his arms to block and retreating repeatedly. In just a moment, Piccolo was already at a disadvantage. The crowd once again marveled at Zisami's fighting power. Son Gohan felt anxious and wanted to help, but after thinking about it, he believed Uncle Piccolo could handle it and would definitely not be defeated by this guy. Piccolo unleashed a burst of energy, sending Zisami flying dozens of meters away, shouting, "You're indeed strong, but I'm not weak either." He tore off his cape and threw it on the ground. He took off all the shoes on his feet and tossed them aside. With a loud bang, the cape and shoes hit the ground heavily, creating a massive pit at least a meter deep. Yamcha couldn't help but say, indeed, Piccolo hasn't wasted his training over the years. He has been training with weights all along. Everyone felt relieved upon seeing this scene. After removing these weights, Piccolo's combat power would surely increase significantly, especially in speed, which would definitely be much faster. Zisami glanced at the cape and shoes that had crashed to the ground, surprised that Piccolo had kept this hidden advantage. After their earlier confrontation, he realized that Piccolo was not simple and was definitely stronger now. However, he was not afraid. Piccolo had not used all his strength just now, and neither had he. Whoosh. Chapter 98. The Terror of Tagma Whoosh. Piccolo and Zisami moved swiftly, both charging at each other, their fists colliding with a powerful impact that sent shockwaves through the area. Bang, bang, bang. They exchanged blows again, and Piccolo gradually found himself at a disadvantage. The onlookers were increasingly alarmed. Zisami was incredibly strong, and Piccolo was actually not his opponent. In midair, Sora praised, "Lord Frieza, what do you think of this Zisami? He is comparable to the former Ginyu Force members." Frieza smiled coldly. "Not bad, but still too weak. He needs more training." "Yes, Lord Frieza. Lord Frieza, Zisami is currently our strongest warrior in the Frieza Force." Upon hearing this, the gaunt Tagma standing next to Sora became displeased. He glanced at Sorb, then at Zisami, who was fighting Piccolo, and suddenly raised his hand. Whoosh! A beam of light pierced through Zisami's chest, causing him to scream in agony. He turned to look at Tagma, his face full of disbelief. What was happening? Why was he being killed? Filled with immense confusion, he fell from the air, losing his life force. Frieza, Sorb, Piccolo, and the others were all shocked to the extreme, unable to believe what had just happened. Krillin couldn't help but ask curiously, could he be a good guy? Is he an undercover agent lurking beside Frieza? His words sparked half belief and half doubt among Gohan and the others. It was indeed possible. If he was an undercover agent, why would he kill Zisami? Wasn't he his comrade? Piccolo in midair felt that it shouldn't be the case. He sensed something odd. Sorb directly questioned, "Tagma, what are you doing? Why did you kill Zisami?" The Tagma of the past would never have done this. He wouldn't kill his own comrades. Months ago, when Lord Frieza was resurrected, Tagma had even advised Frieza not to provoke the Saiyans. Upon hearing this, Frieza had almost killed him without any thought, and it was only due to Sorb's intercession that he was spared. In the end, he was only left with his limbs disabled. However, with the equipment of the Frieza Force, even disabling his limbs could be restored. Frieza watched expressionlessly. If Tagma had truly betrayed him, he would directly kill Tagma. Tagma slowly said, "The strongest warrior of the Frieza Force can only be me, Tagma. Zisami can only be considered the second warrior. He is not worth mentioning in front of me." Sorb immediately became furious, shouting, "Tagma, you have some nerve to dare kill your own people." Tagma paid no attention to Sorb's anger, slowly flying out and respectfully saying to Frisia, "He could be considered one of our own, but not the strongest warrior. I believe Lord Frisia won't blame me for eliminating a piece of trash. You could say I'm helping Lord Frisia clean up the trash." At this moment, Sorb understood that it was his words that had sealed Zasami's fate. For a moment, a flicker of guilt flashed in his eyes, but lasted only an instant. The time was short. As members of the Frisia force, they had long been accustomed to the principle of the survival of the fittest. As a strategist, few could threaten his position, so it had always been stable. The ones engaged in combat were mostly fighters. Frisia, upon hearing Tagma's words, showed some approval. Not bad. You are right. With such confidence, I am very curious to see what abilities you possess." To be honest, he didn't care about the death of Zasami at all. Even if Tagma died now, he wouldn't care as long as it wasn't himself. He acted solely according to his own will. As for Tagma's current behavior, he had some approval because he saw his own shadow in Tagma. Acting purely on will, regardless of who you are. If you consider yourself the strongest warrior of the Frisia force, then you are the strongest warrior of the Frisia force. Frisia also had enough confidence that he could suppress someone like Tagma, so he wasn't worried about Tagma betraying him. If he did betray, then it would just be sending him to hell. Tagma confidently said, "I guarantee I won't disappoint Lord Frisia." Saying this, he flew in front of Piccolo, looking down on him, crossing his arms, and casually saying, "With your strength just now, you're not my match. Are you the strongest among this group? If not, then bring someone stronger." What the others didn't notice was that while Tagma was speaking, a toad was hopping on the ground, hiding beneath a rock. Piccolo was extremely angered by Tagma's arrogant disregard for him. At the same time, his brain was racing, thinking that this person's strength did indeed seem much higher than Zasami's. However, since he looked down on him so much, he would have to make him pay a heavy price. With a heavy grunt, he exclaimed, "Arrogant." With that, he launched a punch at Tagma. Tagma, with his arms crossed, wore a calm expression and easily released one of his hands to effortlessly block Piccolo's full-force attack. Hiss. Krillin and the others took a cold breath, looking on in shock. They knew a bit about Piccolo's strength. He was not weaker than them. In fact, among them, he was one of the best, with combat power only slightly weaker than Gohan. Yet, such a full-force attack was so easily blocked by Tagma. This Tagma was truly terrifying. They had thought Zasami was already strong enough, but this guy was even more formidable. Sor was also surprised by Tagma's performance, exclaiming, "Huh?" He knew that even Zasami wouldn't be able to block Piccolo's attack so easily, secretly wondering what had happened to Tagma. How had he suddenly become so strong? Frisia let out a sinister laugh, clearly satisfied with the combat power. Not bad. You are indeed stronger than Saisami." After Tagma blocked a punch from Piccolo, he tightly clenched his fist and, catching Piccolo by surprise, he yanked it hard. Crash! Piccolo let out a horrified scream as his right arm was literally yanked off. Green blood gushing out, and then he was kicked away by Tagma, crashing heavily to the ground. Uncle e Piccolo. Chapter 99. The Toad Shines Brightly. Uncle e Piccolo. Son Gohan shouted nervously upon seeing Piccolo's arm torn off and kicked away. The others were utterly shocked. With Piccolo's strength, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Tagma, and had his arm ripped off. It was truly terrifying. Frisia was even more pleased, laughing sinisterly. This was exactly the effect Tagma wanted. Looking at everyone, he coldly said, "The current Tagma is no longer the Tagma of the past. My combat power has surpassed all of you Earthlings, and this change is thanks to Lord Frisia." Hearing this, Frisia became interested. "Oh?" Tagma continued to explain. "In the past 4 months, I was chosen as Lord Frisia's special training opponent. After 4 months of brutal training, I have been subjected to various beatings. Through this training, I have improved. My speed, strength, and endurance have all significantly increased. Therefore, the first warrior of the Frisia force is Tagma." "I see." Frisia chuckled. However, he was somewhat surprised that Tagma had survived 4 months of his beatings. His endurance was indeed impressive. At first, Tagma couldn't avoid Frisia's attacks, but during the subsequent training, he occasionally managed to dodge and even counter with a punch or two, making Frisia realize that Tagma had made progress. He just didn't expect the improvement to be so significant. Piccolo got back up, looking at his severed arm, struggling hard, and shouted, "Ha!" With a thunderous sound, a brand new arm grew back. This was the innate ability of the Namekians. After losing limbs, they could regenerate and heal their bodies. Piccolo was ready to charge back in, but Son Gohan had already flown in front of him, blocking his path, and calmly said, Uncle Piccolo, leave it to me. He knew that Piccolo was not a match for Tagoma, and if that was the case, he had to deal with it himself. While Piccolo didn't want to admit it, he understood that it was the truth. He was indeed no match for Tagoma. Only Son Gohan could handle this guy. Step back. Son Gohan looked at Tagoma with a cold gaze. You invaders, I will defeat you and send you back. Ha! Tagoma couldn't help but laugh. Defeat me? Your aura isn't even as strong as that Namekian's, and you dare to say you'll defeat me? Isn't that ridiculous? Son Gohan's expression turned grim as he clenched his fists and shouted, Ha! With that roar, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, surrounded by golden aura. However, it didn't last long, and soon the golden aura faded, leaving only his golden hair. Frieza immediately recalled Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 1 when he saw this form, and Son Gohan's appearance was almost identical. Truly a testament to the father-son resemblance. It tempted him to intervene, but he held back, wanted to see if his subordinate Tagoma could handle Son Gohan. Tagoma was completely taken aback, having never expected that this Son Gohan could transform. His aura had multiplied immensely. He couldn't quantify how many times, but he felt it had increased significantly. His expression grew serious. Son Gohan roared, a deep growl like thunder, and lunged forward with incredible speed, like a bolt of lightning. Tagoma tried to dodge, but he found that the opponent's speed was too fast for him to evade. Bang! In the end, Tagoma couldn't dodge and was sent flying by Son Gohan's punch, crashing heavily to the ground. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how powerful Tagoma was, he was still no match for Son Gohan, proving once again that he truly was a Super Saiyan. Piccolo looked at Son Gohan at this moment and suddenly recalled his heroic stance in his youth, supporting the Kamehameha wave with one hand to defeat the powerful enemy Cell. Unfortunately, after that battle, Son Gohan had grown increasingly lazy in his training, making no progress at all, simply because he wanted to live the life Chi-Chi desired. Every time he thought of this, Piccolo felt regretful. Otherwise, with Son Gohan's talent, surpassing Goku and Vegeta would not be a problem. Unable to help himself, he thought, no, if there's a chance, I must awaken Gohan's fighting spirit and help his combat power grow. He can't continue to decline like this. Just like now, with Goku and Vegeta absent, they felt as if they had lost their backbone, each showing signs of difficulty and reluctance to fight. If Goku and Vegeta were here, they wouldn't have such expressions at all. Ultimately, it was because there was no strong person to stabilize the situation, leaving them feeling insecure and lacking the courage. Just as Krillin and the others were happy that Tagoma had been knocked away by Son Gohan, Tagoma, who had fallen to the ground, was just about to get up when suddenly a toad jumped onto a rock, leaped in front of Tagoma. Ribbit! The toad shone with a white light. Tagoma was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Why could a toad emit white light? He looked into the toad's eyes, and then the white light struck Tagoma's body. In that instant, Tagoma felt as if his soul was being pulled, as if it was being forcibly extracted from his body. Soon after, he found himself in an extremely small body, and upon looking down, he realized he had turned into a toad. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit! A series of frantic croaks erupted, as if questioning what was happening and why this was the case. Everyone was puzzled. What was going on? Why did that toad emit a white light and keep screaming? They didn't know that this toad was not an ordinary one, but Jinyu. Jinyu possessed a powerful skill called body change, which allowed him to swap bodies with the target, becoming the master of the other's body. Initially, Jinyu wanted to swap bodies with Vegeta, but Goku caught an alien toad, which is the one in front of them now, and threw it over. The body change light hit the toad, and thus Jinyu became the toad. Unexpectedly, the wandering toad on Earth, Jinyu, had this opportunity now. Chapter 100. I am Jinyu. Everyone was confused, not quite understanding what was happening, feeling as if something had occurred, yet also feeling nothing had happened. Just as everyone was puzzled, Tagoma flew in front of Frieza, excitedly waving his hands and said, Lord Frieza, I'm back. Frieza was bewildered. What do you mean you're back? Haven't you always been here? Did you go somewhere? Seeing Frieza's confused expression, the others looked just as dumbfounded. Tagoma quickly explained, I am Jinyu, Jinyu from the Jinyu Force. Frieza was momentarily stunned, looking at Tagoma in disbelief. You are Jinyu? Hearing this, the other members of the Frieza Force paused, especially Sorbet, who knew Jinyu had been killed. Yet, this person clearly was Tagoma. Why was he claiming to be Jinyu? Jinyu saw everyone's confusion and immediately performed his signature move, unique to the Jinyu Force. Whoosh! As he struck that ridiculous pose, upon seeing this silly movement, Frieza immediately confirmed that the Tagoma before him was indeed Jinyu. Yes, you must be Jinyu. Aside from the Jinyu Force, He couldn't think of anyone else who would make such a ridiculous move. Below, Gohan saw Jinyu's actions and couldn't help but remember his own moves during the time he was a masked superhero. He felt a pang of embarrassment, secretly comforting himself that maybe his moves looked better than Jinyu's. Sorbet also confirmed that the Tagoma before him was indeed Jinyu, but still asked in confusion, "How did you become Jinyu?" Upon hearing this question, Jinyu felt extremely wronged and cried out, "Woo-woo," and then recounted everything that had happened. Frieza listened and thought Jinyu was indeed unfortunate to have such a tragic story, but then realized that his own experiences weren't any better, having been killed multiple times. For him, it was simply humiliating. The more Jinyu spoke, the angrier he became, and he immediately said, "Lord Frieza, let me take care of these people first before we catch up." Frieza nodded slightly. After getting permission, Jinyu immediately flew towards Gohan, looking coldly at him. "You must be Goku's son, then I'll kill you first before going after your dad." As he spoke, he clenched his fists. The fighting power of this body was countless times stronger than his previous one, and mastering this body's power to kill Gohan would be an easy task. However, this was just Jinyu's inner thoughts. Jinyu gathered his energy. His fighting power did indeed explode and was significantly stronger than when Tagoma controlled his body. Focusing on Gohan, he charged down like a shooting star. Gohan maintained his Super Saiyan 1 form, and upon seeing Jinyu's speed, he was naturally unafraid and proactively engaged. Bang, bang, bang. In a flurry of clashes, within half a minute, Gohan was suppressing Jinyu. No matter how weak Gohan was, he was not on the same level as Tagoma. Before Tagoma hadn't trained for 4 months, he was merely at the level of Dodoria from the Jinyu Force. Although he had significantly improved his fighting power through brutal training, allowing him to defeat Piccolo, he was still far from defeating Gohan. After all, Tagoma was just an average alien race, while Gohan was known as the strongest Earth Saiyan with immense potential, later even achieving the Beast Gohan form without needing training. An ordinary alien thought he could defeat Gohan after just 4 months of devilish training was simply absurd. Boom boom. Gohan landed 2 punches, directly sending Jinyu flying. A Kamehameha surged up, exploding against Jinyu, sending plumes of dust into the air. When the smoke cleared, Jinyu gasped for air, looking at Gohan with wide eyes, astonished that Goku's son was so strong. This body was already strong enough. Why couldn't he win against Gohan? Had the times changed? Was it no longer an era of such meager fighting power? At this moment, Frieza looked at the stunned Jinyu and asked curiously, "Jinyu, are you okay?" Jinyu realized he was no match for Gohan, at least not yet fully mastering this body. He immediately flew in front of Frieza, respectfully saying, "Lord Frieza, I haven't completely mastered this body yet. Please allow you to take action first. Once I master this body, I will come back to kill these people." Frieza was comparatively lenient towards his former subordinate. After all, Jinyu had been with him from the start, and there was some affection there. Of course, mainly because Jinyu had just returned, he felt somewhat pleased. It was like meeting a fellow townsman in a foreign land, or like seeing a classmate after many years. Though this feeling wasn't as strong as that of classmates, just a general acquaintance. Frieza smiled. "All right, then I will kill him." Following that, he laughed sinisterly, looking at Gohan with ill intent. "With such strength, you're quite impressive beyond my expectations, but with this level of power, you're still too weak." Raising his index finger, he aimed at Gohan. Whoosh! A beam of light pierced through Gohan's chest. The speed of this beam was so fast that he had no time to react. The others gasped in shock, and Piccolo turned pale with fright. Frieza's strength exceeded their imagination. They knew that Frieza's power would surely increase upon his return, but they never expected it to be this much. Jinyu's mouth twitched, indeed. Frieza was far stronger than before. Someone he couldn't handle was easily injured by Frieza's casual gesture. Thank goodness he is my lord, not my opponent. If he were my opponent, it would be a nightmare. In an instant, Gohan reverted from Super Saiyan 1 to his normal state, trembling but still holding himself up. Not yet falling. Seeing this, Frieza showed a playful expression. "Interesting, you still haven't fallen." Whoosh! 2 more beams shot out, directly piercing through Gohan's legs. Sun Wukong let out a cry, his legs unable to support him, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Chapter 101. Just because of mood thud. Sun Wukong's legs could not hold him up, and with a thud, he fell to the ground, gasping for breath as blood flowed profusely from his wounds. Piccolo and the others shouted in panic, "Wufong!" Without any hesitation, Piccolo rushed over to save Sun Wukong and brought him to Krillin's side. The latter understood the meaning immediately and took out a Senza bean, feeding it to Sun Wukong. After a while, Sun Wukong's complexion improved, full of vitality. and the wounds on his legs and chest healed. Frieza was slightly taken aback. Oh, a senzu bean? He remembered that Goku and the others had something like that, which could restore them after serious injuries. After Sun Wukong recovered, he looked at Frieza, clenched his fists, and prepared to transform and charge at Frieza for another duel. Piccolo reminded him, Wukong, don't be impulsive. You're not Frieza's opponent. We must find a way to contact Goku and Vegeta. Sun Wukong also knew he wasn't Frieza's match, but only Bulma could contact his dad and Uncle Vegeta. He wondered if Aunt Bulma had reached his dad. What if she couldn't? With the current strength of everyone, no one could deal with Frieza. At that moment, Yamcha suddenly said, actually, there's one more person. Huh? Everyone looked at Yamcha and instinctively asked, who? Xue Tian. Yamcha said calmly. Everyone immediately reacted, realizing, yes, there's Xue Tian on Earth, and he is much stronger than Vegeta and Goku. If he could take action, he would definitely be able to defeat Frieza. After thinking of this, everyone felt a surge of joy and hope. Just then, as they were discussing, Xue Tian arrived with Broly and Lan Chi. When the three appeared, everyone relaxed a lot and the atmosphere was no longer as oppressive as before. They breathed a sigh of relief. Frieza, upon seeing Xue Tian, suddenly paused. He remembered this person well. He was incredibly mysterious and had unfathomable strength. However, he felt that was just in the past, from months ago. Now, after 4 months of special training and mastering a new form, dealing with this person should be a piece of cake. For months ago, he was indeed too weak, absurdly weak, to the point where even he looked down on himself. But now everything was different. Krillin excitedly said, Xue Tian, you finally came? Xue Tian understood Klin's meaning, shrugged his shoulders, and calmly said, even if I come, I will make a move. This statement left everyone momentarily stunned, not quite understanding what it meant. Why wouldn't he take action even if he came? Was he in cahoots with Frieza? That didn't make sense. Frieza, on the other hand, smirked and said, ho ho ho, have you thought it through? Are you going to join the Frieza force? What? Everyone was shocked. What? Xue Tian wants to join the Frieza force? What is going on? Why had they never heard of this before? If Xue Tian really joined the Frieza force, it would be a devastating blow for Earth. Neither Son Goku nor Vegeta could match Xue Tian, and even the God of Destruction would only have a 50-50 chance against him. Most importantly, it wasn't he certain that the God of Destruction would help them. Seeing the confusion and fear on everyone's faces, Frieza excitedly said, haha, you probably don't know yet, but the reason I was resurrected is all thanks to Xue Tian. If it weren't for Xue Tian bringing me back, I would still be stuck in that damned heaven, listening to those annoying angels sing. Just thinking about it makes me furious. Frieza's face was twisted in extreme rage, making it clear that he truly hated those angelic beings. The crowd didn't pay attention to his expression, but was instead shocked by his words. The fact that Frieza could be resurrected because of Xue Tian, that Xue Tian brought him back, meant that Xue Tian might really be considering joining the Frieza force. Everyone couldn't help but look at Xue Tian, wanting him to clarify whether what Frieza said was true or false. Xue Tian did not explain much about the doubts of the crowd, but instead responded to Frieza's words, saying lightly, I said before, the Frieza force is just a quagmire and cannot contain me. Reviving you is merely a matter of my mood. However now, the other great benefit of reviving you is to let you train my disciple. Huh? What do you mean? Frieza did not understand. Regardless of his confusion, Broly, who was standing behind Xue Tian, had already floated into the air, using the flying technique to reach the opposite side of Frieza, calmly looking at him. Frieza asked in confusion, are you saying that reviving this king is just to let him train? You could say that, but initially, it was just because I was in a good mood. In reality, reviving Frieza was merely to complete a selection task, and he thought that since he had come to the Dragon Ball Superworld, it would be a pity not to witness the grandeur of King Frieza. Although Frieza is a villain, his character is quite likable, especially later on, as the veteran intentionally tried to redeem him, changing many people's impressions of him. Some even became his fans. Xue Tian's words instantly enraged Frieza. He resurrected himself simply because he was in a good mood, and now he wanted to treat himself as a training target. This reminded him of Tagoma, just like how he treated Tagoma as a special training opponent. With a whoosh, he flew out and shouted, you underestimate me too much. He was ready to attack. However, at that moment, Jinyu flew out and volunteered, saying, Lord Frieza, I have already mastered this body, so let me deal with these people next, especially this arrogant one. He looked at Xue Tian, but he knew he had to defeat Broly first to have a chance to confront Xue Tian. Frieza smiled in satisfaction. Good. Then you handle him. Frisia's anger subsided considerably, thinking that if his subordinate Jinyu could defeat his disciple, it would be a boost to his pride. He was eager to see what Xue Tian would have to say after that. Jinyu looked at Broly with arrogance and a cold smile. Kid die. Without any unnecessary movements. He immediately lunged at Broly. Chapter 102. One strike to kill. Jinyu looking at the fierce and aggressive Jinyu charging at him. Broly remained calm. He raised his hand and fired a green energy blast. Whoosh. The energy blast exploded forth at incredible speed, far too fast for Jinyu to keep up with. Jinyu was shocked and exclaimed, "Oh no." He hurriedly turned to escape or dodge. But the speed of the energy blast was simply beyond his ability to evade. The gap between them was just too large. When the energy blast collided with Jinyu, it produced a deafening explosion, and Jinyu was instantly turned into a mass of blood and foam, dead beyond recovery. Everyone watching this scene couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. This is too terrifying. He killed Jinyu with one strike. Although Jinyu was not a match for Gohan, he could still hold his own for a while, and just now, Jinyu had claimed it was mainly because he hadn't mastered that body yet. Whether that was true or not, nobody knew, but one thing was clear: Broly was indeed strong. Frieza was also shocked. He didn't know why, but he suddenly thought, could it be that Xue Tian's disciple really intended to treat him as a stepping stone? He felt very displeased. It was a tragic thing for a grand cosmic emperor to be treated as a training stone. Flying in front of Broly, he coldly asked, "Who are you?" "Broly." Frieza savored the name carefully, having never heard it before, and coldly continued, "Your master said you want to treat me as a training stone." "Yes." Broly answered straightforwardly. This made Frieza's face twitch a few times. He thought Broly would be humble or say something like it was just his master exaggerating. But he never expected the other party to respond so seriously, which was hard for him, who had always been high and mighty, to accept. With a twisted expression, he roared, "Since when can nobody speak to me, Frieza, like this?" "Huh." Whoosh. Frieza instantly transformed into his final form and shot a beam of light at Broly. He understood that with Broly's demonstrated strength, he wouldn't be able to win without transforming, so he didn't waste any time. Broly slightly dodged his body and effortlessly avoided Frieza's attack. A flash of surprise crossed Frieza's eyes. This Broly really had some skills and decent combat power. But his own strength was not just this. Whoosh. He charged at Broly. Broly, without hesitation, charged back. Bang, bang, bang. The two continuously swung their fists, with Broly's speed increasing. Frieza gradually couldn't keep up, and eventually, they both threw a punch at the same time. Frieza was sent flying over 100 meters away, while Broly stood still, unmoving. The crowd was once again astonished. This Broly was too strong. Even Frieza's final form was no match for him. Sorb also realized that something was wrong. His eyes turned, and he immediately descended, quietly moving around to Broly's back. Frieza was sent flying over 100 meters. Looking at the motionless Broly, his heart was shocked and filled with anger. He hadn't even encountered Goku yet and was already being beaten back by this Broly. What was going on? Another furious roar erupted from him. Like a falling meteor, he charged at Broly. Bang, bang, bang. Frieza threw punch after punch, all effortlessly blocked by Broly. His tail also struck towards Broly, but was similarly blocked, resulting in no damage whatsoever. On the contrary, he was starting to feel a bit fatigued. Standing behind, Xue Tian couldn't help but smile and said, "Broly, don't worry about killing him. This Frieza in front of you is quite resilient." These words made Frieza's eyes turn red. What? Don't worry about killing him? So this Broly is holding back? He hasn't used all his strength? After receiving his master's guidance, Broly's power increased significantly, and he threw a punch at Frieza. Frieza raised his hand to counter it. The punch landed on his arm, sending waves of pain through him. Damn, what kind of monster is this guy? Why is his strength so much more terrifying than before? But this should be his full strength, right? Frieza was famously tough-tongued, saying, "Haha, is this your full strength? It doesn't feel like much. You've used all your strength. But I haven't even used mine fully yet." Xue Tian couldn't help but smile upon hearing Frieza's words, which reminded him of a joke. He's dead, already dead. As for the symptoms, his whole body is soft, but his mouth is still hard. The others, upon hearing Frieza's words, truly believed that Frieza was still being lenient. Each of them faced difficulties. If Broly couldn't defeat Frieza, they would have to wait for Goku and Vegeta to arrive. Xue Tian had just said that he personally wouldn't intervene. However, they had not considered one issue. If Broly couldn't handle Frieza, even if Goku and Vegeta came, it would be of no use. Of course, that excluded fusion. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Broly felt a bit displeased. Saying such things about him in front of his master was just embarrassing him, wasn't it? Thinking of this, he exerted even more power in his hands. But it still felt insufficient, so he let out a roar and transformed into the Grade 8 power form. His muscles expanded several times, giving him an explosive presence. Boom! He threw a punch. Frisia didn't dare to hesitate, blocking with both hands in front of him, but this punch broke through his defense. With a scream, his hands went limp as Broly locked onto him, unleashing punch after punch. Bang! 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 Ah! Frisia had no power to resist at all, being battered by Broly's relentless onslaught, with blood spewing from his mouth. Both Frisia's army and the others were stunned. Frisia was clearly no match for Broly. Hadn't he just said he hadn't used his full strength? How could he be beaten so badly and still not be using his full strength? However, everyone thought that perhaps he didn't have the opportunity. Now, being hit so relentlessly, how could he find a chance? Whoosh! At that moment, a specially made alien bullet shot towards Broly. Crack! Chapter 103. Your golden skin could sell for quite a bit, right? Crack! It was Salb, hiding behind Broly, who fired the gun, and the bullet accurately hit Broly's back. However, the bullet striking Broly's back felt like it was hitting an unbreakable iron plate. Xue Tian glanced at Salb faintly, which scared Salb half to death, his body trembling. However, Xue Tian had no intention of attacking him, as Broly would handle it naturally. In fact, Xue Tian had seen all of Salb's movements from the beginning, but he was curious to see if Broly could block this bullet. Back when Sun Wukong fought against Frisia, he had overwhelmingly pushed Frisia back, yet a bullet from Salb had knocked him down, which left Xue Tian bewildered. How could someone with such combat power as Sun Wukong be taken down by a bullet? It seemed a bit absurd. Therefore, after seeing Salb's actions, he chose to ignore it, wanted to see if this alien bullet was really that formidable. If it truly was, perhaps he could use these technological bullets to form an army or something. When the time came, whoever displeased him would get a barrage. However, the current experiment clearly showed that the bullet was not useful. As for why Sun Wukong was knocked down by a bullet, it might be due to many factors, perhaps because of his weak heart, or maybe other reasons. In any case, Xue Tian couldn't make sense of it. Broly turned around, saw Salb, raised his hand, and fired a ki blast. Boom! Salb let out a miserable scream, completely obliterated by the ki blast, leaving no bones behind, turning to ashes. The others looked at Salb's actions with great disgust. They were fighting openly, while he was sneaking an attack in the dark. Truly a shameless act of the Frisia force. He deserved to die. However, Salb's sneak attack provided Frisia with a breather. Frisia did not care about Salb's life or death. Instead, he felt that his sacrifice was worthwhile, buying him a little bit of time, an opportunity. Quickly, he distanced himself from Broly, retreating to the other side, gazing coldly at Broly, and said, Broly, just now, I wasn't using my full strength, but now, I will unleash all my power, and I will make you understand what pain truly is. As he spoke, he clenched his fists, his energy continuously circulating, his head involuntarily lifting, and his whole body slowly floated into the sky. Xue Tian saw this scene and said lightly, Is he going to transform into Golden Frisia? However, it seems futile. He will only be tougher to beat. Frisia floated in midair as the energy within him circulated, his power continuously rising, and his momentum rapidly increasing, drawing the energy of the heavens and earth. A terrifying tornado formed around him, causing the mountains to begin collapsing. In an instant, the sky suddenly changed color, shifting from clear blue to dark and oppressive, with thick clouds gathering and thunder rumbling. A tremendous roar tore through a dark cloud, striking with lightning, and the entire sky shook violently. After it settled, the dark clouds surged back in. Centered around Frisia, a golden light erupted, shining so brightly that Piccolo and the others could not open their eyes. The golden light, sharp as blades, forced them to shield their eyes with their arms to avoid injury. For thousands of miles around, the ground shook and all living beings scattered, fleeing for their lives. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as the golden light in the sky exploded and the blade-like brilliance vanished instantly. In midair, only a solitary golden figure remained. At first glance, wasn't that Frisia? However, the original Frisia had transformed into a golden version, his entire body shining gold. Krillin was so frightened that he couldn't even speak, mumbling this. This is Frisia? He had always feared Frisia, and now seeing such a terrifying version only made him swallow hard. Meanwhile, Android 18 glanced at him and gently patted his back, signaling him to relax and not be afraid. Xue Tian watched the action of Android 18, then looked at Krillin's embarrassed expression, and couldn't help but think that Sister Lin has truly saved several galaxies. being able to win the heart of such a beauty as Android 18. He no longer looked at Krillin, fearing that if he continued to stare, his heart wouldn't be able to take it, and jealousy would distort his face. Piccolo was also extremely surprised and said, "Is this all Frisia's power? It really is strong. Just the aura swirling around Frisia makes me certain that if he wanted to kill me, just that aura alone would keep me from getting close. If he made a move, then my fate would definitely be death." Thinking of this made him feel quite unwilling. Frisia had died for years and was only resurrected a few months ago, trained for a few months, and already possessed such terrifying strength. Meanwhile, he had trained for several more years and still couldn't compare. Truly unfair. Piccolo had always found the matter of training quite troublesome. He felt that no matter how hard he trained, he couldn't match Goku and Vegeta. Of course, the two of them had put in more effort than he had, so he didn't complain too much, but not being able to surpass Gohan left him feeling a bit uncomfortable. Fortunately, Gohan was very close to him, and he didn't feel too much jealousy towards him. He just felt regret that such good potential was being wasted. Frisia floated in the air, spreading his arms wide, looking down at the crowd with an air of sovereignty, and arrogantly said, "This is my latest form, the result of 4 months of training. I, Frisia, was born without any training, and yet with just 4 months of training, I can easily defeat all of you. Ha ha ha. And I've given this form a very nice name, Golden Frisia." The others murmured, "Golden Frisia? Quite fitting." Xue Tian then asked in confusion, "Is that really made of gold? If it were sold, it would probably fetch a good price, considering it's a whole lump of gold." With a thud, Piccolo and the others all fell to the ground. And Frisia, who was floating in the air, lost his balance and fell rapidly, crashing down to create a massive deep pit. Climbing out of the pit, he clenched his fists and roared, "Is this all you can focus on? Isn't my strength what matters?" Chapter 104. Frisia, Xue Tian. "Can I take you as my master?" After Golden Frisia stood up, he soared into the air, fixing his gaze on everyone present, and finally turned his attention to Xue Tian, proudly saying, "Your point of focus is quite interesting, but don't you think that such a focus is utterly wrong?" Piccolo, Krillin, and the others felt their bodies tremble and their faces pale as they saw Frisia's gaze sweeping over them. Their hearts were filled with fear in the face of such a powerful Frisia. Xue Tian shrugged indifferently, completely unconcerned. "What is so wrong about this? Stop being stubborn for now, and try to beat my second disciple Broly. If you can defeat him, then come brag to me." Frisia glared angrily, thinking, "What, are you looking down on me? With my current strength, defeating that Broly would be a piece of cake. No sweat at all." He then turned his gaze to Broly. "Broly, I admit your strength is decent, but you still can't beat me." Before he could finish, Broly shot up into the air at high speed, transforming into Super Saiyan Form 1 in the process. He landed a powerful punch to Frisia's abdomen, nearly causing that layer of gold to shatter. However, Frisia spat out a mouthful of foam. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The onlookers were once again shocked by Broly's overwhelming combat power, completely not expecting that the formidable Frisia would be knocked back by a single punch from Broly, who had previously been so high and mighty. Boom, boom. Broly followed up with several more punches. Frisia, unable to defend himself, was caught by Broly by the tail and swung around wildly in the air, ultimately being thrown out with a scream. A green super explosive wave was launched at Frisia's position. Boom! A deafening explosion and terrifying damage caused Golden Frisia to revert to his normal state, his body crashing down to the ground, creating a massive crater. Everyone was stunned, staring at Broly in midair, their eyes wide in shock. Just how strong is Broly? Frisia had transformed just a few minutes ago and hadn't even been arrogant for that long before being defeated by Broly. If you only count the time he spent transforming, the actual fight with Broly lasted less than a minute, and he was defeated just like that. Frisia lay in the deep pit, looking up at the overcast sky, utterly shocked. What is going on? Why was his proud Golden Frisia form defeated so easily? Although there were suspicions of a sneak attack, he had no ability to fight back at all during the onslaught. Why? Is it just because he is Xue Tian's disciple? If he's already this strong, then how powerful is Xue Tian? Frisia struggled against the pain coursing through his body, the feeling of his organs bursting, and flew out of the pit. But he still couldn't hold on and fell to his knees on the ground, glaring angrily at everyone. What is the reason for this? How could I, the mighty Frisia, be defeated by you? How could I be defeated by this Broly in under a minute? What is the reason for this? Saying this, he pounded his fist on the surface of the earth. With one punch, the ground trembled. Xue Tian understood his intention and knew he wanted to destroy the earth. He raised his hand, preparing to face Frisia, and said calmly, "If you want to blow up the Earth, then I will end you right now." Although this Earth was not the same as the one from his previous life, he had lived here for a while and had developed a sense of familiarity. He didn't want to find another place to live. He was too lazy to move. After Xue Tian's remark, everyone reacted. They had thought Frisia was just unwilling and frustrated, which is why he was pounding the ground, but it turned out he was playing tricks, wanting to completely blow up the Earth. Frisia looked at the purple energy ball in Xue Tian's hand, and a sense of fear surfaced in his heart. This seemed like destructive energy, so pure. It didn't seem like it was cultivated. Isn't destructive energy something only the gods of destruction possess? How could he also have it? Could it be that he is also a god of destruction? At this moment, Xue Tian's destructive ability is different from before. Previously, his destructive energy was derived from cultivating the ultimate self technique. Although this energy was indeed destructive, it had significant limitations. One could say that if it were used in front of Beerus, it would be like a small witch meeting a great witch. However, the destructive energy he possesses now is not cultivated through any divine technique, but rather obtained as a reward for destruction. It is true destruction, the purest form of destructive ability. Frisia stopped pounding the ground and suddenly thought of something. He looked at Xue Tian and excitedly said, "Xue Tian, can I become your disciple?" Who? The people present gasped in shock upon hearing this. What? Becoming Xue Tian's disciple? If that really happens, how could they deal with Frisia in the future? They couldn't. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to Xue Tian, eager to see how he would respond. Yamcha couldn't help but say, "Mr. Xue Tian, you mustn't agree. Frisia is a bad guy. He has always wanted to destroy the Earth. And just now he was planning to pound the Earth to blow it up." Xue Tian glanced at Yamcha and calmly said, "If I take a disciple, I won't care whether they're a good person or a bad person. In this world, there is no distinction between good and bad people. This is my belief. In the Dragon Ball world, although there are ordinary people, in my eyes, it is a survival of the fittest. Only the main characters like Son Gohan possess a sense of conscience to protect the Earth. Therefore, they refer to external strong enemies as bad people." Upon hearing Xue Tian's words, everyone felt a tightening in their hearts, and their breathing became heavy, while Frisia revealed a pleased expression. If he could become Xue Tian's disciple, he would gain his abilities, making it easy to deal with Son Gohan and Vegeta, right? However, Xue Tian then said lightly, "But I have strict requirements for my disciples. Anyone who asks to be my disciple, like you, must undergo a test, and the test is to defeat my second disciple." Frisia was taken aback for a moment and couldn't help but look at Broly. Wasn't his second disciple Broly? If he could defeat Broly, why would he need to bother with a master? He could have already defeated Broly and come to kill you. There is no need to suffer this humiliation. Chapter 105. The late arrivals, Vegeta and Goku. Upon hearing this, Piccolo and the others breathed a sigh of relief. If there were such strict requirements, that would be quite good. They were genuinely worried that Xue Tian would agree to Frisia's request. After all, Xue Tian's previous words did seem like he was considering it, which made them anxious. However, soon after, a sense of disappointment flashed through Piccolo's heart. After witnessing Broly's formidable strength, he had already planned to become Xue Tian's disciple once this matter was over. He didn't expect to surpass Son Goku and Vegeta, but at least he wanted to catch up to them. Otherwise, if there were strong enemies in the future, they could only stand aside, and that feeling was too unbearable. Being a bystander had never been his intention. Otherwise, he wouldn't have worked so hard to cultivate. But now, upon hearing Xue Tian's requirements for taking disciples, he felt numb. If Frisia couldn't defeat Broly, could he? Definitely not. Perhaps a single energy blast from Broly could take him out in an instant. Didn't Broly just eliminate Jinyu with one energy blast? And his own strength was still several notches below Jinyu's. Xue Tian turned around and said, "Don't think about apprenticeship anymore. But I can give you a chance to leave now. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get lost." The others immediately looked at Xue Tian, surprised. "Are we letting Frisia go? Why is that?" But knowing this was Xue Tian's decision, although they didn't understand, they didn't say anything. After all, it was his disciple who defeated Frisia, and they had no merit in it and didn't have the ability to speak up. Frisia realized that the apprenticeship was not going to happen and stopped insisting. He secretly thought, "After I train for a while, I'll come back. I will definitely defeat you all." So he dragged his exhausted body onto the spaceship and quickly fled, and his subordinates, seeing him escape, hurriedly followed suit, not daring to linger. Just then, a reminder from the system echoed in Xue Tian's mind. Ding! Hidden mission completed. Let Frisia leave. Gain immortality. True. Xue Tian was overjoyed when he heard the system's notification. What? An immortal body. a true immortal body. For the past 4 months, he had been hoping for this thing every day, and he never expected to obtain it now. Xue Tian knew that as long as he did not attain immortality, he would never be able to defeat Beerus. Now that he had gained immortality, Beerus's destruction would have no effect on him. Suddenly, he couldn't help but smile. If Beerus's destruction had no effect on him, then did his destruction have any effect on Beerus? Did Beerus have immortality? Should he find an opportunity to test it out on him? In the God of Destruction realm, Chu, Beerus sneezed. Couldn't help but look at Beerus and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Lord Beerus? Caught a cold?" Beerus shot him a glare. Would a mighty God of destruction catch a cold? Wasn't that a joke? He casually explained, "Maybe Bulma has some new delicacies, and I'm missing them." Whis took out his staff and saw Bulma holding up a box of food, calling out his name. He immediately felt embarrassed and said, "Haha, it really is. Then let's go take a look." Earth. After Xue Tian obtained true immortality, he did not hesitate and immediately learned how to achieve true immortality. With Broly and Lan Chi, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, the space surged, and Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Whis, and Beerus appeared. Beerus, in a high and mighty manner, asked Bulma, "Is there any delicious food?" Bulma glared at Beerus and replied unhappily, "No." Huh? Beerus sensed something was off. Didn't Whis just say there was food? Why is there suddenly none? At this moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta noticed that the area around Earth had changed. The ground was pockmarked, clearly having just experienced a battle. What just happened? Piccolo explained. Frieza just invaded Earth, and we just went through a fierce battle. Originally, Bulma planned to use food to communicate with Whis, hoping he would tell you and Vegeta to come back and deal with him, but she couldn't get in touch. Fortunately, Xue Tian and Broly were present, and Broly defeated Frieza. Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately understood what was going on. No wonder Bulma was so upset with him. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were surprised and asked, "Frieza? Didn't Frieza die? How'd he come back?" Piccolo explained, "Because Xue Tian revived him a while ago." Huh? Why? Because he was in a good mood. So he revived him. Krillin explained helplessly. Sun Wukong looked confused, while Vegeta remained indifferent. To him, Frieza's level was insignificant. Dealing with him was as simple as dealing with an ant. Piccolo continued, "Frieza not only came back to life, but also significantly increased his power. He should be on par with you, and he has mastered a brand new form, the Golden Frieza form." He didn't know that Sun Wukong and Vegeta could transform into Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, Super Blue. So based on his estimation, Frieza's displayed aura was not much different from theirs. Sun Wukong and Vegeta immediately became interested. He mastered a new form? The Golden Frieza form? Yes, Krillin said proudly. But he was still defeated by Broly. In just 1 minute, he was beaten, not even able to last a few minutes. It was as if he were Broly himself. The two were once again stunned and had to look towards Xue Tian and the others. Recognizing Lan Chi, they quickly identified Broly. When Vegeta saw Broly, his pupils involuntarily constricted. What kind of aura is this? Sun Wukong looked at Broly and felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but couldn't recall. He couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. "Broly, hello, you look so familiar. It's like I've seen you somewhere." As he spoke, he prepared to approach, but was stopped by Vegeta, Kakarot. He is a Saiyan." Sun Wukong suddenly froze, and after realizing it, he became even happier. "Ah, he is also a Saiyan. That's great. Vegeta, let's go say hello to him." No. Kakarot, chaque sensis Vegeta reconnaissent Broly. No. Kakarot, Vegeta said tremblingly. Sun Wukong, seeing him like this, was full of confusion. What was going on? Why did Vegeta seem a bit scared of him? "Vegeta, what's wrong? You seem very afraid of him?" Everyone noticed Vegeta's fear and was puzzled. Bulma also curiously asked, "Vegeta, what's wrong with you?" From her understanding, her husband wouldn't act like this. This was the first time she had seen him in such a state. Under everyone's gaze, Vegeta spoke slowly and clearly. "He is the legendary Super Saiyan." Huh? Everyone was stunned and asked in confusion, "What's so special about the legendary Super Saiyan?" Sun Wukong looked even more bewildered, completely not understanding. Broly looked at Son Gohan and felt a bit annoyed, but he had practiced the calming technique given to him by his master Xue Tian, so he easily suppressed it. Returning to a normal state, Vegeta explained, "The legendary Super Saiyan is the strongest warrior of the Saiyan race, rumored to appear once every 1,000 years. I remember my father said that shortly after I was born, a legendary Super Saiyan was born, and my father worried that he would threaten my position as Prince Vegeta. He was exiled to another planet, and after all these years, he should have died, but now it seems that this legendary Super Saiyan has not died. His meaning was clear. The Broly in front of him was the legendary Super Saiyan his father spoke of. However, he was very confused as to why Broly, whom his father clearly exiled, had not died and had now become Xue Tian's disciple. Haha, Vegeta, you finally came. At this moment, a cold laugh echoed, and Broly's father Paragus flew in. He had been hiding in the shadows and hadn't appeared. After all, such a level of battle was not something he could influence. So he stayed hidden to observe. At the same time, he wanted to see how strong his son Broly was. Seeing his son easily defeat the cosmic emperor Frieza filled him with immense joy, feeling that dominating the universe was just around the corner. Once his son returned home, he would have a good talk with him, urging him to leave Xue Tian and then announce their grand plan to dominate the universe. He had already considered that to avoid encountering Xue Tian, they would not dominate the galaxy, but focus on other places. As long as they stayed away from Xue Tian, he would not know they were ruling the universe. With his son's strength, even Frieza would have to bow before him. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He even imagined that if Xue Tian obstructed them, he would find a way for his son to kill Xue Tian. With the terrifying combat power Broly had just displayed, he could definitely defeat Xue Tian. Broly looked at his father flying out and asked in confusion, "Father, why are you here?" Paragus looked at Broly with great affection. After all, he was an important tool for him to rule the universe, his only tool. How could he not love him? "I came because I was worried about your safety." Xue Tian. This guy really doesn't blush when he lies. If Broly is in danger, you coming here won't be of any help. Piccolo and the others were surprised. Worried about Broly's safety? With Broly's immense strength, is there really a need to worry about his safety? Could it be that Broly's father's strength is even greater than Broly's? If that's the case, should Xue Tian refuse to take him as a disciple, or should he consider becoming his disciple? But no matter how you look at it, this old man doesn't seem to have any remarkable qualities. Perhaps I misunderstood his words? After all, it's reasonable for a father to worry about his son's safety. Piccolo decided not to think too much and to observe the situation first. If Paragus really was strong, then he could consider the issue of becoming a disciple. But that premise is that Xue Tian doesn't take him in. Broly felt touched. His father truly cared for him. "Father, I'm fine, let's go back," Broly said with a smile. Paragus, however, showed no intention of leaving. "Broly, what are you saying? Leave? Didn't you just hear what Vegeta said? His father is worried that you threaten his position, so he exiled us to the inhospitable planet of Vampa. Let's fend for ourselves. But now you're saying you want to leave? Did you say something wrong? Or did I misunderstand?" Broly didn't have many thoughts about the exile. After all, it had been too long, and he felt that living on Vampa wasn't so bad. If there was anything bad about it, it was just that his father wouldn't let those beasts play with him. He had lost a lot of friends. If he had those friends, he would be even happier. Vegeta, seeing Paragus appear, knew he was not an easy opponent and looked on with great vigilance. After realizing that Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan, he had no thoughts of underestimating Broly. He no longer doubted Piccolo and the others' claims that Broly easily defeated Frieza, who was at their level. Paragus, seeing that Broly was unfazed, directly ordered, "Broly, I command you now, kill Vegeta's son, Vegeta. We must wash away the shame and pain of our lives." Broly weakly replied, "But I don't feel like I have any pain." "You!" Paragus exploded with rage. He shouted, "Broly, are you listening or not? I told you to kill Vegeta. Kill Vegeta. It was those two who exiled us to that damn Vampa." Broly still didn't move, instead advising, "Father, let's just let the past be the past. Aren't we living on this beautiful earth now?" Son Wukong scratched the back of his head and said, "Broly is a good person. His father doesn't seem to be that good." Even someone with low emotional intelligence like him said Broly is a good person, so naturally, others agreed. It seems that Broly doesn't harbor any resentment or murderous intent. Paragus stubbornly shouted, "What do you mean let the past be the past? Have you forgotten how we lived for these decades? It can't be counted. Absolutely can't be counted. Kill him. Kill him immediately." Xue Tian took a step forward, a deep chill flashing across his face, and coldly said, "Paragus, since Broly is unwilling to do this, why do you have to force him? It's true that you are his father, but he also has the right to make his own choices. He is not just your remotely controlled tool." Chapter 107, Xue Tian, I won't indulge you. Seeing Xue Tian step out, Paragus immediately vented all his anger on him, shouting, "It's all because of you. It must be you who taught my son not to listen to me. Otherwise, he used to listen to me so well, always obedient. But ever since you appeared, everything has changed." Smack! Xue Tian swung his hand, sending Paragus flying over 10 meters and crashing heavily to the ground. Lying there like a dog. Father. Broly rushed up anxiously. Xue Tian said, Broly will indulge you, but I will not. You'd better speak to me in a calm tone. I don't like hearing any shouts from you, especially directed at me. Also, you say Broly listens to you. So let me ask you, why does he obey you? Is it not because of the shock collar? If you hadn't installed that thing around his neck to threaten him with electric shocks, would he really listen to you? Would he not refute anything at all? Or is it that all along, you have only regarded him as a tool to dominate the universe in your mind? Upon hearing this, Broly looked down at his father. Paragus's eyes flashed with panic, and he hurriedly said, Broly, don't listen to his nonsense. Go kill him right now. He has planning to kill your father. However, Paragus's change was already noticed by Broly. The current Broly was not a furious Broly, but one who had cultivated a calm mind. He could think about things like a rational person. Although he saw the change in his father's eyes, he didn't blame him too much. He was just a little disappointed. But no matter what, Paragus was still his father. Broly stood up and pleaded, Master, Paragus is my father. I ask for your forgiveness for his recklessness this time. I apologize on his behalf. I'm sorry. For someone like Paragus, Xue Tian naturally did not take him seriously. When Paragus saw Broly apologizing to Xue Tian, it was for his own sake, and he felt very ashamed, gritting his teeth in pain as he got up. He kicked Broly and shouted, You useless waste. I told you to kill him, and you dare to apologize to him. I, Paragus, do not have a son like you. Xue Tian frowned, and a burst of murderous intent surged out, directly pressuring Paragus. This made Paragus's body tremble instinctively. Not daring to stay any longer, he let out a heavy snort and quickly flew back to his residence. In a place where no one was paying attention, there was a caterpillar on the ground. The caterpillar, seeing Paragus flying away, did not hesitate at all and immediately chased after him. Although it was a caterpillar, its speed was not slow at all, completely able to keep up with Paragus's pace. After this episode with Paragus ended, Broly walked up to Vegeta and calmly said, I apologize for my father's earlier recklessness. Saying this, he extended his hand. Vegeta looked at Broly's outstretched hand and couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling hesitant to reach out, with a slight sense of fear in his heart. Goku, on the other hand, was very straightforward and reached out his hand to shake Broly's. Broly, you're awesome. You're a good person. Broly felt Goku's hand and had an uncomfortable sensation, immediately releasing his hand. Although the clear heart technique helped him not be too violent, his resistance to Goku was not something that could be eliminated in a day or two. It would still require a long time of interaction and cooperation with the clear heart technique to dispel that resistance. Seeing that Vegeta did not extend his hand, Broly didn't think much of it and turned to his master, asking, Master, shall we go back? Xue Tian shrugged, all right. Bulma, worried that Vegeta would follow Whis and Beerus back to the God of Destruction realm, immediately suggested, Everyone, we VE defeated Frieza and protected the Earth. So I decided to throw a party. There will be plenty of delicious food, including special takoyaki that Lord Beerus likes. Upon hearing there would be good food, both of them became very interested, especially Beerus, who was almost drooling. Good, I agree. Beerus immediately concurred. Hearing his agreement, Bulma felt a surge of joy. She hadn't spent much time with Vegeta lately, and they hadn't been intimate for a long time. It was time to be close again, especially since she had mentioned their plan for a second child to Vegeta last time. That plan should be put into action. Let us hold the party tomorrow. I'll get someone to organize it right away. As the world's richest person, organizing a party was just a phone call away for her. Xue Tian, you remember to come. Okay, so Bulma pulled Vegeta back home, while Goku went back to find Chi-Chi and Android 18 went back with Krillin. In no time, everyone returned to their own homes. Watching their departing figures, Xue Tian stroked his chin, feeling a bit envious of these couples. Should he find someone too? Meanwhile, Lan Shi beside him seemed to sense his thoughts, wrapped her arm around his, and gently said, Master, let's go back. Xue Tian's empty heart was instantly filled. If he were to find a wife, how would he arrange for this gentle disciple? It seems this matter still needs to be discussed further. Let's go. With a flash, he transformed into a streak of light and disappeared. The entire venue was left with only Beerus and Whis, who did not hurry to leave, but instead gazed at the place where Xue Tian had departed. Beerus looked at Whis and asked, Whis, did you feel that? Are you referring to the destructive power emanating from Xue Tian, Lord Beerus? Whis replied calmly. Usually, he wore a smile, appearing gentle and refined, but at this moment, he was exceptionally calm, so calm that it was somewhat unsettling. That's right, it's the destructive power from him, its true destructive power, not the destructive energy cultivated through self-extreme techniques. Why does he possess destructive power? Beerus was puzzled to the extreme. We shrugged, also unsure. The sources of destructive power were currently limited to two: the naturally born god of destruction race and the one granted by the Omni-King. However, Xue Tian was not from the god of destruction race. If he were, Whis and Beerus would have sensed it long ago, and it wouldn't have taken this long. Therefore, there was only one other possibility. Beerus looked terrified, his eyes wide open as he stared at Whis, stammering, could it be? The Omni-King granted it to him? But why would the Omni-King do that? To appoint him as the god of destruction for universe.Should? Then Chapter 108 Beerus. Am I going to be unemployed? Could it be that the Omni-King is going to appoint him as the god of destruction for universe.Should? Then wouldn't I be out of a job? Thinking of this, Beerus felt a wave of sadness wash over him, almost wanting to cry in Whis' arms. Whis couldn't help but chuckle, analyzing, Lord Beerus, you're overthinking it. If the Omni-King truly intended to appoint Xue Tian as the god of destruction for universe.Should, he would have issued the order long ago. It's impossible that there hasn't been an order until now, and even more impossible that he would grant destructive power before issuing an appointment. Beerus thought carefully and realized that this was indeed the case. Appointments and destructive power were almost obtained at the same time. As of now, they hadn't heard of any new god of destruction being appointed in any universe. This indicated that the Omni-King would not appoint Xue Tian as a god of destruction. But why would the Omni-King grant Xue Tian destructive power? What connection does the Omni-King have with Xue Tian? Or is it because Xue Tian is related to the Grand Minister, and the Grand Minister requested the Omni-King to grant Xue Tian destructive power? As Beerus spoke, he looked at Whis. The latter shook his head. Beerus continued, Whis, why don't you go find the Grand Minister to gather some information? What exactly is Xue Tian's identity? What is his relationship with him? Whis shot a glare at Beerus. No matter what his identity is, you cannot come into conflict with him. Regarding this, although Beerus was unhappy, he knew Whis was speaking the truth. No matter what, he could not have a conflict with Xue Tian, unless he no longer cared about Whis' well-being. But if he truly didn't care about Whis' well-being, would Whis still care about him? At that point, Whis would definitely team up with Xue Tian to deal with him. And with Whis' strength, dealing with Beerus wouldn't be difficult. Therefore, no matter how he calculated it, the best approach was to avoid provoking Xue Tian. Provoking him would only lead to trouble. The best course of action was to steer clear of him. Or rather, the principle of if you can't provoke, avoid meant keeping as far away as possible. However, based on their observations, they found that Xue Tian was not the type of unreasonable person who would harass them for no reason. He wouldn't easily get angry over a few words. He was a relatively normal person. Whis felt that Xue Tian was even more normal than Beerus, whom he served. Let's go. Let's stay on Earth for the night and attend the gathering tomorrow. Bulma should be treating us to plenty of delicious food tonight, Whis said cheerfully. However, they did not expect that Bulma had no plans to host them that night. She only wanted to entertain Vegeta. The next day, in the morning, Vegeta got up early to train. Bulma watched his figure and thought to herself, as expected of a Saiyan, his combat power is formidable. This is good. At least I don't have to worry about him getting tired. As for Whis and Beerus, after arriving at Bulma's house yesterday, Bulma hadn't really entertained them. She just ordered Trunks and the Pilaf gang to bring them a lot of food. As long as there was food, the two didn't care who was hosting them. After eating well and drinking, they lay comfortably in the yard to rest. It was only when they saw Vegeta come out that they opened their eyes. Vegeta took the initiative to greet them. The two smiled in response. However, Beerus was clearly not very happy, probably because he had heard some strange sounds last night. Whoosh! At that moment, the cosmic delivery man Manaka arrived driving his spaceship, calling out, Bulma, your goods have arrived. I'll help you bring them in. Just sign for them when you're done. Manaka was shorter, with thin limbs, red skin, no hair, and a vacant expression. Beerus glanced over and said lightly, this delivery man seems quite dull. Perhaps he could be useful in the future. Whis smiled but didn't say much. However, Manaka's arrival attracted Trunks and Goten, who were playing nearby. The two entered Manaka's spaceship, rummaged around, and accidentally pressed a red button, causing the cargo door to close. They found themselves trapped inside, unable to see anything. Manaka carried the goods out and, with a vacant expression, flew the spaceship towards the planet of Firepot. Upon arriving at the planet of Firepot, after Manaka opened the cargo door, the two finally escaped, gasping for air. Seeing the two, Manaka was bewildered and asked in a daze, how did you end up here? When did you hide in my cargo hold? A blue-faced uncle with two tufts of hair and a big beard saw Manaka and immediately shouted happily, Manaka, you finally arrived. Saying this, he quickly ran over. Monaka recognized this person at a glance. He was the only survivor of the planet of Firepot, Bodigio, and also his good friend. Bodigio had a personality very similar to Monaka's. He was extremely timid but also very just. He had always been guarding a treasure on the planet of Firepot. Locally, it was called the Miracle Water, but it was also referred to as the Superhuman Water. Drinking it could increase one's strength by hundreds of times and also grant the ability to replicate others' abilities. Seeing Bodigio, Monaka immediately brought out what he had, saying, "Bodigio, I've brought what you needed." Just as Bodigio was about to speak, a dozen blue-skinned cosmic pirates flew in from the air, led by a very strong pirate. "Ha, Bodigio, where do you think you're running? Hand over the miracle water, and I might spare your life." Trunks and Goten, like curious babies, asked, "What is the miracle water?" Bodigio explained, "The miracle water is a special liquid from our Firepot star. Originally a treasure that protected our Firepot star. For a long time, we have used it to fend off alien invaders. However, as time passed, and with the deep hatred, resentment, or revenge from those who absorbed the miracle water, it started to develop evil thoughts." Trunks and Goten were confused and completely did not understand, shaking their heads. "We don't understand." Chapter 109. How powerful is your dad? Bodigio spread his hands, helplessly saying, "If you don't understand, there's nothing I can do, and it doesn't seem like the right time for too many explanations." The pirate in midair angrily shouted, "Bodigio, I'll ask you one last time. Are you giving it to us or not? If not, we will kill you." Bodigio had always protected the miracle water, so he naturally could not give it to these people. Otherwise, he would have been able to guard it for so many years. He immediately took Monaka and the others to escape to his secret base. Seeing the four escape, the space pirates were extremely furious, raising their hands and launching a ki blast at them. After a while, the four reached Bodigio's secret base, where the miracle water was stored. Trunks, still curious, asked, "Uncle, what exactly is the miracle water?" Bodigio didn't waste words, walked to the wall, opened a stone slab, revealing a container resembling a thermos, and said, "This is the miracle water. Drinking it can increase one's power by hundreds of times and also grant the ability to copy all others' abilities." "Ah, that is so powerful. If I drink this miracle water, I easily defeat those space pirates?" Trunks said excitedly, feeling he was about to have an adventure like Uncle Goku and Dad Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Bodigio immediately stopped him. "No, that won't do. The miracle water was once a good thing that protected our Firepot star, but as it absorbed more and more people, it developed its own evil thoughts. For this reason, the people of Firepot star feared it would threaten the universe and other planets, so they united to seal it away. Drinking this miracle water indeed increases battle power by hundreds of times, but the original body will be diluted, gradually disappearing, until it is ultimately replaced by the copy." Trunks was startled, realizing how terrifying it was. If he drank it, wouldn't he be replaced by a copy? There would be no real Trunks left. Seeing that the others were scared, Bodigio taught them, "So now you finally understand the significance of my guarding this miracle water, right? And the effects of the miracle water are very strong. If we cannot eliminate it, it will copy others and never die. Come, let me store the miracle water." After realizing the terror of the miracle water, Trunks dared not hold on to it any longer and handed it over to Bodigio. "Boom! Found you." At that moment, the cave trembled and the entire mountain shook several times, with large rocks rolling down. It turned out that the space pirates had found them and unleashed several ki blasts, which bombarded the mountain. The mountain shook, and after Bodigio received the miracle water, the ground began to shake again. He couldn't hold it steady, and it was about to fall to the ground. The space pirates in midair saw this scene and rushed over without hesitation, snatching the thermos away. "I finally got the miracle water. From now on, the entire universe will be mine." The space pirate laughed wildly with joy. Meanwhile, Bodigio's face turned pale as he repeatedly said, What to do? What to do? The miracle water has been taken. It's over. The whole universe is going to be doomed." In reality, Bodigio knew that the space pirate who took the miracle water wouldn't survive for long, unless he didn't open the miracle water. Once opened, he would definitely die. But these space pirates came specifically to steal the miracle water. How could they not open it? However, he didn't care about the life of these space pirates. He only cared that the miracle water would endanger the safety of the entire universe. He couldn't help but remind them, "Hey, you'd better hurry and give me the miracle water. I will seal it away. It's an ominous thing. Don't be foolish." At this moment, the space pirate gang was blinded by greed and couldn't possibly listen to such words. They had wanted to steal it before, and now that they had it, how could they return it? The pirate leader couldn't wait any longer and suddenly opened the lid of the thermos. Seeing the thermos opened, Gio knew everything was too late, repeatedly saying, "It's over, it's been opened. The universe is going to be doomed." Trunks and Goten, unaware of the power of the miracle water, saw him mumbling and still didn't take it seriously, curiously asking, "Uncle, is this miracle water really that powerful? Even according to what you said, if this pirate increases his power by hundreds of times, that's not that impressive." Gio, hearing Trunks' arrogant words, angrily said, "What? Increasing the space pirate's power by hundreds of times isn't impressive? Then what would be impressive?" Goten seriously added, "Yeah, even if this pirate increases his power by hundreds of times, he still can't beat Uncle Vegeta or my dad." Gio couldn't help but teach them. "You two arrogant kids, how powerful can your dads be?" The space pirate didn't care about Trunks and Goten's words. As long as he increased his power by hundreds of times, who in this universe could be his opponent? Even the universe Emperor Frieza would have to bow down at his feet. The entire universe would belong to him. Ha ha ha. Another burst of wild laughter as he raised the thermos, preparing to drink the miracle water. However, the miracle water didn't need him to absorb it. It surged out on its own, instantly enveloping him in a purple mist. Whoosh! Clang! A person identical to the space pirate leader appeared. Seeing this person, the space pirate leader still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation, laughing maniacally, thinking he could control this person, and said proudly, "Ew, go and kill them." The purple space pirate leader coldly smiled upon hearing this. Crack! Boom! Taking them by surprise, he swiftly grabbed the space pirate's neck, charging a ki blast in his hand, and instantly obliterated him. The other space pirates, witnessing this scene, were astonished, staring wide-eyed, unable to believe what just happened. Why would the person replicated from the miraculous water kill the original? Trunks and Goten already knew that this replicated person possessed its own consciousness, so they were not surprised at all that it could kill the original. They only felt that this replicated being seemed to be even more evil than the original. The replicated space pirate looked at Trunks and the others and said lightly, "Will you submit to me, or will I kill you?" Chapter 110, Replication. Broly. The replicated space pirate leader also turned his gaze to the other space pirates, who were originally the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. They would follow whoever was powerful. In their eyes, this space pirate leader was no different from the previous one, but they knew it was just a transformation caused by the miraculous water. They immediately replied, "We will follow you. We will follow you." At that moment, the purple space pirate leader gradually changed into the color of the space pirate leader, completely replacing the original. As long as the original was dead, the replica would completely replace it and become the original. If the original was still alive, then the replica would remain purple. The space pirate leader was very pleased with this scene, grinning maliciously as he looked at Trunks and the others, waiting for their response. After realizing the situation, Gio immediately grabbed the others and tried to escape. The only option now was to run. If they could buy some time, they would then call for help from the cosmic police. However, the space pirate leader seemed to see through their thoughts and block their path, telling his subordinates, "Completely cut off their escape route. If they do not submit, then they shall die." Hee. Trunks and Goten exchanged glances and shouted in unison, "Ha!" The two instantly transformed into Super Saiyan God, their power levels soaring. The space pirate leader was momentarily stunned. These two kids could transform, and their battle power increased so much after transforming. If he replicated the two of them, wouldn't he also gain this ability? With that thought, greed flashed in the space pirate leader's eyes, and his desire to replicate the two intensified. Whoosh! Boom! A ki blast was hurled at the two. They quickly jumped to the side, avoiding the attack, and charged forward. Bang! 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 They engaged in battle with the space pirates, and for a moment, it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Gio suddenly froze, looking at Monaka beside him and questioning, are they really that strong? Monaka, who often delivered things to Bulma, naturally knew that family was not simple, especially the male head, Vegeta, whose battle power was incredibly strong. Though he didn't know exactly how strong. He nodded dully. Gio immediately said, "Then why didn't you say so?" Monaka still looked dazed, eventually saying slowly, "I wanted to say it, but I never had the chance. You kept dragging me along." Gio thought for a moment and realized that was indeed the case. But wasn't he just being anxious? Wasn't he worried that they would be killed by the pirates? Were they just playing him? And it made him take out this miraculous water. All right, I won't blame you anymore. I hope those two can defeat the space pirate leader from the miraculous water. Just as he finished speaking, bang, bang, The two were simultaneously knocked away. Boda Gio's face darkened. He had just said he hoped they could defeat the space pirate leader, and now it turned out like this. Was it because he was a jinx, or were they really not strong enough? The space pirate leader looked at Goten and Trunks, caught in hesitation about whom to replicate. Both kids had similar power levels and could transform, making it hard to choose. After some thought, he decided to replicate the stronger one, which would be Trunks. Replicating the stronger one would allow for quicker growth, and thus a faster increase in battle power. Replicating the weaker one would take a lot of time to develop. So he set his sights on Trunks, his figure flashing as he appeared beside him. Hee. When Trunks saw the evil grin on his face, he, being just a child, was immediately frightened. No, Dad. Just then, the space rippled, and Goku arrived with Vegeta, Whis, and Beerus, and 50 meters behind the space pirate, Xue Tian, Broly, and Lan Chi appeared. It turned out they had noticed Goten and Trunks were missing while attending a party. So Bulma was particularly anxious and asked Vegeta if he had seen them. Vegeta naturally hadn't, and neither had the others. After Xue Tian realized this, he calmly reminded everyone that these two children should have gone to the fire-up pot star with Manaka, and they could search for them based on their auras. Following Xue Tian's reminder, Sun Wukong sensed the auras of the two children and indeed found them. So he brought Vegeta, Whis, and Beerus along. Xue Tian was pondering that there might be hidden tasks from the system, so he brought Lan Chi and Broly along. Just as they arrived, Vegeta heard his son calling for him, and his pupils instantly dilated as he saw a tall and muscular alien preparing to attack his son. Without any hesitation, he moved at high speed and punched the cosmic pirate leader in the chest, sending him flying. The spot where the leader landed was exactly where Xue Tian and the others were standing, right beside Broly. The miracle water was an excruciating pain, feeling as if the cosmic pirate's body was about to explode. Without hesitation, it immediately disintegrated and lunged toward Broly. Broly, caught off guard, thought to himself, I just showed up. He also didn't know what this thing was, and in his carelessness, he was enveloped by the miracle water. With a heart-stopping bang, a purple Broly that looked exactly like him appeared. Vegeta, Goku, Beerus, and Lan Chi felt an uncontrollable tremor in their hearts. What was happening? Why was there another Broly? After the copy Broly successfully replicated Broly, he punched towards Broly, intending to take over his body just like he did with the cosmic pirate leader. But was it that easy? Broly countered with a punch, sending the copy flying hundreds of meters away, facing Vegeta. After stabilizing his body, the copy Broly instinctively felt the power coming from his arm and burst into ecstatic laughter. This body, this perfect body, it's simply unbeatable. I thought I had copied a piece of trash, but it turns out I got a perfect body. It's too perfect. Saying this, he raised his fist, feeling the power emanating from it. Lan Chi, puzzled, asked, Master, what's going on? How did another disciple who looks just like you appear? Xue Tian explained. This is the miraculous water of the fire-up star, also known as the superhuman water. This substance can replicate others, and once the replication is successful, it grants the full strength and abilities of the person being copied. In other words, he has now gained Broly's power and abilities. If he isn't killed within 3 minutes, the real Broly will disappear. However, Xue Tian knows there is another way to save Broly, which is to shatter the core essence of the superhuman water, thus completely eliminating it. Chapter 111. The Arrogance of Copying Broly. Xue Tian did not mention the other method to deal with the miraculous water because he wanted to see how much difference there was between Goku and Vegeta when they teamed up against Broly. It was certain they wouldn't be as strong as Broly, but he was curious about the gap between them. He looked at Goku and Vegeta and asked, Do you two have the confidence to defeat him within 3 minutes? The superhuman water copies any person and gains their memories, personality, and everything else, meaning it becomes an entirely identical person. But there is one difference. It is more evil, as the superhuman water is inherently filled with malice and evil intentions. Because of this, it transformed from a sacred object guarding the fire-up star into a monstrous being. At this moment, the copied purple Broly had a sinister expression. Before Goku and Vegeta could respond, he mockingly said, You two trash think you could defeat me in 3 minutes? It's simply ridiculous. One of you cried because my battle power was too high, and the other worried I would threaten your status because I'm the legendary Super Saiyan, banishing me to other planets. Can such people defeat me? He was full of mockery. Vegeta's face turned red upon hearing this, and he clenched his fists, shouting, That wasn't my decision. It has nothing to do with me. Goku also spoke up. Don't say that. Xue Tian reminded them. What are you two hesitating for? Are you really afraid of him? Upon hearing this, Vegeta wasted no time and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue. moving at high speed and charging towards Broly. Goku was surprised. He didn't expect Vegeta to transform into Super Blue so directly. He had planned to fight slowly, but then he suddenly realized a crucial issue. There was only 3 minutes left. Once those 3 minutes passed, the original Broly would be replaced. Without hesitation, he shouted loudly and instantly entered Super Saiyan God's Super Saiyan form, launching a punch. The purple Broly remained calm and shouted, "Come on, let me feel the power of this body." He instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Stage 1, blocking Vegeta's right punch with his right fist and Goku's left punch with his left fist, easily catching both of their attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The three exchanged hundreds of punches, with neither side gaining an advantage. Vegeta was incredibly shocked. He knew Broly was strong, but he never expected him to be this strong. Even in Super Saiyan Stage 1, he was evenly matched with both of them. If this continued, they would definitely not defeat Broly within 3 minutes. Clenching his fists, he let out another roar, and in an instant his whole body was enveloped in purple energy, exuding a destructive aura. He activated Ultra Instinct Stage 1. Goku sensed that Vegeta had activated Ultra Instinct, and without hesitation, he refused to fall behind and instantly activated Autonomous Ultra Instinct, without training in the God of Destruction realm, they had only a superficial grasp of Ultra Instinct and Autonomous Ultra Instinct. However, after their training, they had now mastered half of these divine techniques, thanks not only to their hard work and talent, but also because of Whis, their master, who taught them well. According to what their master once said, even a dog could accomplish something under his guidance, let alone humans. Bang! The purple Broly punched towards Goku, who easily dodged it in his Autonomous Ultra Instinct state, while Vegeta seized the opportunity to land a punch on Broly's chest, sending him flying. Vegeta did not pause for a moment and immediately followed up with a barrage of punches, his fists raining down like a torrential storm. Not only fast, but also incredibly destructive. Bang! 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 The continuous punches hammered down on Broly, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. As he tried to counterattack, Goku appeared beside him, blocking his attack and providing Vegeta with a better position for offense. Clang! Vegeta clasped his fists together, forming a massive hammer, and brought it down hard on Broly's head. A deafening roar echoed as Broly fell to the ground, creating a massive pit and a wave of energy spread out, turning the ground within 1,000 miles into a desolate wasteland, devoid of any green plants. Goku, intending to take advantage of the momentum, quickly gathered energy in his hands, forming a lotus blossom state, and shouted, "Kamehameha." A wave of azure energy erupted with earth-shattering power, crashing toward the purple Broly in the pit, aiming to finish him off. Boom! Just as this azure Kamehameha was about to hit the purple Broly in the pit, Broly unleashed a tremendous aura, exploding with a burst of golden light. This golden light spread out, instantly devastating the entire planet, transforming it into a scene of ruin, where there had been no green for miles. Now the entire planet was devoid of any greenery, as if it had undergone an apocalyptic event. Whis had long since deployed a blue protective shield, shielding everyone. Manaka, witnessing this terrifying wave, stared blankly, trembling all over, completely at a loss for words. As for his good friend Bodigio, looking at Goku in Autonomous Ultra Instinct and Vegeta in Ultra Instinct, he suddenly had a bold idea. He couldn't help but ask, "Kid, are those two in the air your dads?" Trunks immediately replied proudly, "The one surrounded by purple energy is my dad Vegeta, and the one surrounded by silver energy is his dad Goku. I told you our dads are super strong. You finally believe it now, right?" Bodigio, although he had already guessed, was still shocked by Trunks' words, nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. They really are incredibly strong, even more so than the Galactic Patrol. Upon hearing Galactic Patrol, Trunks immediately thought of Jocko and disdainfully said, "The Galactic Patrol is definitely not as strong as our dads. We know the Galactic Patrol." If the trainee Angel Melees heard this, who knows what he would think, and he would also be speechless, as the entire image of the Galactic Patrol has been ruined by Jocko. However, at this moment, Bodigio completely believed that these two kids were not lying. He thought to himself that had he known, he would have asked these two kids to seek their dad's help, which would have saved him a lot of trouble. Chapter 112. Hard Resistance Against Destruction Power. Vegeta and Goku saw a burst of golden light erupting, spreading across the entire planet and turning it into a scene of ruins. Both of them understood that the purple Broly had not died. On the contrary, he had become stronger, or rather, this was Broly's trump card, which he had not revealed until now. Whoosh! A purple Broly with long golden hair down to his waist and an exceptionally strong physique flew out from the pit. Super Saiyan 3. He fixed his gaze on Goku and Vegeta, a mocking smile on his face. Is this your strongest power? But do you know, I haven't even used my full strength yet. Upon hearing this, Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance, both shocked. This Broly was truly too strong. Even after both of them unleashed all their power, they still couldn't defeat him. Moreover, he claimed that this wasn't even his full strength. So what would his full strength be like? Just as the three were speaking, Lan Chi, standing beside Xue Tian, said, "Master, look at your junior brother." Everyone turned their attention to Lan Chi's words and saw Broly's figure becoming slightly transparent, a clear sign of impending disappearance. Xue Tian didn't need a look to know, calmly saying, "No rush." Although Broly felt a bit scared of disappearing, after hearing his master's words, he understood that when it was time to act, his master would naturally take action. At the same time, he was also eager to know if he could defeat both Son Wukong and Vegeta. Currently, from the strength displayed by these two, it seemed they had already used all their power, but he indeed had not yet shown all his strength. In midair, the purple Broly laughed proudly. Haha, it's already been over a minute. If in another minute you haven't killed me, then Broly will completely disappear, and I will take Broly's place. I will become the real Broly. Following that, he looked at Xue Tian. Master Xue Tian, if I become Broly, I will also honor you well, so I hope you won't stop me from taking Broly's place. Let's talk. Vegeta saw that he kept talking and didn't regard himself and Son Wukong at all, feeling furious. Originally, he was already uncomfortable teaming up with Son Wukong to deal with one enemy, feeling it was an insult to himself. But now this enemy didn't even consider them a threat, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. Bang! Vegeta charged up, throwing a punch that distorted space. But the purple Broly easily dodged it. Just as he felt things were going badly, pain shot through his abdomen. Immediately after, his body uncontrollably flew backwards and crashed heavily onto the ground. He felt something surge up from his abdomen, a sweetness in his throat, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he wasn't knocked back to his normal state. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured. It was impossible to recover in an instant unless he had a sense of being, but they had come in a hurry and hadn't thought of the current situation. So they hadn't brought any. Son Wukong was astonished at this scene. Vegeta, in his Ultra Instinct state, was actually knocked down by a single punch. He also didn't dare to be careless and took the initiative to attack. Whoosh! The purple Broly launched a punch, bringing with it a twisting and overwhelming force. However, Son Wukong's Ultra Instinct focused on evasion and speed, allowing him to successfully dodge several of Broly's punches. The purple Broly showed no surprise, having copied Broly. He naturally had Broly's memories and knew the effects of Ultra Instinct and Ultra Instinct sign. Moreover, based on his experience fighting Lan Chi, he knew that as long as his speed exceeded that of Ultra Instinct, he could land a hit. Thinking of this, his punches became faster, and his evasion speed also increased. Son Wukong couldn't hit him, and he couldn't hit Son Wukong either. However, everyone could clearly see that Son Wukong was becoming increasingly strained. His evasion speed slowing down. Couldn't help but say, Son Wukong is about to be unable to hold on. As soon as he finished speaking, with a rumble, the purple Broly punched Son Wukong in the chest, sending him flying thousands of meters away, crashing into the ground in a disheveled state. Whoosh! Rumble! At that moment, a small sphere of purple destructive energy surged forward. However, this purple destructive energy was not large, only the size of a basketball. The purple Broly understood that this purple destructive energy was not ordinary energy. If it hit, it could cause destruction unless he had enough power to block it. The purple Broly snorted disdainfully. Vegeta, you think your destructive energy is strong? Then I'll take it head on. Hearing this, Vegeta was shocked beyond belief. What did he mean? Did he plan to take my destructive energy head on? Just as Vegeta was puzzled, the purple Broly showed no resistance and let the destructive energy hit him, instantly enveloping him, trying to crush and destroy him. Seeing this scene, Vegeta's mouth curled into a smile, and he proudly said, "You are too arrogant. This is destructive energy, a special form of energy. Do you think it's that easy to break through? Just wait to be destroyed. Is that so?" The purple Broly, trapped in the destructive energy, showed no fear or pain. Instead, he looked relaxed. After a rhetorical question, he roared, "Ha!" The energy on his body exploded out, directly shattering the destructive energy that surrounded him, collapsing it into countless points of purple energy that vanished without a trace. Those who didn't know would think that the destructive energy had never appeared. Vegeta was momentarily tongue-tied, looking at the purple Broly as if he were a living monster, one he had never seen before. He had only heard that destructive energy could destroy everything, but he had never heard of it being able to be taken head-on. At this moment, he felt his understanding collapsing, and, at the same time, he realized Broly's power. Just as he was dazed, the purple Broly vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already next to Vegeta. Before Vegeta could react, a punch slammed into his abdomen. Bang! Vegeta cried out in agony, spitting out a mouthful of blood, instantly returning to his normal state. Then he was thrown away by the purple Broly like a dead dog. Dad! Chapter 113. Purple Broly. What about Xue Tian? Dad! Trunks shouted anxiously. He never imagined that his father would be defeated by the purple Broly. Whoosh! Bang! A silver figure, like a white horse passing by, rushed in front of the purple Broly. The purple Broly suddenly extended his right hand to block. The newcomer was none other than Sun Wukong in his Ultra Instinct state. After Sun Wukong's punch was blocked, the purple Broly grabbed him and delivered a heavy punch to Sun Wukong's head. Similarly, with a cry of agony, he turned back to his normal state and fell to the ground. Dad! Sun Goten also shouted, muttering, Dad has been defeated. His eyes were filled with confusion. Beerus, witnessing this, couldn't help but marvel at how strong Broly's power was. He truly deserved to be the disciple personally taught by Xue Tian. In such a short time, he had surpassed both Vegeta and Sun Wukong by so much. Although Sun Wukong and Vegeta were not true gods, they possessed some qualifications of a god. Yet, Broly showed no trace of divinity. It seemed his evolutionary path had no intention of following the divine path. Could it be that Xue Tian intended for him to regress? The Saiyan race, in the time of their ancestors, was once the most glorious existence, the peak of their moment, but now they have fallen. This is true for countless races in the universe. Many races had their high points during their ancestors' time, but as time passed and their legacy continued, it became less pure. Today's Saiyans cannot be compared to those original Saiyan ancestors. The difference is countless times greater. Even for oneself, encountering the bloodline of the original Saiyan ancestors would warrant serious attention, unlike today's Saiyans, who are weak to the extreme. With their entire planet destroyed by Frieza, Goku lay on the ground, looking at Vegeta with a pained expression, smiling. So strong, he really is strong. Vegeta, however, could not smile, filled with anger and unwillingness. As a fellow Saiyan, even if the other party was a legendary Super Saiyan, it shouldn't be this outrageous. Could it be that the other party has been training all these decades? But without real combat, what good is training? Isn't battle power still unable to rise? After the purple Broly defeated Goku and Vegeta, he became even more arrogant, boasting to the extreme, trampling on their dignity. Haha, I told you both. You are nothing at all. One of you cried for being scared, and the other wanted to exile me out of fear. Do you think such people can defeat me? Vegeta wanted to retort, but he was completely drained of energy, unable to muster the strength to speak. He complained to Goku. Kakarot, I told you to always carry some sins of beans, but you never do. Goku smiled, completely unconcerned. It's fine, there's Xue Tian. He is Broly's master and won't just sit by. This statement was indeed not wrong. As Broly's master, Xue Tian naturally couldn't hold back. However, Son Goku's words were heard by Broly, who immediately mocked, Kakarot, you're really naive. You're not wrong. Xue Tian might indeed attack me. But it's already been 2.5 minutes, and there's only half a minute left. No matter how powerful he is, he can't kill me in half a minute, right? After saying this, the purple Broly provocatively looked at Xue Tian and said, Xue Tian, accept this reality. From now on, I will be your disciple. Don't worry. I will treat you well and definitely won't copy you. With a sinister smile, he made Xue Tian quite displeased. Xue Tian smiled slightly and said, sorry. I still prefer the old Broly. I don't like your sinister demeanor. Whoosh. After saying that, Xue Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. The purple Broly realized that something was wrong and wanted to escape, but he found that Xue Tian had already appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Master Xue Tian, the purple Broly said in panic. Xue Tian tightly gripped his hand, not allowing him to escape. After being caught, the other party had no intention of running away either, quickly gathering energy to prepare for his transformation into Super Saiyan 4. I've said it before. I don't like you as this sinister Broly. Do you think you can transform into Super Saiyan 4 in front of me? This is all I taught you. What right do you have to show off in front of me? God's confinement. A 7-colored light burst forth, enveloping the purple Broly. Master, I was wrong. I was wrong. I'll be whatever you like. Just don't kill me, please. The purple Broly had realized that his master was someone he couldn't resist at all. Although he had copied Broly, gaining his consciousness, thoughts, and personality, he himself was inherently sinister, denying some of the original Broly's ideas in his heart. He thought that while Xue Tian was stronger than him, it was impossible for him to eliminate him in half a minute. As long as he couldn't be eliminated in that time, he could fly into the universe to avoid Xue Tian and wait until he was strong enough to come out again. Although avoiding someone made him very uncomfortable, it was still better than being sealed in a thermos as a puddle of liquid. Boom! Xue Tian did not answer him, raising his right hand. A destructive force began to gather. If you can withstand Vegeta's destructive power, then can you withstand mine? Beerus and Whis were moved upon seeing this destructive force. It was not any less than Beerus's, a true destructive power, not the destructive energy cultivated through self-extreme techniques. With this destructive force, someone with Broly's strength would be completely unable to withstand it. Boom! Whoosh! Just before the 3 minutes were up, the purple Broly was completely destroyed, turning into a cluster of starlight that dissipated in the air as if it had never existed. At that moment, the original Broly instantly returned to his original form, showing no transparency. Beerus flew to Xue Tian's side and asked in confusion, "Xue Tian, where did this destructive power come from?" Xue Tian knew that the two would be curious and would come to ask him, and he had already concluded that they must have made various assumptions in their minds. He didn't explain and instead smiled, asking back, "What do you think? Since you've already guessed, why ask?" This made Beerus' heart tremble. Was it really given to him by Lord Zeno? But why would Lord Zeno do this? Was he going to give him some position? He hadn't heard any notification. Meanwhile, on Earth, Chapter 114, The Invitation from Arzanda. In a cave where Paragus lived, he was furious, cursing Xue Tian and Broly. Essentially, he was blaming Xue Tian for corrupting Broly, claiming that Broly was an ungrateful son who only listened to Xue Tian. Paragus angrily shouted, "Xue Tian, one day, I will kill you. Broly, I will make you regret it. Without me, you are nothing." At that moment, a cheerful laugh came from outside his cave. Hearing this voice, Paragus was stunned. Once he regained his senses, he became extremely alert and shouted, "Who are you? Hiding like this, what kind of person are you?" Just then, a chubby man about 1.6 meters tall, dressed in a red suit, walked in, holding a cigar in his mouth. He was followed by a tall, thin man in a matching suit, with long, curly hair that looked a bit comical. The latter stood respectfully beside the chubby man, clearly a bodyguard. Paragus looked at the two and asked suspiciously, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" The chubby man smiled, almost like a gentleman, and introduced himself. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Marzanda, president of Red Pharmaceuticals. We know that Lord Paragus is a talented individual, so I have come to invite you to join us." Paragus didn't know who Marzanda was and showed no good attitude, especially since he was angry. He coldly replied, "I don't know how to make medicine. You have the wrong person." Marzanda shook his head and took a deep puff of his cigar, saying, No. We haven't made a mistake. We are looking for you, Lord Paragus. You're Broly's father, right?" Mentioning Broly made Paragus furious, and he shouted, "I don't have that kind of ungrateful son. What do you want? If you don't want to say, then get out." Paragus sensed that although these two claimed to be from a pharmaceutical group, it might not be that simple, otherwise they wouldn't have investigated him and Broly. Marzanda said leisurely, "Whether you have it or not, we just need your participation. We have a common goal, which is to dominate the universe." Paragus' eyes narrowed, looking at Marzanda in disbelief, carefully assessing him. The other party didn't seem to have much energy, obviously not a practitioner. He estimated the man's combat power to be at most 100. The high score he had was likely due to his armor, which was not ordinary armor, but an offensive weapon. With a disdainful smile, he said, "Even if you have a set of armor, your combat power is still below 100. You want to dominate the universe? Don't you find that funny?" Marzanda was not angry and replied, "Yes, you are right. I indeed don't have much combat power and cannot compare to you Saiyans. However, I possess technology and a genius doctor, Dr. Hyde." Paragus was completely unfamiliar with these people and looked confused. Since Marzanda had already said it, he no longer concealed it and said lightly, "I want to hide it from you. My father was the famous Black Marshal who founded the Red Ribbon Army. My father had a doctor named Dr. Gero, who created androids comparable to the strength of Goku and Vegeta. He almost killed Goku and Vegeta back then, only missing by a step. Later, Dr. Gero developed the terrifying Cell. Cell easily defeated Goku and Vegeta, but due to his playful nature, he gave them a chance to breathe, leading to his demise. One mistake led to another. Paragus was shocked and asked, "What did you say?" "That Dr. Gero created Cell, who can defeat Goku and Vegeta." Although he had never seen Cell, he knew that anyone who could defeat Goku and Vegeta must be very strong. Given Goku and Vegeta's strength, they indeed had the qualifications to dominate the universe. That's right, but Dr. Gero is dead. However, his grandson, Dr. Hyde, is even more brilliant, possessing intelligence surpassing Dr. Gero. He is currently researching a new cell called Cell Max. We have already completed more than half of the research, and once successful, we can dominate the universe. Haha, Marzanda said excitedly, feeling optimistic about his future. Paragus also felt his blood boiling, but he still didn't fully understand. I still don't quite understand. Since you are about to succeed in your research, why can't you find me? I have no skills in research. Marzanda stated his purpose. Of course, we don't need any of your skills. We just need you to provide us with various battle information about Broly. When the time comes, we will input Broly's battle information into Cell Max, and he will possess strength surpassing Broly. As for the reward, I will appoint you as my chief advisor to manage the entire universe for me. Paragus' first reaction was to refuse because he did not want to manage the universe for anyone. He only wanted to dominate the universe himself, making others obey him. Not the other way around. But he suddenly realized that if Cell Max was indeed that powerful, he could use it to help him kill Xue Tian. If they both suffered, that would be even better. Moreover, they had a powerful Dr. Hyde. He could have Dr. Hyde create a necklace for him, which he could then put around Broly's neck, making Broly obedient to him. In that case, it would be him, not these people, who would dominate the universe. After thinking of this, Paragus said, I can agree to your terms, but besides becoming the chief advisor, I have other requests. As long as you are willing to join us, I can consider any requests. Marzanda knew that the other party would not refuse his conditions. After all, they were all people who wanted to rule the entire universe. Paragus stated, if Cell Max is successfully developed, I need him to kill Xue Tian and Vegeta. As for Goku and the others, do as you wish. Marzanda smiled proudly, completely unconcerned, and said, I thought you would have some other requests. This is all? Don't worry. Even if you don't say it, I will have Cell Max do it. Vegeta and Goku are the ones who have destroyed my family's great cause. How could I possibly let them go? As for Xue Tian, he will definitely be a hindrance at that time and must be killed as well. Paragus was overjoyed. Good. Since that's the case, then I agree. But I also hope that your Dr. Hito can create a necklace for me that can release electric shocks to control a person. Only by controlling Broly, well, can I better provide you with his battle data? This is just a minor issue. Chapter 115. Granola's wished no one knew about the secret agreement between Macienda and Paragus. On another planet, Cyril Star, Granola, after learning the truth, no longer held any fondness for Monate, who raised him. Now he had stopped going out to earn money and spent every day training. However, he found that his growth was painfully slow, so slow that it made him feel disgusted. With such strength, he couldn't even deal with Frisia, let alone those from the Sita group. He was no match for them. Entering the house, Monate was out and not home. Granola's gaze fell on a transparent glass bead placed on the table, in which there was a 5-pointed star. He remembered Monate saying that this thing was called a Dragon Ball, and there were a total of 2. Monate had one, and the other was unknown. Once both Dragon Balls were collected, the Eternal Dragon could be summoned to grant any wish. However, this was not a good thing, because with the wish being fulfilled, some ominous events would also occur. Monate had not told Granola the specifics, only warning him not to consider using the Dragon Balls for anything. At that moment, the television broadcast a piece of news. A certain explorer found a strange glass bead in the mountains. Although it was a glass bead, it couldn't be broken, as if it had some kind of magic. The glass bead had now been submitted to the state. Granola heard this news, and a gleam of joy appeared in his eyes, as he said softly, My chance for revenge has come. He took the Dragon Ball from the table, and then flew into the air, quickly heading towards the National Museum, muttering, since it has been submitted. It must be in the museum. It was already nighttime, and the museum was closed to visitors. Granola, agile and nimble, easily entered the museum, where the Dragon Ball was placed in the center, protected by a glass case. Seeing the glass bead inside, which was indeed the Dragon Ball with 2 stars, he was instantly overjoyed. However, due to his negligence, he accidentally triggered the infrared alarm. Whoa! The alarm went off. In an instant, all the guards rushed in with their guns, urging Granola to surrender immediately. However, Granola had already made up his mind, so how could he give up and surrender? With a punch, he shattered the glass case and took the Dragon Ball. The guards did not hesitate and immediately opened fire. After obtaining the Dragon Ball, Granola quickly flew away, not wanting to get entangled with these people. The guard were astonished to see that he could fly and hurriedly took their spaceship to chase after him. But as soon as they came out, they found that Granola was no longer there, and the Dragon Ball they had just retrieved was stolen within a day. Half an hour later, This news was broadcast on television. At that moment, Monate returned home, saw the news, and looked at the Dragon Ball on the table, only to find it missing. He immediately understood that it must have been taken by Granola. The stolen Dragon Ball was definitely the work of Granola, and he pondered carefully about where Granola would appear next. Thinking ahead, he quickly walked towards a place where Granola would likely show up. He needed to stop Granola and absolutely could not let him make a mistake. After obtaining the Dragon Ball, Granola came to the back mountain of his house. He placed the 2 Dragon Balls on the ground and repeatedly tried various summoning phrases, which he had combined from what Monate had said. However, after more than half an hour, it seemed he had not succeeded. He even doubted whether Monate had deceived him, thinking that the Dragon Ball had no special effects and was just an ordinary bead. But thinking this way made him unwilling to concede, and in the end, he angrily shouted, "Come forth, eternal dragon, grant my wish." Whoosh! Boom! In that instant, the world changed color, dark clouds gathered, thunder and lightning roared, and a golden light shot up into the sky, soaring into the clouds and spreading out. The clouds sensed its arrival and automatically parted. Monate, rushing towards the mountain, saw the changes in the sky and was greatly shocked. This. Granola actually activated the Dragon Ball. He couldn't help but sigh and hurriedly made his way into the mountains. In the mountains, a flash of golden light appeared, and a 4-clawed dragon emerged. Compared to the eternal dragon from Earth, this dragon looked much uglier. It was more akin to a flood dragon than a proper dragon. It looked down at Granola from above. Granola was so excited to see it that he couldn't speak for a moment. Until the 2-star dragon asked, "The one who summoned me, speak. What is your wish? Speak it, and I can grant any wish you desire." After Granola regained his composure, he swallowed hard and said, "I want Frisia and the leader of the Ceta group, Elec, as well as all the important members of the Ceta group to die." The 2-star dragon shook its head. "This wish cannot be granted. It exceeds the rules." "Exceeds the rules?" Granola asked in confusion. "Yes, it exceeds the rules. The eternal dragon cannot directly kill anyone. You can make other wishes, or you can become stronger and then kill them. Those are possible, but asking me to kill them exceeds the rules. I cannot do that." "I see." Granola understood. After thinking for a moment, without any hesitation, he immediately said, "Then I want to become the strongest in the universe." He thought to himself, as long as he could become the strongest in the universe, killing Elec and the others from the Ceta group would be an easy task, and he could even handle Frisia himself since he would already be the strongest. The 2-star dragon responded, "This wish can indeed be granted, that is, to be the strongest among all living beings except for destroyers, angels, and so on. The strongest in the universe. With my divine power, I can do this." "Great," Granola excitedly agreed. However, the 2-star dragon did not immediately grant it, but instead sensed something and said, "However, this wish requires a condition for exchange. Or perhaps it requires you to give up something in order for me to grant it." Chapter 116. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, however. "Your wish requires a condition for exchange, or perhaps it requires you to give up something in order for me to grant it." Granola did not quite understand what the 2-star dragon meant and asked, filled with confusion, "Give up something? What kind of thing?" "Because your body cannot bear such great power. You must pay a sufficient amount of your lifespan to carry such immense strength. If you agree, then this divine dragon will grant your wish right now." Granola immediately asked, "How many years of lifespan do I need to pay?" The 2-star dragon calmly replied, "Based on your current lifespan, if you accept this condition, you will only have 3 years left to live." Granola's heart suddenly raced, feeling his hands and feet becoming a bit sluggish, his whole body numb. 3 years. As a Cyril, his average lifespan is 200 years, and he is currently only 50 years old. According to the average lifespan, he could live to be 200 years old. But the 2-star dragon said that if he accepted this condition, he would only have 3 years left to live. In other words, he would have to pay a price of 147 years of his lifespan. This price is indeed steep. "So have you thought it through?" the 2-star dragon asked. Granola, eager for revenge, knew that if he continued to train like this, even at 200 years old, he would not be a match for Frisia and the likes of Elec from the Heater group. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists, looked up at the dragon, and said seriously, if it can make me the strongest in the universe, then I accept this condition." "Good." The 2-star dragon immediately burst forth with a golden light, and at the same time, a light erupted from Granola, enveloping him. He felt his combat power continuously rising, and his body underwent a tremendous transformation. Monet, seeing the light emanating from the 2-star dragon, which then split into 2 beams flying in different directions, immediately understood that Granola had made a wish, and his face fell with sadness. After walking for a while, he saw Granola and immediately shouted, "Granola, why did you do this?" "Why?" Granola was startled, not expecting Monet to come, and replied, "You're here." Monet, feeling helpless, said, "Granola, you ultimately use the Dragon Balls. I already told you that while the Dragon Balls can bring you benefits, they can also bring you drawbacks. Why won't you listen?" Granola coldly replied, "As long as it allows me to take revenge, I don't care what price I have to pay." Monet sighed deeply, unable to persuade him, and asked, "What wish did you make?" "To become the strongest in the universe. Now I'm the strongest in the universe. With my current strength, I can easily kill Elec from the Heater Group and the others. I will kill them all, and then go find Frisia. I want to avenge my mother and my entire clan." Granola's face was filled with madness, his fists clenched tightly. He was already blinded by hatred and didn't care about the price he had to pay. He just wanted power. Seeing his state, Monet could no longer persuade him, and it was pointless to do so now. The price had already been paid, and it would be impossible to stop him from seeking revenge. However, he still wanted to remind Granola, "Granola, actually, even though you wish to become the strongest in the universe, today you may be the strongest. But that doesn't mean you will still be the strongest tomorrow." Granola frowned, not quite understanding this statement. "What do you mean? Your being the strongest in the universe is for today. Tomorrow, if the original strongest in the universe trains hard today, they will surpass you. So Granola, take care of yourself. And you must have paid quite a price to wish to become the strongest in the universe, right?" Monet's tone became much calmer. He knew that there are always stronger beings out there. Although Granola's strength was decent, it was still too weak compared to the entire universe. The price to attain the strength of the strongest in the universe would definitely be very high. Granola thought of the price and felt a bit cold inside. But thinking of his revenge, that cold feeling disappeared. Calmly, he said, "I still have 3 years of life left." Monet's pupils instantly widened, his hand holding the cane trembling. Such a price was indeed too great. This price, sigh. He could only pray silently, hoping that the Dragon Balls wouldn't appear again, so they wouldn't harm others anymore. Granola said, "Monet, you are indeed very reasonable. I'm the strongest in the universe today, but I might not be the strongest tomorrow. So I need to take revenge now. You should go back." Saying this, he used high-speed movement to fly toward his spaceship, preparing to find Elec from the Heater Group for revenge. Meanwhile, on another planet, Elec, the leader of the Heater Group, was shocked. "The Dragon Balls. This thing is interesting. I didn't expect it to make Granola the strongest in the universe. Moreover, this guy is actually coming to seek revenge on us." Maki smiled sinisterly. But what Granola doesn't realize is that we have already installed listening devices on him. His every move is completely within our expectations. Elec also smiled sinisterly. "I knew that Granola would betray us one day. Installing the listening devices in advance was not a bad thing. Now that he has become the strongest in the universe, the three of us might not necessarily be his match, so let's hide from him for now." Jazz, who was nearby, was quite unconvinced and snorted coldly. As the boss, Elec naturally understood Jazz's character. "Jazz, don't be anxious. I know you despise Granola. I do too. But since he has obtained the Dragon Balls and become the strongest in the universe, we should also collect the Dragon Balls and then make you the new strongest in the universe. That way, your combat power will surpass his." And that old man said that Granola is the strongest today, but tomorrow it might not be so. Hearing that he would become the strongest in the universe, Jazz's anger dissipated a lot. Elec stood up and said to several important members of the Heater Group beside him, "Let's go. Now that Elec has gone to the universe, we will go to Cyril Star to collect the Dragon Balls." Hee hee. Maki laughed sinisterly. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Chapter 117, Stronger Than You 1 week later. This week, Xue Tian lived quite comfortably. Since returning from that gathering, he had completed the hidden choice and obtained the angelic bloodline. Without any hesitation, he devoured the angelic bloodline with the void bloodline. The void bloodline was further enhanced, and his daily increase in combat power was growing. In life, things were quite enjoyable. Lan Shi took care of him entirely, making it so he didn't have to lift a finger. This made him sigh that taking this disciple was indeed not a mistake. He was very considerate. As for Broly, he had been spending quite a bit of time at home these days, and from his appearance, he seemed quite happy, as if he was getting along well with Paragus. This puzzled Xue Tian. Logically speaking, after the last unpleasant incident, Paragus should be angry with Broly. However, he hadn't heard Broly mention anything about Paragus being angry, nor had he heard any resentment from him. When things seem unusual, there is bound to be something strange. Xue Tian felt something was off, but he couldn't be bothered to care. What trouble could such a clown cause? Wasting time on him was better spent enjoying life, chatting with Lan Shi to strengthen their bond. And perhaps something might happen between them in the future. As for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, after the party ended, they followed Whis and Beerus to the God of Destruction realm for training. After being knocked down by Broly, they realized the gap between them and Broly was too large. So they needed to train hard to try to surpass him as soon as possible. They also discovered something. They couldn't even defeat Broly in his Super Saiyan 3 form. And Broly could transform into Super Saiyan 4, which meant he could easily take them out. Thinking about this made them feel uneasy, so they trained diligently. However, Bulma and Whis had discussed that after training for a week, they would let them return to have a look so that both Shi and Chi-Chi could see their husbands. Bulma had a strong desire for a second child recently, so she needed to get closer to Vegeta. If it were anyone else, they would probably let her take a year off, but Vegeta was different. He was always reluctant about such things and was constantly thinking about training. This made her very frustrated. At the same time, she was also annoyed that all Saiyans seemed the same, always thinking about training. Today happened to be the day when Sun Wukong and Vegeta returned to visit their two beautiful wives, while Whis and Beerus naturally came to Vegeta's house as guests to enjoy delicious food. After enjoying food for a day or two in a week, they were quite happy. At this moment, Beerus and Whis were eating heartily when suddenly, they looked up at the sky above Earth. Oh, how interesting. When did the seventh universe have so many powerful beings? Whis asked with a smile. Not interested. Beerus continued to focus on eating. Whis said again, based on their flight speed and trajectory, they should be heading towards Earth. Beerus noticed this too, but just as he said, he wasn't interested in observing those matters and preferred to eat more delicious food. Such things were better left to the Kaioshin to worry about. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin, who was holding a beauty magazine, felt a terrifying aura and immediately dropped the magazine, sitting up in shock. How could this happen? The East Kaioshin looked at the old Kaioshin seriously. Since the last time he was criticized for having shallow knowledge, he had been studying seriously, and the results were quite good. He learned a lot. For instance, the previous questions he had found answers to in books. Seeing the old Kaioshin suddenly sit up, he curiously asked, "What's wrong, ancestor?" The old Kaioshin looked towards the direction of Earth and said worriedly, "Didn't you feel it?" Hearing the old Kaioshin's words, the East Kaioshin immediately looked towards Earth and carefully sensed the aura. Suddenly, he felt several terrifying auras and asked in shock, "Ah, ancestor, how could this be?" Bang! The old Kaioshin punched the East Kaioshin on the head and shouted, "How should I know why this is happening? All I know is that it's because of your negligence." Huh? The East Kaioshin was completely confused. How did it become his negligence? It's all your fault. You've been reading that book all day and not properly monitoring the changes in the universe. Now there are these terrifying beings appearing, and you didn't know anything about it, and still ask me why. The old Kaioshin criticized. The East Kaioshin felt extremely wronged, but he realized that what his ancestor said made some sense. However, he still felt wronged. Wasn't it because you said my knowledge was insufficient and urged me to read more? Now that I've read more, you're blaming me. Can I still live like this? However, he didn't dare to voice these grievances. If he did, he would inevitably get beaten. He could only say, "Ancestor, based on my observations, they are heading towards Earth. I will immediately contact Sun Wukong and Vegeta to alert them." That's more like it. The old Kaioshin felt relieved after hearing his plan and stopped worrying, continuing to study the knowledge from the magazine. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The East Kaioshin watched the old Kaioshin's actions and thought to himself that he was really too lewd, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was the ancestor and he was not. If he were the ancestor, he would definitely teach him a lesson every day. He didn't think too much about it and immediately contacted Sun Wukong. Wukong, can you hear me?" However, at that moment, Sun Wukong was busy having a good time with Chi-Chi and didn't hear his call at all. After calling several times without getting a response, he immediately contacted Vegeta. Vegeta, can you hear me? I'm East Kaioshin. Vegeta was sitting on the bed waiting for Bulma to come out of the shower. Hearing the East Kaioshin's voice, he frowned. Could it be that he was spying on them? But considering the East Kaioshin's cowardly demeanor, he dismissed the thought and coldly asked, "What's wrong?" "Vegeta, several powerful auras are approaching Earth, and I suspect they might pose a threat to Earth. You need to be cautious. Who are those powerful beings? You said they're very strong? How strong?" The East Kaioshin spoke anxiously. "I don't know who they are, but based on their displayed power, they are even stronger than you." Chapter 118. Master, are these people coming for you? Vegeta was instantly shocked into silence. The approaching powers were actually stronger than his own. After a brief moment of surprise, he found it hard to believe impossible. In this universe, besides gods like Beerus and that Xue Tian and Broly, who else is stronger than me? Could they be gods? He secretly thought that if they were truly gods, then it wouldn't have much to do with him. Beerus and Whis would naturally handle it. He couldn't be the one to deal with god-related matters. No, they are not gods. They are normal aliens. This realization made Vegeta lose his composure. The East Kaishin reminded him again, no matter what, you all be careful. After saying that, the East Kaishin cut off contact with Vegeta. At that moment, Bulma, wrapped in a towel, walked in, drying her wet hair. Although she was already a mother, her skin was well maintained. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her figure was full and curvy, with an alluring silhouette. However, Vegeta wasn't in the mood to appreciate any of that. He was instead contemplating what the East Kaishin had just said, releasing his senses to feel the changes in the aura outside Earth. At first, he didn't sense anything, but after a few seconds, he vaguely felt that indeed several powers were rapidly approaching Earth. How many were there? 2 or 3? Faintly, I feel unclear about what is happening. What is going on? Why is it like this? This aura seems to be stronger than mine. But just as he thought that, he immediately realized his mistake because the closer those forces got, the more clearly he felt that the aura from the other party far exceeded his own. The closer he got, the stronger it became. Hey Vegeta, what's wrong? At this moment, Bulma had arrived at the bed and noticed that Vegeta was deep in thought. She called out a few times, but he ignored her, leaving her truly puzzled. So she personally walked over and pushed Vegeta a few times. Only then did Vegeta come to his senses. His originally calm expression turned serious. With a whoosh, he stood up and got dressed as quickly as possible. Then he left the room, leaving Bulma alone in confusion in the wind. What on earth is happening? Hey Vegeta! Seeing that he had disappeared without a trace, she angrily yelled, Saiyan. After Vegeta left the room, he went to where Whis and Beerus were, looking up at the sky above Earth. Beerus casually asked, Did you sense it? At the same time, he felt a bit surprised. Logically, weren't they supposed to be busy with something? How would he sense it? Shouldn't he be distracted at a time like this? Vegeta replied, The East Kaishin contacted me, and I can sense it now. Beerus immediately understood. So it was the East Kaishin that made sense. He continued eating pudding, savoring each bite, and praised. So wonderful. Meanwhile, Xue Tian lay on the chair, eating the grapes that Lan Chi had peeled for him. His gaze fixed on the outer space beyond Earth, a playful glint in his eyes. He never expected Granola to make a wish so quickly using the 2-star Dragon Ball. The plot had advanced significantly, but this guy was still too naive, not very cunning, and had fallen for Elik's trick. He was indeed a pitiful person. Their group was heading to Earth, probably because of me. After all, the last time, I had given them a harsh lesson, and now that my power had increased, it wouldn't be in line with their Sita group's character not to come back to reclaim their honor. Others might not sense who the few people outside Earth were. But Xue Tian could feel 4 forces out there. One was very weak, on the brink of death, and that waning force was none other than Granola. The other 3 forces belonged to the 3 members of the Sita group, Elik, Gas, and Maki. The power of Elik and his companions had undergone a qualitative leap. The first to wish to become the strongest in the universe was Granola, the second was Gas, the third was Maki, and lastly, Elik. However, Maki's potential was not as strong as Gas's, so even though Maki was the third to wish to be the strongest in the universe, she might not be Gas's match. One thing is certain, the 2 of them together, or even just Gas alone, could handle Granola. After the 3 subdued Granola, they left him with a small life to come to Earth. Their purpose for coming to Earth was exactly as Xue Tian had thought, to find him and reclaim their honor. Whoosh! Broly quickly arrived, landing in front of Xue Tian with a whoosh, respectfully saying, Master, 3 presences are flying towards Earth, for Broly and the others. They could only sense 3 forces because Granola's presence was too weak, in a dying state, and at their level of power, they were unable to detect it. Xue Tian gently nodded, No problem. He glanced around. When they come, let's leave this villa. If they destroy my villa, I won't be able to afford to pay for their dismemberment. Since he had guessed that these people were coming for him, it was naturally impossible to fight at home. Broly curiously asked, Master, are these people coming for you? Most likely, Xue Tian said nonchalantly. Broly was shocked. It was incredible that someone was causing trouble for his master. This was truly like a moth to a flame, completely unaware of the danger. A few minutes later, Xue Tian stretched lazily and said, The person is arriving soon. Let's go find a suitable place for battle. The 3 figures flashed and appeared in a grassy field. Xue Tian deliberately released his aura. As Elik and the others flew towards Earth, Jiaz sensed Xue Tian's presence and immediately said, "His aura is over there," pointing to a grassy area. Alec naturally sensed it as well, and looking at the grassy land, a doubt arose in his heart. Why would Xue Tian appear in this grassy area? This place is far from the city and very suitable for battle. Could it be that he had already sensed our arrival and was waiting for us? If that's the case, the situation might not be good. He wanted to express his thoughts, but noticed that Jiaz had already accelerated to full speed and flew out first. With a bang, Jiaz landed powerfully on the ground, looking at Xue Tian and the other two on the grassland, and coldly said, "You sure know how to pick a grave." Seeing Jiaz had already descended, Alec had no hesitation and followed closely behind. Chapter 119. What difference is there between you and him? Xue Tian looked at Jiaz, and finally shook his head with a disappointed expression. It seemed that the power of the two-star dragon was nothing special after all. He remembered that when the two-star dragon granted Granola's wish, it had said that it could make him the strongest in the universe, but only beneath Beerus, the angels, and other gods. And he himself should not be considered among the kind of god. But now, Jiaz's power was completely beneath his own and did not surpass him. Was it that the two-star dragon's power was insufficient? Or was it that he was merely viewed by Jiaz as a god of the same category as Beerus? Regardless, Xue Tian felt somewhat disappointed. He still wanted to find someone else to test his current strength and see how far he had come. Looking at Jiaz's combat power, it was only slightly higher than Broly's. Excluding himself, before they made their wish, the strongest in Universe 7 was Broly. Therefore, their wish only allowed them to surpass Broly by a little. In reality, while their combat power numbers exceeded Broly's, if it came to a fight, they would not be a match for him at all, even if all three of them teamed up. Broly's potential exceeded their imagination. Just then, Vegeta, Whis, Beerus, and others arrived, and even Goku showed up. Goku was in the middle of his situation with launch. But as soon as he felt the presence of Jiaz and the others entering Earth, he immediately halted all his actions and came over. When Vegeta and the others saw Jiaz confronting Xue Tian, they roughly realized that their arrival might be aimed at Xue Tian. Suddenly, Alec and Maki also arrived, with Maki dragging Granola, who looked like a dead dog. When Alec saw Beerus, he was shocked and thought, how could the god of destruction Beerus be here too? He politely asked, "Lord Beerus, I didn't expect to see you here, my apologies." Alec recognized Beerus as being part of a group that frequently operated in the universe. It was impossible not to know about the god of destruction. He also understood that although Frieza was the emperor of the universe and appeared imposing, he still had to act according to Beerus's mood. If Beerus was unhappy, Frieza would be finished. Anyone living in this universe had to be mindful of Beerus's feelings. Truly becoming the emperor of the universe and managing the entire cosmos was simply impossible. They found that Beerus did not like to intervene in the affairs of the universe. As long as they did not provoke him, he would observe everything from a high position like a supreme being. Therefore, being able to become the emperor of the universe was also a good thing. Even beneath Beerus, one would still be above countless others. Beerus merely nodded slightly, looking coldly at them. Alec could not help but ask, "Lord Beerus, you won't interfere in my matters with Xue Tian, will you?" "Your matters with Xue Tian?" Beerus asked in confusion. However, he quickly replied, "No, that is not my job. What happens between you is none of my concern. I am just passing by to watch the show." Upon hearing Beerus's words, Alec immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If that was the case, then it was good. He was worried that Beerus would intervene in his matters with Xue Tian. If that happened, he would leave now and never trouble Xue Tian again. Vegeta and the others looked at Alec and his group with strange expressions. Coming to cause trouble for Xue Tian? They sure had guts. With their arms crossed, they watched the show. Alec looked at Xue Tian and sneered coldly, casting a glance at Maki behind him, giving her a signal. She understood what he meant and immediately threw Granola on the ground. At this moment, Alec slowly said, "Xue Tian, what now? Even if you awaken him, what can you do? This waste thinks that just because he gained a bit of power, he can seek revenge on us. Don't you find that laughable?" Xue Tian smiled playfully. "Don't you think that your current behavior is no different from his?" Jiaz and Maki did not react. However, Alec was a smart person and instantly realized it, immediately frowning and shouting, "Arrogant. Xue Tian, you are really too arrogant. Do you know our current power?" Xue Tian pointed at Granola on the ground. "Isn't it because he used the two-star Dragon Ball to wish to become the strongest in the universe?" And then he pointed at Jiaz. Then he wished to become the strongest in the universe again, and it was this Maki, and finally it was you. According to your thoughts, you, Alec, are the strongest in the universe. Maki is the second, and Jiaz is the third. Oh no, Jiaz's battle power may not be as strong as Maki's, but his potential is greater than Maki's, so Jia's should be the second in the universe. You guys say, am I right? Upon hearing this, Alec took a deep breath. How's he know all of this? It's just like when we learned that Granola obtained the 2-star dragon and wished to become the strongest in the universe. Could it be that he installed a listening device on us? When did this happen? No, even if he did install a listening device, so what? The few of us in the Zeta group are already at the forefront of the universe. If he wasn't the last one to wish to the 2-star dragon, his strength couldn't possibly surpass ours. And now the 2-star Dragon Ball is in my possession. How could he make a wish? Thinking of this, he touched his pocket and confirmed that the 2-star Dragon Ball was indeed on him, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Wukong, who had been silent, was shocked and couldn't help but ask, what? You guys used the Dragon Ball to wish to become the strongest in the universe? When did the dragon have such power? According to Sun Wukong's understanding, the dragon on Earth didn't have such power. In the past, they had made many wishes weaker than this and were unable to fulfill them. How could they achieve the wish of being the strongest in the universe? Vegeta rolled his eyes at him. He said, it's the 2-star dragon. It should be a different kind of Dragon Ball, not the one on Earth. Xue Tian said, the 2-star Dragon Ball on Cyril Star has no cooldown and can be used infinitely. When Xue Tian saw this setting in the real world, he felt it was a highlight, but then he thought again and felt it was a mistake. Because such a setting directly negates the hard work of Sun Wukong and Vegeta in their training. Although making such a powerful wish with the 2-star Dragon Ball comes at a price, the price may not be considered a cost for certain people or at certain times. However, in the Dragon Ball Super world, it's not surprising for anything to happen or for anything to exist. Chapter 120. Scared to stand steady what? A Dragon Ball with no cooldown? Vegeta trembled uncontrollably in his heart, his face full of shock, swallowing hard in disbelief. The Dragon Balls on Earth require a year's cooldown. But the 2-star Dragon Ball doesn't need any cooldown time, which is equivalent to infinite use. If there were a Dragon Ball radar, making dozens of wishes in a day would be completely feasible. No wonder such powerful experts appeared in an instant. Sun Wukong, however, didn't quite understand what cooldown meant and asked in confusion, Vegeta, what does cooldown mean? Vegeta rolled his eyes at him. The Dragon Balls on Earth can only be used again after a year, while that Dragon Ball doesn't require a year of waiting. As long as it's collected, it can be used. Sun Wukong was also shocked. That's 2 against the heavens. The leader of the Zeta, Alec, saw that Xue Tian knew so much and tentatively asked, that's right, you know it very well. Does that mean you have installed a listening device on us? Xue Tian scoffed, I don't have the leisure play tricks on you, nor is there any need to think of myself as too important. These matters are just a matter of calculation. Alec naturally did not believe Xue Tian. Jace, even less inclined to waste words with Xue Tian, immediately said, let me take him out. Good. Alec nodded slightly, glancing at Beerus to gauge his reaction. Although Beerus had just agreed not to interfere in their matters, he still wanted to see how the other would respond. Seeing that Beerus was indifferent and showed no sign of concern, with not even a flicker in his eyes, he felt reassured. After receiving permission, Jace lunged at Xue Tian like a madman. A claw swooped in. Hiss! Whoosh! Xue Tian easily dodged his attack, and a claw swiped through empty air, instantly tearing apart the atmosphere. The attack missed, and Jiaz was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the opponent to be so fast. He had thought that with just one claw, he could end Xue Tian, and then he would make Xue Tian understand the consequences of ignoring his Zeta group. But unexpectedly, it was beyond his expectations. A claw maneuvered around, striking repeatedly. Whoosh! Several consecutive swipes missed, and the speed and power almost seemed to rip through the void. Xue Tian looked at his speed and commented lightly, I am not wrong in my observation. That 2-star Divine Dragon was created based on Broly's strength. Your fighting power is just slightly higher than Broly's. Upon hearing this, Vegeta and Goku understood the implication. Without these few people, Broly would be the strongest in the universe. And their calculations confirmed this. Apart from the gods and Xue Tian, Broly was the strongest. In the past, they might have disagreed, but after fighting Broly, they had to acknowledge his strength. Alec realized something and wondered, could it be that this Xue Tian is also a god? While watching the battle between Jiaz and Xue Tian, he asked, are you also a god? Beerus and Whis listened carefully, eager to see how Xue Tian would respond to this question. Xue Tian knew his thoughts and had no intention of hiding anything. No, it's just that the 2-star Divine Dragon doesn't have the strength to create someone beyond me yet. However, being able to create a combat power that surpasses Broly is quite impressive. Alic's mouth twitched a few times, although this sounded very arrogant. Based on Xue Tian's performance in battle, he didn't find it to be arrogant. Jiaz felt deeply insulted by Xue Tian's relaxed demeanor, and his anger reached its peak as he clenched his fists and roared skyward. Ah! In an instant, the sky changed dramatically, dark clouds gathered, and waves of energy began to swirl, threatening to destroy everything around. Whoosh! Xue Tian's figure flashed and appeared in front of him, raising his hand, his whole body enveloped in a sphere of purple destructive power. The raised palm was terrifying, making one feel as if they were falling into an abyss at just one glance. What is this situation? What is the purple energy in his hand? The leader of the Zeta, Elec, was stunned by this scene. Just probing the purple energy made him tremble all over, filled with the aura of death and destruction. Why does it feel like the momentum he has at this moment is somewhat similar to that of Beerus? Isn't Beerus a god of destruction? Could it be that he is also a god of destruction? Impossible. How could there be two gods of destruction? Moreover, he just said that he is not any god. Fear also surged in Jiaz's eyes. Boom! Before the transformation was complete, the purple destructive power struck him, enveloping him completely. Following that, Jiaz let out a tragic scream, looking at Elec, issuing a cry for help, and then was entirely reduced to stardust, disappearing in the vast universe. After destroying Jiaz, Xue Tian yawned, casually looking at the stunned Elec and Maki, and asked nonchalantly, "Did you just say you came to find me to seek revenge? Are you planning to avenge Oyer? Or are you saying that I did something to deserve your revenge?" This voice suddenly felt like it weighed billions of pounds, heavily crashing down on them, leaving Elec and Maki speechless. Seeing that he was silent, Xue Tian's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing in front of Elec, poking at his heart and coldly asking, "I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you speaking?" With a thud, Elec fell to the ground. It wasn't that Xue Tian had power in his hands, but rather that Elec was so terrified he couldn't stand and fell. Sitting on the ground, he looked up at Xue Tian, momentarily forgetting to get up, staring at Xue Tian, unable to say a word for a long time. He never imagined in his dreams that Xue Tian would possess destructive power, and based on the destructive power displayed, it seemed to be no weaker than Beerus. This left him completely confused. How could there be such an existence besides Beerus? He initially thought that with himself becoming the first in the universe, Jiaz the second, and Maki the third, their Zeta group could dominate the universe, fearing no one but Beerus. Therefore, he planned to find Xue Tian to avenge Oyer, also to reclaim the situation from a few days ago. But all of this far exceeded his expectations. Xue Tian's strength was beyond comprehension. When not making a move, he could simply evade, and Jiaz couldn't even touch him. Even when facing Jiaz, it wouldn't be so easy, nor could he say that Jiaz couldn't touch a hair on him. Yet, it was like this against Xue Tian. When Xue Tian made a move, it was pure destructive power, directly obliterating Jiaz, and the whole process took less than a minute. Thinking back to his earlier arrogant demeanor, talking about what he would do, he couldn't help but find it a bit funny. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he said, if I say it's a misunderstanding, we just wanted to come visit you, would you believe it?" Chapter 121, A Way to Withstand Destructive Power? After Elec came to his senses, he immediately changed his tone, completely losing his earlier arrogance, replaced by humility to the extreme. Xue Tian curled his lips into a deep smile and asked, "What do you think?" Elec smiled bitterly in his heart, thinking that if it were him, he wouldn't believe it either. Feeling awkward, he said, "I don't really believe it either." "Oh, then that's right." Xue Tian raised his hand, gathering a destructive force in it, and said, "Then you can die." Standing aside, Maki saw the situation, thought for a moment, and without any hesitation, unleashed all her power, forcefully tearing open a space, shouting, "Boss, hurry in." Elec also did not hesitate and quickly entered the space, crossing over to another location in the 7th universe. Meanwhile, Maki faced Xue Tian and the others alone. Regarding Elec's escape, Xue Tian showed no concern. His gaze remained as indifferent as before, with no signs of disturbance. Broly and Sun Wukong were surprised, not expecting such a sudden turn of events. Vegeta exclaimed in shock. He disappeared. He actually escaped, just like that. Xue Tian unleashed the power of destruction in his hands, striking Ma Chi perfectly. Ma Chi let out a terrible scream and transformed into countless specks of light, disappearing. On another planet, Elec took out the 2-star Dragon Ball, his face filled with anger, cursing in his heart. "It's this 2-star Dragon Ball that has caused me trouble." He prepared to destroy it. But just as he raised his hand, ready to smash the 2 Dragon Balls, he suddenly calmed down. He couldn't be this sad. He couldn't lose his direction like this. He needed to take revenge and find a way to deal with the power of destruction. He summoned the 2-star Shenron, Dark clouds gathered. The sky changed color, becoming night. The two-star Shinran was summoned and looked down at Ilek, asking, "Speak, what is your wish?" "This Shinran can fulfill all your wishes." Ilek stated directly, "I want the ability to resist the power of destruction." The two-star Shinran replied without hesitation, "Impossible. This Shinran cannot do that. Please change to another wish." Ilek frowned, but he wasn't angry, as he didn't hold much hope for the two-star Shinran. "All right. Then I want the ability to defeat Xue Tian. I want to surpass Xue Tian." The two-star Shinran once again affirmed, "Impossible. That is even more impossible. This Shinran cannot do it. If this can't be done, and that can't be done, then what can you do? Didn't you just say you could fulfill all my wishes? I've stated 2 wishes, and you can't fulfill either. Are those just empty words?" Ilek's words made the two-star Shinran feel awkward. It's just the setting given to me by the creator of this Shinran. It doesn't mean that this Shinran can really fulfill all wishes. Even wishes must be within this Shinran's divine power. This made Ilek fall into deep thought. After pondering for a while, he asked, "All right, then tell me. Is there any way to block the power of destruction? Or is there anyone who knows how?" After a moment of contemplation, the two-star Shinran replied, "Perhaps Zeno knows some methods, but whether he knows the specifics is unclear." Ilek was stunned for a moment. "Zeno? Who is Zeno?" This name sounded somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. "Where is Zeno? How can I find him?" "You must immediately transport me to where Zeno lives. I need to find him." The two-star Shinran shook his head. "This Shinran cannot do that. The place where Zeno lives is empowered by divine power. This Shinran's divine power cannot interfere. As for where he lives, this Shinran also does not know. But I can tell you this. If you find OG-73I, also known as Cyberman, then you can find out where Zeno lives. Currently, this OG-73I, Cyberman, is being held in the galactic prison. All right, this Shinran must also take my leave." As soon as the words fell, a golden light flashed from the two-star Shinran, transforming into 2 beams of golden light that flew in different directions. Ilek did not hesitate at all and immediately went to collect. On Earth, Sun Wukong flew to Xue Tian's side, excitedly saying, "Mr. Xue Tian, whose power of destruction is stronger, yours or Lord Beerus's?" This question was quite awkward. Xue Tian glanced at Beerus. "Of course, Lord Beerus is stronger. Lord Beerus is the god of destruction. How can I compare to him?" Beerus looked at Xue Tian, but did not say anything. However, judging by the power of destruction that Xue Tian had unleashed, it was not much different from his own. Xue Tian stretched lazily and said contentedly, "The problem has been resolved, so it's time to rest." At that moment, Beerus flew in front of Xue Tian and invited, "Mr. Xue Tian, I invite you to visit the god of destruction realm. What do you think?" This was the 3rd time he had actively invited someone to his realm, with the other 2 times being invitations to other gods of destruction. However, he knew that although Xue Tian was not a god of destruction, his strength was not inferior to theirs, and he was extremely shocked. A few months ago, Xue Tian's strength was still below his own, but in just a few months, he had reached this level. If he were to face Xue Tian again, he was no longer confident in defeating him. If both sides used destructive power, the outcome would likely be total destruction. However, what Beerus did not know was that he had overestimated himself. Xue Tian now possessed true immortality, and even his destructive power could not harm Xue Tian. Therefore, in a situation where both he and Xue Tian used destructive power, the only one who would die would be him, not Xue Tian. Xue Tian had not yet answered, and Sun Wukong excitedly said, "By the way, Mr. Xue Tian, you haven't visited Lord Beerus' residence yet, have you? You should go check it out. Lord Beerus' place is very large. There's also a fish living in a cup, which is quite interesting." "You mean the prophecy fish, right?" Xue Tian laughed. Beerus and Whis were slightly taken aback, not expecting the other party to know about it. But after a moment's thought, they realized that this person knew a lot of things, and according to what he said, he was aware of everything that happened in the past and future. Since that was the case, knowing about the existence of the prophecy fish was not surprising. "Yes, it's the prophecy fish, Mr. Xue Tian. Do you want to go? If you do, let's go right now," Sun Wukong said excitedly. After witnessing Xue Tian's strength, he didn't want to waste another moment and just wanted to train properly. So he urged everyone to leave quickly, worried that if they didn't leave soon, Chi-Chi would come chasing after them. Chapter 122. Swarm Brother Xue Tian ultimately followed Sun Wukong and the others to Beerus's God of Destruction realm. Although he had a general idea of what Beerus's realm looked like, as Sun Wukong said, if he didn't come to see it, wouldn't that be a regret? This statement from Sun Wukong might not mean much to others, but for Xue Tian, It was indeed a significant reminder. He thought to himself, having crossed over to the Dragon Ball world, if he didn't take a look at Beerus's residence, it would truly be a wasted trip. So he followed the group. Beerus was also very pleased about this, as he invited Xue Tian to his residence in hopes of building a good relationship. From the strength Xue Tian displayed and the background he had, Beerus had already understood one thing, that Xue Tian's future achievements and power were beyond what he could catch up to. Although he was reluctant to admit this, it was the truth he had to accept. Besides Xue Tian, Broly and Lan Qi also came along. As for these two disciples, especially Lan Qi, he almost always brought them wherever he went. Everyone, feel free to take a look. No need to be formal. We sound like a tour guide. Then he introduced to Xue Tian. Mr. Xue Tian, that place is where Lord Beerus sleeps. That area is where Lord Beerus has his meals. And over there is where he trains, pointing out some locations to Xue Tian. Xue Tian looked over and indeed saw some great places. Just as Sun Wukong said, Beerus' place is truly vast. It's not smaller than Earth at all. In the animation, it looked just a little bit, but in reality, it was only drawn a little. Xue Tian knew that a place where a mighty god of destruction resides couldn't possibly be that small. Seeing it today really validated his thoughts. Yes, Lord Beerus' residence is quite large, even bigger than I imagined. At this moment, Beerus, who was beside him, spoke up. If you like it, I can have Whis arrange such a large residence for you. Xue Tian waved his hand and said, then I won't. Although I'm not very fond of lively places, I also don't like quiet ones. I feel quite comfortable living on Earth, especially in my villa. I think it's great. Thank you very much for Lord Beerus's kindness. Beerus smiled and said, no need to say that. You're being too polite. Actually, we can be considered to have gotten to know each other without a fight. Whis, having lived with Beerus for so many years, naturally understood what each other wanted to express, but as a god of destruction, there was a certain pride that made it difficult to voice those feelings. Therefore, it was up to him to say it with a gentle smile. Lord Beerus, Mr. Xue Tian, you indeed got to know each other without a fight. How about this? You two become sworn brothers. Beerus chuckled inwardly, glanced at Whis as if to say, you know me well, and then looked at Xue Tian, wanted to see his reaction. While pretending to be indifferent, his gaze focused ahead. Xue Tian, being a time traveler from the 21st century, a place filled with intrigue and competition, and having read countless novels and comics, surely understands the thoughts in Beerus's mind. He thought for a moment and said, actually, I think the same way, but I'm just afraid that Lord Beerus might find it distasteful. Upon hearing that Xue Tian was willing, Beerus immediately turned around, happily saying, ha ha ha, actually, I'm willing too. Then let's become sworn brothers. Whis, prepare everything for us immediately. I want to swear brotherhood with Mr. Xue Tian under the most serious rules. Okay. Whis naturally dared not be negligent. Everyone, let's go to the hall. So the group flew into the hall, and Whis waved his staff, releasing a burst of colorful light that sparkled. In an instant, a purple table adorned with some runes appeared at the front of the hall. Whis explained, this table is not an ordinary table, but the table of the gods. Swearing brotherhood in front of this table of the gods will prove the depth of your friendship. Whis then poured 2 cups of divine water. Beerus and Xue Tian each held a cup. Whis said, next, please repeat after me. I am willing to swear brotherhood with the other party. I, Xue Tian, am willing to swear brotherhood with Beerus. I, Beerus, am willing to swear brotherhood with Xue Tian. Not asking to be born on the same year, month, or day. Finally, both of them drank the divine water in their hands and placed the cups on the table of the gods. The table emitted beams of light, enveloping Xue Tian and Beerus within. The brotherhood ceremony was complete. Beerus laughed joyfully, Brother Xue Tian. Xue Tian was quite happy, Brother Beerus. To be honest, he felt very happy in his heart to be sworn brothers with Beerus, because Beerus's personality suited him quite well. He seemed very aloof, but he had a playful heart. As the saying goes, there are countless beautiful appearances, but only one interesting soul. Xue Tian was even happier than Beerus. At least he didn't have to worry about conflicts with Xue Tian in the future. Whis didn't have to be in a difficult position, and neither did he. Everyone was happy. Suddenly, Beerus furrowed his brow and unleashed a massive energy ball at the door. A thunderous explosion echoed through the air. Not far away, a curse was heard. Beerus, you bag of bones. Is this your way of hosting guests? Whis couldn't help but smile upon hearing the curse, as if to say, another joker has arrived. Beerus, on the other hand, let out a cold smile, showing no concern at all. Xue Tian recognized the voice and knew who had arrived. Meanwhile, Broly and the others were confused, wondering who it was that dared to insult Beerus by calling him a bag of bones. At that moment, They saw a plump man covered in dust following a tall woman into the room. The tall woman had the same skin color as Whis, with a high ponytail, wearing a long robe and green socks. She was beautiful and slender, exuding charm with every movement. In her right hand, she held a staff, which she waved lightly, revealing a cloth that she handed to the plump man beside her. After receiving the cloth, the man vigorously wiped his face, removing the dust. Looking at this plump man, he had the same skin color as Beerus, and his clothing was not much different from Beerus's, but he was much fatter. One of him could easily equal 3 of Beerus, which made everyone understand why he had called Beerus a bag of bones. Compared to him, Beerus indeed looked like a bag of bones. "Champ, what are you doing here?" Beerus said unhappily. The newcomer was none other than Champa, the god of destruction from Universe 6, along with his attendant, Vados. Chapter 123. I already have the best food in the universe. The 2 newcomers were indeed Champa and his attendant Vados. Was greeted Vados, saying, "Sister." Apart from Xue Tian and Beerus, Broly and the others were extremely surprised, thinking, "What, this person is actually Whis' sister?" Vados responded with a smile. Champa looked at Beerus and said proudly, "Ha ha ha. Beerus, can I come over? Am I not allowed to see my brother?" Sun Wukong, being straightforward, exclaimed, "What? This fat guy is actually Lord Beerus' brother?" Puffed. Vados couldn't help but laugh. Raising an eyebrow and covering her mouth, she smiled alluringly. Whis also smiled. Beerus wanted to laugh, but forced himself to hold it in. Xue Tian naturally smiled as well, but he didn't laugh out loud. He just felt that Sun Wukong's emotional intelligence was really a bit low. Since the person was Beerus' brother, he must have a significant background. How could Sun Wukong say such a thing? Isn't that seeking death? However, a person with the protagonist's halo naturally wouldn't die so easily. Champa glared fiercely, raised his hand, and prepared to destroy Sun Wukong. Beerus, however, shouted displeasedly, "What are you doing? You're here to visit your brother, and now you're preparing to destroy him. What does that mean?" Sun Wukong was startled when he saw Champa preparing to destroy him, while Vegeta was confused. These 2 were really strange. One claimed to be a brother, and the other also claimed to be a brother. So who exactly is the brother? Also, this person actually has the power of destruction. Whis noticed the confusion in Vegeta and the others' hearts and explained, "Both of them are gods of destruction." Both are gods of destruction? Sun Wukong and the others were shocked, looking at Champa in disbelief. Looking at his innocent and somewhat cute appearance, they really couldn't associate him with a god of destruction. Moreover, based on their understanding, there should only be one god of destruction, so why was there another one now? If that's the case, there are many stronger people than them. Thinking of this, Vegeta felt a bit speechless. By this calculation, he was really too weak. On the other hand, Sun Wukong was full of excitement, feeling that his road was still long, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. He rubbed his fists in excitement. And, if one didn't know better, they might think he wanted to challenge Champa. Whis realized they had misunderstood and explained, yes, 2 gods of destruction. But they're not gods of destruction from the same universe. Not from the same universe? Sun Wukong felt more and more confused and couldn't quite understand. Vegeta, Broly, and the others also remained motionless, while Xue Tian was as calm as water. At this moment, Beerus provided an explanation. Currently, the universe is divided into 12 parts, each with one god of destruction. Lord Champa is a god of destruction, and Lord Beerus is also a god of destruction. However, Lord Champa is the god of destruction of Universe 6, while Lord Beerus is the god of destruction of Universe 7. In other words, the universe you live in is called Universe 7. However, Universe 6 and Universe 7 are corresponding universes, so whatever you have in Universe 7, whether it's things or planets, Universe 6 also has. Similarly, whatever planets or types exist in Universe 6, Universe 7 also has. These 2 gods of destruction are twin brothers. After hearing all of this, Sun Wukong still didn't quite understand, only grasping that Champa and Beerus were twin brothers. But Vegeta and the others understood it. However, with the calm personalities of Vegeta and Broly, they naturally wouldn't ask too many questions. Champa, displeased, said lightly, "Whis, why explain so much to them?" Whis just smiled while covering his mouth and did not elaborate further. Xue Tian looked at Bardos again carefully and felt that this woman was quite attractive, but her blue skin color made it a bit hard for him to accept. As for her features, they were indeed exquisite, not inferior to the likes of number 18 and Bulma. Her temperament was also something that the 2 could not compare to. After all, she was an angel. Beerus felt ambiguous about Champa's arrival, unable to tell whether he was happy or displeased, but his face clearly showed his annoyance. "Champa, why aren't you staying in your 6th universe? What are you doing here?" In fact, at this moment, besides Beerus himself, two angels and Xue Tian knew that he was happy inside. He was just putting on a displeased facade for the sake of appearance. Champa was the same. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to find Beerus. Champa pretended to be nonchalant and said, I just happened to pass by your 7th universe and your destruction realm, so I came to take a look. What else could there be? Beerus expressed his doubt. Passing by the 7th universe? I find it hard to believe. You came to see me, didn't you? Saying this, he squinted his eyes and tapped his head with his fingers, completely unconvinced. Champa immediately retorted, Impossible. I'm just passing through your 7th universe for something important. Let me tell you, I'm collecting a very peculiar planet. A very peculiar planet? Beerus said softly. Then he casually added, What could be so peculiar about a planet? Isn't it just like any other? After hearing Champa's words, Xue Tian understood that Champa was collecting Super Dragon Balls. Champa chuckled and excitedly boasted, On this strange planet, as long as you collect 7 balls, you can make any wish. At that time, I want to wish for the best food in the 12 universes. Haha. Beerus, are you envious? While saying this, he provocatively glanced at Beerus with a disdainful look. However, Beerus didn't pay him any mind and calmly said, You still need to make a wish to get the best food in the universe. But I already have the best food in the universe. After hearing Champa's words, Sun Wukong whispered to Vegeta, Vegeta, the planet that Lord Champa mentioned is the Dragon Balls, right? Collecting 7 can grant a wish. Vegeta agreed, but he was puzzled because a Dragon Ball wasn't as big as a planet. Could it be a larger version of the Dragon Balls? Champa ignored their discussion and focused on what Beerus said about already having the best food in the universe, exclaiming, Beerus, what are you talking about? You already have the best food in the world? Beerus glanced at Whis, who understood and waved his staff. Chapter 124. The Mocked Champa. Whis waved his staff, and in an instant, several buckets of instant noodles appeared on the table, 1 for each person. Just right. Champa carefully examined them, shook one, and disdainfully said, This stuff isn't special at all. It's not even as good as my egg. This is very tender. As he spoke, Bardos understood his meaning, waved her staff, and several bird eggs appeared, 1 for each person, and everyone started peeling and eating. Sun Wukong exclaimed, Delicious. Upon hearing this, Champa was overjoyed, laughing, Haha, Beerus. Your people say my bird eggs are delicious. Are you convinced now? It seems our 6th universe is the true food paradise. Haha. Regarding Sun Wukong's comment about it being delicious, no one at the scene, except Champa, paid him any attention. Because Sun Wukong thinks even raw cabbage is superfood. To be precise, any food that isn't poisonous, he considers delicious and tasty. Vegeta took a bite and thought to himself that, in terms of appearance and texture, this was no different from an ordinary egg. Beerus took a few bites, sighed repeatedly, wondering if this egg could even be called gourmet food. Isn't there plenty in the 7th universe? After finishing, he said to Whis, open the instant noodles and start cooking for everyone. Yes, Lord Beerus. As he spoke, he began to prepare the instant noodles. Champa was confused. This stuff actually needed hot water? But what effect would adding hot water have? It was completely unnoticeable. A few minutes later, the sand in the hourglass ran out. Whis said, Please enjoy your meal. Beerus was the first to open the lid of the instant noodles and started eating, while Champa imitated him and said, Just soaking it in hot water for a while. What could be so delicious? He also opened his instant noodle box. After taking a bite, his pupils dilated, and he exclaimed, Wow, delicious. Slurp, slurp. He finished the noodles in just a few big bites, leaving no soup behind, still shouting about how good it was. After Beerus finished eating, he looked at him and calmly asked, Champa, do you still think your 6th universe is a food paradise? Champa suddenly felt a bit guilty, but still stubbornly replied, Our 6th universe is indeed a food paradise. This stuff, you must have gotten it from another universe, not from the 7th universe. Sun Wukong suddenly explained, This is from our Earth. We have a lot of delicious food on our Earth. Champa immediately chuckled. His earlier words were just fishing for a response from Beerus. Now, hearing Sun Wukong's answer, he quickly said to Bardos, Bardos, check immediately where our Earth is. Hee. If the 7th universe has an Earth, then the 6th universe must have one too. Bardos immediately checked the magic ball on her staff, and Whis helped look for it, advising on its approximate location. After a while, Champa impatiently asked, Bardos, did you find it? Bardos sadly replied, Lord Champa, I'm very sorry, but the Earth in the 6th universe has long been destroyed due to human wars. Champa's eyes widened, and he clenched his fists. Angrily, he shouted, Stupitumans. Ha ha ha. His demeanor drew a hearty laugh from Beerus, who mockingly said, Champa, If you want to eat instant noodles or something, you can ask me. I can give you some delicious food. Oomph. Champa was naturally unhappy. With a quick thought, he said, Beerus, do you dare to have a duel with me? A duel? You with me? Beerus responded. Suddenly unable to hold back, he burst into laughter, laughing for several minutes, making Champa's face turn red with embarrassment. What does this mean? Is he looking down on me? He knew that with his skills, he was not Beerus's opponent, but it shouldn't warrant such ridicule. Beerus. Champa couldn't take it anymore. Soaring into the air, glaring at Beerus, his destructive power suddenly erupting. He could be killed, but not insulted. Beerus's behavior was already a deep insult to him. Having always been unconvinced by Beerus, he couldn't hold back. Beerus also flew up. The two stared at each other, their destructive powers surging. And the universe began to collapse around them, the ground becoming increasingly void. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists continuously struck each other's faces without evasion. Just as they were about to fight, Whis and Bardas simultaneously flew to their sides, blocking their respective gods of destruction and reminding them. Did you two forget the rules of the gods? If you continue fighting, the 6th and 7th universes will cease to exist, and you will bear that responsibility. Upon hearing this, both of them twitched their mouths, each returning to their positions. Champa grumbled, It's all Beerus's fault. Beerus retorted, Is it my fault? Didn't you say you wanted a duel? Champa swung his fist and slammed it on the table, shouting, When did I say it was a contest between the two of us? I am someone who selects people from our universe to compete. Upon hearing this, Beerus understood. Sun Wukong, hearing the mention of a competition, excitedly said, Isn't this just like the World Martial Arts Tournament? Champa asked in confusion, What World Martial Arts Tournament? Sun Wukong roughly explained the rules of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. No killing, and stepping down from the ring counts as a loss. Champa nodded and said, That's right, it's basically like that. So, Beerus, do you dare to compete? Beerus scoffed, Why would I compete in such a boring contest with you? Sun Wukong excitedly said, Lord Beerus, just agree to Lord Champa's challenge. Champa looked at Sun Wukong with a strange expression, thinking that this kid might have a bit of rebellion in him. Isn't he one of Beerus's people? Just a moment ago, he said the egg was delicious, and now he's persuading Beerus to accept the challenge when Beerus doesn't want to. This seems quite rebellious. Has he been captivated by the charm of this god of destruction? Does he want to betray Beerus and follow me? Ha ha ha, if that's the case. It's not impossible. Beerus looked at Sun Wukong and asked with curiosity, Do you really want to participate? Yes, of course. At this moment, Beerus turned to Vegeta and asked, What about you? Vegeta, although calm, also spoke with excitement. I want to. Chapter 125. Is he really not afraid of death? Beerus pondered for a few seconds and then looked at Champa, asking lightly, A competition is fine, but tell me, what's the wager? Champa immediately replied without any hesitation. If you lose, you have to give me Earth, so I can move it to the 6th universe. Beerus asked indifferently, And if you lose? Ha ha. Champa laughed heartily, repeatedly saying, Impossible, I can't lose. Beerus asked again, Come on, what if you lose? If you don't say, then we won't compete. Champa knew Beerus's character. As long as he hadn't agreed yet, he could change his mind at any time. But this was also the nature of their gods of destruction, doing as they pleased. He immediately said, If I lose, I'll give you the few strange planets I collected. How many have you collected? Beerus asked curiously. 6. Champa replied, without thinking. Beerus directly refused. You just said it. You need all 7 to make a wish. Now you only have 6. What's the use? The 6th universe and 7th universe are so vast. It would take a lot of time to find a planet, and I don't want to go running around. Champa's mouth twitched a few times, and just as he was trying to find a way to persuade Beerus, Sun Wukong interjected, Lord Beerus, the strange planets Lord Champa mentioned should be the Dragon Balls. If it's the Dragon Balls, Bulma can make a Dragon Ball radar, and it will be very easy to find the Dragon Balls. So, just agree to Lord Champa's challenge. Champa looked at Sun Wukong in surprise, feeling delighted in his heart. Ha ha, this kid really does have a rebellious spirit. He has indeed been conquered by my charm. He wants to follow me and no longer wants to stay by Beerus's side. Once I win this competition, I'll bring you to my side. Ha ha ha. I love digging people away from Beerus. Beerus knew that Sun Wukong wouldn't lie and started to think. If that's the case, it might be acceptable. And if he didn't agree, knowing Champa's personality, he would definitely say that he was afraid of him again. Just as Champa was about to start taunting, Beerus said lightly, All right, I agree to your challenge. Champa was overjoyed, almost jumping up, but he knew he had to hold back his excitement to avoid Beerus changing his mind. Okay, Beerus, since you've agreed, let's prepare for a week, and after a week, we'll choose a deserted planet for the competition. He. Beerus shrugged, fine. Champa looked at Xue Tian and suddenly asked, "Who is this person to you?" Beerus answered directly, "Brother." Huh? Champa was immediately shocked. He knew Xue Tian's name. They had met last time, and he remembered that Xue Tian claimed to be a traveler. He had found it puzzling at the time. If it weren't for Whis' appearance, he would have destroyed Xue Tian. But later, Xue Tian had scolded him, and it was also because Whis persuaded him that he didn't destroy Xue Tian. He is actually Beerus' brother. So what does that make me? I don't want to be Beerus' brother, but this feeling is really unpleasant. Champa stared at Xue Tian and shouted, "Last time you came to my 6th universe, you said you were a traveler. You were sent by Beerus to check our 6th universe's strength, right? You're a spy," Xue Tian said. "What you said is a bit baseless. It's really annoying." Champa, I've already told you last time, don't rely on being a god of destruction to destroy whoever you want. Some people you can't provoke. Are you trying to pick a fight with me by saying this now? Vegeta thought to himself that Xue Tian was really strong, facing the god of destruction from Universe 6 without any fear, directly confronting him. When can he be like that? He understood very well that to reach such a level, he needed immense strength, and Xue Tian had that strength. He was truly envious. At the same time, he also found a direction to strive for, which was to catch up with Xue Tian as soon as possible and reach the same height as Xue Tian. Champa glared angrily and shouted, "Beerus, is this your brother? Defy me." Beerus shrugged his shoulders, still sitting in his chair, calmly said, "I think my brother is not wrong. Some people can't just be destroyed because we want to, just like my brother. Moreover, my brother is not a spy. He might just be visiting Universe 6 for fun. Champa, don't overthink it. To be honest, it was better when Beerus didn't help Xue Tian speak, but now he did." Champa exploded in anger and shouted, "I said he's a spy, so he's a spy. Just because he's your brother doesn't mean he can't be a spy. Champa, you're being a bit unreasonable." Beerus said, displeased. Champa snorted heavily. "So what if I'm being unreasonable? I'm a god of destruction. Not only do I want to be unreasonable, I want to destroy him." Saying this, he gathered a destructive force aimed at Xue Tian. For a moment, the atmosphere on the scene was tense. Broly and Lan Chi saw this scene and immediately stood in front of Xue Tian. But Xue Tian gently pushed them aside. He flew up from his chair and approached Champa, calmly saying, "Lord Champa, come on, destroy me. I'm worried you won't be able to destroy me from this distance." Champa was taken aback by Xue Tian's actions. Beerus was also momentarily stunned. What was happening? Was he not afraid of death? Whis became a bit nervous. He clearly remembered that his father had said to take care of Xue Tian's safety, and if anything unexpected happened, he would have to accompany him to the grave. Worried that Champa might do something foolish, he immediately flew to Champa's side and warned sternly, "Lord Champa, this is a person from our Universe 7. It's not your place to destroy him." Champa didn't expect Whis to intervene so early, angrily shouting, "Whis, you stopped me last time, and now you're stopping me again. What do you want? Are you Beerus' servant? Or Xue Tian's servant? Or are you both of their shared servant?" Whis did not answer, still with a serious face said, "Lord Champa, please stand down. Destroying someone from Universe 7 is somewhat against the rules." Whis was not wrong. Anyone who wanted to destroy someone from Universe 7 should first ask me if I agree. Chapter 126. Then you shouldn't be a god of destruction. As soon as Beerus' voice fell, he appeared in front of Champa, applying pressure on him. Champa was extremely angry. His twin brother was treating him this way. For an outsider, it was simply outrageous. "Beerus, as a twin brother, you don't help me, but help him instead." Beerus' expression didn't change at all, but he knew that if Champa really wanted to harm Xue Tian, Whis would definitely intervene, and then the conflict wouldn't be simple. He once again reminded, "Champa, things are not as simple as you see on the surface. You cannot offend my brother." He felt that his reminder was already very clear, but Champa couldn't listen at that moment, glaring. "Humph, there's no one Champa, cannot offend. I will destroy him today." Xue Tian saw that Whis and the others were still trying to talk, raised his hand to stop them, and said lightly, "Don't try to persuade him anymore. Since Lord Champa has made up his mind, let him destroy me." What he said was indeed the truth. Now that he possessed an immortal body, true, he was quite eager to test whether their destructive power could actually harm him. He wanted to see what effect it would have if that destructive power struck his own body. Until now, he had never tried it. He had also used destructive power on himself, but before it could touch his body, it disappeared, which left him very frustrated. What was going on? Was it because of the effect of his immortal body? Or was it that he couldn't engage in self-destructive behavior? It really confused him, so he had always wanted to find a destroyer god to try it out. Originally, he had his sights set on Beerus, but now that he had sworn brotherhood with Beerus, asking him to destroy himself seemed a bit off, both logically and emotionally. Champa curiously asked, "Aren't you afraid of death?" Xue Tian replied, "If I were afraid of death, would I let you destroy me? Your question is really ridiculous." Champa was already angry, and being retorted like this made him even angrier. "Fine, if you want me to destroy you, then I will fulfill your wish. Beerus, hurry up and say goodbye to your good brother." Beerus coldly said, "Champa, I remind you, this is the 7th universe, not the 6th universe. If you really destroy him, you must be responsible for your actions." He wondered if his twin brother was a bit foolish. He had already warned him, yet he still had such a stubborn mindset. Champa glanced disdainfully at Beerus. "You don't need to remind me. As a destroyer god, I naturally understand these things. It's just a minor punishment, and as a destroyer god, I can bear it. Today I must destroy him. Otherwise, where's the dignity of my position as a destroyer god? Then don't be a destroyer god." Just then, a sudden voice came through the air. Champa was stunned for a moment, filled with anger, ready to scold whoever was being so blind at that moment. "Who are you to decide whether I should be a destroyer god or not? How bold! Who dares to be so arrogant? The 7th universe is really audacious, disregarding me. Champa, today, let me teach you a lesson and show you the might of a destroyer god." Suddenly, a colorful light burst forth, and, in an instant, the hall was filled with dazzling colors, golden light shining everywhere, as if it were a magnificent rainbow land. The whole hall seemed to come alive, as if welcoming the newcomer. Champa was halfway through his sentence when he felt the distinctiveness of the colorful light and instantly became more alert. When he focused his gaze, his expression suddenly changed. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, trembling as he said, Great priest." The newcomer was none other than the great priest. He had sensed the conflict between Beerus and Champa earlier, and although he didn't want to get involved, when Champa provoked Xue Tian and prepared to destroy him, he had no choice but to appear. Moreover, this time he could use the conflict with Beerus to teach Champa a lesson, with justifiable reason, so no one would know he was favoring Xue Tian. Beerus was also surprised that the great priest appeared at this moment and hurried over to bow his head in respect. The two angels stood respectfully beside their destroyer god and greeted Great Priest. The great priest exuded an aura of authority without anger, his gaze fixed on the kneeling Champa. Normally, Champa wouldn't need to kneel before the great priest unless he had an edict from the Omni-King. But he knew he had a handle in the great priest's hands. He had just defied the great priest, who was a favored figure by the Omni-King, not only holding high authority, but also possessing immense power. If he didn't kneel and admit his mistake, obediently listen, he would surely face punishment. The great priest didn't rush to reprimand Champa, but turned his gaze to Xue Tian, smiling slightly and nodding in greeting, which Xue Tian returned with a smile. This scene completely puzzled Beerus, Bados, and Weiss. What exactly was Xue Tian's identity? Beerus was even more confused. He had previously thought he might be the great priest's illegitimate son, but judging by the great priest's behavior now, that didn't seem to be the case. The way he treated Xue Tian didn't resemble a father-esque attitude toward his son at all. After all, would a father ask his son how he was doing? Shouldn't it be the other way around? But now, the great priest actively greeted Xue Tian with his eyes and gestures, which was simply bizarre. Weiss also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had never believed Xue Tian was the great priest's illegitimate son, Beerus often brought it up, and he had entertained the thought a bit. But now, the great priestess' behavior had thoroughly disproved Beerus' ridiculous idea. After greeting Xue Tian, the great priest then turned his gaze to the kneeling Champa and said coldly, Champa hurriedly replied, "Great priest, I didn't know you were here. I was rude." His body trembled incessantly, filled with fear. The great priest's voice was calm and indifferent, devoid of any warmth. As he said, "Why are you not properly staying in your 6th universe and coming to the 7th universe to disturb Lord Beerus' residence?" Champa, lying on the ground, didn't even have the courage to look at the great priest. "Well, I happened to pass by, so I came to visit Beerus. I didn't mean to break the rules. Please forgive me, great priest." "Is that so? Then what happened between you and Beerus?" Chapter 127. The great priest's firmness, is that so? Then what happened between you and Beerus? The great priest continued to ask. Champa was a bit puzzled. In the past, the great priest wouldn't care about such matters, usually turning a blind eye. Why was he so concerned now and even personally coming here? Could it be that Beerus had formed a strong bond with the great priest? That shouldn't be the case, based on the great priest's personality. He would get too close to any destroyer god. Even if there was special treatment, it would be towards the angels. Could it be because he had offended Weiss? But he hadn't had any significant conflict with Weiss. It was just a bit of bickering. Would he be punished for just bickering? That shouldn't be the case. The Great Priest's temperament wasn't that small. Champa was really unable to figure out what was going on, but regardless of his thoughts, he had to answer truthfully in front of the Great Priest. He didn't dare delay and replied, "Great Priest, my conflict with Beerus was just a playful quarrel, and nothing serious happened. Please see it clearly, Great Priest," thinking that although he had just exchanged a few punches with Beerus, it hadn't caused any destruction to the universe. He secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, Beerus and Whis had acted in time. If anything had gone wrong, his life would have been truly difficult. The Grand Priest let out a heavy snort. Humph. No mistakes were made. If there had been a mistake, would you still have the chance to kneel here and admit your fault? Grand Priest, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Champa trembled. The Grand Priest turned his gaze to Xue Tian, observing how he would respond. Seeing Xue Tian's indifferent expression, as if he didn't care, the Grand Priest knew he couldn't just forgive Champa. If Xue Tian were dissatisfied with him forgiving Champa, it would lead to trouble. With another heavy snort, he continued, "You invaded Universe 7, provoked Beerus, and nearly caused the destruction of 2 universes, showing contempt for the gods." Contempt for the gods also referred to the disrespect shown to the Grand Priest moments ago. You can escape the death penalty, but you cannot escape the living penalty. Didn't you just say you didn't want to be the god of destruction anymore? Champa immediately realized something and hurriedly replied, "Grand Priest, I didn't mean that. What I meant was, if I don't destroy Xue Tian today, it doesn't mean I no longer want to be the god of destruction." Beerus shot Champa a glance, signaling him not to say that, but Champa completely missed Beerus's warning. "Champa, can't you see? Xue Tian's relationship with the Grand Priest is special. He appeared because of Xue Tian. How can you still dare to talk about him? Isn't that asking for trouble?" The Grand Priest seemed to have not heard the first half of Champa's words and said faintly, "To me, it seems that you don't want to be the god of destruction anymore. Since that's the case, you no longer need to serve as the god of destruction for Universe 6. I will go to the Omni-King shortly to ask for a decree to revoke your qualifications as the god of destruction for Universe 6. You will be stripped of your divinity." Champa was momentarily stunned, a tremor running through him. "Grand Priest, sir, just because I intruded into Beerus's residence and had a minor conflict with him and accidentally offended you, you're going to strip me of my divinity? This punishment is too severe." He looked towards Beerus, hoping she would plead for him. Beerus also felt the punishment was a bit harsh. A ban on Champa for a few years would suffice instead of stripping him of his divinity. "Grand Priest, Champa indeed made a mistake, but this punishment seems a bit." Before she could finish, the Grand Priest immediately reprimanded, "Beerus, if you plead for Champa, you will also share his fate and be stripped of your angel status." Beerus was instantly dumbfounded, thinking, What is happening? I was just trying to speak a kind word." The Grand Priest was prepared to deprive her of her angel status. In the past, Champa had committed even more serious offenses without facing such consequences. Despite her efforts to persuade, she had never faced the risk of losing her angel status like today. She dared not speak further, feeling frustrated in her heart. However, she had vaguely sensed that this was not because of Beerus, nor because she had offended the Grand Priest, but because she had offended Xue Tian. Thinking back to her brother Whis' words, he had hinted that Xue Tian was not simple, and her brother had been very protective of him. This implied something extraordinary. However, as an angel, she had considered her position to be superior and had not thought too deeply. Now, it seemed that Xue Tian was indeed not ordinary. The more she thought about it, the stranger it felt. Previously, during her time in Universe 6, when her brother helped Xue Tian, she had asked Whis about it, but he had only told her that he didn't know. This had puzzled her for a while. Now she was even more confused, pondering that she had to find out the identity of Xue Tian, wondering why her father cared so much. When a woman becomes curious about a man, she may embark on a different path. Beerus and Whis were also shocked. Judging from the Grand Priest's attitude, he truly valued Xue Tian. Whis thought to himself that their father was indeed very concerned about Xue Tian. The Grand Priest said no more. With a wave of his hand, a burst of colorful, vast power erupted, enveloping Champa. Champa had no ability to resist. After all, they were not on the same level. Dealing with Champa was no different from slaughtering pigs or dogs. Champa cried out in pain, feeling the destructive power within him sealed away. The Grand Priest coldly stated, "Champa, I will temporarily seal your destructive power. Once I receive the decree from the Omni-King, I will take away your destructive power and revoke your position as God of Destruction for Universe 6. All the gods of destruction were appointed by the Omni-King. Although the Grand Priest was a favored figure beside the Omni-King, he couldn't revoke a God of Destruction's position without permission. Thus, he could only temporarily seal their destructive powers. Champa still wanted to plead with the Grand Priest, but he smiled slightly at Xue Tian before vanishing like a streak of colorful light. However, his smile landed in the eyes of Beerus and Beerus' daughter, who couldn't help but think that smile seemed to carry a hint of apology. Did we misunderstand, or was it truly an apology? Chapter 128, Beerus' Persuasion. It's still about brothers. Champa kept pleading, but when he realized the Grand Priest was no longer there, he sank to the ground in despair. Everything had been fine when he arrived, but now his destructive power was gone. It wouldn't be long before he lost his position as the god of destruction for Universe 6. Beerus' daughter was crying. If Lord Champa is stripped of his position as the god of destruction, and there's no new god of destruction, I will fall into a deep sleep. While crying, she secretly glanced at Xue Tian, hoping for some reaction, but she found that Xue Tian showed no reaction. Still wearing an indifferent expression, completely unconcerned about her sleeping or not. Indeed, whether she slept or not had nothing to do with Xue Tian. They had no connection. Champa was already desperate. Hearing Beerus' daughter say this made him even more hopeless. It was like pouring salt on his wounds. He suddenly stood up, furious, and glared at Xue Tian. All because of you, foolish human. If it weren't for you, I would have left already. Because of you, I have wasted so much time here, waiting for the Grand Priest. Beerus immediately stepped in front of Xue Tian. Champa, wake up. Don't be so obsessed. Champa was furious now that he had lost his destructive power and saw his twin brother continuing to help Xue Tian without offering him any assistance, which made him even angrier. He threw a punch without any destructive power. Bang! A strange light flashed in Beerus' eyes as he swiftly punched Champa, sending him flying thousands of meters away. In a blink, he appeared behind Champa, grabbing him by the ear and throwing him tens of thousands of meters away. Champa's strength was already inferior to Beerus's, and now, without the power of destruction, he was no match for Beerus, who easily sent him flying. Beerus reappeared next to Champa, but instead of attacking, Champa steadied his hefty body and shouted, "Beerus, I'm going to make you pay. Not only do you refuse to help me, but you even assist outsiders against me." He unleashed all his power, launching a barrage of punches at Beerus. The latter didn't strike back, but dodged while saying, "Champa, can you think for a moment? Have you eaten so much that you've made yourself foolish? Just now, the Grand Minister was here, and you really think it's because you intruded into my residence and entered the 7th universe? Is it really just because of a minor disagreement between us?" Champa angrily replied, "And I accidentally offended him, but that was entirely because of that childish Xue Tian. I never intended to confront him." Beerus scoffed, mocking Champa's foolishness. "Champa, what did you become so dumb? If it was really because you offended him, then why did Beerus reprimand Vados so sternly when he was pleading for you? Why did he strip Vados of his angelic status? And what kind of person is the Grand Minister? Don't you know? With his personality, if you offend him, he would only punish you at most, but he would never seal your power of destruction or remove you from your position as a god of destruction." After Beerus's analysis, Champa began to realize that things were more complicated than they seemed. Frowning, he questioned, "Then tell me, what is this really about? Why is the Grand Minister so angry?" "Because you offended Xue Tian." "Huh? Offended Xue Tian? What does that have to do with that foolish human? Does he have any connection with the Grand Minister?" Champa was quite confused, and his hand that was originally about to attack Beerus halted. Instead, he hovered in midair and asked. Beerus recalled the recent events. "I don't know what relationship Beerus and Xue Tian have. Whis doesn't know either, and even Vados by your side doesn't know. But it's clear that the Grand Minister treats Xue Tian with respect. Just now, you had your head down and didn't notice the Grand Minister's gaze and demeanor. He took the initiative to smile and greet Xue Tian. When has the Grand Minister ever acted like that? Also, Champa, think about it. When we had our conflict before, did the Grand Minister show up? He only appeared when you arrogantly tried to destroy Xue Tian." As Champa listened to this, he found it increasingly mysterious, feeling as if he were in a fog, but he also thought it could be true. Otherwise, why hadn't the Grand Minister appeared when he had a conflict with Beerus? Beerus knew that his twin brother had caught on. He turned and flew toward the castle, stopping after flying over 10 meters, and casually reminded, "Champa, if you still want to be a god of destruction, then seek Xue Tian's forgiveness. If you're embarrassed to lower your pride, just do good things for him, serve him. And if he is happy, your position will return. Although I don't know what kind of identity Xue Tian really has, it must be like this." After saying this, Beerus flew back to the castle. Champa pondered over his words alone and found them quite reasonable. As for whether he could regain his position as a god of destruction, he didn't know, but he realized that this was the only way. It might be feasible, or it might not, but regardless, He had to give it a try because he couldn't give up the position of god of destruction. Otherwise, the gap between him and Beerus would only grow larger, and he would truly only be able to be the younger brother. Moreover, once the power of destruction and divine status were stripped away, he wouldn't live long either. His lifespan would come to an end. The reason he and Beerus had survived for so long was entirely because they were gods with divine status, and coupled with their power of destruction, they could achieve eternity. After Beerus returned to the hall, he approached Xue Tian and sincerely apologized. Brother Xue Tian, I'm very sorry. My brother is like this, not very sensible. Please forgive him. Xue Tian pondered for a while and did not forgive Champa. Instead, he said, Beerus, the conflict between my brother Champa and me is not the first time. This is already the second time. If I don't give him some punishment, it would seem that I am too weak. So let us not discuss this matter for now, and let us all have fun. If you still want to persuade me about this, then I can only go back to Earth. Upon hearing this, Beerus sighed inwardly and stopped trying to persuade him, knowing that it was futile and that he could only wait for Champa's own actions. Although Veidos did not know Xue Tian's identity, based on her father's demeanor and Beerus's current low profile, she understood a bit more. She realized that to unravel all of this, she could only start with Xue Tian. Her desire to figure out Xue Tian's identity grew even stronger. Chapter 129. Didn't Tiwi just come from Earth? Whoosh. At this moment, Champa leisurely flew in, looking a bit embarrassed. He approached Xue Tian, and, seeing him, Xue Tian thought he was about to attack. But noticing that Champa had no killing intent and was looking at him calmly, he wanted to see what Champa was going to do. Champa grinned sheepishly and said respectfully, Brother Xue Tian. No, Brother Xue Tian. Champa, was wrong to offend you just now. You were magnanimous. So please don't think too much about it. Except for Beerus, Veidos, and Whis, everyone else was quite surprised. What was going on? Just a moment ago, Champa was furious and wanted to kill Xue Tian. But why had the situation changed so much now? Lan Qi and Broly admired their master. He was indeed impressive. So what if he was a god of destruction? In front of their master, he still had to apologize obediently. Vegeta was extremely excited. This was true strength. The real goal. So what if he was a god of destruction? As long as one had enough power, even a god of destruction had to apologize. When would he have such strength? However, to make Champa apologize, it might be not only due to his strength, but also his identity background. What kind of background does Xue Tian have? Even the god of destruction fears him. What about that grand priest who just appeared? What kind of person is he? An existence even more powerful than the god of destruction. What kind of being is that? As for Sun Wukong, his thoughts were not as complicated as Vegeta's. He was just grinning foolishly on the side. He was only thinking about the competition a week later and did not want to consider other matters. However, he overlooked one issue. With Champa removed from his position, could the duel still proceed? Obviously not. But he could not think of these layers. Xue Tian did not accept Xiangpa's apology. He glanced at Lan Qi and Broly, who understood the meaning and placed their hands on him, using instant transmission to leave. In Xue Tian's view, if someone offended him and thought a casual apology would suffice for forgiveness, then anyone could bully him and simply say they realized their mistake for the matter to end. If that were the case, he would be bullied every day. Therefore, he needed to show his stance. Sun Wukong looked confused. How did Xue Tian go back? Beerus and Whis looked helpless. It seemed the other party did not agree to the apology. Xiangpa felt awkward and was quite helpless, not knowing how to handle the situation. He had just mustered a lot of courage to say those words, not caring about others' opinions. After all, as a god of destruction, he had never apologized to any human before. This was his first time. But if he didn't apologize, the consequence would be losing his divine position and waiting for death. He looked at Bardos and asked, Bardos, what should we do now? Out of the corner of his eye, he involuntarily glanced at Beerus. Although he disliked the way Beerus helped him and felt unsatisfied with Beerus, it seemed that only Beerus could help him come up with a solution at this moment. Beerus also didn't know what to do and looked at Whis, hoping he would think of a way. Whis was somewhat speechless. It felt a bit cruel to ask him to come up with a solution for something his brother caused. He had already warned him, but he refused to listen, insisting on causing the situation to escalate to this point. Speechless as he was, since Beerus asked him for a solution, he would naturally offer one after some thought. Go apologize on Earth. Although Xue Tian is very strong, he still has a human heart, and even gods can be melted. So show enough sincerity to melt his heart. Serve him well, and this matter might just be resolved. Xiangpa felt troubled. After all, he was a god of destruction. Wasn't going to Earth to apologize a bit too degrading? This would severely undermine his dignity. Beerus and Xiangpa had been brothers for a lifetime, and as twin brothers, he naturally understood what Xiangpa was thinking. He casually remarked, "If you can't lower your pride, then you might as well not be a god of destruction. Don't think about your status anymore." Bardos also said, "What Lord Beerus said makes a lot of sense. Lord Xiangpa, you should think about it carefully." Xiangpa's mouth twitched. He felt so unlucky to be in such a situation. How did he provoke this plague god? And it happened twice. After pondering for a while, he dejectedly said, "Fine, I'll go apologize on Earth." Bardos reminded him again, "Lord Xiangpa, if you go to Earth, just saying sorry might not be enough." "What do you mean?" Xiangpa didn't understand. Bardos explained, "It would be best if Lord Xiangpa took some practical actions." Xiangpa didn't quite understand and thought it meant giving something. "Should I give him something? What can Lord Xiangpa give? A bird egg?" "Ha," Bardos mocked. This made Xiangpa very angry, and he felt frustrated. He should have collected some good things beforehand. Wait, good things. Does that miraculous item count as a good thing? But he was still one short. If he couldn't collect 7, it wouldn't be useful. Seeing his twin brother's emotional intelligence was rather low, just slightly higher than Sun Wukong's. Beerus couldn't help but roll his eyes and reminded him, "Make him tea and serve him." Xiangpa understood and looked at Sun Wukong, asking in confusion, "I remember you just said there's someone named Irma who can make something to find the miraculous orbs? Are you talking about the Dragon Ball radar?" Sun Wukong asked in confusion. "The Dragon Ball radar? That should be it," Xiangpa confirmed. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head. "That should work." Vegeta looked angry and quite jealous. That was his wife. Why was Xiangpa asking Kakarot and not him? Although he was unhappy, he didn't say anything. "All right, let's head to Earth first," Xiangpa said, looking at Bardos. The latter understood, and Xiangpa placed his hand on her back, preparing to fly to Earth. Beerus glanced at Sun Wukong, turned to the other side, and said with his hands behind his back, "Sun Wukong, Vegeta, you haven't been back to Earth for a long time, so come back with us." "Huh? Lord Beerus, didn't we just come back from Earth?" Sun Wukong asked, confused. This made Beerus so angry his face turned purple, but luckily he had his back to everyone, so nobody noticed. Vegeta understood the meaning behind the words. It was to let Sun Wukong take Xiangpa with him since instant transmission was faster than flying. He pushed Sun Wukong. "Kakarot, stop talking nonsense and go back to Earth." Chapter 130, Xiangpa feeds Grave 7 universe. Earth. After Xue Tian returned to Earth, he had Broly take out the hot pot set, preparing to have hot pot tonight. Having been in this Dragon Ball world for so long, he had yet to enjoy a meal of hot pot, and thinking about it today made him a bit greedy. Lan Chi was diligently doing everything, washing vegetables, preparing ingredients. Whoosh! A wave of energy surged, and Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Bardock, and Champa appeared. They saw Xue Tian lounging on a wooden chair, while Lan Chi and Broly were busy. Sun Wukong enthusiastically asked, "What are you guys doing?" Lan Chi smiled and replied, "Master wants to eat hot pot, so we're making hot pot." Upon hearing about the hot pot, Sun Wukong's mouth started watering uncontrollably. Xue Tian knew about Sun Wukong's appetite. If he let him and Vegeta stay, with the speed at which the hot pot was being prepared, they would completely fall behind. He didn't want his culinary desires to be disrupted by these two. He said, "There's no food for you here. Go back where you came from. If you don't want to go back, then go home and find your own mothers." Although Sun Wukong had low emotional intelligence, he understood that he was being asked to leave and immediately complained, "Xue Tian, don't be so stingy. It's just a hot pot. We can eat and leave afterward. Get out, get out." Xue Tian waved his hand. "This place is not as wealthy as Bulma's family. I can't afford to let you eat a few meals. Go home and find your Chi-Chi. There's nothing for you to eat here. Vegeta, hurry and take him away." Vegeta didn't dare disobey Xue Tian's orders. After all, this man was someone even the god of destruction feared, and his self-mastery technique was taught by the same person. According to what this man had said before, if he could teach him, he could also take it away. He didn't want his self-mastery technique to be wasted. Pulling Sun Wukong, he said, "Kakarot, let's go." Sun Wukong left reluctantly, especially when he saw Lan Chi preparing the condiments, making him even more tempted. "Vegeta, you should have Bulma make hot pot for me too." Vegeta's expression instantly turned cold. "That's my wife. Why should she make hot pot for you?" However, considering that the main thing now was to take Sun Wukong away, he said no more. "We'll talk after we leave." And so, the two of them left. Xue Tian looked at Champa and said, "Oh, I didn't know that Lord Champa, the destroyer of the 6th universe, had arrived. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Champa had an awkward expression on his face. He understood that this was a tease directed at him, but he had no temper about it and could only awkwardly smile and say, Mr. Xue Tian, you're joking. Really just joking. Mr. Xue Tian, regarding the previous matter, it was my fault, and I apologize again, he said, fidgeting and nervously tugging at his clothing, making him look like a shy, plump bride. Vados couldn't help but want to laugh at Champa's behavior. Xue Tian had no bad impression of Betos, and now that the other party had arrived, he should entertain them. Betos, please have a seat. Betos smiled gracefully and thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Xue Tian. As he sat down, Xiangpa felt even more awkward. His own servant had a place to sit, while he was still standing. Those who didn't know might think he was the servant. However, he also knew that this was not the time to feel jealous. When he came here, he had already made up his mind to obtain Xue Tian's forgiveness no matter what. Moreover, the high priest had gone to fetch the decree and wouldn't be long. He might return soon, and then he would have no hope at all. Seeing Lan Qi bring over a fruit platter, Xiangpa had a sudden inspiration and immediately stepped forward with a cheerful smile, saying, Let me do it. Let me do it. Lan Qi smiled and replied, Lord Xiangpa is a guest. How can we let Lord Xiangpa do the work? Then don't treat me as a guest. Treat me as a servant. Xiangpa had decided to go all out. As long as he could obtain forgiveness, being a servant was better than being dead. Lan Qi was taken aback for a moment. The mighty god of destruction had actually lowered himself to say such things. She couldn't help but marvel at how formidable her master was. Who else could make the god of destruction so humble? While Lan Qi was lost in thought, Xiangpa carefully took the fruit platter and approached Xue Tian, presenting it with both hands. Mr. Xue Tian, please have some fruit. Seeing that Xue Tian had no intention of taking it, Xiangpa suddenly remembered that in the god of destruction realm, these fruits were peeled for him by Betos, and he was always very satisfied. Thinking of this, he immediately set the platter down, then took an apple, peeled it, and handed it to Xue Tian. Mr. Xue Tian, please eat. Xue Tian glanced at Xiangpa's chubby hand, which was purple, and did not take the apple, instead grabbing one for himself. Xiangpa awkwardly handed the peeled apple to Betos. Betos took a bite and laughed. Lord Xiangpa's apples are indeed delicious. This is the first time I've had one. Xiangpa glanced at Betos, knowing the extent of his cunning. It was the perfect time for some teasing, and he wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. However, he chose not to hold it against Betos at the moment. He picked up some grapes, peeled them, and fed them to Xue Tian. The latter was speechless. Come on, can you not be so disgusting? Xiangpa hurriedly explained, Mr. Xue Tian, I just wanted to do something for you. I meant no other intentions. And I realize now that I was wrong. Xue Tian ignored him and simply gave him a look, signaling him to put down the grapes and not waste them. It was quite inappropriate for a grown man to feed himself grapes. If it were Bados feeding him, he might still have some appetite. But for someone like Xiangpa, he truly had no desire to eat. Xiangpa helplessly set the grapes down and then looked at Bados, seeking help, wanting him to teach him what to do next. Bados thought for a moment, glancing at Xue Tian's legs. At first, Xiangpa didn't understand the meaning behind it, but suddenly recalled that when he visited other planets, those leaders treated him with great respect once they recognized his identity. Thinking carefully about how he was satisfied, he decided to serve Xue Tian in the same manner. After realizing what Bados' gaze meant, he gently tapped Xue Tian's calf. Mr. Xue Tian, let me massage your legs. Then he gently kneaded, and let me massage your shoulders. As he spoke, he showcased his speed, continuously alternating between massaging the legs and shoulders, with barely any space in between, not even a breath's pause. Chapter 131, A Cold Joke. For others, this might be difficult to achieve, but Xiangpa could do it. Although he had lost his destructive power, his original skills remained intact. Moving between the short distance of massaging legs and shoulders was still easy for him. Xue Tian looked at the busy Champa and couldn't help but think. Who would have thought that the mighty god of destruction of the sixth universe would become his leg massager? It's a bit ironic. God, he couldn't be bothered with Champa and turned his gaze to Beerus. The latter's beautiful face and golden proportions made her a stunning beauty. When Xue Tian first saw Beerus, he thought she was very pretty, though he had some trouble accepting her skin color. But for some reason, looking at Beerus's complexion now, he found it somewhat acceptable. He couldn't help but wonder if it was because he had been single for too long. After all, when someone has been single for too long, even a pig might seem handsome. Of course, this is not to deny Beerus's beauty. It's just that her skin color was still a bit hard to accept. Beerus, have you had any interesting experiences over the years? Tell me about them. After thinking for a moment, Beerus asked, do you want to hear about interesting things regarding Lord Champa? Upon hearing this, Champa's heart skipped a beat. However, Xue Tian replied indifferently, not interested. Let's talk about something else. Champa felt a wave of disappointment. If Xue Tian were interested in hearing his interesting stories, then being forgiven would come quickly. But if he wasn't interested, it would be difficult. Not wanting to think too much, he carefully continued to serve. At this moment, he really didn't know what else to do besides serving. After pondering for a while, Beerus thought of an interesting event. There were indeed some interesting things, but they were from tens of thousands of years ago. Xue Tian didn't care about how long it had been, and he happened to want to learn about events from tens of thousands of years ago. After all, the Dragon Ball manga has very little information about events from that long ago, so hearing some from Bardos would be quite nice. It doesn't matter how many years ago it was. Just tell me as I wait for the hot pot, my heart itching for something to do. It would be troublesome not to find some entertainment to pass the time. Bardos organized her thoughts and said, tens of thousands of years ago, a demon king appeared in the 6th universe. This demon king could manipulate time and leap through it, and he was quite strong. Even Lord Champa was not his opponent at that time. Oh, sorry, I forgot. We can't mention Lord Champa. Later, this demon king felt he could defeat everything, and knowing that the one at the highest point of the universe was Lord Zeno, he wanted to find him. He wanted to take the position from Lord Zeno's hands. But as soon as he said a word, he was sealed by Lord Zeno. He went there full of bravado, but ended up all soft and lacking any power to resist. Ha ha ha. Bardos covered her mouth with her delicate hand, laughing. Xue Tian didn't laugh at all. It didn't seem to have any funny points. It was just about charging forward bravely and then collapsing weakly. It seemed that Bardos' sense of humor was a bit low. In fact, it's not really Bardos' fault for having a low sense of humor. It was mainly because she had been following Champa for so long that many of the jokes were related to him. And Xue Tian didn't want to hear about Champa, so she skipped them. The matter of the Demon King was just a joke that she thought was not bad. Seeing that Xue Tian didn't laugh, Bardos immediately apologized, saying, I'm sorry, Mr. Xue Tian, I don't have many funny jokes here. Most of them are just related to Lord Champa. Xue Tian didn't care. If he couldn't laugh, then he wouldn't. However, he did have a question. Bardos, you said that the Demon King was sealed? So that's about the Demon King. Yes, Mr. Xue Tian, that Demon King has been sealed, Bardos replied. Was it sealed by the King of All? Yes. Xue Tian was even more puzzled. Shouldn't the All-King have eliminated him? How could he have sealed him instead? Could it be that the All-King could not only eliminate but also seal others? Or is it possible that this All-King is not the same as the previous one? Bardos understood Xue Tian's thoughts and immediately explained. Mr. Xue Tian, the previous All-King not only had the power to eliminate but also to seal others. The previous All-King found this Demon King quite amusing. So he sealed him and kept him in a transparent little box, treating him as a pet. Xue Tian, wow, this Demon King is really unfortunate. Being sealed away to be kept as a pet. Suddenly, he realized a problem. If the All-King had sealed him and kept him as a pet, wouldn't that be tragic for him as well? However, he also thought of another issue. The other party couldn't treat him as a pet either, because he could commit suicide. Even if he were truly sealed away in some place, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't have some backup plan to kill himself. If he had a backup plan to commit suicide while sealed, that would be a fatal blow for the All-King. It was normal for them to be cautious and not act recklessly without understanding these circumstances. Xue Tian's thoughts at this moment were almost the same as those of the High Priest at that time. When the High Priest realized that Xue Tian's life was linked to that of the Sovereign, he had contemplated sealing Xue Tian. By doing so, Xue Tian would be free from any danger and would not threaten the Sovereign's life. However, he did not dare to act rashly, as he was unaware of how Xue Tian's life was connected to the Sovereign's. Most importantly, he worried whether Xue Tian could commit suicide while sealed or if he had any backup plans. What if things turned disastrous? It was precisely because of these thoughts that he refrained from taking action and could only observe in secret. Based on his observations, Xue Tian indeed had many tricks up his sleeve, which made him certain that Xue Tian must have a backup plan. Not sealing him at the beginning was likely a very wise choice. Xue Tian no longer thought about his own questions and continued to ask, what about the previous sovereign? Bardos explained, the previous sovereign has already retired. As for where he is, we don't know. Perhaps only the High Priest knows. The current sovereign is the son of the previous sovereign. Xue Tian was secretly thinking, could it be that the previous Supreme King was called the Great Supreme King? Are those claims true? Is there a Great Supreme King above the Supreme King? If the previous Supreme King were to appear, how would you address him? Great Supreme King. Who? Bardos' pupils contracted. Chapter 132. Are you the Great Supreme King? Bardos' pupils shrank. His expression changed in shock as he looked at Xue Tian with a hint of fear and instinctively asked, "Could it be that you are the great Supreme King?" Xue Tian was indeed taken aback for a moment. What did it mean that she was the queen of the universe? How did she come to that conclusion? Could it be that she made this connection simply because her father treated her well? Meanwhile, Champa, who was massaging Xue Tian's legs, paused for a moment and slowed down a bit. Clearly, he was also puzzled and perked up his ears to listen. Xue Tian couldn't help but ask, "How did you come to this idea?" Beerus analyzed, "My father treats you so well, and my brother Weiss and Beerus respect you so much. All of this can be deduced. Although my father is gentle and elegant to everyone, never getting angry and being very kind, when Lord Champa offended you, I asked him for leniency on behalf of Lord Champa, and you heard it too. If I said too much, I would lose my position as an angel. I have never seen my father so serious before. Even when he is with the Grand King, he doesn't act this way. So I think you might be the Great King." Champa also felt it was very likely. Otherwise, how could the Grand Priest value Xue Tian so much? Respecting what his brother Beerus said, the Grand Priest respects the Grand King, but Xue Tian is clearly not the Grand King. That means he must be the Great King. Oh my, I actually offended the Great King, the father of the Grand King, and was even planning to destroy him. Boo-hoo, I really deserve to die. After thinking about all this, I worked even harder to massage his legs, but I controlled my strength very well and didn't hurt Xue Tian. Xue Tian smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Beerus, you analyzed it wrong. I am not the Great All-King. I am just me, not anyone else." Beerus thought for a moment and did not continue to argue, as she felt that if the other party were truly the Great All-King, he wouldn't admit it. If he were willing to admit it, he wouldn't have changed in this way. However, deep down, she still believed that Xue Tian was the Great All-King. But no matter what, he was not someone she could afford to offend. Xiang Palai was panting, and now that it started, he didn't dare to stop, so he could only keep running while pinching his legs and shoulders. That chubby body would probably have to lose 4 or 5 pounds after running for an hour or two. After a while, Lan Qi finished preparing the hot pot, and everything was ready to eat in the courtyard. Xue Tian did not object. On the contrary, he felt quite comfortable eating hot pot in the courtyard, reminiscent of his past life. However, in his previous life, it was impossible to enjoy hot pot in such a grand villa. It could only be done in a dilapidated, decaying yard. Thinking back to his former life, he felt a pang of nostalgia for the past, but he no longer wanted to live that way because it was meaningless, truly meaningless. Now in the Dragon Ball world, enjoying himself so freely, with the god of destruction giving him massages, why would he want to go back? That would be absurd. He could only treat it as a memory. Before Lan Qi could bring over the bowls and chopsticks, Xiangpa obediently handed them to Xue Tian, looking at him with a silly, adorable expression, much like a little dog trying to please its owner. "Beerus, make yourself at home," Xue Tian said. "Thank you, Mr. Xue," Beerus replied with a smile. Besides Xiangpa, everyone had a set of bowls and chopsticks, and had already started eating the hot pot, chatting and laughing, creating a lively and joyful atmosphere, while Xiangpa could only stand by, giving Xue Tian a shoulder massage. Seeing Beerus so happy, Xue Tian couldn't help but feel like punching him. Here he was the master, yet he hadn't even tasted the delicious hot pot, and Beerus had already started eating. Beerus, you were so inconsiderate." He kept complaining about Beerus internally. Ever since they arrived, Beerus hadn't shown him any affection, making him feel quite uncomfortable and thinking that his previous kindness had been wasted. After eating hot pot for a while, Beerus and Xue Tian became somewhat familiar with each other and realized that Xue Tian bore no animosity toward her. From what she understood, Xue Tian's character was quite good and easy to talk to. Feeling that the timing was right, she thought that if she waited any longer, her father might arrive. "Mr. Xue, why don't you give Lord Xiangpa a chance? He didn't know your identity, and now that he does, he is making a big correction." Upon hearing Beerus plead for him, Xiangpa was overjoyed, looking eagerly at Xue Tian with an extremely cute expression. Xue Tian did not look at Xiangpa, but instead pondered for a moment. Beerus immediately gave Xiangpa a look, and the latter quickly stood up and assured, "Mr. Xue Tian, I, Xiangpa, guarantee that I will never make you angry again. I am willing to be your little brother. I am sincere." Xiangpa's words truly came from the heart, as he now believed that Xue Tian was the Omni-King, and as a mere destroyer god, if he could become the little brother of the Omni-King, he would be able to walk proudly among the 12 universes. Perhaps even the Grand Minister would have to ask Xue Tian for his approval before doing anything to him. At that time, if they asked the Omni-King, and if just one person disagreed, he would be safe. Therefore, he felt that as long as Xue Tian agreed, he would be the one to benefit. Xue Tian still did not speak. Xiangpa was quite anxious and immediately said again, I sincerely guarantee that if I violate it, let Lord Wong directly eliminate me next time. All right, since you are so sincere and Bados is speaking for you, I can give you another chance. Remember, things shouldn't happen 3 times. If you commit the same mistake again, you don't need Lord Wong to eliminate you. I can do it myself. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa was so happy that he almost flew up, nodding repeatedly to show that he would never do it again. Meanwhile, Bados carefully listened to Xue Tian's words and contemplated them with his own thoughts, especially the last sentence. You don't need Lord Wong to eliminate you. I can do it. He secretly wondered what this meant. Did it imply that he could eliminate others? Did it acknowledge that he was the great Lord Wong he mentioned before? The father of Lord Wong. However, Bados misunderstood this point again. Xue Tian did not mean that he would eliminate others. Rather, he had the ability to destroy Xiangpa. Even if Xiangpa regained his destructive power, he could still do it. After all, Xiangpa did not have an immortal body. But he did. Xiangpa's destructive power could not harm him. While his destructive power could indeed harm Xiangpa, Xue Tian was unaware that Bados had once again misunderstood him, firmly believing that he was the great king. Hoo-hoo. Chapter 133. You two brothers really know how to enjoy hoo-hoo-hoo. At that moment, a colorful light tore through space and emerged, and just by the aura, it was clear that the visitor was the high priest. Sure enough, the high priest appeared in midair, but upon seeing Xue Tian, he descended. In the past, when there was no Xue Tian or the great king, he would directly appear in the air, releasing divine light and looking down at everyone. Bados naturally noticed these details. After believing in her heart that Xue Tian was the great king, she didn't find anything strange about this. If her father were still standing in the air, that would indeed be strange. On the contrary, the current action was very fitting. Xiangpa was a careless guy and naturally wouldn't consider so many things. Upon seeing the high priest appear, he rushed forward without hesitation, kneeling on the ground. Especially when he saw that the other party held the great king's decree in his hand. He was even more panicked. Trembling, he greeted, High priest, you have arrived. The high priest did not rush to read the decree but smiled and greeted Xue Tian, ignoring Xiangpa and Bados. Xue Tian also invited, Great Divine Official. We are having hot pot. Come and give it a try. The Great Divine Official smiled and said, Thank you for your kindness. But I am here to deliver the will of the sovereign and need to read it out. Xue Tian pondered for a moment. Great priest, I think the punishment for Champa is a bit too harsh. A punishment is fine, but removing him from the position of god of destruction seems a bit inappropriate. After all, he has dedicated so many years to the 6th universe, and it hasn't been easy for him. Even if he hasn't achieved much, he has certainly put in hard work. To be honest, when he saw the decree in the great priest's hand, he hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether he should plead for Champa. He considered that if he pleaded and the great priest didn't take his feelings into account and insisted on reading the decree, what would he do? On the other hand, if the great priest did take his feelings into account, would that mean he owed the great priest a favor? That favor would have to be repaid in the future. Was it worth it for him to owe that favor on behalf of Champa? After deep contemplation, he decided to speak up. After all, he had promised Champa before, and this time he could give him a chance. If he didn't give this opportunity, it would seem that he was not trustworthy, and Bardos would think of him as a petty person. The great priest smiled slightly. Since Mr. Xue Tian has said so, then I will temporarily not read the decree. I will return to report to Lord Zeno and follow his arrangements. Xue Tian knew that as long as he said this, the matter would be settled. After all, the king of all had always listened to the high priest's opinions, and since the high priest was willing to give him face, the king of all would definitely be even more willing to do the same. After all, his life was bound to the king of all, not the high priest. All right, then it's up to the high priest. The high priest merely smiled and said, Mr. Xue Tian, I will take my leave now. After he left, Xiangpa collapsed weakly to the ground, gasping for air. Although he knew in his heart that as long as Xue Tian forgave him and helped him speak, he could keep his position as the god of destruction, he still felt very uneasy when he actually saw the high priest and the decree in his hand. He truly worried that Xue Tian wouldn't speak for him, or that even if he did, it wouldn't make any difference. Now, everything was settled. Moreover, he realized that at the moment the high priest left, the sealed destructive power had been released, clearly indicating that this was the high priest's doing. After calming his emotions, Xiangpa immediately got up from the ground and excitedly said, Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. From now on, you're my big brother, Xiangpa. Xue Tian smiled faintly. If I am your big brother, then what about Beerus? I have sworn brotherhood with Beerus before. Xiangpa was instantly rendered speechless. He had never accepted Beerus as his brother and believed he was the older brother himself. After all, they were twin brothers. But now, with this situation, he really couldn't deny being the younger brother. Then Beerus will also be my brother. I guess I'll be the younger brother. Xue Tian waved his hand and said, No. I won't interfere in matters between you brothers. If you want to make a fuss, you don't need to care about me. Huh? Really? Champa said in surprise. If that's the case, then that's great. He really doesn't want to admit that Beerus is his brother. Xue Tian said seriously. Do you think I look like I'm joking? Champa looked closely and indeed did not think he was joking. And he felt that the other party had no need to joke with him. Not at all, haha, that's great. Brother Xue Tian. Baduosi felt relieved when she saw Champa was genuinely forgiven. To be honest, although she was an angel and understood her responsibilities, after spending tens of thousands of years with Champa, she had developed feelings for him. If something really happened to Champa, she would also feel unhappy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have pleaded for him earlier. Upon arriving on Earth, she didn't immediately plead for Champa, as she didn't want to plead to seem too abrupt and provoke Xue Tian's dislike. If Xue Tian also disliked her, then Champa's situation would likely be over. So this was her true wisdom. After finishing the hot pot, Champa followed Lan Shi to clean up, with Broly also participating. Once they finished tidying up, Champa immediately prepared a high-quality toothpick for Xue Tian. Brother Xue, this is the best toothpick from our 6th universe, crafted by specialized people. It won't hurt your teeth, and when you use it, it will be quite smooth, turning the discomfort of picking teeth into a pleasure. The mighty god of destruction of the 6th universe, Champa, had completely transformed into a little fanboy. Xue Tian took a toothpick and started to pick his teeth. He found it really felt just as Champa said, you destroyers really know how to enjoy. Beerus uses the best pillow in the 7th universe, and the toothpick you use is made of the best material in the 6th universe. Champa immediately said, Brother Xue, if you like Beerus's pillow, I can just grab it for you. No, that's not necessary. It's best not to involve me in the matters between you two brothers. So, please don't do things that would offend him for my sake. He wouldn't offend you just for me. Xue Tian immediately waved his hand. To be honest, he had no interest in a pillow used by a man, unless it had been used by a stunning beauty. Chapter 134. 1 week later, after chatting with a few people for a while, Champa suddenly thought of something and asked, Brother Xue, do I still have to compete with Beerus a week later? That's up to you. Didn't I say before that I wouldn't interfere in your matters? Xue Tian replied calmly. Champa smiled awkwardly and said, It's just that if I win against Beerus, the Earth will have to move to the 6th universe. And since you live on Earth, I thought you might be used to staying in the 7th universe. So this competition. Xue Tian suddenly understood that this guy was thinking about this issue and couldn't help but laugh. You really have a lot of confidence. Don't worry, it mainly depends on Earth. It doesn't matter whether it's the 6th universe or the 7th universe. Got it, Brother Xue. Then in a week, get ready to live in our 6th universe. I'll bring you the best things from the 6th universe. Champa said excitedly. With this concern resolved, he no longer worried about any competition with Beerus. Xue Tian smiled and remained silent. The 6th universe does have a few good people, but compared to Sun Wukong and the others, they're still far behind. All right, you can go back now. Champa waved his hand to dismiss Xue Tian. All right, Brother Xue Tian, then I will head back. His tone revealed immense happiness. Although he recognized Xue Tian as his elder brother, he still felt uneasy whenever he saw him. After all, he was worried about accidentally offending him again, which would lead to trouble, so it was better to leave quickly. After bidding farewell to Xue Tian, Champa placed his hand on Bado's back and flew towards the 6th universe. In the universe, Bado's released a shuttle cube. The shuttle cube is a divine means of transportation. Within it, one cannot be tracked, and even the god of destruction would find it hard to discover unless they were within a certain distance. Bado's, thank you, Champa suddenly said. Bado's understood why he said that but pretended not to know and asked, What is it, Lord Champa? Why suddenly say thank you? Champa knew Bado's was teasing him, but he wasn't as angry as before. Instead, he explained, Thank you for helping me plead my case. I know that if I were to plead alone, it would be hard to calm Brother Xue Tian down. Someone had to help. At first, I didn't understand and thought you were ignoring me, and I even scolded you in my heart. Later, I realized you were looking for a good opportunity. I am sorry, Bado's. Bado's, knowing Xiangpa's character, had already anticipated that he had scolded her in his heart, but she didn't mind, perhaps because she understood him too well. Lord Xiangpa is being polite. After all, I don't want to train a new god of destruction either. It would take a lot of my energy, haha. She chuckled, covering her teeth with a smile. However, Lord Xiangpa, you might find that this incident turns out to be a blessing in disguise. Xiangpa momentarily didn't respond and asked in confusion, "Why? I feel so tired right now. I just want to sleep." Has Lord Xiangpa forgotten my speculation about Mr. Xue Tian's identity? You have become the little brother of the Omni-King. Isn't that a blessing in disguise? Bados reminded him. At this moment, Xiangpa fully realized it. He had thought the same before. Ha! He burst into laughter, feeling his mood lighten. He also knew that he needed to strengthen his relationship with Xue Tian to truly become his little brother. Otherwise, being a nominal little brother would bring no benefits or effects. Bados, what do you think I should do next to cultivate a good relationship with Brother Xue Tian? A week later, everyone arrived at the boundary planet between the 6th and 7th universes. This planet had no name and no inhabitants, essentially devoid of life. In fact, this planet was not a planet at all, but a super Dragon Ball, which had been floating the universe for many years, accumulating dust and meteors, covering its original appearance and making it look like a planet. On the planet, Xiangpa had already had Bados set up the duel arena. On either side of the arena were large portraits of Xiangpa and Beerus, representing the 6th and 7th universes, respectively. In the middle was an even larger portrait, and the person in that portrait was none other than Xue Tian. Beerus and the others from the 7th universe were surprised when they saw the portrait, especially Beerus, who inwardly cursed. What a bunch of flattery. His little brother was now truly Xue Tian's little brother. However, he didn't mind, as Xue Tian had spared his brother once, and he was very grateful for that. He even thought that Xue Tian likely gave Xiangpa this opportunity because of his face. If Xue Tian knew, he would probably chuckle and say, "Sorry, I really didn't give you face." But Xue Tian wouldn't say such emotionally unintelligent things. Xiangpa followed closely behind Xue Tian, proudly saying, "Brother Xue Tian, what do you think of my arrangement? Don't you think it's great?" Xue Tian was speechless. He admitted that he was a bit narcissistic, but not as much as Xiangpa. It was both funny and frustrating. Too ostentatious. Just cancel my portrait. Moreover, he knew that after this competition, a certain guy would show up. What would that guy think when he saw his portrait? Although he didn't care, he didn't want to have too much conflict with him, especially since his own strength was still a bit weak. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa didn't hesitate and immediately instructed Bardos beside him. "Bardos, my brother Xue said this is too ostentatious. Change Xue Tian's portrait right away." Bardos teasingly asked, "Didn't Lord Xiangpa say this looks cool?" Xiangpa gritted his teeth in anger. Bardos quickly changed the subject. "All right, but Lord Xiangpa, what do you think we should change it to? Should we change it to your portrait?" "No need, just don't have any portrait at all, nothing." Xiangpa's face turned purple. If his brother was being low-key, did he really have to be high-key? Really? BFF50, Fine. Bardos waved her staff, and Xue Tian's portrait instantly disappeared. The contestants from the 6th and 7th universes had already arrived at the contestant platform. The contestants from the 6th universe were Hit, Kaba, Frost, Bergamo, and Magetta. The contestants from the 7th universe were Manaka, Son Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Bu. Originally, Beerus wanted to invite Broly to participate, but Xue Tian countered him, asking, "If Broly participates, will this competition still be interesting?" Would Xiangpa agree if he saw Broly? Although Xiangpa didn't know Broly's strength, he knew that Broly was someone who stayed by his side. Therefore, Xiangpa would definitely consider that if his people defeated Broly, wouldn't it be embarrassing for him? So to save face, he would definitely not let his people defeat Broly. But what would be the point of such a competition? Moreover, he had said before that he wouldn't interfere in the matters of those two brothers. If he sent Broly, wouldn't that mean he was going back on his word? Naturally, he wouldn't do that. Although Beerus felt a bit disappointed at first, he realized that what Xue Tian said was the truth. If Broly was sent out, the 6th universe would have no chance of winning at all, and such a competition would be completely meaningless. While he was eager to win, he wouldn't win in such a way. An existence like Broly could only be used in battles against others. Xiangpa looked around and set up a referee's platform in the middle, looking at Beerus, and said, "Hey, Beerus, please let my brother Xue be the referee. You have no objections, right?" Beerus didn't care much about such matters, and since Xue Tian was there to watch their duel, it was only natural to give Xue Tian a different identity. "I agree." Xue Tian couldn't help but smile. "Xiangpa, I'm not really good at being a referee." He naturally understood that Xiangpa was doing this to please him, and to be honest, he just wanted to say it felt damn good. No wonder countless people enjoy being flattered. There's a reason for that. Brother Xue just needed to observe, and whatever methods people had, Brother Xue could point them out while he supervised so he wouldn't get tired. "By the way, Brother Xue, I brought you the best drink from our 6th universe. You can enjoy it while watching the duel." If you like it, I'll bring you more next time. As Champa spoke, he glanced at Beerus beside him. Beerus understood the meaning and waved her staff, immediately producing a large cup of drink. Champa quickly took the drink and handed it to Xue Tian with both hands. Xue Tian looked at the drink, which was dark and had a somewhat cola-like appearance. But it was quite thick, setting it apart from cola. Curiously, he took a sip. Gulu watched nervously. In the past, others had waited for him to taste things. But now he was the one waiting for someone else to taste something. Thinking back on it, he felt the contrast was quite significant. However, he had no complaints. On the contrary, he was willing to serve carefully. Serving the king was the real challenge because the king's mind was immature. Who knew when he would get angry or happy? On the other hand, Xue Tian was mature enough to handle well. As long as he said nice things and offered him the best, it would suffice. Even if the other party didn't like it, once they realized that what he offered was the best, it would be understandable, as long as he didn't play tricks. In contrast, when dealing with the king, one wouldn't consider whether it was the best in the universe. He only cared about whether he liked it or not. Xue Tian took a sip and found it to be just average. Champa eagerly asked, "Big brother Xue, how is it?" "Just average, it's okay." Xue Tian replied normally. Champa felt a bit disappointed, not expecting that the best drink in the sixth universe would turn out to be just average. Xue Tian noticed his disappointment and reminded him, "However, since you have a heart, then there is added value, worth tasting." "Oh yeah," Champa exclaimed excitedly. He proudly looked at Beerus, showing off. "Did you hear that, Beerus? Even if what I gave isn't that great to drink, it still has added value." The contestant from the sixth universe didn't know Xue Tian, and seeing their high and mighty destroyer god being so respectful in front of this person, they felt a bit confused. What's going on? Who is this person? He doesn't look that impressive. So why would the Lord of Destruction be so respectful? Gabe couldn't help but ask the assassin Hit beside him, "Hit, do you know this person?" Hit had his hands in his pockets and hadn't spoken the whole time. He slightly opened his eyes, glanced at Xue Tian, and said, "I don't know him, but the aura he carries is of a height we cannot touch. Just know, don't mess with him." Although Gabe couldn't see Xue Tian's strength, he understood from Xiangpa's attitude towards him that he was not someone he could offend. He nodded lightly. Xue Tianfei stepped onto the judging platform, with Broly on the left and Lanchi on the right. Champa and Beerus returned to their respective universes. According to the rules, participants must first pass a written test to avoid situations where some people do not understand the rules. If not, it could lead to someone getting hurt. Upon hearing about the written test, Sun Wukong immediately panicked and shouted, "Ah, why is there a written test?" Vegeta shot him a disdainful glance and said, "Aren't you worried that someone like you will break the rules? If you don't want to or can't pass, just don't participate. I can handle them by myself." Champa, hearing Vegeta's words, sneered coldly, thinking how arrogant he was. But such arrogance is good. Soon you will see the power of our universe. The contestant from both sides went up to the written test platform and began the test. Bu sat down, saw a piece of paper and a pen, and immediately felt dizzy. Writing was harder for him than getting killed. Within 3 seconds, he collapsed on the table and fell into a deep sleep. Beerus furrowed his brows at his performance. Meanwhile, Champa laughed proudly. "Haha, Beerus, your contestant fell asleep right away. I don't think he has any chance of participating now." "Haha, it seems your Universe 7 has no high-level fighters besides Xue and his companions. Can you not drag Xue down?" Beerus shot a fierce glare at Champa. "Have some shame." Satan, who was Bu's supervisor and close friend, looked embarrassed and apologized to everyone. "Sorry, Mr. Bu is like this. He falls asleep when he needs to learn to write. I didn't know he had to take a written test." Beerus complained. "Isn't this just Champa being afraid of losing and pulling this trick?" Chapter 136. Sun Wukong versus Bardamo. "Oh my, Beerus, you really are shameless. I'm just trying to filter out some contestants who don't understand the rules," Champa said, pointing at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was scratching his head vigorously, genuinely not expecting that fighting would require a test. Although he wasn't as resistant to writing as Bu, his literacy level wasn't very high. He could only write his name and such. Beerus stared at Sun Wukong, knowing his level. He believed Sun Wukong would have no problem passing this written test, since it wasn't very difficult. 15 minutes later, the written test ended. Champa eagerly asked, "Xue, quickly check if that guy passed." He specifically pointed at Sun Wukong. If Sun Wukong didn't pass, that would mean only 2 out of 5 contestants from Universe 7 would pass. Beerus believed Sun Wukong would pass, but he was still very nervous. If luck wasn't on their side, and he failed, it would be quite embarrassing. They would lose 2 contestants even before the competition started, which would be very serious. Moreover, Manaka, whom he brought, was someone with no fighting ability at all. He was merely a delivery person. This would make it effectively 2 against 5, greatly reducing their chances of winning. He anxiously watched Xue Tian. Xue Tian was reviewing the papers, and everyone else had passed after a quick glance. When he faced Sun Wukong's exam sheet, he looked closely and was lucky enough to see that he just barely passed. Just barely passed. Ha! Beerus couldn't help but laugh, while Champa felt a bit sad, thinking it was frustrating that he actually passed. However, no matter what, he had no doubts about Xue Tian's words. To put another way, even if Xue Tian had intentionally helped Sun Wukong pass, he wouldn't have anything to say about it. Moreover, from what he knew, Xue Tian wouldn't do that. Sun Wukong was also very happy, and Vegeta said a bit dejectedly, "I really didn't expect you to pass." "Hey, Vegeta, isn't it good that we both participated in the competition?" Sun Wukong replied helplessly. Vegeta crossed his arms and flew back to his position among the 7th universe contestants, saying lightly, "No, I'm enough on my own, and you don't need to." As he spoke, he cast a casual glance at Piccolo beside him, which made Piccolo quite awkward. But he couldn't say much, as he understood that he was likely just there to tag along. The real main figures were still Vegeta and Sun Wukong, along with the mysterious Manaka, who he could never see through. Champa mocked again, "Beerus, your people are really arrogant. I hope his skills are as impressive as his mouth. Ha ha ha, just don't lose too badly later." In response to Champa's mockery, Beerus didn't reply, but turned and flew back to his position. Manaka sat next to Beerus, and beside him sat Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong looked at Manaka and couldn't help but strike up a conversation. "Hello, my name is Sun Wukong." Although Manaka appeared somewhat dazed and seemed to lack intelligence, he still responded, "Hello, my name is Manaka." The two shook hands. Sun Wukong prepared to use some strength. But Beerus saw this and slapped Sun Wukong's hand away, shouting, "What are you doing? If you have extra energy, why not go compete? What is the point of wasting it here? Save some energy." He added, "If you lose this match, don't even think about going back." Sun Wukong didn't understand Beerus's words and asked in confusion, "Huh, not go back? Then where will I go?" "To D," Beerus said coldly. Sun Wukong was shocked and looked at Beerus in disbelief, thinking he was joking, but still advised, "Haha, Lord Beerus, you're too scary when you talk." "Manaka, Lord Beerus says you're very strong. After this match, why don't we have a contest?" Manaka was stunned. Beerus only asked him to make a cameo and hadn't said anything about competing, especially not against Sun Wukong. He definitely didn't have that kind of ability. One slap from the other could take him out. Beerus frowned. "Sun Wukong, are you not going to listen to me? Or do you really think I'm joking? If we lose this match to Universe 6, don't think about going back. I will destroy you." Upon seeing Beerus's serious expression, Sun Wukong realized that he seemed to really mean it. Is it that serious?" Beerus smiled when he saw Sun Wukong's serious look. "Haha, are you starting to feel scared?" Sun Wukong shook his head. "Not scared. I'm even more excited. Don't worry, Lord Beerus. I'll give it my all in the competition." Beerus was momentarily stunned. What kind of monster was this? He had told him that if they lost, he would be destroyed. He thought Sun Wukong would be scared. But instead, he seemed even more excited. Was this still a normal person? Clearly not. He was simply someone who didn't think rationally. Beerus decided to ignore Sun Wukong. Xue Tian sat in the referee's position, looking at both sides, and asked, "Which side will fight first?" Champa looked at the large, muscular Boda Mo with yellow skin and said, "You go first." Boda Mo didn't say anything and immediately flew onto the stage. On Beerus's side, before Beerus could even ask, Son Goku excitedly said, "Lord Beerus, let me go." Beerus was at a loss for words. Did he really like fighting this much? However, this did align with his preferences. After thinking for a moment, he gently nodded and said, "All right, you go." Originally, he wanted Son Goku to be the second to last to enter, but considering that Son Goku might continuously trouble Manaka, it could lead to some issues. So, he decided to let Son Goku go down, which also satisfied his wishes. If Son Goku lost, he could properly teach him a lesson when he returned, and he wouldn't dare to say anything about Manaka. If they won all the matches, that would be even better. Son Goku was instantly overjoyed and quickly flew onto the stage. Xue Tian announced, "The first match is Universe 7's Sun Wukong against Universe 6's Bardock. The match begins." Sun Wukong slightly bows to Bardock, and Bardock does the same. "Hey, hello, you better be careful," Sun Wukong specifically reminded him. Beerus, watching from the steps, became very impatient with his fussiness and shouted, "What are you babbling about? Hurry up and defeat him." Introduction. Xue Tian travels to the Dragon Ball Super world and acquires the ultimate system, directly binding to the Omni-King at the peak of the universe. If one side dies, the other will also die, so Xue Tian lives a life similar to that of the Omni-King. Beerus awakens and descends to Earth to find the Super Saiyan God, engaging in battle with Xue Tian. Xue Tian, go ahead. If you can, hit me hard enough to kill me. At worst, we all die together. Encountering Champa. Xue Tian, Champa, do you dare mock me? Do you believe I can slap myself to death? Xue Tian, Quitela, what little schemes are you up to? Don't mess with me. If I get unhappy, I might just end it all with a slap. All the gods of destruction. Sir, you are also a sir. Please take care of yourself.